House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 838 to Chapter 917. Bend your right leg and straighten your left leg as much as possible. Teacher Lu Dashan walked in the middle of the students. Although he didn't speak much, he was very serious when teaching. For example, when Teacher Lu Dashan passed by Wang Lele and saw that the little boy's left leg was about to kneel down, he patted Wang Lele's shoulder and motioned him to look over. He made the correct posture and pointed to the straightened leg behind him, like this. Lu Dashan needed to give the children more time to master the warm-up movements for the first time, so he patiently guided them one by one. On Xianxia and Lan Xian's side, Lan Xian was more relaxed. She stood in front of Xianxia and supported Xianxia's shoulder according to the teacher's instructions. However, Xianxia had a good sense of balance. Although she tried to straighten her hands and raise them high, she didn't stagger like the other children. Lan Xian didn't want to be too easy. Hee. The chubby little girl was still secretly happy for her little friend's posture. She tried her best to make the movements very accurate, but looking at Lan Xian's smiling face, the little girl couldn't help but smile, as if the smile was contagious. However, Lan Xian's good days were about to come to an end. Teacher Lu Dashan glanced at Xianxia, who did a beautiful bow, but didn't come over. He clapped his hands and said in a clear voice, "Okay, let's change. The student who was supporting the other student just now has to do this movement, and the student who was doing the movement just now can stand up and help your companion, don't let him fall." Lan Xian's smiling face collapsed. She looked down at her chubby legs and muttered, "I don't know how to do it." She had a good teammate who liked to help others. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately said enthusiastically, "It's okay, Xian, I can teach you. I'll help you, just like just now." However, it was difficult to make Lan Xian bend her waist. She trembled and stretched out her right leg, but she stood like this and began to raise her hand. Something didn't seem right. She looked at Lan Xian's straightened legs and blinked. She raised her head and whispered, "Xian, you didn't do the right thing. You have to do this." She even enthusiastically stood aside and demonstrated to Lan Xian. But I can't get it down. It's super painful." Lan Xian frowned and muttered. She scratched her head, feeling a little troubled. "Then what should we do?" Lan Xian was focused on slacking off. She rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. "I'll do it this way. Xianxia, it's your turn now." "Ah?" Xianxia didn't think that much. She said in confusion, "But the teacher hasn't said anything yet. It should be the teacher who asks for someone else to do it. But I'm so tired." "Xianxia, can you do it more?" Lan Xian stood up and hugged Xianxia's little hand while the teacher wasn't paying attention. "But you haven't finished yet." Xianxia didn't know how to refuse. She also wanted to help her best friend, but she subconsciously felt that it was a little inappropriate. In fact, there were many children who were as lazy as Lan Xian. Many of the children's partners weren't as serious as Xianxia. Their partners didn't say anything when they did it crookedly. There were even some children who stood up again when Teacher Lu looked to the other side. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't have to make the most difficult decision. Teacher Lu Dashan noticed the commotion. He came over and asked about the situation with concern. Xianxia and Lan Xian were both frightened, especially Lan Xian. Her round little face was pale, and she thought that Teacher Lu would scold her. However, to Xianxia and Lan Xian's surprise, Teacher Lu, who looked fierce on the outside, wasn't very strict with them. "It doesn't matter. Follow me and do as much as you can. Try to stretch your muscles and bones as much as possible. Next time, try to do better than this time. Move your right leg forward a little. Very good. Bend it a little and lower it a little. Can't do it? Can't press it down? Then stop here. It's already very good. Continue to work hard next time." Teacher Lu Dashan's voice was rough, and it was a little scary like him. However, after Teacher Lu's demonstration and guidance, Lan Xian and Xianxia gradually felt that Teacher Lu was not so scary anymore. After a series of warm-up exercises, Lan Xian was already tired and sweating profusely. Xianxia was fine. She was in high spirits. Although there were some beads of sweat on the hair on her temples because of the hot weather, the little girl had just gotten into the mood and was ready to play. "Very good. Teacher Lu Dashan applauded. In order to stimulate the children's enthusiasm, his voice was like beating gongs and drums. He was very excited but also a little rumbling as he said, after warming up, "Do you feel that your bodies are much lighter? Then, let's play a little game now." Teacher Lu was indeed a little lacking in verbal expression. He learned the speaking habits of other teachers and interacted with the children stiffly. However, he forgot to give the children a chance to respond and continued talking. Xianxia opened her eyes wide and curiously saw Teacher Lu pull out a large net bag from the side. There were many basketballs in it. Yes, basketballs. All of them were normal basketballs. They did not change the size of the basketballs just because they were in the first grade of primary school. When the boys in the class saw the basketballs, there was a commotion. Sure enough, ball games were still very attractive to boys. They had long been impatient with the previous warm-up exercises. Now, when they saw the basketballs, their interest rose and their eyes began to shine. Xianxia was not as excited as them, but she was very curious. Although she had seen these things, she had not played them in person. Who has played basketball before? You can raise your hand. Lu Dashan finally gave the children a chance to show off this time. He asked a boy who had played basketball to come up and demonstrate how to bounce the ball. Originally, according to the curriculum outline, he was going to take the children to learn about lining up, running, and other content first. However, this was the first class, and he also knew that these first-grade children were not so patient. If they learned those boring lessons as soon as they came up, he was afraid that they would soon rebel. Lu Dashan, who had taught 2 classes of freshmen, was considered experienced. He decided to balance work and play and intersperse some teaching content appropriately. Most of the time, he would take them to play and stimulate their interest in sports activities. Yes, this is the game we are going to play today. I will teach you how to bounce the ball with both hands. When the class is about to end, we will see which child can bounce the ball the most at one time, okay? Lu Dashan bounced the basketball with one hand and tried to smile at the children. Perhaps if he smiled, it would make him look less fierce. However, at this moment, none of the children were interested in his smile. Their eyes were attracted by the bouncing brown sprite. Xianxia was also eager to give it a try. She wanted to play this basketball and also wanted the teacher to praise her. For example, Teacher Lu said, "Wow, Xianxia, you are so good at bouncing the ball. You are the best." The little girl was a little overjoyed when she thought about it. If she was praised by the PE teacher, she must go home and tell her father that she could bounce the ball. Even the PE teacher praised her. It's fun to play basketball. It's not fun to play basketball. In the car home in the evening, Xianxia and Xianxia had a debate on this issue. Obviously, no one could convince the other. Xianxia was keen on sports, but Xianxia was afraid of these exhausting sports activities. The 2 girls chattered and shouted at each other, as if they were about to quarrel. Wait a minute, did you learn how to play basketball in the physical education class today? You're too good. You're only in the first grade of primary school, but you're already learning how to play basketball. Come on, Xianxia, tell me, how many basketballs did you shoot today? Xianxia had to intervene and change the topic with a smile. Only 1 basketball. I played with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't understand her father's question. She said innocently, but Teacher Lu has a lot of basketballs. At this moment, Xianxia also echoed, yes, there are so many basketballs. Teacher Lu has so many that I can't count them all. The little girl opened her hands and gestured. Xianxia knew that they had misunderstood, but it didn't matter. He said with a smile, aren't you 2 playing a basketball? There are 60 children in your class. If you divide them by half, that's 30 basketballs. Then count how many are left on the ground and whether the teacher has any basketballs in his hands. Add them all up and you'll get the number of basketballs. He didn't know if Xianxia and Xianxia could understand. Xianxia just wanted to teach them some calculation thinking. However, looking at the 2 little girls blinking behind him and thinking in distress, Xianxia guessed that they hadn't understood yet. Xianxia was still trying her best to figure it out, but Xianxia adhered to the principle of not thinking about things that she didn't understand. Soon, she threw the thought to the back of her mind, and then said smugly, Uncle Yang, let me tell you. When we were shooting basketball, I even asked Cece to play for me. Because I'm very tired. Yeah, Xianxia doesn't like to play. She nodded. Xianxia, why don't you like to play? Xianxia asked. Exercise is good for your health. Because I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. Lan Xian pouted and said, the teacher didn't let me rest. I'm still tired. Papa, I'm not tired at all. When I bounced the ball, the teacher praised me. She enthusiastically said to her father as if she was asking for credit. It seemed that the little girl wanted to help her little friend share the firepower. In fact, she just had a lot of stories that she wanted to tell her father and couldn't help but steal the topic. Really? How did the teacher praise you? Xianxia asked with a smile. Teacher Lu said that I'm very good. I'm the best at bouncing the ball among the girls. She said happily, but her tone suddenly became regretful. But I'm not a boy, because Jin Yuxuan is better at bouncing the ball. Xianxia understood what she meant. She was saying that she couldn't compete with boys, but she was the best among the girls. That's great. After all, it's your first day of learning this. Xianxia comforted her. Papa, at first, when I bounced the ball, I hit my nose. The ball flew up. Boom, my nose was hit. Hee. The little girl was still describing it vividly. Her little head was like a little chick pecking at rice. She suddenly nodded and even made the sound of a collision. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. I was hit 3 times. Lan Xian shouted, as if being hit was a reward. I was hit only once, and I didn't get hit again. She said. Xianxia asked with concern, does your nose still hurt? And Xianxia, you were hit so many times. Did you bleed? In the rearview mirror, Shishi's lips were still red and her teeth were white. There was no problem at all. She shook her head and smiled sweetly. It doesn't hurt. Hee, Papa, it's been a long time. Lan Xian waved her hand casually. It doesn't hurt, but I don't like to play. I let Shishi play. After returning home, Shishi was still a little unsatisfied. She wanted to play basketball for her parents. Do your homework first. Papa will buy you a basketball tomorrow. Xianxia rubbed the little girl's head and said with a smile, we don't have one at home now. Papa, you can take me with you to buy one. I want it now. Shishi was a little unhappy when she heard that she had to do her homework. She pulled her father's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Don't you want to do your homework? Murphy asked. The little girl pouted and didn't answer, but her expression had already revealed her inner thoughts. Papa received the homework text message from the teacher. It's not much. There's only homework for math and language. There's no homework for English today. Now you can do your homework. You can finish it before dinner in the blink of an eye. Xianxia scratched his daughter's delicate little nose and said, if you finish your homework before dinner, you can play all night and watch TV, right? But if you don't finish your homework, you won't be able to watch Big Head Fish and Small Head Shrimp when it airs. You have to finish your homework first. Murphy played the bad guy and said seriously. I want to watch TV. I don't want to do my homework. She ground her slippers unhappily. She had to do her homework every day. Xianxia actually knew that she would be impatient, but he didn't expect that on the second day, she had already realized the conflict between homework and playing at home. None of us want to do homework, but we have to do it, because you also want the teacher's praise, and you also want Papa to be happy for you, right? Xianxia pulled Shishi to the sofa, and the two sat side by side and chatted. Shishi gently nodded her little head, but she was still a little sad. Since it's necessary to do it, but we don't like it very much, what should we do? Xianxia said. Shishi raised her little head and looked at her father with her big eyes in confusion. Yes, what should we do? At this time, we have to try our best to choose a time that doesn't conflict with our other things to finish it. For example, during the time before dinner, you usually have nothing to do, and you can only watch TV after dinner, when we come back from a walk. At this time, if we finish our homework, then we can play to our heart's content, right? Xianxia said. Shishi felt that her father's words were reasonable. Although she was still a little reluctant, she still nodded her little head. Similarly, when doing homework, there are many ways to save energy and speed up. As long as you're willing to use your brain, as long as you're focused enough when doing homework, you'll be able to finish it faster and play faster. Xianxia said, "You don't have to worry about this, Papa will slowly explore it with you, Papa will work hard with you, and strive to finish it in the shortest time, okay?" Xixi's words sounded easier to accept, and her father would also help her, which was very important. Her originally depressed expression now became a little happy. Then Papa, you have to help me." The little girl looked at her father with her eyes sparkling, and said expectantly. "Well, of course, Papa will help you, because a smart person will not only work hard, but also be flexible in facing difficulties. Papa hopes that you are also a smart person." Xianxia pressed Xixi's shoulder and said in an encouraging tone. "I am a smart child." Xixi tilted her little head and shouted, as if she was declaring something. The little girl's positive attitude came back. Xianxia laughed. This was what he wanted to see. No matter what the results were, he hoped that Xixi would be the same as before, in the best state and with the most enthusiasm to study. Xianxia didn't only educate his daughter endlessly. After educating her, he still had to coax her. "I don't want to sit here." Xixi, who had agreed to do her homework obediently, stood at the side, pointed at the coffee table, and said with a pout, "The teacher said that our heads and shoulders must be straight, our bodies must be straight, our backs must be straight." Wow, she even recited the teacher's words, as if she was blaming her father. Obviously, although Xixi accepted her father's words, she just figured out the general principle, but she was still unwilling to do her homework. There was a little resentment in her heart, and at this moment, she needed to vent it out. Okay, Dad will change the table for you right away. Upstairs, in your bedroom, there is a desk and chair that Dad bought for you to do your manual work, a very standard desk and chair for doing homework." Xianxia said with a smile, and then, he swaggered up and moved the desk and chair down for Xixi. "Is it okay? I think this desk is very good." Xianxia pulled out the small chair, sat down in a very gentlemanly gesture of welcome, and said to Xixi with a smile. Xixi's little resentment came inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. At this moment, she looked at her father's posture of invitation, and could not help but giggle. Her smiling eyes were like crescent moons, conveying her joy at this moment to her father. On Wednesday afternoon, Xixi, who had just finished a new day of classes, saw her father again. Xianxia pretended to be calm and took Xixi and Xianxia back to the car. When he sat in the driver's seat, his voice suddenly became very tempting. "Xixi, look, what is this?" Xixi and Xianxia both looked forward, and immediately, Xixi's excited voice sounded in the car. Wow. "Papa, basketball. Dad didn't break his promise, right?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Dad bought you a basketball." Yeah. In her baby seat, the little girl could not help but twist happily. She wished she could break free from the seatbelt and run to the front to hug the ball. She even sweetly called out, "Papa is super good. Not just basketball." Xianxia pulled out a big bag from the passenger seat and rummaged through it. As he showed it to Xixi, he said with a smile, "There are also table tennis rackets, badminton rackets, and badminton rackets. Dad guessed that you might need them in the future, so he bought soccer balls and volleyball." It was rare for Xianxia to go to a sports store, and he almost moved the store back. My papa is the best." Xixi nodded with satisfaction, and her praise for her father was upgraded. After all, super couldn't be compared to the most. "I want to play basketball with Xianxia," Xixi said excitedly to her father. "I don't want to play basketball." "You play. It's too tiring to play basketball." Xianxia did not have much interest. She shook her head and said. But I'm in the same group as you," Xixi said in distress. Xixi didn't play basketball because she liked it, but because she enjoyed the comfortable feeling of playing outdoors. It was because she could laugh and play with other children, which made this little game very interesting. How boring it would be to play alone. "But I don't want to play." Xianxia maintained her last stubbornness. She pouted and shook her head. Xixi was a little disappointed. She wanted to invite Xianxia to play with her after she had a basketball. Xianxia did not let Xixi down. After returning home, he took the basketball and took Xianxia to the yard. While the sky was still bright, he played basketball with her. Today we can eat a little later, exercise a little, then do homework and cook, okay? Xianxia smiled, gently hit the basketball on the ground, and passed it to Xianxia at a moderate speed. The little girl was very smart. She did not take the ball directly, for fear that her delicate little nose would be hit by the ball again. She nimbly dodged to the side, and then chuckled and chased after him. Xianxia awkwardly hugged the basketball that was bigger than her head. Only then did she have time to answer. She also mischievously shouted, "Papa, I want to cook, and then you help me do my homework, okay?" Hee hee. You know how to cook? I don't believe it. Xianxia deliberately shook his head disdainfully. Xianxia thought that her father believed her. The little girl chased the basketball that she sent to her father, and embarrassedly stuck out her small tongue. Hee hee, Papa, I was joking. I don't know how to cook. The fun of shooting a basketball is not as good as passing the ball. Shooting a basketball is a solo, passing the ball is the interaction between two people. Xianxia was soon immersed in the game of passing the ball with her father. She did not have her father's ability to control the basketball with one hand. Every time the little girl threw the basketball, she had to raise it high. Even if she was born with divine strength, she had to use all her strength to throw it to her father. Yaya. After half an hour, the little girl threw the basketball in her hand again. She played until her face was red, her forehead was sweating, and her small mouth was panting. But she was having fun, as if she did not want to stop at all. Steamed Bun, who was having fun, did not want to stop either. This guy might have heard the noise and ran out of the house to participate in the game between the big master and the little master. It could not bite such a big basketball, but Steamed Bun was not discouraged at all. It chose to quickly catch up with the basketball, and even went around to the front of the basketball, and used its head to head the ball back. Generally, it was only when Xianxia missed the ball that it had room to play. The big master threw it very well, and Steamed Bun would not snatch it from the little master. Most of the time, it just happily jumped around with the flying basketball. But even so, the little guy was still having fun. It was the first time in its life, 1.5 years old, that it played a ball. Steamed Bun, quick, Steamed Bun, you're great. It liked the little master's happy cries and praises after it caught the ball. This was one of the few expressions that Steamed Bun could understand. After Xianxia explained the original intention of his Hui Brothers company in front of the media's evaluation of Xianxia was not consistent. There were praises, and some media even praised Xianxia to the heavens, saying that he was the most conscientious boss in the entertainment industry. There were also those who were skeptical. Many media outlets were questioning the credibility of Xianxia and Qianli Chuanchu's words, because according to Qianli Chuanchu, Hui Brothers still had a commission for them. However, there was no specific number for this ratio. Who knew if they were acting? There were even more voices of criticism. Xianxia's statement to a certain extent reflected that most agencies in the entertainment industry had unreasonable terms in their contracts with newcomers. Although Xianxia only expressed his attitude towards his friends, it undoubtedly touched the interests of other agencies. Their relationship with the media was complicated, so naturally, many media outlets were willing to jump out to help them criticize Xianxia. Some said that Xianxia's thinking was too naive, and that a company without strict rules would not last long. Some said that Xianxia underestimated the complexity of human nature. Yang Huan was still fine, but now the entire entertainment industry knew that Guizi and Qianli Chuanchu had no restrictions in their contracts with their agencies. These people would be poached by some large agencies sooner or later. Some also said that Xianxia was just creating his perfect persona, the most considerate husband, the brother who took care of his sister the best, and the boss who treated his brothers the best. The entertainment industry was very complicated, and there were many disputes of interests. It was useless to just shout slogans, and it was useless to just run the company with benevolence. Hui Brothers would definitely not be able to develop, and Xianxia's perfect persona would collapse sooner or later. The media's criticism of Xianxia could be described as harsh, but even though it seemed that a war was about to break out in the entertainment industry, Xianxia disappeared without a trace. He did not respond to the doubts and criticisms of others. Because he did not care at all, Xianxia had already had a premonition about these counterattacks when he told the situation of the Hui brothers. Mo Xiaowan had also warned him, but he did not care, so he said it openly. In the overwhelming wave of condemnation, the protagonist seemed to be uninvolved. This made some of the fierce-looking media outlets feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured on their faces, and their enthusiasm could not be ignited. On this day, in Shanghai, there was a new internet media studio called Urban Entertainment Reporter. A young man biting a pen suddenly had his eyes lit up and ran excitedly to the chief editor's office. "Chief editor, I know what news about Xianxia can attract the most attention." "Salted egg, what did you say?" The chief editor pushed up his glasses. Xiandan clenched his fists and said excitedly, "We can write about Xianxia's current net worth." Didn't he say that he didn't need the Huai brothers to earn money for him? This means that he must be very rich, but no one knows how much money he has. Didn't the previous reports always give people the impression that Xianxia was a poor boy who married a rich singer? In just a few years, he went from being poor to being the boss of a management company. This matter must be very inspirational, and people are eager to know how rich he is now. You're right, this is a very selling news. The chief editor also felt that Qiandan's idea was not bad. He patted the table and stood up excitedly. Hee hee. Qiandan stood there and laughed proudly. This idea was a sudden idea, but it was indeed very explosive. Now that the chief editor had approved of him, how could he not be proud? Thinking about it, it seemed that a promotion, a raise, a general manager, a CEO, and a marriage with a rich and beautiful woman wasn't far away. However, Qiandan, you have to check carefully how much money he has earned in the past few years. The chief editor did not disappoint Qiandan. He patted Qiandan's shoulder and encouraged him, "If this report is done well, there should be a lot of people reading it. When the time comes, our company's bonus will not be missed." Qiandan nodded and said proudly, "Don't worry, chief editor, leave it to me." She gradually adapted to her identity and life as a primary school student. Xianxia and Murphy finally had some free time and could continue their work. At present, their main job was to prepare for Murphy's new album when she returned at the end of November. On this day, in Xianxia and Murphy's exclusive recording studio at Phoebe Studio, Xianxia, Murphy, and Ji Ningming sat in their chairs, forming a circle with Mo Xiaowan, who was leaning on the console. It wasn't that there was no place for Mo Xiaowan to sit, but this pretentious unmarried girl said that she wanted to lose weight, slim her butt, and refused to sit. "I think that the new album for the return must have enough weight to form a certain market influence. Because Sister Faye hasn't released a new album for 2 years, this time it must be a hit." Mo Xiaowan clenched her fists and said valiantly, "This is definitely necessary. What we need to study is whether to add previously released singles in the new album," Ji Ningming said. In fact, not to mention the use of previous singles in the new album was also mixed with songs used in the past album. These small tricks were everywhere. The most common way was to take the old songs that were very popular in the past and match them with a few new songs to sell as a new album, called a Golden Song Special. Of course, what Ji Ningming said was another way to do it. After all, the songs that Xianxia wrote for Murphy in the past were all released as singles. There was no lack of quality among these songs, and many of them were even songs that others dreamed of. If they weren't included in the album, Ji Ningming would feel that it was a waste. "Old Jean, we have already released songs, so there's no need to mix them into the new album." Xianxia laughed. "Xiaowan is right. Since it's a return album, we have to do a better job and use all new songs to show our sincerity. But we have to write 12 new songs." Ji Ningming looked at Xianxia with some worry. Although he didn't say what he was going to say next, his eyes revealed his thoughts. "Just 2 months. Can you do it?" At this moment, Mo Xiaowan hesitated and said, "Sister Faye, brother-in-law, actually, we don't have to let brother-in-law finish writing so many songs. According to the practice of many management companies, we can ask other songwriters for songs." Murphy looked at Mo Xiaowan in surprise. She was already used to singing songs written by Xianxia, so she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. "You're asking for a song from someone else?" "Yes, I have my reasons for making this suggestion," Mo Xiaowan said seriously. Xianxia asked curiously, "Tell me about it." "As early as a month ago, Xiaoai released a survey on our studio's official micro-broadcast. It asked the fans which types of songs Sister Faye sang were more popular. This survey is actually a small interactive activity. They hope to mobilize the enthusiasm of fans and promote the sales of songs through this award-winning survey. Mo Xiaowan also explained a lot. I know about this activity. You also asked me to write postcards to a few lucky fans who won. Murphy smiled. What's the result of the survey? Xianxia also had a strong interest in Mo Xiaowan's story. You definitely can't guess the result. Fans are more interested in sad songs like Listen to the Sea and Come Across the Sea to See You, sung by Sister Faye. More than 50% of fans voted for this option. The rest of the fans like to listen to sweet love songs. There are also some who want to listen to Chinese, Cantonese, military songs, and other types of songs. The proportion of the latter is very small. Mo Xiaowan said. Xianxia froze for a moment. He touched his chin thoughtfully. In addition, we found that a large number of fans suggested to us that it would be a bit boring to listen to too many sweet love songs. They hope that Sister Faye can sing some other types of songs. Mo Xiaowan said, when Love of a Lifetime was released, many musicians, such as teacher Li Shijian, made similar comments. Ji Ningming still had an impression of Li Shijian's music reviews. When he heard this, he could not help but nod and say, indeed, you should try some other types of songs. Otherwise, it's easy to limit your singing style to a small range. Just like Feng Hui, one of China's top voice. She used to be called the Queen of Sweet Songs. Everyone's impression of her was only sweet songs. In fact, she also sang other songs, but they were not popular. Xianxia understood. He said with a smile, I know. What you mean is that Murphy sang too many love songs I wrote about the sweetness between us. I'm worried that fans will categorize Murphy as a queen of sweet songs. But Xiaowan, you're underestimating me too much. Xianxia smiled and pointed at Mo Xiaowan. He said, I don't only know how to write this type of song. I can also write other types of songs. If you want to be sad, you can also write about it. Otherwise, why would Listen to the Sea be born? But your experiences are different now. You're living a happy life now. There's no sadness like before. Didn't your songs change their style and become the type of songs that show affection every day? Mo Xiaowan said with some resentment towards the end. Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile, haven't you heard of a poem called In order to write a new poem, one has to express one's sorrow? Mo Xiaowan shook her head in confusion. Murphy had not heard of it either. Ji Ningming, who had a higher reading level, could not help but ask, what poem is that? I've never heard of it either. Xianxia then remembered that there was no mission for old Xian in this world. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, well, that's not important. What I mean is that the creation of music does not necessarily require the same experience to create a song with a certain emotion. It's just like writing a novel. Sometimes, their creation also requires imagination. With some imagination, you can immerse yourself in a certain simulated emotion. Then, this type of song can be written. Murphy pulled Xianxia's hand. She did not want Xianxia to torture her too much. She said, actually, I think it doesn't matter what type of song you sing. And I think that singing a love song that belongs to us will make me very happy. But I know that you actually like to sing sad love songs. Last time, when I sang Love of a Lifetime, you were immersed in it. Other songs are not so attractive. Xianxia pressed Murphy's shoulders with both hands, not letting her deny it. He said softly, don't worry, writing a few songs is not a big problem for me. You can write sad love songs? Then you should have said so earlier. We don't need to find people to write songs for us anymore. Mo Xiaowan said. Not only can I write, but what I write may not necessarily be worse than Listen to the Sea. In front of his own people, Xianxia boasted confidently. Just wait and see. Of course, before making the new album, Xianxia not only wanted to know the suggestions of Mo Xiaowan and Ji Ningming, but also wanted to know the preferences of his fans. He also needed to consider Murphy's opinion. After Xianxia asked, Murphy pondered for a while and said, what I want to sing the most. In fact, I don't care much about the type of songs. Relatively speaking, I prefer to sing some challenging songs that are not so easy to sing well, such as Listen to the Sea and Love of a Lifetime. I prefer these songs that have higher requirements for singing. that means it's more difficult to sing. I've tried to sing the song Love of a Lifetime, but I can't sing it like Yang Yi. Ming couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. I really don't understand how you can sing it. If you can change the shape of your voice in a special way, you can also sing a variety of different songs. Of course, Yang Yi didn't say that. He smiled and said to Ming, every song has thousands of ways to interpret it. You don't have to learn my singing. You can sing it well yourself. The problem is that I don't sing well myself. I like to listen to your version. Sorry, Murphy, I'm not targeting you. Ming felt that something was wrong halfway through his words and quickly changed it. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care. You men's views are still different from ours. Xiao Ai and I like the version sung by Sister Fei. Mo Xiaowan joined in. Yang Yi was still thinking about what Murphy said when he suddenly remembered a song that was recognized as difficult to cover in his previous life. If it were another song, he wouldn't have taken it out immediately, but this song was really interesting. Whether it was the lyrics or the singing, they were all very special, so, he took the cardboard from the table next to him, took out a pen, and wrote on it. Several people saw the movement and thought that Yang Yi was inspired. They all stopped talking and didn't dare to interrupt Yang Yi's thoughts. Only Murphy could go over and read what Yang Yi had written. Why is it that the stronger the wind, the more my heart flutters, like a speck of dust dancing freely in the wind? Murphy couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth in surprise after reading these few sentences. This lyric is very unique, she didn't know why, but just by looking at it, she felt a kind of magical attraction. Murphy couldn't help but like these lyrics. Perhaps the feelings of freedom expressed in these lyrics were very special? Murphy was not a person who yearned for freedom. On the contrary, she did not like her life to change too much. If she was like other female celebrities who yearned for freedom and rock and roll, Yang Yi would probably have sung Miss Dong, but when she was singing, Mo Fei liked the feeling of freedom expressed in the lyrics of the song, just like Listen to the Sea, the voice was raised high and then dropped down. This feeling of freedom and playing with the rhythm was very fascinating, so, when she read these lyrics, it was as if she had become a speck of dust, being thrown around in the wind. The rhythm of the music here should also be endlessly high and floating. Murphy was lost in thought. After writing the lyrics, Yang Yi hung it on the whiteboard in the recording studio. Yang Yi, is this an improvised song? Ming couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't wear glasses today, so he excitedly walked up to the whiteboard and looked at it. This song was inspired before, but I didn't finish it because it's a bit difficult. Murphy can sing it, but the audience may not be able to sing it. It has a wide range. The main song is between G3 and G4, but the chorus is raised by a whole octave, between G4 and G5. It can be considered as one of my experimental products. Yang Yi chuckled and said casually, today, Murphy mentioned it, so I took it out for you to see. Ming touched his chin and said, I don't know how well it's sung, but your lyrics are very interesting. Look at the end of each line, it doesn't rhyme completely, or it basically doesn't rhyme at all. But from the content of the lyrics, the imagery and mood are very strong, and it has a special sense of déjà vu. Mo Xiaowan couldn't wait. She looked at it from the side and found a chance to interrupt. I don't think there's a need to say so much. Let's listen to brother-in-law sing it first. As for how the song is like, we'll have a rough impression after listening to it once. This song, if sung by a male voice, will be a bit worse, but I can hum it once for you to listen to and use it as a reference. Yang Yi didn't refuse. After thinking for a while, he began to hum. Keep going in the direction where the wind blows, go. Blow, 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 my pride and indulgence. He had learned the singing style of Sha Baoliang in his previous life. The main part of the song was calm and had a desire for freedom, while the chorus was high and had a trace of struggle. It had to be said that for a male voice to sing this song at Sha Baoliang's level, it was already pretty good. Due to the limitations of his gender, Yang Yi was destined to be unable to imitate the original song. In his previous life, the reason why Su Yuning's singing was described as ear-scratching was not only because of her vibrato, but also because of her unique singing style that couldn't be separated from her own voice. This was something that Yang Yi couldn't imitate. Murphy might be able to do it, because her voice was indeed very good. As a woman, she could imitate many different female voices, such as ethereal, hoarse, or unruly. Yang Yi's imitation was much worse. Of course, what was even more fascinating was Su Yuning's casual and improvisational style in the original song. But even if Yang Yi couldn't imitate the original song, his unaccompanied humming was enough to make Murphy, Jining Ming, and the rest intoxicated. There's actually such a song. After Yang Yi finished singing, Jining Ming couldn't help sighing. When I saw the lyrics that you wrote, I already felt that it wasn't ordinary. Now that I've listened to it, it's even more special. How special is it? Mo Xiaowan curiously asked. She felt that it was pretty good, but she couldn't tell what was so special about it. Jining Ming smiled, pointed to his head, and said, "It's special because I thought about it for a long time just now, but I couldn't find a template that matches it. In Chinese music, there is no song that is similar to its singing style. That's why it's special." Even Love to Work Hard to Win wasn't that special, because although the tune of Love to Work Hard to Win was also very ear-catching, it could still be classified as an old song. Many songs that circulated in Nanyang had similar rhythms to it. But Wild Child really didn't have a corresponding template. Not to mention this world, even in Yang Yi's previous life, it was the most special. Even after it was released, no one could imitate the same style of song. Yang Yi still hoped that Murphy could sing the original song, or even surpass it. So, he said to Murphy, who still wanted to hear more, "When singing this song, don't sing it like me. You have to imagine that you're really a leaf that's being blown by the wind. First, break all the melodies, mess it up, and then find your unique rhythm." "I want to try." Murphy was a little itchy. She looked at the recording room in the recording studio and said eagerly. She definitely couldn't sing this song well in a day or two. During the time when Yang Yi was writing songs for her new album, Murphy had her new toy. When they went to school, many students would have a question: is the school unwilling to spend money to hire a cleaner? Why is it that we students have to do the cleaning work every day when the cleaner can do it? Even if the school arranged duty for the students, there was still a reasonable excuse: to cultivate the students' sense of responsibility and self-care ability. However, this kind of question had never been cut off in the minds of the children. Fortunately, the current Xianxia was still young. She was still at the age where she would only listen to instructions and not ask why. As a matter of fact, on Thursday evening, it was Xianxia's turn to be responsible for cleaning the classroom and the school's area of responsibility. 4 students were left to clean the classroom, while Xianxia, Lu Xiaoyu, and the other 4 students were arranged by teacher Li Rulan to sweep the fallen leaves in the pavilion of the school. "Let's go to the tool room to get the cleaning tools first. After we get them, remember to return them to the old man in charge of registration." Li Rulan took the 6 ignorant children and taught them step by step how to learn how to sweep the floor from scratch. Li Rulan took 4 fluffy miscanthus brooms and 2 dustpans. It had to be said that these brooms were taller than the children and each tool was heavy. For the first-grade children, it was not a small challenge. However, to Li Rulan's surprise, the children were very excited and began to fight over them. Although it was a bit difficult to lift the heavy tools, they still excitedly grabbed their respective tools and waved them around with all their might, as if they were great generals holding the green dragon crescent blade. Li Rulan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she stopped them. "All right, stop playing with the brooms. What if you hit others? Let's go sweep the floor." Even though the teacher shouted for them to stop playing around, the children were still very excited and chattered noisily along the way. "Our brooms are not like this. Our brooms are very light. I don't even have to use much strength to hold them," Lu Xiaoyu said to Xianxia. However, Xianxia had a different opinion. Our brooms are also this big. My grandfather's brooms are even bigger, super big." "Wow. Why do they need such a big broom? I can't even lift it," Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. "Because they had a big courtyard." However, Xianxia didn't know the reason. The little girl giggled and said something without any substance to her friend. Although they couldn't solve the problem, the two still chatted happily. Xianxia was very strong. She was the only one among the 6 children who could easily handle the weight of the broom. The other 3 boys with brooms were having a hard time. Lu Xiaoyu had already swapped the broom with a boy's dustpan. Little Fishy was not as strong as Xianxia, Girls were delicate and weak, so there was no way she could play with such a heavy and bulky person. Xianxia, lend me your broom for the teacher. When they reached the place, Li Rulan took the broom from Xixi's hand and demonstrated to the children how to sweep the leaves and trash. You have to sweep these together first. You don't have to sweep too much at once. For example, if we sweep such a small area, we can call the student with the dustpan over and sweep the trash into the dustpan. Xiaoyu, come over here. Yes, you have to press the dustpan like this. After cleaning it up, you can dump the trash that has been swept into the trash can over there. Li Rulan was very careful and gently taught the children the steps and processes. However, not every child could be like Xixi, staring at the teacher with wide eyes. Two mischievous boys looked at the teacher halfway and couldn't wait to grab the broom and sweep it left and right. In fact, they were like peacocks who were trying their best to show off their beautiful wings in front of the opposite sex. They cried out loudly and swung the broom with the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 troops. In the end, leaves flew everywhere and dust flew everywhere. The two little girls, Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu, who loved to be clean, hurriedly ran away and stood far away from them. All right, everyone, let's work hard together and try to finish sweeping the ground here as soon as possible. Li Rulan helplessly made a hasty ending and turned around to teach the two little guys who were a little naughty. At home, sweeping the floor was her father's job. The fallen leaves in the yard and the bushes were taken care of by a special property management staff. This was the first time in Xixi's life that she had swept the floor. Therefore, the little girl also excitedly played with her little friends. I want to sweep this place. It's a super big place. Xixi fiddled with the broom and pointed at the area beside the checkered tiles and the flower bed. She giggled at Lu Xiaoyu and said, then you sweep in with me, in your shovel. She was very focused on sweeping the floor, but her posture was a little wrong. She held the handle with both hands, as if she was holding a hoe. She waved it left and right awkwardly. Fortunately, Xixi was stronger and full of enthusiasm. After sweeping for a while, the little girl gathered a piece of trash with great effort, but she didn't realize the problem. Xixi had listened to the teacher's explanation just now, but she was more focused on how to cooperate with her friends and ignored how the teacher held the broom. Fortunately, her little friend had been arranged to sweep the floor at home before. Lu Xiaoyu stood aside and watched for a while. She scratched her head and said hesitantly, Xixi, this is not how you hold the broom. You have to hold it upright. Hold it upright? What kind of hold it upright? Xixi looked at Lu Xiaoyu in confusion. Little you I don't understand, it's. Hey, I'll show you. Lu Xiaoyu had to put down her dustpan and ask Xixi for the broom. She put it upright in front of her with some effort, then held the broom with her right hand and left hand, showing Xixi the correct way to hold a broom. Xixi tried again. Sure enough, it was much easier this time. Wow, little you you're so awesome. Xixi shouted happily. Hee hee. Lu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. The two simple-minded girls smiled brightly under the warm afternoon sun. It was a feeling of pearls shining on jade. Xixi swept the floor, and Lu Xiaoyu took the trash and threw it out. The two girls cooperated very well. Teacher Li Rulan came over and praised them for their efficiency. Compared to the boys who played around after working for a while, Xixi's performance couldn't be better. Li Rulan secretly sighed in her heart. It said that the children of celebrities are arrogant and domineering. Now it seems that it's not entirely true. The arrogance and domineering in her heart was an incident a few years ago where the son of an old celebrity drove without a license and beat up others with his friends. This incident caused a sensation and caused the public to denounce the second generation of celebrities. Li Rulan didn't care much about the entertainment industry, but she still had a deep impression of this news. Xixi was different. Li Rulan found that the daughter of a celebrity in her class was not arrogant and domineering. Instead, she had a good temper and was willing to make friends with other students. She was also very polite to the teacher. Today, Xixi actively participated in the work, which made Li Rulan feel even more incredulous. No wonder the news said that Yang Yi and Murphy's family is very low-key and is a model family. This pair of celebrities must spend more time with their children than they do working, right? They've raised their children to be so well-behaved and sensible. Li Rulan could rest assured and let Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu sweep the floor by themselves. She only needed to look after the other 4 brats. However, it would be great if today's sweeping went smoothly. Xixi, you're so strong. Lu Xiaoyu was a little tired after running back and forth a few times. She looked enviously at Xixi, who was waving the big broom with ease. Really? Xianxia also said that I'm super strong. Xixi said happily, but Chen Shiryun is also very strong. Her papa is a boxer. He's super strong. Who's Chen Shiryun? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Before Cece finished her words, she continued, but her papa is very powerful, but my papa is even more powerful. My papa defeated the big bad wolf and saved Huahua. Huahua is a very cute deer. If she continued talking about this topic, there would be no end to it. Fortunately, Xixi stopped in time. She said with a smile, "Oh, little fishy, I forgot that you don't know Chen Shiryun yet. Chen Shiryun is my good friend, just like Xianxia. But she's not in our class. She's in class 8. Let's go play with her together next time." Xixi was chatting with her friends in full swing, so she didn't pay attention to the environment around her. On the flower bed behind her, there was an iron wire that was used to fix the flagpole a few days ago, but it was probably missing. It was hanging there shakily. When the little girl swept the floor, she stepped back step by step. As she chatted with Lu Xiaoyu, she stepped back unsteadily. Suddenly, the hem of her shirt was caught by the iron wire. With a tearing sound, Cece subconsciously turned her little head and stared blankly at her clean, white shirt that had been torn open. What's going on? She didn't react yet. Lu Xiaoyu poked her little head and said in surprise, "Wow, Xixi, your shirt is torn." Yes, Xixi also saw it. The little girl realized that her shirt was really torn, so she panicked. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. In the past, even if her clothes were dirty, they were never torn. The little girl didn't know what to do for a moment. She was confused, self-blaming, and worried. Lu Xiaoyu was more enthusiastic. She threw down the dustpan and went to help Xixi pull the iron wire that was still hooked on it. Then she smiled and said, "Okay. It's off. But my shirt is still torn." Xixi was not happy at all. She gently pouted her little mouth and reached out to grab the hem of her shirt. There was a finger-long tear, so big that Xixi could fit her little palm. Her shirt was torn. It wouldn't look good, yeah. What should we do? Your clothes are torn. Lu Xiaoyu also curiously glanced at him and said. This was a good question. Xixi also wanted to know. What to do? I don't know what to do either. Xixi lowered her little head. Her 2 little hands grabbed the hem of her shirt as she said in a muffled voice. Now the little girl was panicking. She was worried that her parents would blame her for tearing her beautiful school uniform. Xixi, who was originally in a bright mood, was now frowning with worry. This helpless look made people feel pity for her. Li Rulan inadvertently turned her head and happened to see the gloomy atmosphere. Something was wrong. Moreover, Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu's cleaning tools were on the ground. She thought that the 2 girls had a conflict. She quickly walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Xiaoyu raised her little head. When she saw Teacher Li Rulan, her eyes lit up. She excitedly said to the teacher, "Teacher Li, Xixi's shirt was torn by this thing. What do you think we should do?" Xixi was still a little worried. She raised her eyes in low spirits and looked at the teacher. Only then did Li Rulan understand. She anxiously lifted the hem of Xixi's shirt and asked, "Other than your clothes being torn, are you hurt anywhere else? Xianxia, were you scratched by this iron wire anywhere?" Xixi looked at the teacher in confusion. She hesitated for a moment before saying, My clothes were torn. The teacher is asking if you were scratched. Do you feel any pain anywhere?" Li Rulan checked Xixi's back. She didn't see any wounds, but she was still worried and asked. Xixi understood this time. She shook her little head. "That's good." Li Rulan's worried heart relaxed a little. Being scratched by these rusty iron wires was not a small matter. These children had delicate bodies. If they were injured anywhere, they would inevitably be tortured by tetanus needles. However, Li Rulan noticed Xixi's sad look. She smiled and said, "It's okay if your clothes are torn. After everyone finishes sweeping the floor, the teacher will take you to the office and mend it for you. She blinked her big eyes and asked doubtfully, "It's still okay, is it done?" The little girl also had no concept of mending clothes. At home, Yang and Murphy were not the kind of people who were diligent and thrifty. After a while, she followed Teacher Lee to the first grade office. It was a place where the teachers could rest, grade homework, and prepare for lessons after the two classrooms were connected. This was the first time she had been here. The little girl followed behind Teacher Lee timidly, but her big eyes looked around curiously. There were still some teachers who stayed in the office to work. However, she didn't recognize them and didn't dare to greet them. Isn't this Big Ming? Cough, student Xianxia? Teacher Lee, why did you call her to the office? Did she do something wrong? Finally, a familiar voice was heard. She saw her math teacher. She finally saw an acquaintance. Lu Xianxian had just let it slip. She and Li Rulan had agreed not to make it public. Teacher Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? Does she have to do something wrong to be called to the office by me? Li Rulan smiled and put her hand on Xi's shoulder. She patted her affectionately and said, "Student Yang, she is the model student in our class. She is obedient, sensible, and smart. How could she do anything wrong? It's like this." Li Rulan told Lu Xianxian about Xi's clothes being torn. "I took off the iron wire and threw it away. I don't know who left it there. Fortunately, it didn't hurt anyone." She didn't quite understand what a model student meant, but in context, she felt that Teacher Lee was praising her. She was happy in her heart. "Hello, Teacher Lu." The little girl greeted obediently. Good. Lu Xianxian smiled and patted Xi's little head. "Don't worry, your Teacher Lee will help you mend your clothes." "Okay." Xi's heart was filled with hope at this moment, and she responded sweetly. Li Rulan took out a small needle and thread box from her drawer. She didn't know why she would put these things in the office, but now was not the time to think about it. "There is no white thread, only black thread and red thread." Li Rulan was a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to disappoint Xi. Suddenly, the paper card with a flower drawn on it that Xi showed her on Tuesday flashed through her mind, and she had an idea in her heart. Huijia Primary School's curriculum arrangement was one of its major features. Unlike public schools, it had 4 classes in the morning and 2 classes in the afternoon. After 3:40 p.m., other primary schools had their last class. However, Huijia Primary School's curriculum was for interest classes from that time until school was over. Just like when Yang Yi came to Lanzhou for an inspection, Huijia Primary School paid particular attention to quality education for the children, and would not only focus on grades. Every child could choose their own interest classes from Monday to Friday according to their own interests. Huijia Primary School offered a wide variety of interest classes, from the more popular ones like singing, dancing, playing musical instruments, sports, chess, painting, and even more special ones like reading, reciting, debating, science, and so on. Huijia Primary School obviously invested a lot of manpower and resources in offering so many interest classes and hiring professional teachers to teach them. Of course, it was the first week of school, and the children were still making choices with their parents. Therefore, the interest classes were temporarily left to the children to do whatever they wanted in the classroom. Since there was nothing else to do, Li Rulan asked the students on duty to start working early and try to finish cleaning before school was over, so that they wouldn't have to stay after school. Yang Yi went to pick up Xi at 4:30 p.m. as scheduled. The little girl's mood seemed to have brightened up again. As soon as she saw her father, she couldn't wait to turn around and show her father the back of her clothes. "Papa, look, I have a little flower here." Xi showed it happily. It was a little flower sewn with a needle and thread. It had red petals and black leaves. The ratio was a little unique, but the design was clever and looked interesting. "Why is there a flower sewn on your school uniform?" Yang Yi asked in surprise. "Who sewed it for you?" "Teacher Lee did it for me." The little girl turned around and pointed at the head teacher, Li Rulan, who was talking to other parents. She smiled sweetly and said, because my clothes were torn, the teacher fixed it for me." "There's also a little flower." The little girl liked the little flower. She turned left and right with a smile, as if she wanted to admire it from different angles. At this moment, Xianxia, who had already understood the situation from Xixi, added, "Yes." Xixi tore her clothes. "There's a big hole. When did you tear it? How did you tear it?" Xianxia was more concerned about this. The little flower didn't matter. The question was, why did Xi's clothes tear? Xixi blinked her big eyes, and her excitement dissipated a little. She felt her father's urgency, but the little girl seemed to have misunderstood. She thought that her father was going to blame her. She pouted slightly and whispered, because I was sweeping the floor with little Fishy, and then, I accidentally tore it. Papa, don't be angry, okay? The movement here attracted Li Rulan's attention. She was going to wait for Xixi's parents to come over and explain to him. Now that she saw Xianxia, she quickly walked over. After hearing Xixi's words, Li Rulan subconsciously thought that Xianxia had a bad temper. She quickly explained, "It's like this, Mr. Yang. Xia's clothes accidentally hooked on a wire when she was on duty and cut a hole." When Xianxia heard this, his reaction was similar to Li Rulan's. He squatted down and anxiously hugged his daughter's soft little body. He asked, "Xixi, other than your school uniform being torn, are there any other injuries on your body? Were you scratched?" "No, it's just that the school uniform was torn. Mr. Yang, I've checked it," Li Rulan said from the side. Xixi also nodded. She looked at her father eagerly and muttered, "Papa, don't be angry, okay? My clothes are all ready." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "What are you thinking about? Why would Papa be angry with you? Papa is concerned about you. It doesn't matter if your clothes are torn, as long as you are fine. Look at such a big hole, Papa was almost scared to death by you. I was worried that you were injured too." In fact, when he heard Xixi say that her clothes were torn, he thought that it was a school bullying incident. Xixi was bullied, so he was a little angry. "Papa, let me tell you, little Fishy and I don't know what to do. My clothes are torn." Xixi didn't care so much. When she heard that her father didn't care about her clothes being torn, she was in a good mood. She happily hugged her father's neck and couldn't wait to tell her father how scared she was when her clothes were torn. "Let's talk about this later when we get home." Xianxia smiled and patted Xixi's little head. He said, "Should we thank Teacher Li? She helped you mend your clothes, and she even made them look so good." Li Rulan listened from the side and quickly waved her hand. "No, this is what I should do. Besides, it's also my negligence. I didn't take good care of the child. I didn't even know there was a wire." Xianxia stood up with Xixi in his arms. He smiled at her and said, "Teacher Li, how can this be blamed on you? It's inevitable for children to get hurt. After suffering this once, I believe that she will be more careful in the future. But I still want to thank you for mending Xixi's clothes." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Xixi snuggled in her father's arms and said sweetly under his small movements. Li Rulan didn't expect Xianxia to be so kind. When she saw Xia's anxious look just now, her heart skipped a beat. She thought that she had met an unreasonable parent. This was just a small misunderstanding. "It's nothing. This is what a teacher should do." Li Rulan smiled. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Rulan and Lu Xianxian were preparing for class in the living room of their house. Being a teacher was a little tough. Teaching was only a part of the job. The few classes that they gave on the podium didn't even exceed half of their working time. Usually, they had to mark homework, prepare lesson plans, and organize meetings. If they were the head teacher, they had to take care of the children in the class, manage discipline, and a lot of other things. It was very common for people like them to continue preparing for class at night when they came back. Of course, Li Rulan was very serious in preparing for class, but Lu Xianxian, the female hooligan, was a little half-hearted. She was seriously writing 2 words for a while, scratching her feet for a while, studying her nails for a while, and then taking out her phone to look at it. Microbroadcasting. "Wow. Lan, look, the clothes you sewed for Xianxia in the afternoon." Suddenly, Lu Xianxian shouted, "Xianxia posted it on microbroadcasting. Many people are praising you as a teacher." Li Rulan curiously came over to take a look. "Xixi's family chef?" This is Yang Yi's Weibo? Yes. You don't know, this guy is a gourmet who has been delayed by the entertainment industry. Lu Xianxia giggled. When did you follow him? Li Rulin asked curiously as she looked at Yang Yi's microbroadcasting. It's rare for us to have an interaction with a big star. Of course, we have to follow him. Microbroadcasting's picture was a single school uniform photo. She had changed her clothes after returning home. Yang Yi probably took the photo before throwing the clothes into the washing machine. In the middle of the photo was the small flower she embroidered. In Li Rulin's opinion, the stitches were still not strict and fine enough. It's a little embarrassing. Li Rulin saw the tens of thousands of likes and thought with shame. Microbroadcasting's text simply described the experience of the homeroom teacher mending Shishi's clothes after she tore them. There were no other comments, as if Yang Yi was just casually describing a daily trivial matter. But in the comments, Li Rulin received unanimous praise from her fans. Full of positive energy, I'm going to call this teacher like crazy. Are there more teachers like this? Please give me a dozen. Not only did she help sew the clothes, but she also skillfully embroidered a small flower. I suddenly feel that this teacher is too cute. She must like it very much, right? When my wife was in elementary school, I feel that I can rest assured knowing that she had such a good teacher to take care of her. Get lost, upstairs, this is my wife. At this moment, Lu Xianxian, who was leaning close to Li Rulin's face, suddenly laughed. She pointed to a comment on her phone and read it slyly, all of you can go and snatch Shishi. Teacher, I'm going to take her away. Take her away. Take her away. The echo was made by Lu Xianxian herself. Li Rulin didn't know what kind of joke wife was, but when she heard this sentence, her face couldn't help but turn red. She patted the female hooligan Lu Xianxian reproachfully. Of course, at this moment, Li Rulin's heart was filled with joy and gratitude. This gratitude was for herself. In the past, she had always been good to the children secretly. At most, she would receive the gratitude of the parents and children like in the afternoon. But she had never received the recognition of so many people like tonight. It turned out that being a kind person and being gentle to the people and things in life could feel so good. In the first half of the year, the variety shows that people were talking about were reality shows like The Limit Challenge. But in the second half of the year, the music variety show, China's Voice, which was a hidden talent show, became popular all over the country, especially during the weekend. After the new episode of the show was broadcasted, all kinds of media reports about China's Voice sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some were positive, and some were negative. On the stage of China's Voice, the coaches would not ask about the past of the contestants, and the program team would not ask the contestants to fabricate their own stories. But they could not stop the enthusiasm of the media. In the eyes of the media reporters, these contestants who had finally made a name for themselves must have had a special past. And these pasts would definitely be breaking news. For example, when they dug into Thousand Miles Chuanshu, they found out the connection between Thousand Miles Chuanshu and Yang Yi. It became a hot topic, and Yang Yi had no choice but to come out and explain himself. In addition, Su Lu, who was on the same show as Thousand Miles Chuanshu and also received the coaching fourth transition, was also dug up by the entertainment reporters. Although Su Lu was a bar singer before this, it was not a big news. After all, China's Voice's official website introduced Su Lu's past as a bar singer. However, with the characteristics of entertainment reporters, they would definitely not be willing to report this news in a plain and ordinary way. They did not know where they got a photo of Su Lu's red hair from before, but they made up a story about Su Lu hanging out in nightclubs. It had to be said that this kind of negative news had a great impact on the contestants themselves. Although China Star produced a lawyer's letter to warn them, the media retracted the report and officially apologized. But many fans who only read the first half of the article and did not read the second half had a bad impression of Su Lu. Even a few years later, some tabloid media purposely skirted around the edges, saying that Su Lu's image before her debut was not serious. Of course, if one wanted to develop in the entertainment industry, they would have to endure such open and covert attacks. As long as they became strong enough, like Yang Yi and Xianxia, they would not have to worry about the impact of these small media reports. Moreover, whether it was positive or negative, it was an important factor to maintain a high level of exposure. China's voice was frequently reported, and the personal stories of the contestants were frequently exposed. Wasn't this a symbol of the popularity of the show and the popularity of the contestants? Some people couldn't even get such exposure even if they wanted it. The Great Travel Challenge had already aired a few episodes. As a travel reality show, it received a lot of attention when Xianxia Productions and Xianxia TV station announced the guest lineup. On the other hand, Xianxia TV station was a big producer of variety shows and had a wide audience base. Therefore, when the first episode was broadcast, the ratings of Travel Challenge were quite good. However, in the process of watching this show, many people subconsciously compared it to the Limit Challenge. They couldn't help but spit in their hearts, what kind of show is this? It had to be said that the location of the Great Travel Challenge was quite good. In the first episode of the French special, the opening shot was panned from afar to close-up. Every frame was beautiful and could be used as a computer desktop if cut out. However, with the appearance of the 6 fixed members, 3 men and 3 women, the quality of the program began to drop like an avalanche. Li Man could be considered to have a glib tongue, but she met a group of pig teammates. Especially that beauty from the popular girl group. She thought her answers were cute, but it was obvious that she was trying to act cute. Her fake baby voice was very stupid no matter how you looked at it. Yiqing's personality was more impulsive, and her words often put everyone on the spot, so they could only rely on Li Man to smooth things over. Of course, Li Man herself wasn't any better. Her performance at the beginning was still quite normal. However, reality shows were filmed 24/7. Gradually, Li Man couldn't keep up the act. In some of her normal actions, her bossy attitude towards Chao Tsong was gradually revealed. No wonder Chao Tsong had a falling out with them. After watching this episode, the audience had a rough idea of what was going on. These people all have the temperament of a young master and a young miss. The more important part of the show was the Great Challenge. Of course, the traces of learning from the Limit Challenge were very obvious. However, Xianxia Productions still had a few tricks up their sleeves. Their game design was quite interesting. But the problem was that they chose the wrong members. At the beginning of the challenge, the popular little fresh meat kept complaining to the camera, and the beauty from the popular girl group acted coquettishly. Although the interaction with the director was also learning from the Limit Challenge, the problem was that after the interaction, they didn't fully participate in the game. One was lazier than the other, and one was stupider than the other. Even if they finally finished the task, the audience wasn't stupid. They had already started to complain on the internet, isn't the traces of cheating too obvious? This passerby they asked for help, are they sure it wasn't arranged by the director? That's right, after watching the first episode, the reputation of the Great Travel Challenge collapsed. Even if Xianxia Productions bought a water army and barely maintained its ratings, compared to the Limit Challenge, this show was far worse. The ratings of the second episode dropped by a third, and the ratings of the third episode were less than a third of the first episode. In response to the audience's complaints, Xianxia Productions' Luo Jinting stepped forward to explain, "Everyone, don't worry. From the 6th episode onwards, our show will have a huge change. Because after Chao Tsong quit, we invited a very important variety show Big Shot to join us, but the audience didn't buy it. They even left comments on Xianxia's micro-broadcasting, 'Come on, we can only save the show if we replace the other 5 people besides Chao Tsong. Otherwise, it doesn't matter who Chao Tsong is replaced.' Speaking of which, Chao Tsong is the only one among the 6 who dares to fight. She even worked hard to complete the tasks that affected her image as an idol. For example, she ate worms in exchange for money. If Chao Tsong is replaced, what's the point of this show? Even if we get a new variety show Big Shot, they'll probably be angered to death by the other 5. Without Chao Tsong, I'm very worried about whether they can still complete the tasks." Previous poster, don't worry. Every time there's a crisis during the filming, a mysterious passerby will appear to save the world. No matter what, the Great Travel Challenge's reputation and viewership ratings were constantly slipping. Meanwhile, China's The Voice's popularity had pushed this reality show to the extreme of its decline. Li Man didn't know about this. She had just returned from filming Brazil's Jungle Station. She was so tired that she wanted to take a bath and sleep for a few days and nights. But her manager came looking for her the next day. Man, let me tell you, your new album might have to be delayed. It's best to release it next year, Ichi said. Why? Lee Man asked in surprise. I'm getting a lot of attention now. Why should I wait until next year? By then, the Great Travel Challenge will be completely out of business. What am I going to release then? Lee Man was a little agitated. Ichi smiled bitterly and said, it can't be helped. During the few days when you went to film the show, Phoebe Studio, which is Xianxia, announced that Murphy would be releasing an album at the end of November. If you release it in December, you'll definitely clash with her. No one wanted to release an album with Murphy. Xianxia's creative ability was obvious to all. Murphy's singing ability was also known to everyone. If they were to clash with her, she was destined to steal the limelight. Lee Man listened and was silent for a while. She gritted her teeth and said, why do they always clash with me? At this moment, thousands of alpacas were running in her heart. Ichi smiled bitterly and didn't know how to answer. We can release it earlier. Anyway, the album is ready. How about releasing it in October? I'll ask Xianxia Productions to free up my schedule, Lee Man said angrily. Originally, when she released the album at the end of the year, she would have finished filming her variety show and could go all out to hit the charts. But now, if she released the album in October or November, it would conflict with the recording of the Great Travel Challenge. But Ichi shook her head and said, the company's people analyzed that October is not suitable, because in October, Xianxia will release an album. This is his first Mandarin album. It is said that Xianxia also wrote a few songs for him. You'd better not fight with him head-on. Xianxia. Now Lee Man was going crazy when she heard this name. Why is it him again? Lee Man's voice was squeezed out from her teeth, and her face was flustered and exasperated. Brother Yang, what interest course did you choose for Xixi? On Sunday morning, Lan Caokai brought Wu Jingjing and Lan Xian over for a visit. Boss Lan had just returned from Jinling City yesterday evening and was travel-worn. However, he couldn't sleep in because Lan Xian woke up early and was noisy early in the morning. The entire villa was restless. Lan Xian said she wanted to go to Xixi's house to play. Coincidentally, Lan Caokai was also preparing to discuss with Xianxia about the design of the amusement park. This time, he went to Jinling. Because of the country's opening policy, the officials of Wuchang County and Jinling City were still very enthusiastic towards him. Their efficiency was also much higher than before. It was probably only a matter of time before they bought the training island. Xianxia also said that after they bought the training island, they would immediately start building the first park of the amusement park. However, building a house required a design, not to mention the more complicated design of the amusement park. It involved billions or even tens of billions of capital investment. Lan Caokai was very cautious about this. A normal design team definitely wouldn't do. Whether it was a domestic design team or a foreign design team, their qualifications had to be world-class. Of course, how to choose the design team, what the standards were, and how much the budget was needed. These issues all needed to be discussed slowly with Xianxia. Lan Caokai wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, his main purpose for visiting Xianxi's house today was to see what interest course Xianxia had chosen for Xixi. Last night, Wu Jingjing had shown him the list of interest courses offered by Huijia Primary School. He had a headache. Xixi can choose whatever she wants. Xianxia turned to look at Xixi, who was playing with Lan Xian. He smiled and said, however, I did tell her that although I won't interfere with her choice, she has to be responsible for her own choice. If she chooses a course, she has to study it well this semester. After Lan Caokai heard Xianxi's actions, he smiled bitterly. That's Xixi. Do you know what our Xian said? Her mother asked her, Xian, what course do you want to choose? She said, can I not choose? It's so tiring to go to class. If Lan Caokai didn't let Lan Xian choose, Lan Xian might not even be bothered to go to class. However, what Lan Caokai said made Murphy very happy. She smiled and said, I thought Xian would ask if there's any good food. Hey, let's not talk about her. Murphy, what course did Xixi choose? We also want to take a look, Wu Jingjing said with a smile. She likes dancing, so she chose a dancing class on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And she likes drawing, so this class is on Thursdays. She also chose a reading class on Fridays. She said she likes reading, Murphy said as she counted with her fingers. In fact, she had a little misunderstanding about the reading class. The school arranged this interest class so that the teacher could take them to read children's books. There was an introduction on the directory of the interest classes. In the reading class, the teacher would guide the children to read profound prose or famous works. Of course, children of different ages would have different classes of difficulty. But even in the first grade reading class, there were only stacks of words with almost no illustrations. However, Yang Yi didn't tell Xi in detail. He thought that Xi could try a new challenge. And Qin Shiyun told Xi that she chose the shuttlecock kicking class, so Xi also chose one. They will attend this class on Monday afternoon, Murphy said. Xianxia definitely doesn't like dancing and shuttlecock kicking. Wu Jingjing shook her head. But I think she can sign up for a reading class. Murphy smiled and said, you can choose a vocal music class for Xianxia. Xianxia has a good voice. She is a good singer. Before Murphy finished her words, Lan Xian's loud screams and laughter came from the side. She wasn't in any danger. She was having fun with Xi and Tong Tong. The two girls were imitating Tong Tong in the castle. They crawled around the pillows, dolls, and other obstacles. Tong Tong was crawling and chasing after sister Lan Xian who came to play with her. The little guy was laughing heartily, having a lot of fun as well. It had to be said that Tong Tong was very athletic. Although he didn't know how to walk, he could crawl very fast. He even knew how to twist his little butt and use his knees to increase his speed. Lan Xian was almost caught by Tong Tong just now. Little brother, don't keep chasing after sister Xianxia. There's still me. She turned her head and found that she was left out. She giggled and shouted. The adults looked away from the children. Wu Jingjing nodded to Murphy and smiled. Learn to sing? That's a good idea. After chatting for a long time, Murphy went to the bathroom. Yang Yi brought out a plate of cut fruits from the kitchen and called Lan Xian and Xi to eat. Wu Jingjing played with her phone out of boredom. When Murphy came back, she heard Wu Jingjing laughing. She asked curiously, what's so funny? Look at this news. It's about Yang Yi. Wu Jingjing took the phone and smiled. They just found out that Yang Yi is a billionaire. That's right. Wu Jingjing was looking at the news article written by Qian Dan from Metropolis Entertainment. The poor boy then became a billionaire now. Murphy didn't lose out by marrying him. The title of the article was very scary. Therefore, when Metropolis Entertainment's micro-broadcasting was published today, many web portals contacted and reposted it. Let me have a look too. Hearing Wu Jingjing say that, Lan Caokai became interested. He took out his phone and asked Wu Jingjing to find it. He also started looking through it. In this article, Qian Dan started by using the year's hottest shows, The Limit Challenge and China's Voice, to attract people's attention. She exposed the fact that these two shows were not only designed by Yang Yi, but also produced by China Star Productions, which was solely owned by Yang Yi. Through China Star Productions, Yang Yi earned the biggest share of the profits after the two shows became popular. However, no one knew that when Yang Yi joined forces with Xianxia Productions to acquire China Star Productions, he spent nearly 100 million renminbi to acquire the original production team and other assets of China Star Productions. To be able to take out 100 million renminbi in liquid funds, and even take out 30 million renminbi to invest in the Children's Book Author Support Fund to support the development of children's literature, Yang Yi is no longer the ordinary person who was thought to be incompatible with Murphy 2 years ago. He is also no longer the poor kid who lived in the slums that some reports dug up. It had to be said that Qian Dan had put in a lot of effort for this article. She counted in detail the books that Yang Yi had published, the movies that he had filmed, the songs that he had sold, and the copyrights that he had sold over the past few years. Combining it with some media reports, Qian Dan roughly calculated Yang Yi's current net worth. It's at least 600 million renminbi. Of course, it could be even more. Because China Star Productions' 2 shows are very popular now, if Yang Yi is willing to sell them, they would be worth at least 300 to 400 million renminbi. Of course, Yang Yi would not be so stupid as to sell off these 2 golden eggs. After reading the entire article, Murphy appeared very calm. On the other hand, after Lan Caokai glanced at the 600 million that Qian Dan had calculated in the end, he chuckled with a hint of mockery. "Why are you laughing like that?" Wu Jingjing asked, puzzled. Lan Caokai waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm laughing because this reporter thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that he has exposed some amazing news, but in reality, what he calculated is not even a fraction of Brother Yang's net worth. The money that Brother Yang has spent on that piece of land in Jinling City is already more than 600 million renminbi." Wu Jingjing was suddenly enlightened and said with a smile, "I know. If you include the shares of Sahara Online Mall, Yang Yi's net worth might scare them to death." "That's right. If Brother Yang reveals his net worth, he will definitely crush those young talents who are usually bragging about in the reports," Lan Caokai said, giving a thumbs up. "Don't mock me, you too. No matter how much net worth I have, it can't compare to Big Brother Lan. Besides, people are afraid of being famous just as pigs are fattened. We should keep a low profile and live a good life." Yang Yi smiled slightly. "I think so too. It's all the same whether you have a lot of money or not," Murphy said with the same tone as Yang Yi. Not everyone knew about the relationship between Yang Yi and the Sahara Online Mall, as well as his relationship with the Backwave technology company behind micro-broadcasting, and the Mantis shrimp animation production company that he had a stake in. The equity distribution behind these technology companies was strictly confidential. Moreover, Yang Yi was a hands-off boss. Even in those companies, other than the higher-ups, few employees knew about Yang Yi's existence. Therefore, when most people saw Qian Dan's news, their reaction would not be as disdainful as Lan Caokai. Instead, they would be surprised. Qian Dan's report was reasonable and the readers could match it with their own memories. Yang Yi had indeed sold the copyrights, invested in these movies, and created these 2 programs. Therefore, they would basically agree with Qian Dan's judgment. Yang Yi had a net worth of almost 600 million yuan. Even if it was just a mere 600 million yuan, it was enough to shock many people. How amazing was this? In just 2 or 3 years, he went from a poor boy living in a shanty town to a billionaire with a net worth of 600 million yuan. This story was too inspirational. Under Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting, the fans were already boiling. They left messages and comments asking if Yang Yi had really earned so much. Of course, Yang Yi would not respond to these comments. However, even if he did not respond, the fans knew how amazing Yang Yi was. Their admiration for him increased day by day. "You are indeed my favorite idol. When I see your deeds, I feel that my heart is full of positive energy. I feel that as long as I work as hard as you, I can get promoted and earn a lot of money. I can also marry a rich and beautiful woman one day." Relying on his own brain to make money. Although Yang Dada's qualifications are shallow, compared to others, he is definitely the person who earns the most from copyrights. "I am now like Yang Yi. I don't have much savings. I work hard in the big city and live in a shanty town. However, I have a dream to be like Yang Yi. I believe that one day, I can also earn 600 million yuan." Of course, there were also very naughty fellows who called him father-in-law every day. They even kept up with the times and commented in a variety of ways, "I'm kneeling to father-in-law. You don't have to work so hard to earn money to buy a dowry for my wife. If I don't take it, I'll be looking down on you. If I take it, how embarrassing would that be?" Normally, such mantis shrimps would be beaten to death. Qian Dan's report on Yang Yi was an inspirational chicken soup for the soul for many people who wanted to embark on the path of creation. In the Wuhu district of Jiang City, Yuing also saw the report. Many women might be envious of Murphy's good luck. She started out as a stubborn stone and managed to discover a diamond mine with a limitless future. However, what Yuing paid attention to was the report on Yang Yi's journey to the pinnacle of his life. Yang Yi's success is like a fairy tale. Everything started from the midsummer 3 years ago. Jiang City was blooming with flowers and peach blossoms. Soldiers' Assault quietly appeared on the Chiyue Literature Network. That was also the beginning of this legend. Yuing liked Qian Dan's description very much. It was a simple description, but it seemed to be magnificent, making people's hearts surge. He also started to succeed by writing books. Ewing thought to herself. She knew more about Yang Yi. For example, Yang Yi was actually the boss of Sahara Publishing House. She also knew a lot about Yang Yi's deeds when he started from scratch. However, every time she read it, Ewing could not help but feel encouraged. Can you be as successful as him? Ewing murmured softly as she caressed the manuscript in her hands. She had already finished writing and was just finishing up. She might be asking about the manuscript, or she might be asking about herself. But this was not important. What was important was that Ewing was eager to see herself succeed. If I succeed, it proves that I can also take care of Xiaowei well by myself. Who would dare to laugh at me for being a single mother? Yu Ying's heart was ignited with an inexplicable flame. Women are independent. What's the use of having a man? Of course, Ewing was a woman after all. After a while, her thoughts became emotional again. If this book can be published. When I get the first month's money, I will resign and concentrate on writing at home to make more time to accompany Xiaowei. Working and writing at the same time. I'm so tired, my dear. How true do you think this report is? He can earn hundreds of millions just by writing a few books and a few songs? On the big bed of a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Shanghai, Li Man, who was wearing silk pajamas, pushed the man who was resting with his eyes closed beside her and asked softly. This man, who looked to be in his 50s, was obviously not as energetic as before. Li Man was so bored that she played with her phone after work. Coincidentally, she also saw the news report about Yang Yi and couldn't help but cry out. The man took his glasses from the bedside and put them on. He squinted his eyes and looked at the report on the phone for a while. His movements were slow and leisurely. After taking off his glasses, he snorted softly and said, "What? You see that he has hundreds of millions and is young and handsome. You want to fall in love with someone else?" Li Man's body trembled. She hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What? It's not like you don't know. I hate him so much that I gnash my teeth. Isn't this because I can't bear to see him doing well? If one day he goes bankrupt and I see this kind of news, I'll really be happy. My dear, I only love you. Although you don't only love me." Li Man said faintly after being intimate with the other party for a while. The man obviously didn't want to talk about the topic brought out by Li Man. He raised his chin and motioned to Li Man's phone. There's basically nothing wrong with what the report said. This surnamed Yang has a bit of standard. Global Pictures' Su Zhongwei also suffered a loss in his hands, but in the end, he still couldn't do anything to him. Old Jean, you say, how can he earn so much? I also know a few creators. Although they all have a bit of money, they can't earn as much as him. Li Man said while drawing circles on the man's chest. Jean Yuanhe was the boss of Chu Han Management Company where Li Man worked. Of course, Jean Yuanhe's main business was in real estate. Chu Han Management Company was just a cage that he bought to raise Li Man, this canary. In this world, creators can earn more money than poor working stars like you. Of course, they don't have the limelight as you. Stars. Jean Yuanhe patted Li Man's red face and humphed. Of course, there aren't many creators like Yang Yi, who wrote a few popular novels and filmed a successful movie. In addition, if you can make those 2 programs, you can also have a net worth of hundreds of millions. How can I do that? Li Man charmingly smiled. She knew the man's mentality and deliberately showed weakness. I can only follow a capable man like you and drink some soup. Jean Yuanhe revealed a satisfied smile. It's good that you know. But you have to give me an idea. Recently, he provoked me again. I want to make him uncomfortable. Li Man said coquettishly. In the blink of an eye, it was already late September. It seemed to be an autumn rain. The next day, the weather in Jiangqing had already become cool. Yang Yi was already prepared. He called over Xi, who was actively putting on her socks, and asked her to put on the little suit jacket of her school uniform. Papa, there's a bow here. Xi grabbed a red ribbon and asked her father to tie it to her collar. Yang Yi had tried to put it on her once before, but the little girl was obsessed with it. She thought it would look better this way, so she wore it every day. However, Yang Yi liked Xi's little black suit jacket more. After putting it on, the little girl looked extraordinarily beautiful and elegant. Of course, if she didn't let her two little hands sway by her side like a duckling, her temperament would have been more gentle and quiet. Xianxia, I heard from Papa that you have an exam today, right? Murphy asked her daughter with concern as she sat on the sofa and pressed Tong Tong's little butt with one hand to prevent him from crawling away. Yes, we have an exam. Xianxia just remembered. She scratched her head and said in a daze. It was a unit test. However, the little girl obviously didn't have any special reaction to the exam. She even related the exam to her interview at Huijia Primary School and felt that it should be something as simple as that. Before she tried the exam, Xianxia was very nervous and flustered. However, after she tried it, Xianxia wasn't afraid anymore. Was the exam just chatting with the teacher? What was so difficult about that? Moreover, Xianxia didn't have the concept of exam results. She felt that exams were just exams, and the results didn't seem to have much of an impact. This might also have something to do with the special way Yang Yi and Murphy taught Xianxia. They never talked about the importance of exam results in front of Xianxia. Even though Cici had achieved very good results in the interview and received a very high evaluation from the invigilator, Yang Yi only played it down. At most, he simply praised her with a few words. Now that her mother had mentioned it, Cici, who was skipping to school to play with her friends, finally thought of the exam. Of course, she didn't become anxious. Then you have to work hard today. Murphy raised a palm and smiled. Come on, give me 5. Mom wishes you success. Hee hee. Xianxia smiled and ran over in her pink slippers. She reached out and patted her mother's palm. After her small hand clapped with her big hand, she asked happily, Mom, what do you mean by success? Oh. You have to ask your father about that. Murphy was embarrassed. She only knew how to use those idioms, but she didn't know how to explain them. Nervousness was actually contagious. Although Xianxia didn't take the exam seriously at home, when she arrived at school, Xianxia noticed that her classmates were a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but become a little nervous. Lu Xiaoyu frowned worriedly. Usually, when the two girls met, they would talk about a lot of things. However, today, she sat there holding a pen and didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. Little Yu, why are you unhappy? Xianxia tilted her head and asked with concern. Because there's an exam today. It turned out that Lu Xiaoyu wasn't in the mood to talk. She was just too nervous. Now that Xianxia had started, she finally found an outlet to vent her emotions. Xianxia, I'm scared. Aya, what are you scared of? Xianxia asked, puzzled. I'm scared that if I don't do well in the exam, my father will be angry. Lu Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said softly, he will say, little Yu, you don't study hard and don't do well in the exam. Then he won't let me watch TV. He won't let you watch TV? Xianxia looked at her little friend in surprise. That's right, he used to be like this. Lu Xiaoyu pouted and nodded her head vigorously. Lu Xiaoyu's kindergarten education in the past did have exams. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyu had a deeper understanding of these things. When it came to exams, she became nervous. Xianxia looked at her little friend with concern. After a while, she thought of herself. If she didn't do well in the exam, would her father not let her watch TV? If that was the case, not being able to watch TV would be terrible. The little girl couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She sat in her seat and let her imagination run wild. After the morning reading class, Lu Xianxian walked into the classroom with a stack of test papers. Xianxia looked at Teacher Lu on the podium, who was calling for the group leaders of each group to come up and help distribute the test papers. This sense of urgency in her heart became more and more obvious. As a teacher, Lu Xianxian was relatively patient. She knew that many of the children were taking the exam for the first time. Therefore, she spent a long time explaining the process of the exam to them. In the end, she looked at the children below the podium, whose faces were tense. She smiled and said, Students, this is just a small unit test. These are all very simple questions. Don't be nervous. I don't want to take the exam. Xianxia heard Wang Lele not far from the seat in front of her. He was muttering in grievance. His eyes were red, as if he had been crying. Xianxia was in a trance. It was as if she had returned to the day of the entrance exam. Many of her little friends were also crying. However, today was not so bad. Perhaps it was because they had grown up. Most of the students were just nervous. For example, Xianxia was obviously much calmer. She didn't have the thought of crying like before. After the test papers were distributed, teacher Xianxia stood on the podium and read the questions to the children, afraid that they couldn't understand the words. She also followed the teacher's reading and skimmed through the test paper in advance. It didn't seem difficult. There weren't many questions on the test paper. There were 8 major questions and 1 additional question. Basically, all of the questions were related to counting. For example, the first big question was to show a picture and ask the children to count the number of apples, bunnies, flowers, birds, goldfish, and so on. Then, fill in the corresponding numbers in the brackets behind the picture below. After all, she and the others had only learned counting in the first unit. It hadn't been expanded to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. However, don't underestimate counting. This seemingly simple knowledge point could be given different difficulties and different logic by the teacher who came up with the questions. For example, the first few questions were simple counting and filling in the blanks. Later on, there were connecting questions, connecting different pictures with the same number together. There were also logical judgment questions and so on. The most difficult one was the additional question. It gave a picture of a boy, a girl, and different amounts of water left in the same cup next to them. The question was, the boy and the girl drank the same amount of water in a cup. With so much water left, who drank the most water just now? In the eyes of adults, this question should be very simple. As long as they understood the question correctly, they could solve it. However, for children who didn't know how to turn their brains, this question was a bit complicated. If they couldn't turn their brains around, many children might subconsciously choose the boy with the most water in the cup. However, these questions weren't difficult for Xianxia and Xianxia. These 2 girls, although they didn't learn 2 profound mathematical formulas when they were in Springfield kindergarten, under the guidance of the teacher, their logical thinking ability was trained and their brains turned faster. After teacher Xianxia read the questions and finished reading the additional questions, she thought of the answer. I know how to do it. I'll tell you. It's because Lily didn't have much water left. That's why Lily drank a lot. That's why she had so little water left. The little girl looked at the test paper and happily said to Lu Xiaoyu, who was next to her. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her deskmate in confusion. She didn't know if she still couldn't understand the solution she told her or if she was confused by Xi's operation. Could she tell others the answer? No, but she didn't know anything about exam discipline, but coincidentally, Lu Xianxia was standing not far from Xi's row. After Lu Xianxia finished reading the questions, the classroom was relatively quiet except for some of the children. At this time, Xi opened her mouth to speak. Her movements were more obvious and were caught by the teacher immediately. It was actually the genius girl with a pair of beautiful big eyes that no one could forget. When Lu Xianxia looked over, the little girl was still happily telling the answers to her deskmate. Of course, Lu Xianxia also heard that Xi was indeed very smart. The answers she said were correct. However, passing the answers during the exam was cheating. Fortunately, Lu Xianxia also saw that Xi didn't do it on purpose. Who would dare to speak so obviously when cheating? Cough cough. Lu Xianxia walked over and put her hand on Xi's shoulder. She whispered, Xianxia, don't whisper to other students. During the exam, all the questions must be completed independently. Xi looked up at the teacher in confusion. She didn't know that she had violated the rules. You can't tell others your answers like just now. Do you understand? Although Lu Xuanxuan's voice was still gentle, her expression was a little serious. At this time, an appropriate amount of seriousness could let Xi realize the seriousness of the problem. Xi finally understood. The little girl lowered her head in embarrassment and nodded gently. She pouted and said in a weak voice, Teacher Lu, I know I was wrong. It's okay. You didn't understand the first time. Now that you know you were wrong, just don't do it in the future. Lu Xianxia put down her hand and wiped the seriousness on her face. She smiled and said, Okay, go and do the questions. However, she realized that she had done something wrong this time. Although the teacher didn't continue to blame her, a heavy sense of guilt had already spread in her heart. During the exam, even though she was still looking at the paper seriously, her small hand still holding the pencil as she wrote the Arabic numerals stroke by stroke, it was obvious that her expression was not as excited and happy as before. The little girl frowned slightly. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with worry at this moment. The corners of her mouth were slightly downwards. It was hard to tell if she was feeling wronged or sad. What was interesting was that she, who was frowning, was not alone. Many other children were also frowning like her, but they felt that the questions were difficult. There were even a few students who had a poor foundation in mathematics or were usually mischievous in class. When they flipped to the difficult problems at the back, they were confused and did not know how to solve them. They were so anxious that they scratched their ears and cheeks and looked left and right, wanting to see how others did it. Xianxia walked behind Shi, knocked on the table in the next row, and warned softly, "Xianxia, you can't copy other people's answers." Xianxia's tone was even harsher than before. She was also prescribing the right medicine for the problem. She was more obedient, and it was also her first offense, so she treated her gently. However, when it came to Xianxia and the other boys who were usually more mischievous and thick-skinned, Xianxia's tone was much harsher. She subconsciously looked back and just happened to see Xianxia withdraw his gaze from her paper. Sure enough, he was thick-skinned. This little boy didn't have any sense of guilt like Cici after being scolded by the teacher. He just lowered his head regretfully. He regretted that he didn't see Cici's answer clearly just now. "It's okay, just ignore him." Xianxia recovered her gentleness. She smiled and asked Shi to turn her head back. She said, "Continue to do the questions. Just cover the paper properly." Shi's mood at school was very complicated. She blamed herself, felt wronged, and felt sad. At this moment, in the studio's recording studio, Murphy's mood was not much better. Today, Xianxia took out 3 songs prepared for her new album, 12 songs, so it was better to take them out one by one. But when she looked at the lyrics, Murphy felt very sad. The first song was "He Doesn't Love Me." Yes, it was the song that Mo Wenwei sang while laughing and crying at her solo concert in a very popular video in Xianxia's previous life. "He doesn't love me. When we hold hands, he is too cold. When we hug, we don't get close enough." This song was considered by many as the best lovelorn song. Every line of the lyrics was full of sadness. Murphy was an extremely emotional person. Looking at these lines of lyrics, a fictitious scene emerged in her mind one after another. Xianxia and her relationship gradually drifted apart. Originally, they held hands, hugged, and kissed intimately every day, but now, they became less and less intimate. The second song was "The Most Familiar Stranger." In Xianxia's previous life, this song was the same as "He Doesn't Love Me." Although it was released at the end of the last century, it was popular regardless of era and age. Even after 20 years, it was still widely sung. That popularity even gave people the misconception that it had only been a few years since it became popular. The lyrics of this song were also sad. Compared with "He Doesn't Love Me," the way it expressed its feelings was different. It was not as direct, bitter, and strong as the lyrics of "He Doesn't Love Me." What it expressed was a kind of cold pain. We have become the most familiar strangers in the world. In the future, we will have our own twists and turns, and each of us will be sad, because they had loved each other deeply, they were the most familiar with each other. But because they did not contact each other after breaking up, even if they were the most familiar with each other, they were just strangers. From now on, we will not have any contact with each other. No matter who is brilliant, who is decadent, it has nothing to do with you. It was hard to tell whether this song was written about heartlessness or the hidden reluctance behind the heartlessness. It was so cold that it made people tremble, but the sweetness that could be associated with it was also heart-wrenching. When Emofe saw these lyrics, she couldn't help but imagine some of these scenes. Corresponding to the love between her and Xianxia at this moment, when she thought of the separation that would happen, the discomfort in her heart was like the shackles of a volcano being torn apart, erupting all at once. In the past, when Xianxia had taken out "Listen to the Sea," Murphy had not been as sad as she was. Now, so Xianxia had not yet realized the impact of his 2 songs. He even said to Murphy with interest, "My favorite is still The Most Familiar Stranger. It is very interesting when played with the saxophone. Let me play it for you." Xianxia took the saxophone from the instrument rack next to him and began to play. This was a slow lyric song. The saxophone did not play much in the original accompaniment. It only appeared for a moment in the prelude. Of course, that short part was amazing enough. However, this song was originally suitable for playing with the saxophone. Xianxia had even dug out the complete saxophone score. Mofe opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped on second thought. She looked at Xianxia, who was playing enthusiastically, and the look in her eyes was a little gloomy, and her mouth was slightly pursed. Her expression was exactly the same as Cece's. After all, the power of genes was limitless. However, since they were both biological children, Tong Tong was not as sentimental as his mother. Listening to his father play the saxophone, Tong Tong was not affected by the melancholy and sad music at all. Not only did he not feel sad, but the little boy even grabbed the railing of the crib and excitedly climbed up. Although he could not stand steadily, when he saw his father shaking his head and winking at him, he also beamed with joy. The atmosphere in the recording studio was very strange. Tong Tong's father was also affected. The two of them were silly and seemed to be very happy. On the other hand, the atmosphere on Murphy's side was a little gloomy and oppressive. There were people who used phrases like deep and calm, soft and sad, and like an echo in the night to describe the characteristics of the saxophone. The emotions contained in The Most Familiar Stranger seemed to be squashed and elongated under the saxophone's performance. It was like silk, entangling people's hearts. Although Xianxia played the saxophone to tease his son at the beginning, he couldn't bear to blaspheme this piece of music, so he continued to play it affectionately. Especially when he played the line "each sorrowful," he used a long, continuous trill to raise the pitch like an electric current, as if it could penetrate people's souls. Murphy closed her eyes and immersed herself in the sad music of the saxophone. But even with her eyes closed, she couldn't suppress her bursting emotions. 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Xianxia had just stood up from the wind and turned his head around when he saw the scene. "What's going on? Why is she crying?" Xianxia immediately stopped playing, and the saxophone's voice stopped abruptly. Instead, he asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Don't tell me you were moved by the song I played?" Xianxia joked. "Did I play it that well? I'm not good at this kind of thing." Murphy rubbed her eyes and looked at the guy who didn't understand her feelings. She sat there sullenly. Her creased eyebrows, wrinkled nose, and slightly puffed pink cheeks were written all over her face. "I'm very sad, and I'm waiting for you to comfort me." Of course, Xianxia could roughly guess the source of Murphy's emotions. He put down the saxophone and sat on the coffee table in front of Murphy. He looked at her and smiled gently. "Didn't I tell you that these songs were just my imagination? Don't think too much about it, okay? They don't express my true feelings. They're just emotions that I created out of thin air to write sad songs." How could Murphy not understand this? It wasn't as if Murphy didn't know if Xianxia had a change of heart. However, she was a woman who needed a sense of security when it came to relationships. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She pursed her lips and said with a nasal voice, "I know. It's just that when I read these lyrics, I can't help but think of a lot of messy things." "What nonsense?" Xianxia asked. "It's like you fell in love with someone else. Just like what you wrote in this song. I don't know when it started, but you didn't love me anymore," Murphy said. Her heart ached and her eyes turned red again. Xianxia's heart ached when he saw this. He simply sat beside Murphy and pulled her into his arms. She straddled his thighs. The two of them faced each other and were even closer to each other. Murphy's face turned red from Xianxia's teasing. Not to mention that she didn't know where the bad feelings from before disappeared. She turned her head to look at Tong Tong, who was in the crib. Tong Tong was staring at them with wide eyes. Although the sofa armrest blocked some of her view, Murphy was still a little embarrassed. "Our son is watching," Murphy said shyly. "Don't worry about him." Xianxia reached out and pinched Murphy's nose. He laughed and said, "Look at you. You can make yourself look so embarrassed by letting your imagination run wild. Aren't you a big idiot?" Say it yourself. You're still bullying me. Murphy realized that she couldn't persuade Yang Yi, so she didn't care anymore. She revealed her true nature and cried out with an aggrieved expression. When did I bully you? Yang Yi laughed. You pinched my nose. Murphy said angrily. I didn't even use any strength. I just pinched it lightly. How can that be called pinching? I don't care. Usually, when you feel sorry for me, you kiss me. Why would you pinch me? Ugh. Murphy couldn't say anything else. After a while, she was finally released. Her lips were red and translucent, and her face was as red as snow. Although she was still glaring at Yang Yi angrily, her eyes, which were filled with both joy and anger, seemed to be about to burst with charm. Don't let your imagination run wild. We're fine. Yang Yi hugged Murphy and let her head rest on his chest. His lips were warm for a while before he spoke slowly. Then what about in the future? Murphy was still affected by her imagination and muttered softly. Of course we'll continue to be fine. Writing songs is just writing songs. It has nothing to do with reality. Yang Yi said softly. After getting the answer she wanted, Murphy's head rubbed against Yang Yi's chest and didn't say anything. Let me read you a poem. Do you remember the last time I told you about forcing myself to say my worries for a new poem? Yang Yi asked with a smile. I don't remember. Murphy replied softly. This is a poem written by an ancient person called Xianxia. The full text is like this: young people don't know the taste of worries. Love to go up the stairs. Forcing myself to say my worries for a new poem. Yang Yi recited with a cadence. You seem to have read one more line. Murphy sat up and said doubtfully. No, the poem is like this. There's another line below, now I know the taste of worries. Wanting to say it, but not wanting to say it. Wanting to say it, but not wanting to say it's cold autumn. Yang Yi said while shaking his head. Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. Cold autumn, this sentence sounds so casual. It's like talking. That's right. What this poem wants to say is that when you were young, you didn't know what worries were. You liked to go to the top of a tall building and look into the distance, as if you could understand the taste of worries. And when you go to the top and look into the distance, you don't know how to worry. In order to write a good work, you can force yourself to say that you're worried. Now that you've tasted the taste of worries, you can't say it even if you want to. You can only say it's cold autumn. It's like saying normal words. There's no rhyme at all. Yang Yi interpreted a bunch of words before looking into Murphy's eyes with a smile and said softly, the songs I'm writing now are originally to forcefully describe this kind of sad emotion. But just like this poem said, if a person really reaches this sad moment, I'm afraid they won't be able to write a work to express this emotion. I understand. I'm just a little affected by the emotions of these songs. I suddenly feel sad in my heart. Murphy grabbed Yang Yi's hand and said with her head down, but now that I'm by your side, I know that I didn't lose you. I'm very happy. I know that it's not like that. Dang dang dang. The sound next to them interrupted Yang Yi and Murphy's thoughts. They turned their heads to look. At the crib, Tong Tong saw that his parents were ignoring him, so he was too lazy to continue looking. The little guy grabbed the toy in the crib, the plastic forklift that he liked, and rhythmically knocked on the crib's guardrail. It was as if he was about to break out of prison. Yang Yi and Murphy retracted their gazes and looked at each other with a smile. Murphy also got down from Yang Yi's lap and went to take care of her little son. If you don't think these songs are good, why don't we change them? We can sing something more relaxing. What do you think? Murphy bent down beside the crib to tidy up Tong Tong's clothes. Just as she was about to carry him out for a spin, Yang Yi leaned against the wall and asked softly. No way. Murphy rolled her eyes. The songs are fine. Why can't they be good? Didn't you say that they were too sad? They are sad. These songs are too sad. Yang Yi laughed. Since you don't like them, why force yourself to sing them? It's not like I can't find other songs for you. Murphy blinked innocently at Yang Yi and said, who told you that I don't like these songs? You like them? Yang Yi was a little confused. Yeah, I heard you play the saxophone just now. The melody was so beautiful. How can I not like such good songs? Mo Fei carried Xianxia out. The little guy grabbed his mother's clothes with one hand, but he was very playful. He reached out to his father with the other hand. Baba. Tong Tong waved his little hand. It seemed that he was more interested in his father, who was just playing with him. Xianxia took Tong Tong, but he was still confused and continued to ask Murphy, "But you just said that they are sad." Sad is one thing, but liking them is another. Although I feel sad when I see the lyrics, I can't help but like them. It should be very interesting to sing them. Murphy giggled. When she saw Xiangyi's dumbfounded expression, she said, You don't understand women. The more they are sad, the more they like it. Isn't that right? In those years, who was the one who watched those tragic dramas from the neighboring countries with snot and tears running down their faces, but loved them so much? Women. Xiangyi was a little speechless. Okay, as long as you like it. I was worried that you wouldn't like this type of songs because I wanted to create a sad special for you. Sure. However, you have to teach me these 3 songs first. I only listened to the song The Most Familiar Stranger. Murphy's 2 hands pressed on the low cabinet as she excitedly said to Xiangyi. Xiangyi smiled and said, Well, which one do you want to listen to first? This one. The lyrics of Xianxia K song are also very sad, but compared to the others, it's a little lighter and not as straightforward. Let's go from shallow to deep and take it slow, Murphy murmured. This song is more interesting. The female voice has a female voice, and the male voice has a male voice. Xiangyi recalled several versions of the song that he had heard in his previous life. After pondering for a while, he said, I'll sing the male voice for you. We can study the female voice later. But for the male version, I'll have to play the drums. For the male version, Xiangyi naturally had to imitate Zhang Guorong's singing style. Then I'll help you hold your son. Murphy was interested and carried Tong Tong over. Hey, Baba. The little boy was unwilling. He hadn't started playing with his father yet. When he was in his mother's arms, he pouted his small mouth and made a fuss. Fortunately, Xiangyi sat in front of the drum set and played a trick of twirling the stick with his fingertips, attracting little Momo's attention. The little boy forgot his opinion of his mother and opened his big round eyes, looking at his father in surprise. It seemed that he was shocked by his father's performance. It seemed that he was using his little head to try to understand what his father was doing. Xiangyi teased his son, then he became serious and began to sing the first few lines, slowly looking back, the night that belonged to each other. Hong Hong is still you, the sun in my heart. It was actually a Cantonese song. Murphy felt that the sentence structure of these lyrics was a bit special, but she didn't have a deep understanding of language, so she couldn't tell which language the sentence order was from. However, a classic was a classic. Xiangyi only sang the first few lines, and Murphy was attracted by the charm of the song. She stood aside with Tong Tong in her arms, looking at him eagerly, forgetting to sit down. Zhang Guorong's singing was able to move countless people. In fact, his singing wasn't the main reason. Even if his singing was top-notch, the key was that he could control his voice with emotion. This was something that many imitators couldn't do. Controlling the voice with emotion referred to giving a strong emotion to the voice. It was rare that it wasn't pretentious, and it was rare that it was just right. With the addition of his singing, he could easily express his talent and his sincere feelings. This kind of song would naturally move the audience. Xiangyi couldn't reach Zhang Guorong's level for the time being. However, with his wide vocal range, solid singing, and hard imitation, Xiangyi could sing with a little feeling of an older brother. It's a pity that we're about to be separated, so I can only gaze deeply at this moment. For example, in this sentence, the slight pause between this moment and gaze deeply at, as well as the change of emotion, Murphy showed an infatuated expression as she listened. At this time, Xiangyi hit the drum, as if he was using the rapid drumming to bring in the chorus of the climax. Even if there are thousands of songs in the future, floating on my road in the distance, even if there are thousands of stars in the evening, brighter than tonight's moon, Xiangyi hit the drum according to the rhythm and sang with emotion. Only he, relying on his vigorous aura and extraordinary body coordination, was able to beat the drum and sing without being affected at the same time. However, Murphy didn't think too much about these meaningless things. She looked at Xiangyi with blurred eyes, and was almost intoxicated by Yang Yi's cadence at this moment. Yang Yi also looked at her affectionately, and with that very seductive singing voice, he hummed, "Can't compare to this night's beauty, can't wash away my thoughts tonight, aha, because you're singing with me tonight." Murphy bit her lower lip, and her cheeks turned slightly red. No one was willing to sing only half of this song. Although it was just a demonstration, Yang Yi still sang the whole song. In the end, he even hummed the last part of the song under the steady drumming. "How is it? This song is good, right?" Yang Yi still wanted to continue singing, so he smiled and said to Murphy. However, Murphy rolled her eyes at him and pretended to be unhappy. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. "You're so bad." Murphy said angrily, "Such a good song, I can't wait to hear it, but you actually bewitched me and said that you would change it to another song." Hey, how is that bewitching? Was your language taught by a PE teacher?" Yang Yi laughed. He knew that Murphy was just playing with him. Sometimes, the young couple quarreled, which was also a reflection of the fun in life. "Yes, I was bewitched." "Your language was taught by a PE teacher." While the two of them were bickering, Tong Tong became very interested in the drum set that his father was playing. He started to blabber and finally attracted his father's attention. "Why, you want to play?" Yang Yi laughed and handed a drumstick to the little guy. The drumstick was not heavy, so Tong Tong could hold it. Moreover, his ability to imitate was beyond his parents' expectations. Murphy carried him to the drum set, and the little guy excitedly waved his little arms and started to hit the drum. Hee hee. The little guy was so happy that he even turned his head to look at his father and grinned, as if to say, "Dad, look, I can hit the drum too." When she came back at night, she didn't talk to Xianxia in the car like before. The little girl was in a very low mood. However, she didn't want to say it in front of Xianxia. Yang Yi waited until she got home before asking. I was scolded by Teacher Lu." She leaned in her mother's arms and finally opened her mouth. Yang Yi put Shi's small bag on the table and asked puzzledly, "Why did Teacher Lu scold you? Is it because you didn't do well in the math exam?" "It's okay. If you didn't do well, we'll work harder next time. Don't take it to heart." Murphy touched her daughter's little head and comforted her with a smile. "It's just an exam. It doesn't mean anything." She shook her head. Her little hand grabbed the buttons of her mother's clothes and played with them unconsciously. She pouted and said, "No, Teacher Lu scolded me because I did something wrong." "What did you do wrong? How did Teacher Lu scold you?" Yang Yi asked. He was actually quite sensitive to the word scolding his daughter had said. In his heart, he thought that this Mr. Lu had said something unpleasant to make Cici so upset. I don't even know. I said that Lily drank the most water and told little fishy, so Teacher Lu scolded me." Shi's memory was very good. Moreover, this incident left a deep impression on her, so she could repeat what Teacher Lu said. Teacher Lu said, "Xianxia, don't whisper to other students. During the exam, all the questions have to be completed independently." Yang Yi and Murphy asked for some details and understood the whole story. "This isn't scolding you." Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to Shi, "Teacher Lu was just reminding you." "That's right. You can't cheat in the exam. You can't copy other people's answers or tell other people your answers." Murphy said seriously. She didn't cheat." Yang Yi defended his daughter and pulled her over. He looked at her and said, "Because she said that she didn't know the rules of the examination room, right? She, if you knew that the teacher wouldn't allow this, you wouldn't have told little you were the answer, right?" She looked into her father's eyes and nodded vigorously. She didn't like the word cheating that her mother mentioned. She pouted and tried her best to explain to her father, I didn't tell them after I found out that Chen Yuxuan was peeking at my test paper from behind. Then, the teacher found out, so I hid the test paper and didn't want to show it to him." "That's great. You see, you're still a good kid. Admit your mistakes and correct them, right? Besides, your original intention wasn't to tell little you or your answers. You just didn't know the rules of the examination room." So, the teacher was just reminding you, not scolding you, Xianxia said gently. She leaned into her father's arms and grabbed his fingers. Did Teacher Lu say anything to you after the exam? Xianxia asked. Also, did the homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, talk to you? She looked at her father in confusion. She thought for a moment and then shook her head. That's right. Look, the teacher didn't even take it to heart. Why did you think about it the whole day? Xianxia smiled and used his other hand to ruffle Shishi's cute bangs. Anyway, you know your mistakes and corrected them. Everything is fine now, right? You don't have to be sad, right? Shishi's hair was messed up, and it rippled gently in front of her bright eyes. The little girl finally smiled at her father's teasing. Seeing that Xishi was unhappy when she came back today, Xianxia and Murphy didn't dare to ask her how she did on the unit tests. Of course, they were still very concerned. It wasn't until night time that Xianxia coaxed Xishi to bed that he pretended not to care and asked, "How many subjects did you take today?" "I took the mathematics, Chinese, and English exams." Xishi counted with her fingers. The little girl's skin was as white as milk, and her little fingers were as delicate and white as scallions. She was extremely cute. So you took all 3 of the unit tests, right? You don't have to take any exams tomorrow, right? Xianxia said with a smile. The teacher said that she would tell us the results tomorrow. Xishi raised her little head and giggled. How do you think you did today? Were the questions difficult? Xianxia asked. Little Fishy said that she thought English was super difficult. Xianxia said that she didn't know how to do math. But I think it was okay. Xishi said with some confusion. It's okay. If you do well, we'll work harder. You can't be proud. If you don't do well, then we'll work harder next time. Xianxia actually still believed in Shishi's ability. However, he was a little worried that the little girl would be depressed after being scolded by the teacher for her first exam. Therefore, he comforted her. Papa, I'll tell you. The little girl pulled her father's big hand over and let him hold her. She whispered, Little Fishy is especially afraid of exams. Why? Xianxia asked. It was normal for children to be afraid of exams. Even adults were afraid of exams. However, wasn't Xianxia just supporting her? He didn't ask why, but she didn't feel comfortable talking. Because if she doesn't do well, her papa will scold her and not let her watch TV. She said as she looked at her father's face. The little girl's eyes seemed to say, Papa, you won't let me watch TV, right? Xianxia smiled and patted her little head gently. He said, Little Fishy's papa is a little too strict. Look, Papa is very tolerant of you, right? Let me tell you, don't be discouraged if you don't do well. We'll work harder next time. He. She held her father's hand with satisfaction. She twisted her body and smiled. After she fell asleep, Xianxia returned to the second bedroom. Tong Tong was also asleep. Murphy laid out a yoga mat on the floor and jumped rope. Why are you exercising in the middle of the night? You'll sweat later and have to take a shower. Xianxia asked with a smile. Moreover, little Gua doesn't run at night anymore. She runs in the morning. Could it be that she was stimulated by little Gua's weight loss? You're not fat now. This afternoon, Xianxia and Mo Fei also went to the coffee shop. It had to be said that under Ding Xiang's treatment, Guazi had indeed lost a lot of weight. Although he still looked fat, his belly had been cut down, and his whole person had become much more flexible. You're the one who's losing weight. Murphy panted and said angrily. However, she didn't tell Xianxia why she was jumping rope. Xianxia was confused as he watched her jump for a while. She only stopped when she was sweating profusely. Mo Fei raised her eyelids, glanced at Xianxia shyly, and bit her lower lip. Then, she took off the coat she was wearing. Gulp. Xiangyi's eyes widened and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Murphy wasn't wearing a top or sports bra under her jacket. Instead, it was hanging from 2 thin straps. Of course, the clothes weren't the main point was that Murphy had sweated a lot from the exercise earlier. Her skin was smooth and moist, and the sweat on her neck and collarbone had gathered into large beads of sweat. The beads of sweat flowed along the undulating lines of her breasts. In professional terms, it was called the saddle. The beads of sweat slowly gathered and flowed into the deep ravine. Murphy was usually very conservative. After all, they had been married for a long time. Sometimes, when Xianxia teased her, she would blush. However, today, she seemed to have been stimulated by the lyrics of a few songs. She had decided that even if she had to be thick-skinned, she would teach Xianxia a lesson. Murphy walked up gracefully with her catwalk. Her face was rosy, and she looked at Xianxia charmingly. She opened her red lips and exhaled. I want to practice my lower back. Can you help me? Xianxia's gaze was attracted by the beads of sweat. His mouth was so dry that he couldn't speak. Of course, at this moment, how could he refuse? Xianxia smiled and reached out to hold Murphy's hips. He said softly, come on, bend down slowly and spread your legs a little more. Hey, which family's lower back needs to spread their legs so widely? He he he. Next, every student whose name has been called by the teacher, please come up and get your test paper. As for the other students whose names have not been called, please stay in your seat and don't move. The next day, the first class was Chinese class. She, like the other children, sat in her seat and looked eagerly at teacher Li Rulin on the podium. Perhaps because they were about to know their results, they were very nervous. In today's class, these little fellows were very obedient and didn't make any noise. Each and every one of them sat up straight and looked at the teacher attentively. The only time there was such a uniform scene in the classroom could be traced back to the beginning of school. At that time, they were more obedient. After 3 weeks, the little fellows were very familiar with the new environment, new classmates, and new teachers. Each and every one of them revealed their mischievous nature. Wang Lele 92 points. Lan Xian, Qin Yushuan, Chao Ruolin 98 points. Li Rulin didn't read out the names according to their scores. Instead, she called out the names from top to bottom and let these children go up and get their test papers. She also didn't read out all the children's scores. Out of consideration for the children who did poorly, she only read out the scores of those who scored more than 90 points. However, because the quality of the students was high and the questions were relatively simple, most of the children scored more than 90 points. There were also a few who scored 100 points. Even if their scores weren't read out, their scores wouldn't be too bad. For example, Lan Xian scored 88 points. She was just 1 point away from being read out by the teacher. It was also a kind of honor to be read out by the teacher. Looking at Chao Ruolin, who scored 98 points, the bespectacled girl's face was glowing. She walked to the podium with her chest puffed out to receive her test paper. She looked at Chao Ruolin enviously while waiting for her test paper. Lu Xiaoyu, 90 points. She turned her head and saw her desk mate happily running up to get her test paper. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Why isn't it my turn yet? The little girl's mind was in a mess. One moment she was worried, and the next moment she was sad. She was worried about her gains and losses, and her confidence and patience were slowly being ground away. However, just as she was letting her imagination run wild, Lu Xiaoyu had just sat down beside her. Just as she was happily about to show her paper to Shi, the teacher on the stage read, and Dong, 95 points. Xianxia, 100 points. Now, the teacher has already read out 2 students who scored 100 points. In this unit test, the students in our class did very well in Chinese. She didn't pay attention to what teacher Li Rulin said after that. When her name was called, the little girl raised her head in surprise. When the teacher read out her score, the little girl's eyes were filled with surprise. You scored 100 points. Lu Xiaoyu was so surprised that her little mouth turned round. She turned her head and looked at Shi as if she was looking at a big monster. She thought that it was already very good for her to score 90 points. In fact, many people scored more than 90 points because the teacher read out their scores. The little girl had an illusion. But she didn't expect Shi's results to be even better. Of course, at this time, she had to go up and get the test paper first. She happily ran up to the stage with small steps with smiling eyes. She stretched out her hands and took the test paper from the teacher. However, Li Rulin didn't treat Shi like the other students. She only gave a few words of encouragement and let Shi go down. She smiled and said, Xianxia, wait a moment. She walked out from the podium and gently put her hand on Xixi's shoulder. She smiled and said to the students in the class, Xianxi's results in the unit test for the 3 subjects are very good. The math teacher and the English teacher told me that she also scored full marks for the other 2 subjects. Wow. A few of the children who were not calm cried out in surprise. Of course, most of them were still in a confused and wait-and-see state. For example, Xianxia even moved her butt in her seat, as if sitting more comfortably was more important than listening to other people's results. Really? She didn't expect Teacher Li to reveal her results for the other subjects during Chinese class. The little girl turned her head in surprise and looked at the teacher. She asked, I scored 100 points for 2 subjects? Li Rulin didn't expect Xixi to interact with her so openly. She thought that Xixi would be a little embarrassed after hearing it. In the end, when she saw Xixi raise 2 fingers, she realized that she had miscalculated, so she changed it to 3 fingers. Her slender little fingers swayed, so cute that Li Rulin couldn't wait to take a bite out of them. Of course it's true, but don't be arrogant and slack off. Because this is only the first exam. If you don't take it seriously next time, you might be overtaken by others. Li Rulin said gently. In the afternoon, Xixi went home. In the car, the little girl was beaming with joy. However, when Yang Yi asked her what had happened, she refused to say. She also didn't allow Xianxia to say anything. The 2 little girls were playing in the back, as if they were keeping a secret from each other. Yang Yi asked anxiously. Xixi cried out in a clear voice, I can only tell you when I get home and Mom is with me. You still want to wait for Mom? Can't you tell me a little and let Dad know first? Actually, Yang Yi could roughly guess that Xixi was so happy because she had done well in the exam after the results were announced. However, he still teased the little girl. You can't. Mama said I can't just tell Papa and not Mama. Xixi explained seriously. Okay, when they got home, Xixi ran over and pulled Murphy over. She also asked Yang Yi to stop what he was doing and urged them to sit in a row. Little brother, sit here too. Xixi arranged diligently. Tong Tong sat next to his mother in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. He just stared at his sister's figure with his big eyes. Yang Yi and Murphy were very cooperative. They didn't move and just watched Xixi carefully take out a few neatly folded test papers from her school bag. Papa, Mama, look, I got 100 points. 100 points. Xixi finally said the words she had been holding back for a long time. She pointed at the test papers on the table with her little finger. So good? 100 points. Murphy was really surprised and couldn't stop smiling. She took Xixi's test papers and looked at them one by one. They are all ticked. Oh, Xixi, Mom is so proud of you. Xixi didn't have to hold back anymore. She jumped into her father's arms and giggled. Actually, it's quite easy to get full marks in the 1st grade, right? Yang Yi touched his chin and glanced at the math paper. These questions are quite easy. Murphy patted his shoulder reproachfully. You talk too much. Xixi straightened her body, pouted her small mouth, and said unwillingly, but Teacher Li said that I'm the only one in our class who got 3 full marks. Are there any in other classes? Murphy asked. There are in other classes. Chi-Chi also got 100 points, and then Zhao also got 100 points. Xi and Air also got 100 points in English. Xixi said, but I'm the only one in our class. You can't underestimate these 100 points. Xixi, you are very good. Murphy gave her a thumbs up. You really did well this time. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed his daughter's little head. He said, but do you remember what Papa told you? If you do well, don't be proud. Next time, work harder. I know. This morning, Teacher Li also told me. She said that if I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by others. She said with joy, then I told Teacher Li that my papa told me the story of the rabbit and the tortoise. I know that I can't be lazy. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other in surprise. Although they didn't know how Li Rulin would react to Xixi's story of the rabbit and the tortoise, Xixi's performance was really beyond their imagination. Sister Ding Xiang, are you free this afternoon? The next day, Yang Huan saw Ding Xiang, who had just finished her work at the coffee shop, and asked her with a smile. I'm going to the department to submit my thesis proposal to my tutor. Why? Ding Xiang answered curiously. My brother said he'll treat us to dinner tonight. He's really happy that she got full marks in her unit test. Yang Huan said excitedly. He asked me to inform you guys that we haven't gotten together for a while. If it wasn't because they went overseas, it would be because Xiaogua and you weren't in Jiangqing when they came back. This time, we can all have dinner together. Xishi's results were among the best. Although Yang Yi and Murphy did not show it in front of Xishi, they were actually very happy. They decided to invite their friends and family to a restaurant to celebrate. The timing was good. It was Friday, and Guozi and Yang Huan did not have classes that night. I'm fine with it. I'll help you inform them that Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan went to Beijing to participate in the coaching training of China's top voice, so it should be just the few of us. I'm not sure if there's anyone else other than Sister Xiaowan. Did Brother Yang ask me to book a table for him? Ding Xiang was already used to her identity as a manager or assistant. She even took out a notebook from her pocket to make notes. He didn't ask. Sigh, Sister Ding Xiang, you don't have to worry about this. My brother has his assistant too. We don't have to trouble ourselves with booking a hotel, Yang Huan said with a smile. I'll inform Fong Tang and the rest. Aren't you going to school this afternoon? You can inform Xiaogua as well. The relationship between Ding Xiang and Guozi was very mysterious. According to Yang Huan's observation, the two of them had feelings for each other. However, for some reason, neither of them was willing to talk about the last bit of their relationship. They were filming in Beijing during the summer break, and the company rented 2 apartments across from each other. Ding Xiang and Yang Huan stayed in one, and Guozi stayed in the other. Of course, since the girls' rooms needed fresh air, the kitchen in Guozi's room was used by the 2 girls. Usually, Ding Xiang would cook, she would stay at home most of the time when she was filming extras. When Yang Huan was free, she would also help out a little. But most of the time, Ding Xiang would appear at Guozi's place. Interestingly, Yang Huan knew that if she didn't show up, Guozi would be very attentive in going in and out of the kitchen to help Ding Xiang. Even though he was a clumsy young master and had been given everything since he was a child, his attentiveness was still impressive. However, if Yang Huan was there as well, Guozi would be too embarrassed to meddle in the kitchen. Another interesting thing was that Yang Huan could tell that Ding Xiang actually had a good impression of Guozi. It was Guozi's birthday, and no one remembered it. Yang Huan would never remember someone else's birthday. Guozi's family was so busy that they forgot about it. They only remembered it the next day and called him back. But Ding Xiang remembered. Not only did she remember, but she also prepared in advance. She asked Yang Huan for help and used her salary to buy Guozi a cake and a small gift. Yang Huan knew Ding Xiang very well. Ding Xiang was a very frugal person. Even if the company gave her money, she couldn't bear to spend it extravagantly. However, the watch that Ding Xiang bought for Guozi cost more than 1,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a branded watch, Ding Xiang had never bought anything that cost more than 500 yuan for herself. As far as this gift was concerned, Yang Huan felt that it would be strange if Ding Xiang was not interested in Guozi. Then again, Guozi didn't disappoint. Ever since he received the gift, he wore the watch every day. At least, Yang Huan didn't see him take it off. In the afternoon, Ding Xiang rushed to the building of the School of Business Media with a stack of manuscripts. She was in her 4th year this semester. Although she didn't have many classes and was waiting to graduate and start working full-time, she still had to write her graduation thesis. Even if she was a straight-A student, she still had to follow the teacher's procedures and go through the opening report several times. After handing in the opening report in the tutor's office on the 6th floor, Ding Xiang quickly walked to Guozi's classroom. Ding Xiang had Guozi's class schedule. Before she came, she had checked Guozi's class on the 4th floor. Since it was so close, she directly walked down the stairs. Senior Guozi, I'm your fan. I've liked you for a long time. Ding Xiang was walking down the stairs when she heard a childish voice coming from the corridor. She frowned and hesitated for a moment before stopping. You are? Guozi's voice was right. I'm from the piano department. My name is Xue Baolin. You can also call me Bauer. This time, Ding Xiang could tell that the voice wasn't childish. It was the voice of a baby that was popular on the internet. However, it felt like it was pinched. Xue, you're a freshman. Guozi's response was a little awkward. Yes. I just entered the school. Senior Gua, you're really smart. The baby voice giggled. Aya, you already called me Bauer. Calling Xue Baolin widens the distance. My classmates and friends all call me Bauer. Oh right, can I call you Brother Gua? What Bauer, Brother Gua, who would call each other so intimately on their first meeting? Moreover, Guozi, why are you still hesitating? Xue Baolin didn't wait for Guozi's agreement and continued, Brother Gua, let me tell you, I've liked you for 2 years. I've liked you since you filmed Fairy Tale. After that, when you filmed the Limit Challenge, I didn't miss a single episode. Really? Haha, thank you. Guozi smiled politely. Did you know? Brother Gua, I got into Jiangxing Media University because of you. My family originally wanted me to study at Sichuan Music Academy, but I liked you so much that I secretly applied for Jiangxing Media University. I didn't expect to really get in. I'm so happy. Then, I still have to congratulate you. Guozi didn't know how to reply. When school started, I came to look for you many times. I came every day, but you weren't in school. Your classmates even said that you went to film a movie. Xue Baolin said regretfully, but it doesn't matter. When I heard that you were back, I immediately came to see you. I'm so happy to see you alive. Haha, have you seen me when I'm not alive? Guozi actually joked with her. Ding Xiang couldn't help but frown. Hehe, Brother Gua, what you said is really interesting. Can I have your contact? Mobile phone, SNS, etc. I have many questions to consult you in the future. For example, I just came to Jiangxing Media University in Jiangxing, so I don't know many things. If I can get to know you and learn more from you, it'll be great. Xue Baolin smiled happily and made many requests in one breath. Microbroadcasting won't be necessary. I've been following your microbroadcasting for a long time. Oh, yes, can we follow each other? With so many requests, what does this woman want? Ding Xiang took a deep breath and clenched her fist. Should he give her the phone or not? Guozi was a little conflicted. It was not that Xue Baolin was not pretty. This girl was from the 2D world. She was wearing a princess dress, white stockings, and cute cat ears. She was obviously a cosplay enthusiast. Furthermore, her figure was tall and fair. It was unknown if she wore any padding, but the lace front of her princess dress concealed her 2 towering peaks. If it weren't for the fact that her face wasn't cute enough, then she would definitely be called, cough cough. Anyway, with this kind of appearance and dressing, it would definitely cause a commotion among the group of nerds in the business media school. Guozi felt terrible when he saw this. He quickly called the girl who came to his door to talk to him in the corridor. The girl did not react to other people's stunned gazes. But it was also expected. Wearing 2D clothes everywhere, she should have long been used to other people's gazes. Guozi did not deny that when he saw her, he was indeed stunned. And to be honest, with such a beautiful girl from the 2D world coming to his door, and being called senior and brother, it was inevitable that he would feel a little smug in his heart, but Guozi felt that this girl's childish voice was very strange. It sounded as if there was a clamp on her throat. Was she speaking while pinching her throat? It did not feel real. Guozi hesitated for a while. He felt that if he did not give her the phone, it would be a little too disrespectful to the girl. Moreover, he was a fatty. What right did he have to act cold to other girls? But if he gave her the phone, Guozi felt that something was not right. He faintly resisted it in his heart. Could it be that I don't like her voice? But it's also true. Hearing it now gives me goosebumps. If I hear it often, I will not be able to stand it. Sister Ding Xiang's voice is still nice. It's gentle and sincere. But this Xue Baolin is not insincere. It's just that. Sigh, I don't know how to describe it. Guozi muttered to himself. That's right, Sister Ding Xiang, Guozi's mind flashed back to the first time Sister Ding Xiang came out in the coffee shop's uniform. That shy look immediately swept away the image of the Shui Baolin in front of him. This, Student Shui, didn't we agree that you can call me Bauer? That Shui Baolin acted coquettishly again. Ahem, I'll just call you Student Shui. I want to apologize to you first. I'm sorry, but I can't give you my number because... Guozi was still thinking of an excuse. For example, if he spent most of his time filming and his phone was in the hands of his manager? Why? Do you hate me? Shui Baolin asked. Guozi denied the reason he had just thought of. He had a headache because this woman was a little difficult to deal with. Luckily, he had been recording shows with Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkue for the past year, so his EQ had improved a lot. This is the case. I have a girlfriend. I like her very much, so I can't give her this cell phone number. Do you understand what I mean? Guozi thought about it and said. You already have a girlfriend. Shui Baolin's voice was filled with regret and sadness. Is it Yang Huan? Doesn't she often bully you on the show? It's not her. Guozi quickly denied. Then, is it Senior Qin Wen who filmed Fairy Tale with you? Shui Baolin continued. It's not her either. Don't guess. You don't know her. Guozi finally felt that he had the confidence to talk to her. Your girlfriend cares that you gave your cell phone number to another girl? Isn't that a bit too much? Shui Baolin's eyes and words seemed to be saying, take me as your girlfriend. I don't care too much. Ahem, it's not like that. I just think that since you have a girlfriend, you should take the initiative to keep a distance from other girls. This is what Brother Yang Yi taught me. He has a very good relationship with sister-in-law. Guozi scratched his head and said. Also, my girlfriend is very good to me. She cooks a lot for me. Although she is sometimes very strict, she always thinks about my health. Guozi thought of some of the past events in Shanghai and the capital, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. Shui Baolin saw it and said with disappointment, I understand. I'm sorry, Brother Gua. I won't disturb you anymore. But I will always like you. I will always follow your works. You must work hard to film Extreme Challenge and sing. I really like your fairy tale. Shui Baolin took the elevator and left with regret. Guozi, on the other hand, was standing behind her. Looking at her leaving silhouette, he gently shook his head and thought to himself, she still claims to be my fan. She's only a true fan if she likes my movies after watching the Extreme Challenge. Guozi returned to the classroom. Not long after, his former roommate bumped his arm and said with envy, it's good to be a big star. Look, there's another beauty outside looking for you. Guozi raised his head and saw Ding Xiang outside. She was a little embarrassed to greet a familiar classmate. A trace of joy flashed across his face and he happily went out to welcome her. Sister Ding Xiang, why are you here? Guozi scratched his head. After he went out, he was a little nervous. This group of bastards, could it be that they told Sister Ding Xiang that the two-dimensional girl came? Ding Xiang looked at Guozi with a complicated expression. It was so complicated that she couldn't explain it. She even didn't dare to look at Guozi. I have something to tell you. Ding Xiang called Guozi to the side. Guozi followed. They walked to the end of the corridor where there was no one. However, Ding Xiang was unexpectedly silent. The atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Guozi was confused and scratched his head. After being silent for a while, Guozi felt uneasy. His heart was in a mess. Don't tell me she really knows? Fortunately, Ding Xiang still opened her mouth. It's like this. Tonight, Brother Yang wants to invite us to a restaurant for dinner. It's been a long time since we got together. Let's get together. She got full marks in 3 exams in school. This is something worth celebrating. Guozi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Okay. I don't have any other plans tonight. I'll go with you guys. Guozi still didn't want Ding Xiang to know about Shui Baolin. He was a man. Although he didn't do it, he still felt guilty. By the way, although this dinner is mainly because of Shishi's good results, Brother Yang said that when we eat, we should try not to mention this. He doesn't want Xishi to be proud. Ding Xiang reminded Guozi as usual. This was indeed Yang Yi's request. He was afraid that if there were too many people praising Xishi would be proud. Although he and Murphy were very happy and wanted to tell everyone the good news, it was normal for parents, this was just a small test. There was no need to make a big fuss. Okay. I'll remember. Guozi smiled and nodded. However, after Ding Xiang finished speaking, she looked at Guozi with a complicated expression. She hesitated for a while and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say to me?" Guozi looked at Ding Xiang in confusion. "No, I've said everything I want to say." "What is there to say now?" "What do you mean?" Ding Xiang smiled and said, "No, I was wrong. Let's meet tonight." "Wow, Xishi, you look beautiful in your school uniform. You look just like a little lady." Yang Yi and Murphy were the last to arrive because they had to pick up Xishi. As soon as they walked into the hotel room, Xishi received praise from Imo Shaowan and Ding Xiang. Hee hee. Xishi pulled the skirt of her school uniform and shook her little but in embarrassment as she smiled sweetly at them. "Hearing you guys say that, I suddenly feel that time has passed very quickly. Aside from Big Brother Yang, Big Sister Murphy, and Big Sister Shaowan, I should be the first to know Xishi, so I should have the most right to speak." Back then, Xishi was still so small, but in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, and Xishi has grown so tall. Guozi used his hand to show Shishi's height back then and said emotionally. Xishi blinked her big eyes and looked at the height that Uncle Guozi was showing in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe that she was so small in the past. Yang Yi placed Shishi's school bag on the sofa and smiled. "Little Gua, you've changed a lot too. 2 years ago, when I met you, you were only 16, right? Almost 17. Guozi was probably worried that Ding Xiang would care about the age gap between them when others talked about his age. Therefore, he often deliberately made his age vague and said that he was older. Regardless of 16 or 17, you've grown a lot in the past 2 years. You're almost 1.8 meters now, right? Yang Yi smiled. This is also growth and change. Uncle Little Gua, are you 19 years old now? Xishi looked at Guozi curiously and asked. Simple addition and subtraction questions within 3 digits weren't difficult for Xishi. Yes. Guozi patted Shishi's shoulder with a smile. The adults gradually shifted the topic and focused to Tong Tong. Xishi looked left and right, and then looked at Guozi. Uncle Little Gua, Papa said that you were in a big prison and went to act in a movie, right? My papa used to act in a movie, and he was also locked in a big prison before he was released. Xishi pulled Guozi's clothes and asked excitedly. Bah, who was locked in a big prison, of course. She was right. Yang Yi's character was indeed released from prison before he went to the bank. Yeah, I was locked up in a big prison. No, it was just an old and abandoned prison. The crew rented it and rebuilt it into a new set. Guozi was a little led astray by Xishi. Sensing that something was wrong, he immediately corrected her, because the main plot of that movie took place in prison. Wow. Xishi felt that it was amazing. She had seen a prison in her father's movie, and it seemed to be very big. Wow, what? Guozi found it funny and said, "Your father knows about this matter better than I do. Because the story of that movie was written by your father." That's right, the movie that Guozi went to act in was The Shawshank Redemption. However, he was similar to Du Yuanlei. For such a big production, they could only learn from the crew and didn't have the opportunity to act in an important role. Papa wrote it? Xishi was a little surprised. Yeah. Guozi nodded and said, "Your father is very awesome." Hee hee. I don't know. The little girl twisted her body and smiled shyly. Xishi continued with her previous question and asked curiously, then, Uncle Little Gua, what role did you play? Was it a big bad guy? Or a good guy? Well, how should I put it? I'm just playing an ordinary prison guard, which is to say, prison police. Guozi was afraid that Xishi wouldn't understand, so he explained in detail, like those prison police with status, they all wear uniforms with a black coat on the outside. Xishi opened her eyes wide and listened with rapt attention. Just like your school uniform. There are a few prison guards with status, and it's easy to recognize them. They all wear coats. Guozi pointed to Xixi's school uniform and gave an example. They are leaders, so they can speak. But I'm just an ordinary prison guard, so I can't speak without a coat. Then you can buy a coat. Mine is too small, so I can't let you wear it. You can ask my papa to buy it for you. Xixi said naively. Haha, thank you for your concern, but you can't just wear a coat. This is the role arranged by the director, just like how you can play Wang Mai and not Wang Li. Guozi laughed happily. Okay then. Xixi spread her hands like a little adult and said, then I can't help it. However, the little girl was still very interested in filming. She asked Guozi about the filming, and Guozi also told her some of the highlights of the filming. This gathering was a rare gathering in the past few months. At the dinner table, the topic of everyone's conversation was naturally not just the two little guys. They first talked about each other's development, some interesting and embarrassing things during this summer vacation, and then they talked about Mo Xiaochuan's relationship problems. Everyone present was more familiar with each other. Mo Xiaochuan often met Guozi and Ding Xiang. Because of Yang Yi, everyone cared about each other like relatives. Among the women here, Mo Xiaochuan, who was only a little younger than Murphy and was about to cross the threshold of 30 this year, naturally received the most attention. Murphy said seriously, I'm not nagging you, but Xiaochuan, you really should hurry up. You're not an idol or a public figure who often needs to be exposed. You don't have to get married too late. If you keep delaying it, you'll delay your own life. Sister. Mo Xiaochuan was a little helpless. She rolled her eyes and said, I'll keep what you said in mind. By the way, Gua, you've been working in director Wu Yan's crew for more than half a month, so you probably don't know that the most famous person at this table is neither your brother Yang nor your sister Murphy, right? Hey, Sister Xiaochuan, isn't it a little too awkward for you to change the topic? Yang Huan shouted. The others also started to tease Mo Xiaochuan, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Huan. If you don't stand on my side, you'll be nagged in a few years. Mo Xiaochuan said grumpily. Hee, Sister Xiaochuan, why would I be nagged? Maybe I'll be single in a few years. It's not like no one is chasing me now. Some people even send me flowers every day. They even came to the coffee shop. Yang Huan said with a grin. What? Who's so shameless? Yang Yi's face turned serious. You're here? Brother, no. Some of my classmates who like me sent me flowers. Just ignore them. Yang Huan shrank back, not daring to be mischievous anymore. Hee. Mo Xiaochuan was very pleased that she had diverted the trouble. She even teased Yang Yi and Yang Huan. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, don't be too strict with Huan now. If you scare those young people away from her, you'll be the one who'll be worried about why no one is chasing her in a few years. Yang Yi frowned. He just realized that Mo Xiaochuan seemed to have a point. Hearing their conversation, Guozi could not help but turn to Ding Xiang, who was sitting beside him, and ask, Sister Ding Xiang, what did Sister Xiaochuan mean just now? In fact, the most famous person at our table is not elder brother Yang or elder sister Mo Fei. Who else is there? Ding Xiang's mind wandered when she heard Yang Huan say that there were people chasing her. She was in a daze for a while before she came back to her senses. Ah? What are you asking? The title should be The Little Girl Who Likes to Be a Teacher. I missed the double quotation marks. Ding Xiang did not hear Guozi's question clearly, but Yang Huan, who was sitting next to Ding Xiang, heard it loud and clear. Earlier, she and Mo Xiaochuan were hurting each other, but now, she was eager to get away from this dangerous topic. Therefore, she rushed to answer, of course. The most famous one is Xixi, right? Xixi was already full. Since she did not understand what the adults were talking about, she was bored and sat on her chair. She looked at her parents and her little brother. Tong Tong was treated much better, as his mother took good care of him. Although Murphy was talking about Mo Xiaochuan, she still paid more attention to feeding Tong Tong. The food was carrot and yam porridge that she had brought from home. Other than mashed carrots and yams, there was also pork rib soup that had been skimmed off. The porridge was very tasty and nutritious, however, at this moment, When Cece heard her little aunt mention her name, she curiously turned her head and looked over. Xianxia is the most famous one? Guozi was surprised. Yes. Don't limit your view to this country. If you look at it from a global perspective, many foreigners might not know my brother and sister Murphy, but they definitely know Xianxia. Yang Huan said with a smile. Because Xianxia performed a dance, it's popular all over the world now. Many of my classmates have formed a team to perform this dance, and they will upload videos of it. It will be very popular. When Yang Huan saw Xianxia looking at her, she winked at her and said with a smile, is that so? Xianxia, did you perform a dance when you were recording a show in America? Yes. It's a very fun dance. Cece, who was bored, became interested and asked happily, do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Let Uncle Guo learn from you. He exercises every day, and he has lost half of his weight. He is as light as a swallow, and he will definitely dance well. Yang Huan said with a smile. Ah? I don't know how to dance, so you should do it. Guozi waved his hand in a panic. Xianxia, teach your aunt how to dance. She knows martial arts and has a strong body. She's good at dancing. Mo Xiaowan was watching from the side. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, I got it. How about this? Xianxia, teach them how to dance seve at the same time. Record it and let others judge who dances better. Yang Huan and Guozi were dumbfounded. Xianxia, on the other hand, shouted enthusiastically, okay, okay. Beside her, Yang Yi laughed. Xiaowan, you're really ruthless. You caught them all in one fell swoop. This is a good thing. Mo Xiaowan explained. Right now, they don't have any works. Recording a short video like this and uploading it to micro-broadcasting can maintain their popularity. Moreover, this dance is not popular in China yet. Under Xianxia's guidance, they will dance first. During the recording, they will edit Xianxia's tutorial into the video. When this dance becomes popular, people will not forget about them. Maybe this dance will become popular because of them. We just need to trouble Xianxia a little. Mo Xiaojuan's train of thought was getting clearer and clearer. By the way, micro-broadcasting can also invite the other 4 contestants of the Extreme Challenge to participate in the dance challenge. It will be a warm-up for next year's Extreme Challenge. Yang Yi, on the other hand, didn't think so much. He muttered to himself for a while and then saw Cece's excited and eager look to teach others. He then nodded and said, we just had a meal today, so I'll teach you tomorrow. Let's go to the coffee shop tomorrow. However, when you get someone to edit the video, please remind them to give Xianxia as little screen time as possible. Xianxia was very happy to teach others the dance that she had spent so much effort to learn. During the teaching process, it might be a good opportunity to show off her skills. The next day, in the small building above the coffee shop, the original studio had been vacated. Everyone had prepared early, including the loose clothes and indoor shoes for dancing. Everything was prepared. When Xianxia arrived, everyone went straight to the point. For Xianxia, it was not her first time being a dance teacher. She had taught Ms. Prada before. This time, she was teaching someone she was familiar with, so the little girl was not nervous at all. Standing in the middle of the empty studio, under everyone's gaze, she tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she turned around and asked for the phone from her father. While skillfully pressing the password to unlock the phone, she pouted and said, let me play some music for you first. It's super nice. She quickly opened the music app and found the song by Seve with ease. Yang Huan did not have many musical talent, so her ability to appreciate songs was limited. After listening for a while, she began to daydream. She smiled and said to Guozi, Xiaogua, today is the day to test the results of your hard work under Sister Ding Xiang's supervision. You have to learn well. I was forced to do this by you guys. Guozi shook his head helplessly. Dancing is not my ability. Then are you looking down on our coach Xianxia's skills? Yang Huan teased him on purpose. Xianxia was watching from the side. Hearing the teasing, she could not help but giggle. Yang Yi was helping to take pictures with a small camera, but he did not say anything. Murphy smiled and stood up for Yang Huan. Huan, don't always bully Xiaogua. It's not easy for Xiaogua. It's his first time learning to dance. You guys should say more encouraging words. That's right. Guozi nodded quickly. Encouraging words? Let Sister Dingxiang do it. She's the most effective. Yang Huan bumped Dingxiang's shoulder and said meaningfully. Ah? Dingxiang said helplessly. She had been keeping a low profile, afraid that they would ask her to dance with them. She did not expect Yang Huan to drag her into this. Murphy had heard some gossip from Yang Yi. At this moment, she said with interest, Dingxiang, don't let Huan Huan break Xiaoguo's spirit. Sometimes, a word of encouragement from you is more effective than all of our words. The meaning of Mo Fei's words was very obvious. As soon as she finished speaking, Dingxiang, who was shy, blushed. That's not true. How could my spirit be broken by Master Huan? Guozi was afraid that Dingxiang would feel awkward, so he took the initiative to help her. In fact, both Yang Huan and Mo Fei had the intention to matchmake the two of them. However, despite their explicit hints, Dingxiang and Guozi seemed to be a little hesitant. Instead, they were covering for each other. Of course, Murphy did not dare to make it too clear. If Guozi and Dingxiang didn't get together, and instead, because they were too anxious, they didn't get along well. Wouldn't it be a bad thing if the two of them drifted apart? Of course, the most important thing now was to learn how to dance from Xixi. When Xixi was listening to the music, although she had not learned how to dance, she had already begun to twist and turn gently, as if she was immersed in the melody. Let's start now. When the music ended, the little girl said eagerly. At night, after Yang Yi, Murphy, and Xixi returned home, the house became quiet again. After taking a shower, Yang Huan ran to Dingxiang's room and called out to Dingxiang, who was still in the living room, Sister Dingxiang, can I borrow your computer to edit a video? Dingxiang majored in electronic media. Because of her job as a manager, her computer was of high quality. It was much better than Yang Huan's computer, which she used to watch movies and TV shows. Yang Huan's computer was a portable laptop. Editing videos required high memory, better cooling, and an independent graphics card. Of course, Dingxiang's computer was more convenient. Moreover, Dingxiang's computer had editing software. Go ahead. I'm going to take a shower. Dingxiang didn't mind. Yang Huan dragged the videos to the editing software. She cut, put together, added special effects, and added background music. She had learned all these from Dingxiang. Yang Huan only wanted to edit some of today's behind-the-scenes scenes for microbroadcasting. She didn't want to do anything special. Therefore, she didn't want to trouble Dingxiang. After she was done, while waiting for the videos to be edited, Yang Huan opened the browser out of boredom. She wanted to find something to watch to pass the time. Movies that girls like to watch. Yang Huan searched for this keyword. However, as soon as she typed the word girl, a few search history popped up in the search box. A girl's confession to a boy. What does a girl's confession say? What if a girl's confession fails? Girls were very sensitive to certain words. Yang Huan was stunned when she caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye. What was going on? What the hell were these search history? Of course, Yang Huan wasn't stupid. She knew that there was a clock in front of the search history. It meant that someone had searched for the information on this computer, and these search history should have been left behind in the past few days. Why was Yang Huan so sure? Before the holidays last semester, Dingxiang's computer had been poisoned. She had asked Guozi to help her reinstall the system. After that, they had gone to Beijing. During the entire summer vacation, this desktop computer had been sitting quietly in Dingxiang's room. No one had touched it. Yang Huan didn't use the computer after she came back. Of course, she knew that she didn't and couldn't search for these keywords. As for Dingxiang and Guozi, they had only returned a few days ago. Familiar background music, therefore, there was only one truth, there was only one possibility, and that was the records of Dingxiang's searches over the past few days. In front of gossip, Yang Huan had become the famous Sherlock Holmes detective coup. Huan. Her eyes lit up. She opened the browser history and looked at the web pages that Dingxiang had browsed in the past few days. I was worried about Sister Dingxiang, so I invaded her privacy. I just wanted to help her. Yang Huan knew it was wrong to do that, so she kept defending herself. Of course, Yang Huan was not trying to find an excuse. She really wanted to help Ding Xiang. If it were something else, Yang Huan wouldn't have gone through someone else's history to do something so immoral. According to the Yang family's education, if Yang Chonggue found out about this kind of petty theft, he would break her legs. From the history, it could be seen that Ding Xiang had browsed a lot of web pages over the past few days. However, most of them were related to literature. She was busy with her graduation thesis, so she needed to look up a lot of information. There were also some web pages related to the entertainment industry. These were Ding Xiang's work. Although Yang Huan and Guozi didn't have any work to do for the time being, as they had classes, Ding Xiang still paid attention to the entertainment industry. Finally, Yang Huan found the web records of Ding Xiang's intensive searches for these questions. It was yesterday afternoon. Yang Huan rested her chin on her hand, looking confused. What happened yesterday? The cursor moved, and suddenly stopped at the earliest record. The person you like has been confessed to. You feel terrible. Why? Qiandu searched. Yang Huan frowned. She opened a web page that Ding Xiang had visited that Qiandu knew about. The main question was, the person I like has been confessed to. To be honest, I feel terrible. We are friends, and he was the first to tell me. What should I do? The following answer was very cruel. This is the result of being indecisive. Why didn't you confess to the person you like at the first moment? However, before Yang Huan could open her eyes, there was a noise outside. Ding Xiang had finished her shower. Yang Huan closed the web page and the history in a hurry. She even closed the browser out of guilt, and the mouse moved around on the editing software. How is it? Is the video out? I want to see it. It was so interesting learning how to dance today. Ding Xiang didn't notice Yang Huan. She pushed the door open and asked with a smile while wiping her hair. How can it be done so quickly? I'm still waiting for it to be done. Yang Huan laughed and changed the topic. Sister Ding Xiang, if you think it's interesting, why didn't you dance when we asked you to? I'm not good at dancing. Ding Xiang blushed again. She recalled how Yang Yi and Murphy tried to arrange her to dance with Guozi. She wasn't stupid. How could she not know what they were trying to do? It's okay if you're not good at dancing. Xiaoguo isn't good at dancing either, right? The two of you are perfect for each other. Yang Huan said with a smile. Yang Huan enunciated the last word very clearly. Furthermore, she was also staring at Ding Xiang's expression as though she was trying to find some clues from it. I'm not a celebrity. It's not good for me to appear in your video, Ding Xiang explained with a red face. Yang Huan sighed in relief. He didn't say no. That means it's still him, not another guy. When is the Limit Challenge coming back? I think such a popular show should be filmed once a week. It can go on forever. Late at night, Jiang Yuje's wailing could be heard in a university dormitory. Jiang Yuje was the variety show fan who was charmed by Strive to Win. Because of this song, he had become Yang Yi's loyal fan. However, during this period of time, he was a little bored. This was because the first season of the Limit Challenge had already ended. As for Yang Yi's other program, China's Voice, which aired once a week, he had already watched it when it first aired on television. You're thinking too much, aren't you? His roommate laughed. The members of the Limit Challenge aren't professional variety show hosts. Big shots like Jia Yuchen and Dan Hongkue need to film too. They can't possibly record shows for you all year long, right? I'm just saying. I know their difficulties. It's good enough that they have time to record shows. It's just a reality show. The other shows aren't good, especially that travel challenge. It's like sh*t. Jiang Yuje looked at the fake smiles of the handsome guys and pretty girls on the computer screen and closed the webpage in disgust. That's right. I think it's a problem with the selection of guests. What kind of guests did the travel challenge invite? What kind of people did the Limit Challenge invite? I think there's an episode where teacher Yuan Yen said it very well. Good looks are all the same, but interesting souls are one in a million, his roommate said. Jiang Yuje reacted quickly and said, in the episode on June 20th, they went to Kaiyun province to play. Jia Yuchen was there showing off. Yuan Yan and Guozi teased him. However, it's quite appropriate for you to use it here. I also think that the guests of the Limit Challenge are all the same. Our Extreme 6 is more interesting. At this moment, another roommate took off his headphones and laughed. Are you guys talking about extreme selections? Did you watch the video that Yang posted just now? It's so interesting. What video is it? Click on the replay and let's see. Jiang Yujie and a few other interested roommates came over and asked him to unplug his earphones to play the video. He didn't know if the education network was slow to react or if this guy's computer was lagging because he often downloaded short videos. After a while, the video finally played. They saw a little girl holding a phone that was much bigger than her palm appear on the computer screen. She looked like she was carved out of jade and was very cute. Although there were Photoshop software in this era and it was very popular to retouch one's own photos, there weren't any powerful beauty features in the shooting tools and video software. Other than special effects artists, most people couldn't slim down or whiten someone's face in a video. Therefore, the girl in the video without any makeup displayed her natural beauty. In the camera, she held the phone and said seriously, "Alright, the song is over. Let's start dancing." At this moment, Yang Yi's voice came from behind the camera. Ask them to warm up first. Before dancing, they should adjust their muscles and bones so that they won't get hurt easily. Cece turned her head and looked at the camera, her father behind the camera. Blinking her eyes, she smiled embarrassedly. I've forgotten about the song. Let me teach Uncle Gua and Auntie Xiao how to warm up first. Where did Yang Huan find this little girl? Aren't those big eyes too cute? And her eyelashes, they can't be fake, right? How can they be so long at such a young age? A roommate mumbled. She's Yang Yi's daughter. Jiang Yujie explained helplessly. It can't be fake eyelashes. She has good genes, and her mother is very beautiful. Because the video was edited, the camera didn't drag. Soon, it showed Yang Huan and Guozi warming up. Yang Huan was fine. She practiced martial arts all year round and had a good physique. Her movements were on point. On the other hand, Guozi was the center of everyone's laughter. For example, Guozi could not even touch his ankle when he bent down and touched his toes. Although many people were not as flexible as Guozi, they felt an inexplicable sense of humor when they saw him raise his head with a frown. Yang Huan even ran forward mischievously and showed off his super flexibility in front of Guozi by pressing his palms on the soles of his feet. The camera paused for a second on Guozi's funny face as he rolled his eyes. Sigh, I feel sorry for him. Everyone in the dorm laughed. Gua is really a comedian. His every move is hilarious. Of course, they soon saw Yang Huan make a fool out of herself. The video cut directly to the part where they practiced the dance steps. She first demonstrated a set of very simple front kicks and tiptoes. The little girl even slowed down her movements. There was no sound of Shishi's voice, only funny background music and dance steps. Then, Yang Huan appeared on camera. Maybe it was because she was a beginner, but she couldn't remember the movements. Her body seemed to have lost its coordination. She couldn't differentiate between left and right. After she finished her left kick, she retracted her left leg and tiptoed. Her right leg was in a daze. As she danced, she even kicked in the air with both legs as if she had given up. In the end, she hugged her leg and squatted down. If one looked at this part, Yang Huan indeed didn't have any talent in dancing. She was clumsy. As a matter of fact, Guozi, who was beside him, was already lying on the ground, laughing heartily as he slapped the floor. Haha, Yang Huan, you deserve it. Jiang Yujie and his roommates couldn't help but laugh. Of course, these were just highlights. They mainly showed the difficulties and setbacks they had encountered during their dance practice. Yang Huan's micro-broadcasting also said, Today, Guozi and I learned a super cool dance from teacher Shishi. Don't be fooled by the highlights. When our colleagues edit the video, I promise you that our learning will amaze you. However, the fans under micro-broadcasting were very happy and not serious at all. I don't believe you. Based on your performance just now, you probably have no chance to dance in this lifetime. Gua knows how to dance. Pigs can climb trees. This is the Seve shuffle dance that Shishi did on the Prada talk show, right? She danced well. You guys can forget about it. Haha. You guys are feeling sorry for Gua, but I feel even more sorry for Shi. Our little cutie must have tried her best to teach them, but she was faced with two uncoordinated people. Two dance maniacs. Teaching them must be very tiring. I came from Chef's microbroadcasting just to catch a glimpse of our Shi. Same as the one on the right, I feel sorry for the little girl. I came from Xianxia's microbroadcasting plus 1 inch. I'm just asking. You guys only feel sorry for Shi, but don't you care about what dance they are doing? Not at all. Next. Haha, asking about what dance they are doing? You probably don't pay much attention to the news about Xianxia and Shi, right? They're obviously dancing the Seve shuffle dance that's popular overseas. Although Yang Huan and Guozi had gained a lot of fans because of the video that night, Yang Huan didn't sleep well the whole night. Sigh, why is Sister Ding Xiang so silly? She's so cute. As a girl, she actually wants to take the initiative to confess her love. Yang Huan tossed and turned in bed. Compared to her, Gua is too timid. He has liked Sister Ding Xiang for so long, but he hasn't done anything yet. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't do anything. Guozi was very nice to Ding Xiang. For example, when he went to record a show, he didn't care about anyone and just brought a local souvenir for Ding Xiang. Usually, Guozi also took care of Ding Xiang in small details, which was something that the careless Yang Huan didn't notice. However, Yang Huan was right. Guozi didn't make any breakthrough in the past few months. This won't do. The relationship between Guozi and Sister Ding Xiang is a little. No, it should be said that there is a gap in all aspects between them. If Sister Ding Xiang confesses her love to Guozi, Sister Ding Xiang will be putting herself in a lower position. Yang Huan was worried about Ding Xiang. Although Yang Huan had never been in a relationship before, she had watched a lot of movies and dramas to learn how to act. She especially watched domestic soap operas and melodramatic family dramas, so she had a lot of experience. When analyzing the relationship between a man and a woman, she even skipped the factor of love and directly involved the complicated factors such as family status and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The more Yang Huan thought about it, the more excited she became. In the middle of the night, the righteous Lord Huan sat up from the bed and patted his thigh. No way, I have to help Sister Ding Xiang. The next day was Sunday. Guozi had already returned home, but he received a call from Yang Huan. Guozi, where are you? I have something to talk to you about. He was confused, but he still went out to meet Yang Huan. Yang Huan didn't know that her half-baked detective, Ku Huan, was indeed a half-baked detective. She had only guessed half of Ding Xiang's thoughts. Of course, to clarify all of this, one had to rewind time to the afternoon 2 days ago. Ding Xiang stood in the stairwell, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. She clenched her fists and listened to Xue Baolin's confession to Guozi. Brother Gua, why aren't you saying anything? Ahem, I just find it strange. I'm fat and ugly, and the fans of the Extreme Challenge call me Little Fatty Gua. Why would you, like me? Who? Said you're ugly? Although you're just a little chubbier, you're still very handsome. Also, people say that fat people have potential. I think they're right. You should be on a diet now. You've lost a lot of weight, and you've become more handsome. Really, you have a lot of female fans online. Everyone says you're gentle and caring. But I like your intelligence more. You're too smart. Every time I see you fighting with Yuan Yan, I'm so excited that I tremble all over. Ding Xiang's eyes dimmed, and she loosened her grip on his hand. When she heard Xue Baolin say that Guozi had become even more handsome after losing weight, Ding Xiang felt like she was regretting teaching her husband to seek a title. However, just as Ding Xiang was feeling sad, Guozi's words entered her ears. I have a girlfriend, and I like her a lot. Ding Xiang raised her head in surprise. Guozi had a girlfriend? Why didn't she know? Then, she heard Guozi say, my girlfriend is quite nice to me. She cooks a lot for me. Although she's strict sometimes, she's always thinking about my health. Ding Xiang was stunned. Weren't these clues pointing to her? At that moment, Ding Xiang's emotions were in turmoil and became even more complicated. How did Ding Xiang feel about Guozi? Ding Xiang had the most right to speak. In the beginning, Guozi could only be regarded as a junior brother that left a deep impression on her. At that time, Guozi's character was still immature. He was just a little kid who hadn't grown up yet. He shamelessly wanted to go to the bar where she worked to play. If it weren't for Ding Xiang's good character and tolerance towards Guozi, if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have bothered with Guozi. However, Ding Xiang did not expect that Guozi would return the favor and take the initiative to help her find a stable job in Yangyi. For this, Ding Xiang had always been grateful to Guozi. She even felt that Guozi was not only her friend, but also her benefactor, a benefactor just like Yangyi. Therefore, when she was just a waitress, Ding Xiang had always been very tolerant of Guozi. If Guozi wanted to eat cake, Ding Xiang would also make delicious cakes. Of course, she was just an employee, and Guozi had to pay for it. During this period, something very special happened. Last year, on Ding Xiang's birthday, Guozi bought a birthday present for Ding Xiang. It was the crystal hair clip that Ding Xiang had taken a fancy to when Guozi accompanied her to buy a present for Murphy. Although Guozi had a good memory, he could keep the things that he liked in his heart and secretly bought it for her. This matter still stirred up a lot of waves in Ding Xiang's heart. Ding Xiang was very touched, but at that time, Ding Xiang's heart was thinking about her younger brothers and sisters in her hometown. She would send the money back when she earned it. Her life was tight, and she didn't have the mood to think about more complicated issues. This matter only stopped at the feeling of opening the gift. This situation continued until Yangyi helped Ding Xiang solve her worries. Ding Xiang finally decided to live a good life and set an example for her younger brothers and sisters. From then on, Ding Xiang was the complete Ding Xiang. She began to save her own money and started to plan her career path. At the beginning, she was like a normal girl, having some romantic feelings. For a girl like Ding Xiang who had no feelings and a narrow circle of contacts, it was easier for her to be moved by the people around her. Tang Kaitai and his father were imprisoned, and Qianli Chuanshu regained his freedom. Last November, they celebrated at the coffee shop, which reminded Ding Xiang of something that she had forgotten for a long time. At that time, Tang Kaitai came to the coffee shop to harass Ding Xiang in order to get in touch with Yangyi. Guozi stepped forward bravely and punched Tang Kaitai to the ground. True feelings are like plum blossoms, which can't be drowned by the cold ice and snow. It blooms on the coldest branch, seeing spring coming to you and me. Ding Xiang listened to Yangyi singing this song. What she thought in her heart was completely different from what the others in the coffee shop thought. Although there were some signs, it was still very vague. The feelings really began to brew at the beginning of this year. Guozi began to lose weight. After he shamelessly pestered her, Ding Xiang also took responsibility for him. She helped him develop a weight loss plan, even accompanied him to Shanghai to film a movie and took care of his daily life. It seemed that Ding Xiang was just doing what an agent and assistant should do. However, during this period of time, the two of them still had some sparks. But these sparks were still unable to ignite the firewood of love. Just as Guozi said to Yangyi, he was worried that he wasn't strong enough to protect Ding Xiang in front of his family. Guozi didn't dare to take the most important step. And Ding Xiang felt too inferior. She knew that Guozi came from a prominent family, but she also knew that she came from a humble background. The story of the prince and Cinderella only exists in fairy tales. This sentence was said by Yangyi when he was chatting with someone. Ding Xiang couldn't remember where it came from. Perhaps she overheard it when she was delivering coffee, but it left a deep impression on her. Although they could vaguely sense that the other party was interested in her, neither of them dared to act rashly. This dragged on for half a year. In the corridor, Ding Xiang's mood dropped. When she heard Guozi clearly say that he liked the person who took care of him, Ding Xiang was so happy that she almost cried. She suppressed her tumbling emotions and returned to the coffee shop. She looked up the information that Yang Huan found when she was browsing through the historical records. Yes, Ding Xiang confirmed that she liked Guozi. She also knew that if she didn't bravely confess, they might miss each other forever. Ding Xiang even looked up whether a girl's confession would be successful and how a girl would confess, etc. However, Yang Huan didn't know that after looking up the information, Ding Xiang sat in front of the computer in a daze for a long time. In the end, she dragged a notebook into the computer's trash can. It was a list of her confessions, experiences and common phrases she used to confess. For half a year, she didn't have the courage to face this. Did Ding Xiang have the courage to face it now? There was a difference between Ding Xiang and Yang Huan. Yang Huan was emotional and straightforward, but Ding Xiang was rational. After she calmed down, she started to worry that her impulsiveness would bring trouble to Guozi. Even though she knew that Guozi liked her, even though Guozi's words when he rejected Shui Baolin made Ding Xiang believe that Guozi was the one she loved. However, she also knew that there was a fatal gap between them that couldn't be crossed. Otherwise, why didn't Guozi confess to her? Liking someone was presumptuous, but love was restraint. For his sake, she also needed to restrain herself. After Ding Xiang thought it through, she felt a strong sense of powerlessness in her heart. The courage that she had accumulated was also destroyed by her rationality. In the past 2 days, no one could tell that Ding Xiang was hiding her sadness amidst everyone's laughter. However, after being sad, she still had to continue living, right? Lights and shadows intertwined, and the clock returned to normal. Guozi was full of doubts as he rushed to the Wu Lake Park in Jiangqing, which was near his home. As promised, he arrived at a milk tea shop. Before he could stand still, a person jumped out from the side and grabbed his arm, shouting anxiously, "Go, go, 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 go." The person was strong, but her slender hand gripped Guozi's arm so tightly that it hurt. Luckily, Guozi recognized Yang Huan's voice. "What's wrong with you? Master Huan, why are you in such a hurry? Let me treat you to a cup of milk tea." Guozi asked in confusion. "Hey, there's no rush for milk tea. I think a fan recognized me just now. Let's go and find a quiet place to talk." Yang Huan was a little worried that her private meeting with Guozi would be reported and cause a misunderstanding. Luckily, this was Guozi's turf, and he was familiar with it. Soon, Guozi brought Yang Huan to the lakeside of Wu Lake Park. They found a relatively remote bench and sat down to talk. But before Guozi could ask, Yang Huan, who could no longer hold back, asked, "Xiaogua, someone confessed to you on Friday, right?" Yang Huan was making a final confirmation. Although she could basically confirm the complicated relationship between Ding Xiang and Guozi, what if she was wrong? If it was not Guozi, and she had hurried over to persuade him, it would be awkward. Guozi was shocked. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "How did you know? Did my classmates tell you? Did someone really confess to you?" "I don't care who told me. Tell me first, who confessed to you? How did they fall for you?" Yang Huan was gossipy and teasing him. Guozi thought that Yang Huan knew, so he did not hide it. He told Yang Huan about the two-dimensional girl. Listening to Guozi's explanation, Yang Huan thought to herself, that must be it. Sister Ding Xiang must have met her at that time, and that's why she was shocked. "Sure. Lil Guozi, I didn't know you were so charming." Yang Huan patted Guozi's shoulder like a man. "How did you respond? You promised that girl?" "No, she didn't confess. She just asked for my phone number." Guozi could tell that although Yang Huan kept asking, her attitude towards him was the same as usual. Therefore, he let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Lord Huan, how could I dare to give out my phone number? See, I refused on the spot." "Did he really refuse?" Yang Huan's eyes lit up. "I really rejected her." Guozi smiled and said, "I even lied to her that I have a girlfriend." Yang Huan flicked her bangs, and a look of realization appeared in her eyes. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Guozi asked curiously. However, Yang Huan did not intend to answer him. She changed the topic abruptly. "Xiaogua, you have to tell me the truth. Are you still in love with Sister Ding Xiang?" Guozi was stunned and did not know how to answer. "Tell me," Yang Huan said unhappily. "You are a man. Don't be so wishy-washy. If you are in love with her, then you are. Why don't you dare to admit it?" "Lord Huan, what are you trying to say?" Guozi said helplessly. "Why did you come here early in the morning to ask me these questions? Of course, I have something to tell you. But I have to make sure about this first." Yang Huan said seriously, "I mean the kind of love between a man and a woman, not just between friends." If you tell me that you are not in love with Sister Xiang, I don't need to tell you what I want to tell you, because it is very important. Guozi was still confused, but he could see the seriousness in Yang Huan's expression. Guozi hesitated for a while, then nodded gently and said, "Okay, I admit that I do like Sister Xiang. Did Brother Yang tell you? But don't tell Sister Xiang." Before he could finish, Yang Huan laughed and said, "That's enough. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I have known that you like Sister Xiang for a long time. At the end of last semester, my brother talked to you. Do you think he found out? I told him, didn't I? Now I want to know if you have a change of heart. Do I look like a playboy?" Guozi complained. "Okay, I am being paranoid. I am sorry, Xiaogua. I am worried about you and Sister Xiang." Yang Huan was a bit embarrassed. "I will not keep you in suspense. I am here today to ask you something. You have liked Sister Xiang for so long. Why haven't you confessed your love to her?" Guozi was stunned and did not know how to answer. "You are a man. Don't you know how to take the initiative? Show the courage you had when you sang for senior sister Du at the freshman party." Yang Huan continued. She had heard about this from everyone. "It is not that I don't want to take the initiative, but I don't think it is the right time yet," Guozi stammered. If he were to explain everything as he had told Yang Yi, there would be a lot of things to say. Yang Huan did not have Yang Yi's patience. She frowned and said, "What do you mean it is not the right time yet? You like Sister Xiang, and Sister Xiang likes you. Why don't you give it a try? Don't worry about being friends. If you can't be friends, you can be husband and wife." Master Huan's words had always been shocking. Guozi knew how Xiang felt about him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Huan, it is not as simple as you think. I am not sure. You can't expect a girl to confess to you, right? Let me tell you, Xiaogua, as a man, you have to confess first." Before Yang Huan could finish, Guozi, who was smart, had already figured out something. He asked in surprise, "Confess first? Lord Huan, what do you mean? Is Sister Xiang going to?" Yang Huan saw that Guozi had guessed it, so she did not try to hide it. She said directly, "That's right. I am so angry because of you. After so long, Sister Xiang is going to confess to you." "Ah?" Guozi was dumbfounded. "When that girl confessed to you, Sister Xiang saw it too?" Translator, WQL editor, Alim. Before Yang Huan finished his words, Guozi had figured out the relationship between these events at once. Additionally, Xiang's eyes flashed in his mind. At the same time, he recalled Xiang's words, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Guozi was a little guilty at that time. Now that he thought about it, everything was connected. While Guozi was lost in his thoughts, Yang Huan told him how Xiang was going to confess to him. She couldn't wait. She was afraid that Shui Baolin or Shui Baobao would steal you away. She probably heard you rejecting that girl, so she decided to confess to you." Yang Huan said with disappointment. "Xiaogua, as a man, how can you not be as brave as a girl?" When Guozi was stunned by the sudden news, Yang Huan lectured him seriously, "Sister Xiang's family is not as rich as yours. You still want her to pluck up the courage to confess to you? What position will she have in the family in the future?" "I know. I didn't dare to confess because of these problems. But Lord Huan, don't misunderstand. I am not saying that Sister Xiang is not good. I am just worried that my family will reject her. I don't want her to be hurt." Guozi finally came to himself. He was moved and said seriously, "Then what do you want?" Yang Huan scratched his hair angrily and asked. "I used to work hard to make myself better. If there was a chance, I would try to pursue Sister Xiang," Guozi said in a low voice, lowering his eyes. "But now, I know what you mean. As a man, how can I wait for a girl to confess to me?" Guozi raised his head and clenched his fists. His body was trembling with excitement. "I should have fallen in love with Sister Xiang first. I was the one who pursued her. So I should be the one to confess to Sister Xiang." Guozi was moved by Yang Huan's words about Sister Xiang's confession. He decided not to care so much. He thought to himself, I want to be with Sister Ding Xiang. No matter who tried to stop him, it was useless. If you want to buy flowers, put them in the shape of a heart and give her a surprise. You'd better sing a song. I think singing is a good idea, but don't sing fairy tale. Fairy tale is too sad. Also, don't sing University Days. You've already sung that song to senior due. If you use it again, you'll be beaten to death. How about playing the piano? I think it's very romantic. You'd better put candles in the coffee shop. Record a video. This time, make it bigger. Ask Wang Chao and Zhu Liang to record the whole process. We can keep it as a souvenir in the future. After making up his mind, Guozi went home to pack his things and sneaked out. He followed Yang Huan to Yang Yi's villa, where he was instructed and trained by Yang Huan and Murphy. Murphy and Yang Huan were very active in this matter, especially Murphy. When she heard that Guozi was going to confess his love to Ding Xiang, she excitedly gave Guozi a lot of ideas. Cici seemed to be infected by them. She jumped around and finally threw herself on her father's shoulder. She leaned close to her father's ear and whispered, Papa, what are you talking about? I want to play with you. At first, Yang Yi was listening to Mo Fei and the others, so he didn't pay attention to Cici. The little girl was a little reluctant. She turned around and pressed her body into her father's arms. She kicked her long legs on the ground and arched her father with her little butt, trying to attract his attention. However, she was pressed down by her father's big hand and held tightly in his arms, unable to move. Hee, I'm almost out of breath. She struggled for a while and found that she couldn't get out. Her hair was messed up, and she laughed breathlessly. On the other side, after listening to their opinions, Guozi felt a headache coming on. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Sister Mo Fei, Lord Huan, isn't this a bit too grand? I think Sister Ding Xiang, according to her personality, she probably doesn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. If we do this, won't it be counterproductive? Yang Huan and Murphy looked at each other in bewilderment. That does make sense. Sister Ding Xiang doesn't like grand occasions, Yang Huan said. You don't even want the flowers? I feel that without flowers, this confession scene will be much inferior. Murphy reluctantly said, furthermore, there's no woman who doesn't like flowers. If it's flowers, I can buy a small bouquet, but there's no need for candles, decorations, or Brother Wang Chao to record the video. Guozi hesitated. It's not good to have too many people. Why wasn't it good to have more people? Guozi explained, if I ask a lot of friends to help me, Sister Ding Xiang will be under a lot of pressure when I confess. She may have many considerations in her mind, and she may even be worried that I will embarrass her and be too embarrassed to reject me. I don't want to put pressure on her. I want to give her space to make a choice. Why would she reject you? Sister Ding Xiang likes you too. Yang Huan did not consider everything as she said hurriedly. Huan, little Gua is right. No matter what you see now, Ding Xiang will have her own considerations. We should respect her decision. You and I can't even talk about matters of the heart clearly. How can you be so sure that Ding Xiang will agree before she nods her head? Yang Yi finally spoke. I think little Gua is right. We need to give Ding Xiang space to make a choice. I have always liked Ding Xiang, and I can probably understand her character. Although she looks soft and weak, she is also a very kind and opinionated girl. It is not good for us to swarm over and watch. Mo Fei thought for a while and said. Then what should we do? I mean, what if Sister Ding Xiang rejects you? Yang Huan stared at him in surprise. A trace of confusion flashed through Guozi's eyes. He scratched his head and said, if Sister Ding Xiang refuses, I will respect her choice. It was painful to say such words. However, Yang Yi patted his head and said angrily, you're discouraged because of one setback? Don't you know how to work harder and try again next time? Guozi looked at Yang Yi in confusion. You even told me to stay by your side and protect Ding Xiang in front of your parents. You said that you must give her happiness. If you always give up so easily, even if Ding Xiang agrees this time, you will still have to face the resistance of her family and the opposition of her fans. Can you really go on with her? Yang Yi questioned. Guozi clenched his fists and said unwillingly, no, no, I won't give up so easily. That's right. Yang Huan waved his fists excitedly and said, if you dare to disappoint Sister Ding Xiang, I'll beat you to death. Murphy looked at them, who were unforgiving but actually cared about Guozi. She didn't know why she was touched. She shook her head with a smile and said, you're going too far. Let's think of a better way for Xiaogua to confess his love first. Since you all said that we should keep it simple and try not to watch, then Xiaogua and Ding Xiang will be the main characters. Brother, aren't you a romantic person? I've heard a lot from Sister Xiaowan. When you confess or propose to sister-in-law, you're always so troublesome. Yang Huan turned to Yang Yi and said expectantly, can you give Xiaogua an idea? The only thing I can think of is singing, Yang Yi said after a moment of hesitation. Singing was one of the most important things in his romantic life. But I've thought of a song that suits you and Ding Xiang, Yang Yi said. After giving Guozi advice, they made a lot of noise for the whole day. It was not until night fell that the villa was quiet again. Shi, help Dad get the shoes. After seeing Guozi and Yang Huan off, Yang Yi went back to the living room. However, she turned her head and looked to the other side with her mouth pouted. The little girl was angry with her dad. What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Or are you angry with Dad? Yang Yi walked over and sat beside Shi. Although the little girl wanted to be angry with her dad, she had been murmuring to herself, humph, don't talk to Dad. However, she could not hold back her words. As soon as Yang Yi sat down beside her, she could not hold it in anymore. When her dad asked her for the second time, she jumped up from the sofa and said angrily with her hands on her waist, you don't play with me, and you don't take me to play with you. This is not a game. It's very important to Uncle Gua, Yang Yi explained. If we could play with you, why didn't Dad take you with us? But you're too boring. The little girl did not know how to blame her dad and mom. She said unhappily, if I had known, I would have played with Xianxia. She went shopping with her mom. It must be fun to play with Xianxia. Yang Yi sighed inwardly. She had indeed reached the age where she liked to play with children of the same age. Although she still relied on her dad's company, she could not understand or integrate into the world of adults. Unlike before, when she could sit by the side and play for half a day, she needed playmates. Well, you've made some new friends at school, haven't you? Yang Yi touched Shi's little head and said softly, invite them to play at home next weekend, okay? Invite Qiqi, Chen Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu. Shi immediately forgot her unhappiness and cried out in surprise, really? I want to invite them to play. I want to invite Xiaoyu. On Tuesday night, the other shops outside the north gate of Jiangqing Media University had already finished their business for the day. Their doors were tightly shut. Other than the dim street lights, there was only the coffee shop on the corner of the street. The windows there were still warm and gentle lights. However, even the coffee shop on the corner of the street didn't have any customers lingering around at this time. It was almost time for it to close. Tang, didn't you say that you have homework to do? Tonight? Ding Xiang's voice rang out in the coffee shop. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Sugar Cube, who was sneakily stuffing a CD into the audio console, was startled. She raised her head and looked around. When she saw that Ding Xiang, who was cleaning the dust on the bookshelf with a feather duster, didn't see her actions, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Ding Xiang, but I haven't cleaned up yet. Sugar Cube said. It's okay. You go do your work. I'll do it today. Ding Xiang turned her head and smiled. Who hasn't had a time when they can't take care of both ends? Anyway, I have nothing to do. Of course, Sugar Cube didn't really have anything to do. When she heard Ding Xiang's words, she felt even more guilty. She said embarrassedly, Sister Ding Xiang, I don't know what to say. You're really too kind. After Sugar Cube left, Ding Xiang put away the feather duster not long after. She went to the bathroom at the back to get a mop and started to get busy. Although it wouldn't be too dirty if she didn't clean it for a day, Ding Xiang still inherited Yang Yi's habit of loving cleanliness. She always placed the cleanliness of the coffee shop first. She even arranged for a few part-time waitresses, including Sugar Cube, who had only been here for half a year, to take turns cleaning the shop. After a while, Ding Xiang went to the back to change the water. However, when she came out of the bathroom with a mop in her hand, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why did the lights in the coffee shop change? Originally, she had turned on the normal incandescent lights to make it easier to find the dirty things on the floor. Why did it become a dim chandelier? The chandelier was used to create a romantic atmosphere for customers. At this moment, it also decorated the coffee shop with flickering shadows. Who's there? Ding Xiang was startled. She gripped the mop tightly and asked nervously. Although most of the people in the university town were students and teachers, it was not a utopian paradise. Because some people with bad intentions knew that university students were easy to bully, they would also come here. There were cases of petty theft and even robbery from time to time. Ding Xiang remembered that 2 years ago, a dagger was found in the bushes near the school's main entrance. That month, the entire school's students were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At night, they obediently stayed in their dorms, not daring to go out. Fortunately, not long after she asked, Guozi's embarrassed voice came from the bar counter. "Sister Ding Xiang, it's me, little Gua?" Ding Xiang was worried, so she grabbed the mop and walked over. Seeing Guozi scratching his head and standing at the bar counter with an awkward expression, she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? Why would he come to the bar counter at this time? Was he trying to steal money?" But Ding Xiang knew that Guozi was not short of money. Guozi pointed at the sound console next to him and said dejectedly, "I'm playing with this, but I can't find the play button." Yes, he fiddled with it for a long time, but he could not make any sound. Of course, it was also because the light was too dim, so he could not see the small words on it. Ding Xiang frowned and walked over. "Why are you fiddling with the sound system in the middle of the night? Also, you turned off the lights without telling me." I want to sing a song for you." Guozi stammered, "But I didn't learn the accompaniment, so I recorded an accompaniment. Sugar Cube helped me put it in, but I got the wrong button." Ding Xiang walked closer and saw the small bouquet of roses that Guozi put in the bar counter. Suddenly, she understood. Her face turned red, and the blame she had for Guozi just now disappeared without a trace. What was left was an inexplicable nervousness. Sing. I don't need to sing, right? I. Ding Xiang had only heard about it from Murphy. When it was her turn to deal with it, she panicked. She did not know where to put her hands and feet, and said inconsistently. "Butterflies in the stomach." This phrase was the most suitable to describe Ding Xiang's mood at this moment. Guozi was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and stammered, "Don't need to sing? Then what should I do?" Ding Xiang did not know how to answer. She was still in a state of confusion. Her face was red, and she did not dare to look at Guozi's eyes. Guozi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Finally, Ding Xiang walked over, reached out to the sound console, and pressed a button. The accompaniment music finally sounded. At the beginning, it was a string of light electric prelude. Soon, it entered the guitar accompaniment. Can I back off?" Guozi wished he could find a hole to hide in. I didn't react in time. "It's a little too much." Ding Xiang could only press a few more buttons. She was a little close to Guozi. She felt that her face was burning, and even her ears were burning. She had never experienced this kind of feeling before. In the silence of the two, the music accompaniment sounded again. This time, Guozi was prepared. He calmed himself down and waited for the electric music to stop. Then he stepped on the guitar accompaniment and began to sing. Note 1, please be sure to watch it first. In the rain, at night, in this alley, without the microphone, Guozi gently hummed beside Ding Xiang. His voice seemed to have become gentle. It had never been so gentle. Ding Xiang was at a loss. She did not know if she should leave the bar counter. The two of them were squeezed in the small bar counter. They were so close that she could feel Guozi's breathing not far from her ear. "Meeting your beautiful Miss Ding Xiang, your eyes are so soft and bright." This section of lyrics was very straightforward. When Guozi sang, his voice trembled. Ding Xiang could not help but tremble slightly. At this moment, how could she not be sure of Guozi's intentions? But her brain was already in a state of shutdown. She could only shyly lower her head and look at her toes in a daze. Guozi sang softly. Due to the influence from earlier, he did not sing very well at the beginning. But this kind of song was sung with deep emotions. It was naturally pleasant to listen to. Your sigh makes me stop thinking. Your footsteps make me lose my direction. My dear lady, the night is still long. Please let me accompany you until dawn. Guozi could see Ding Xiang's shy expression, which stimulated his restless heart even more. He was also affected by the deep emotions contained in the lyrics. Finally, he could not help but muster up the courage to reach out and hold Ding Xiang's hand. When Ding Xiang's hand was grabbed by Guozi, she subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. But she only trembled and did not move in the end. The girl's heart was also a little confused at this moment. She felt that she should not pull her hand out. No, she was still struggling in her heart. But in this kind of singing, she still did not bring up the idea of pulling her hand out. She was very flustered. Miss Ding Xiang has a lot of things to say to you. Miss Ding Xiang has a song to sing to you. This world has brought me too much confusion. I hope that you can give me hope. Guozi held Ding Xiang's hand. His mood suddenly became bright and cheerful. Even his humming voice had a trace of sweetness. The lyrics of this song were not complicated. After repeating it a few times, Guozi finally used his most affectionate voice to slowly sing. Miss Ding Xiang has a lot of things to say to you. Miss Ding Xiang has a song to sing to you. No matter where you go, I am willing to accompany you until the end of time. The song ended, but the accompaniment was not yet heard. It seemed that after a while, when everything became quiet, Guozi's voice sounded again. Sister Ding Xiang, I like you. Sister-in-law, do you think little Gua and the others can make it? In the private room of a big hotel in the university town, Yang Huan, the third party, was anxious and restless. She was excited one moment, and then she looked even more nervous than Guozi the next moment. I don't know. Didn't he leave a while ago? Why hasn't he called yet? Murphy was also looking forward to the result of Guozi's confession. My phone is silent. I've checked it several times. Yang Huan sighed. Sigh. I want to call him or Sister Ding Xiang to ask about the progress. Don't call. Murphy quickly stopped her. If he's still confessing, wouldn't it be bad if you call him now? Hee. I'm just saying. I'm not stupid. Yang Huan winked at Murphy and smiled mischievously. Yang Yi turned to look at them, shook his head, and ignored them. He continued to help Shishi with her homework. The little girl had come here with her parents after school today. In order not to have to go back to do her homework, she was racing against time to do her homework after dinner. Splash. Splash. At night, the sound of water was soft and slow beside the Grand Canal. It was as if a low and melodious melody was echoing in the quiet night. The night wind in early autumn was chilly. There should be no one around the Grand Canal at this time, but today was special. A man and a woman were walking slowly on the Grand Canal, hand in hand. Why did you suddenly decide to confess to me today? Ding Xiang's shy voice came faintly from the darkness. Because, Sister Ding Xiang, I've liked you for a long time, Guozi stammered. I know. I have feelings for you. But I can also feel what you're afraid of. Ding Xiang stopped and looked down at Guozi's hand that was holding hers. While singing, this guy secretly held Ding Xiang's hand and refused to let go no matter what she said. Even after the song was over, he confessed and waited for Ding Xiang's response, but he shamelessly refused to let go. Afterwards, Ding Xiang looked at Guozi. Under the night sky, it was hard to see her expression, but Guozi could hear the unhappiness in her voice. You didn't tell me the truth. Just now. You were already hesitating. She was indeed a person with a high IQ. Coupled with the nature of a woman, Ding Xiang was not even blinded by love. Her judgment of the situation was extremely accurate. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Because Master Huan accidentally saw some records of your search engine and found out about your plans, she told me. I also felt that I should have confessed first. I couldn't let you suffer, so I confessed first. Guozi couldn't withstand the interrogation and said directly. My plan? What plan do I have? Ding Xiang thought for a moment and suddenly had an answer. You're saying that Huan saw some of the things I checked and thought that I was going to confess to you, so she went to force you to confess first? This brain. Its logical reasoning ability was many times better than the famous Detective Ku Huan's. Something like that, but she didn't force me to confess. I did it willingly. Guozi said anxiously. However, his brain wasn't any worse than Ding Xiang's. After a while, he noticed the loophole in Ding Xiang's words and felt that something was wrong. Wait, you're saying that Master Huan got it wrong? You didn't want to confess to me? At this moment, Guozi wished he could cover his mouth. Why did you mention this? She had already nodded. Why did you still care if she had this intention in the past? Could it be that if Sister Ding Xiang didn't have the intention to confess, you would regret rushing to confess first? However, Ding Xiang didn't have so many twists and turns in her heart. She looked at Guozi awkwardly and hesitated for a moment before stammering. I originally had such a plan, but later I gave up on it. Why? Guozi couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Why didn't you dare to confess for so long? That's why I gave up on this plan. Ding Xiang said faintly. Indeed, a smart person's words were simple. Guozi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, it's not that I didn't dare to, but I was worried that I didn't have the ability to protect you. I told Brother Yang that I would work hard to become a best actor and have my own identity and status. When that time comes, I can tell the whole world that I love you, and I won't have to worry about other people's reactions. Ding Xiang was stunned. In the dark, her expression couldn't be seen clearly, but after a while, she turned around and wrapped her arms around Guozi's waist and threw herself into his embrace. Guozi's weight loss for the past half a year was very effective. His belly was no longer a hindrance. Ding Xiang's hug made Guozi surprised and embarrassed. His hands froze in the air and didn't know where to put them. Sister Ding Xiang, are you cold? Let me take off my jacket for you to wear. Guozi stammered for a long time before squeezing out this sentence. Ding Xiang chuckled, but she didn't say anything. She only shook her head and tightened her grip on Guozi's waist. After a while, the two of them separated as if they were electrocuted. In the dark, their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but they could faintly see that Guozi's buttocks were slightly raised. This, cough, Sister Ding Xiang, Guozi was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to explain. Ding Xiang coughed twice and pretended to be calm as she said, let's sit down and talk. Since we have decided to be together, then we have to have a plan. Otherwise, we won't be able to last long. How can that be? Guozi said excitedly as if he had been injected with chicken blood, we will definitely be together forever and grow old together. I won't fall in love with someone else. Hey, don't be so agitated. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that since we're together, we have to face difficulties together, have a plan for our future, and work hard together. Ding Xiang said impatiently. Compared to Guozi, Ding Xiang was more organized. Okay. Guozi nodded his head cleanly this time. The two of them were very crazy. It was autumn and the night wind was chilly. They even sat down on the empty dam with their legs hanging outside, preparing to discuss important matters together. Guozi was a little absent-minded. His hand was like an ant crawling over, but at the last moment of contact, he was a little scared and asked hesitantly, Sister Ding Xiang, can I hold your hand? Ding Xiang was angry and amused at the same time. However, wasn't this the Guozi that she liked? When he was smart, he could come up with brilliant plans to conquer the world. When he was with her, he was silly and cute. You still call me Sister Ding Xiang? Ding Xiang suppressed the shyness in her heart and generously put her hand into Guozi's hand. What are our identities now? You're my girlfriend. But I can't call you girlfriend, right? I can't always call you Sister Ding Xiang. It's too loud. How about I call you Xianger? Guozi muttered. He really touched the pot that didn't boil. When Ding Xiang heard half of it, she wanted to strangle him. Don't call me Xianger. It's too mushy. Ding Xiang was not that bower. She couldn't stand it. Then what should I do? What should I call you? Ding Xiang hesitated and said, just call me Ding Xiang. Don't mention the word sister. I understand. Ding Xiang. No, sister. You're my girlfriend. Guozi shouted and tried to reach out and put his arm around Ding Xiang's shoulder to let her lean into his embrace. Ding Xiang realized his intention. But after hesitating for a moment, she didn't refuse. If he just put his arm around her shoulder, Ding Xiang might object. She was a very conservative girl from the Miao tribe. Tell me about your family. I know that you've been worried about them. Ding Xiang said softly. They. Don't worry. Guozi quivered. He was worried that Ding Xiang would back out again. He quickly said, I will definitely do their ideological work well. Moreover, I will work very hard to get better results and fight for their recognition. Ding Xiang couldn't hold it in anymore. She straightened up from Guozi's embrace and then angrily stretched out her 2 hands to pinch Guozi's big face. Of course, she didn't use much strength, but she still said very seriously, do you treat our relationship seriously? Do you really think of me as your girlfriend? If it were someone else, hearing such a question at this time, they would have directly kissed her, but Guozi only had the intention but not the guts. Looking at Ding Xiang's pretty face that was close to him, his mouth was dry, and he didn't dare to move. He argued, of course I do. I really like you and want to give you happiness. Happiness is a business that 2 people work together. It's not something that can be exchanged for by one party's hard work. Ding Xiang changed from pinching to holding. She gently held Guozi's face with both hands. In the night, her eyes were clear and bright. She said, since we are going to be together, let's work hard together. Let me help you. Don't struggle alone, okay? Guozi was so touched that he could only nod his head vigorously. After some time, the lights in the coffee shop were turned on again. Eh? The floor is clean. Murphy looked left and right. They're not upstairs either. Don't tell me they went to get a room? Are all young people so open-minded these days? Yang Huan complained. Yang Yi had just locked the car and came in. Hearing their conversation, he quickly covered Xishi's ears and said angrily, Yang Huan. What are you talking about? Where did you learn these things? Let me tell you, if you go to a hotel with a guy you just met, I'll beat you to death. Hey, I'm just saying. There are many situations like this in movies. Westerners are very open-minded. But it doesn't mean that I'm the same, Yang Huan muttered. Although Yang Huan looked a little outgoing, it was undeniable that she was a very traditional girl. Until now, she had not been pursued by anyone. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, do you know what's the most infuriating thing? Yang Huan avoided Yang Yi and pulled Murphy to the door. She muttered, the most infuriating thing is that we don't know where they went to fool around and left us alone. They didn't even inform us of the result and made us wait for so long. It's all that damn Guo's fault. He forgot about his old friends when he got a new one. Achoo, Guozi, who had just said that he would give Ding Xiang a coat, suddenly sneezed. Ding Xiang, who was cuddling with him and enjoying their first time together as a couple, immediately realized what had happened. She immediately went into the rhythm of being Guozi's agent. She quickly pulled the zipper of Guozi's coat and said self-reproachfully, look, I forgot that we stayed outside for so long. It's okay. I've already helped you mop the floor. There's nothing else in the coffee shop. Guozi said with a nasal voice and a little reluctantly, I'm happy to be with you, no matter where we are. I'm not talking about that. I'm worried that you'll catch a cold if you stay outside for too long. Ding Xiang said, let's go. We should go back. Guozi and Ding Xiang were together. Of course, this was just the beginning. They would encounter many complicated problems in the future, but they needed to work together to face them. However, for Xishi, this big event was just a small episode in her life. Why are Papa, Mom, and Little Aunt so happy? Xishi couldn't figure out the scene when Uncle Guo and Sister Ding Xiang came back hand in hand. Before going to bed that night, she asked her father about it. Because Sister Ding Xiang is your Uncle Guo's girlfriend. Yang Yi explained briefly to Xishi, we are very happy to see them together. Why? Aren't Uncle Guo and Sister Ding Xiang good friends? Dad is talking about girlfriends. Girlfriends are closer than good friends. For example, before Dad and Mom got married, Mom was Dad's girlfriend. I see, This answer still couldn't completely explain Xixi's confusion. It was still difficult for a young girl to understand the complicated emotional interactions between adults. However, Xixi started to think of another way from the example of her dad and mom. A few days later, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. Yang Yi invited Guozi and Ding Xiang, who didn't go home, to his house. Everyone could enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes together. Unexpectedly, Xixi ran to Guozi and Ding Xiang and asked innocently, "Uncle Guo, are you going to have a baby with Sister Ding Xiang soon?" Guozi and Ding Xiang were so embarrassed by Yang Huan's barbell-like laughter that they wanted to hide in a hole on the ground. Xixi still didn't understand the world of adults. She was looking forward to the weekend, when her good friends would come to her house to play. After the second class on Friday afternoon, Xixi couldn't wait to remind her deskmate again, "Little you must remember that you are coming to my house to play tomorrow. My papa prepared a lot of delicious food, and Xianxia likes it very much." "Xixi, you've said it many times." Lu Xiaoyu giggled as she bent over. "My dad said that he would send me there, and he even promised to send me there. Then at night, when he gets off work, he will pick me up and go home." "Why does your papa still have to go to work?" Xixi asked in confusion. "My papa said that adults don't have to go to work on weekends. Because my father is a policeman. Sometimes, he has to go to work every day and is very busy. However, he is also very capable and has received many awards." When Lu Xiaoyu talked about her father's occupation, her face was brimming with pride. Although her father was very strict with her, Lu Xiaoyu felt that her father was a superhero who caught bad guys. Just like how Xixi felt that her father was very powerful, Lu Xiaoyu was afraid of her father, but she also admired her father. "Police? I didn't even know that your papa was a policeman." Xixi's eyes also became filled with admiration. She said excitedly, "Then your father is also super powerful." However, before Lu Xiaoyu could finish being happy, Xixi complained again, "Little you didn't tell me that your papa was a policeman, and you didn't tell me the story of your papa catching bad guys. You're not a good friend." Xixi had learned the word "not a good friend" from the naughty boys in her class. Then again, Xixi had only invited Lu Xiaoyu to this weekend's activity in addition to her old friends. Although Xixi could make more friends after she went to primary school, it was strange that among the friends that the little girl had now, only Lu Xiaoyu was close to. There could be many reasons for this problem, and one of them was the budding awareness of gender. Boys might not have obvious gender awareness, but girls were relatively precocious. Subtly, they liked to play with girls more. This was also related to the fact that boys were becoming more and more naughty, while girls were becoming more and more quiet. Of course, this analysis was only suitable for most situations. Some children were different. For example, Nan Jiaoyu was still the same as before. He was weak, gentle, and quiet. He couldn't blend in with the boys' circle, but the girls' circle didn't accept him very easily either. Fortunately, Xixi and the others would still play with him and introduce their new friends to him. For example, Lu Xiaoyu didn't mind being good friends with Nan Jiaoyu. This way, the little boy wouldn't become more and more isolated. Qin Shiyun, on the other hand, couldn't be quiet. She was always energetic like a tomboy. It was said that all the boys in her class were afraid of her. Xixi had a good relationship with the other girls in her class. For example, Chao Rolan, a girl who loved to study, often asked for advice from Xixi when she knew that Xixi had good grades. Xixi also answered her questions enthusiastically. In Chao Rolan's opinion, Xixi was her best friend in class. However, Xixi's best friends in class weren't Chao Rolan, but Lan Xian and Lu Xiaoyu. This might have something to do with the seating arrangement. In Springfield Kindergarten, the children's seats weren't fixed. The teacher would often arrange for the children to sit together. However, in elementary school, there was a fixed seat and a fixed deskmate. This way, there would naturally be more opportunities to interact with her deskmate. Xixi was lucky. Her deskmate was Lu Xiaoyu, who was equally cheerful, talkative, and not calculative. There were few conflicts between the two children. During class, the two girls would chat non-stop, and the friendship between them warmed up. As for the other classmates, although Xixi had a good relationship with them, it was still troublesome to cross seats to play with other classmates. Xixi packed her school bag and said goodbye to Lu Xiaoyu. She excitedly held hands with Lan Xian and went to the library to attend the reading class. She, let me tell you, this reading class isn't fun at all. On the way, Lan Xian muttered to Shi, I heard from others that the teacher will ask us to write essays soon. Huh? She turned to look at her companion, puzzled. It's true. I asked my senior classmate. The one next door, I secretly asked her. Lan Xian reached out to cover her mouth and made a gesture to lower her voice. However, her voice was too loud. Even if she lowered her voice, it was no different from a normal person's. It's too troublesome to write essays after reading books. But we still can't write many words. She said in confusion, don't we have to learn how to write before we can write essays? I don't know. She, when you finish writing, can you lend it to me? Lan Xian rolled her eyes and said, I don't know how to do homework. But my papa said that I have to do my own homework. I can't copy other people's homework. She said hesitantly. You can't copy other people's homework, but you didn't copy mine. I copied yours. Lan Xian's wisdom seemed to be used to slack off. At this moment, her mind was very flexible. Well, I don't know. How about I ask my papa first, okay? She still felt that something was wrong, but Lan Xian's eager eyes made she not know how to refuse. Okay then. Anyway, there's no homework yet. Lan Xian waved her hand generously and said indifferently. When Shi and Lan Xian approached the library, a little girl who was slightly taller than Shi and looked quiet appeared in front of the library with a school bag. Will your dad make those sweet lotus root slices for us? Or maybe it's crispy fried potato chips? The two little girls skipped into the library and chatted with each other. Lan Xian took the initiative to lead the conversation. When they talked about something exciting, she ran 2 steps faster and walked in front of Shi. Then she turned around and talked backwards. I don't know, but Papa said that he would make delicious food. Shi blinked and said. Lan Xian rolled her eyes and raised a finger. She giggled and said, but, you can suggest to your papa that we can make super sweet lotus root slices. Just thinking about those sweet, crunchy, and pink snacks made Lan Xian drool. She even changed her accent to Shi's and said papa in order to make delicious food. Shi was not fooled. She pouted and said, you can also tell my papa. My papa will definitely make it for you. He likes you so much. Oh, Shi, help me. Lan Xian shook Shi's hand. She stepped back and said coquettishly, I don't even dare to tell your dad. Xian Shi. Lan Xian rushed to say. But soon, she tripped on her heel and let go of Shi's hand. She screamed and fell back. She wanted to help, but it all happened so fast that she could only watch Lan Xian fall and bump into a girl in front of her. The two of them rolled on the ground like gourds. I wanted to say that there was a way out. She whispered. Then she reacted and quickly went to help her fallen companion. When she helped Lan Xian and the girl who was knocked down by Lan Xian up, she saw the girl's appearance. It was a little sister with a beautiful bow hairpin in her hair. There was no girl who was taller than Shi among the children of the same age. The girl in front of her was a little taller than Shi. She should be a few years older than Shi, so it was not wrong to call her a little sister. However, because she was caught off guard and knocked down, this little sister's originally neat clothes and hair became a little messy. She even looked a little disheveled. However, she still maintained a calm expression and didn't shout excitedly. Oh! Hearing her soft cry, the little sister who had already stood up bent down and squatted down again. She held her right knee and frowned. Are you hurt? Cici, who was standing at the side, saw that the other party was frowning and tears were falling down her cheeks. The way she hugged her knees and cried showed how wrong she was. This made the little girl feel a little helpless. Lan Xian had a body full of flesh, so even if she fell, she had a natural protective shield. She patted her butt and acted as if nothing had happened. When she heard Shi's words, she giggled and said, I'm not hurt. Oh, Xian, I'm not asking you. Shi shouted anxiously. In the end, the 3 girls squatted together at the entrance of the library. Xianxia and Lan Xian looked anxiously at the little sister who was crying silently and refused to speak. Xianxia and Lan Xian felt very guilty, but the other party was like a taciturn gourd. She did not respond, so they did not know what to do. The students who passed by all looked at the three girls in confusion, treating them as weirdos. However, no one helped them as they passed by. Fortunately, Teacher Lai from the lower grade reading class came late. "You Xiaowei? Why are you crying here? These two students, you're my reading class's students, right? What happened?" Teacher Lai asked in surprise. Xianxia and Lan Xian stood up excitedly as if they were grasping at straws. They told Teacher Lai what happened. A few minutes later, in Teacher Lai's office, Yu Xiaowei, who was sitting on a chair, was wiping her tears. She silently watched Teacher Lai apply medicine to her scraped knees. Of course, she was crying so hard just now that her nose was still twitching. "Okay, it's not a big problem. You just scraped your skin. Xiaowei, when you go back, tell your mother to be careful when bathing. You'll get better after a while. Don't worry." Teacher Lai smiled and patted Yu Xiaowei's head lovingly. Yu Xiaowei was closer to Teacher Lai. She nodded lightly, but she did not say anything. She just grabbed her clothes with an uneasy expression. At this moment, Xianxia, who was standing at the side, noticed the problem. She pointed at Yu Xiaowei's clothes and said, "Aya, Xiaowei's clothes are torn too. Maybe it's just a small tear, but it's not a big problem. I'll take you to tell your mother later. She won't blame you." Teacher Lai said gently. Xiaoxia's big eyes flashed. She suddenly thought of an idea. The little girl walked up and pulled up her jacket. She pointed at the little flower on the back of her shirt and said, "I know, Teacher Lai. Xiaowei's sister can ask her mom to help her sew it. It'll look good." "Wow, have you torn your clothes before? Who patched it? The design is very ingenious, very impressive," Teacher Lai said with a smile. Xiaoxia shook her little but embarrassedly and said with a smile, "It's my teacher. She patched it up for me. My clothes were torn when I was sweeping the floor. I was like Xiaowei's sister. I wanted to cry." The little girl's enthusiasm for telling stories rose again. Compared to her, Lan Xian was so weak. In front of the teacher, she did not like to speak. She shrunk her little head and became invisible, as if she was afraid that the teacher would blame her for being naughty and bumping into others. Yu Xiaowei listened to Xiaoxia's nagging, and her eyes fell on the patch on her clothes. Actually, Yu Xiaowei's clothes also had patches. Her mother's underwear also had patches. After all, their family's financial situation was not good. They couldn't buy new clothes if they were torn. Yu Xiaowei had been growing up, so she often had new clothes to wear. Her mother's and grandmother's clothes would be worn for a few years. Therefore, when she saw the patches on Xiaoxia's clothes, Yu Xiaowei felt very close. Teacher Lai knew that Yu Xiaowei's personality was more introverted, so he smiled and led the three little girls over. She let them sit face to face. "Alright, actually, the matter is already very clear now. Xianxia and Lan Xian, the two little students, did not do it on purpose. Lan Xian accidentally bumped into you, but she has already apologized, right?" Yu Xiaowei nodded gently. "Then can you forgive us?" Xiaoxia snatched Teacher Lai's words away. She blinked her big eyes and asked softly. "You are all very obedient children. It's just a small matter. It can be considered that you wouldn't have known each other if you hadn't bumped into each other. In the future, everyone will be good friends, right?" Teacher Lai said with a smile. "I'm not angry." Yu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and finally opened her mouth. Xiaoxia and Lan Xian both revealed happy smiles. Yu Xiaowei had been silent just now, and they were anxious. "Who is Sister Xiaowei?" On the way back, Yang Yi heard a name that he had never heard of in the conversation between Xiaoxia and Lan Xian, so he couldn't help but ask. "Sister Xiaowei is Sister Xiaowei. Xian knocked her down and hurt her leg. But she can't talk." "Hey, Xian Sister Xiaowei can talk, she just doesn't like to talk. She didn't talk much to us." From the description of the two girls, Yang Yi could roughly guess what was going on. "Xiaoxia, you hit her leg. Is it serious? Is it bleeding?" Yang Yi looked at the rearview mirror and asked. I'm not bleeding. I didn't hit her. Xian, my papa asked you if you were bleeding. She said. Lan Xian and she both misunderstood Yang Yi's question and said, I'm not bleeding either. I don't feel pain at all. Sister Xiaowei can't do it. She's not as strong as me. She cried. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was ready to explain his question, but she responded in the conversation with Lan Xian, that's because Sister Xiaowei was injured. Her leg was bleeding. She raised her thin leg and pointed to her knee. Well, it should be very painful to bleed. I'm also afraid of pain. Lan Xian sighed and said like a little adult, no wonder she cried. Then what happened? Did you take Sister Xiaowei to see a doctor? You were wrong about this. Yang Yi asked. Papa, we apologized to Sister Xiaowei. Then she said she wasn't angry. She said, later, she also talked to me. Then I knew that she was also in the reading class, but she's already in the 3rd grade. She's amazing. What's so great about the 3rd years? I'm so old, I'll be in the 3rd grade too. Lan Xian said, unconvinced. But Teacher Lai said that Sister Xiaowei's grades are very good. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After asking for a long time, the two little guys couldn't answer the question. After a while, he finally understood that the girl who was hit by Lan Xian wasn't seriously injured. Shi's teacher, Mr. Lai, had also applied medicine on her wound. Daddy feels a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the teacher explaining for you, Daddy would have personally apologized to her parents. After all, we were in the wrong in this matter. Yang Yi concluded, but it doesn't matter. Teacher Lai is handling it very well, so don't take it to heart. He was worried that she and Lan Xian would feel guilty, but the two little girls didn't take it to heart. After he finished reprimanding, the two little girls chattered about their new friend. Sister Xiaowei is actually a very good person. She later told me not to worry because her mother won't scold her. She said. But I don't like her very much, because she doesn't like to talk. I don't know what to say to her. Lan Xian pouted and said. You don't like Sister Xiaowei? She was a little surprised. It's not that I don't like her. I just think she's very boring. Lan Xian was thirsty and picked up the bottle to drink water. But Sister Xiaowei is a very good person. She's like Chi, she doesn't dare to talk much. I think if we become good friends, she will talk to you. Okay then. Lan Xian didn't comment. Yang Yi looked at the rearview mirror and said, you also need to drink water. Look at you, your mouth is dry. Okay. She drank the water and suddenly remembered the topic she and Lan Xian had discussed before. Her eyes lit up and she quickly drank the water. She couldn't wait to say, Papa, let me tell you, Xian accidentally bumped into Sister Xiaowei because she wanted you to cook for her tomorrow. Lan Xian was a little impatient at first, but when she heard the last topic she brought up, her eyes lit up. Really? What does Xian want to eat? Yang Yi laughed. Teacher Lai didn't break her promise. She didn't go back early, but waited for Yuing to pick up Yu Xiaowei and explain to her why Yu Xiaowei's knee was injured and her clothes were torn. After hearing Teacher Lai's explanation, Yuing also checked her daughter's knee. She was relieved. It's okay, it's normal to have bumps. Teacher Lai, thank you for waiting for me for so long. Yuing said some polite words, then took her daughter's hand and took the bus home. Along the way, Yu Xiaowei didn't say anything and stood obediently by her mother's legs. Yuing knew her daughter's character, so she touched her daughter's hair and said that she would talk to her when they got home. However, Yu Xiaowei was a little special today. Before Yuing said anything, she had an eager look on her face when they got home. She pointed at the torn part of her clothes and whispered to her mother, Mom, here, can you help me fix a little flower? Little flower? Yuing was a little surprised. Of course, when she saw her daughter talking, Yuing knew that she was in a good mood. Yes, little flower. Yu Xiaowei lowered her head and gestured with her fingers on the clothes. Shi's clothes are like this, it's very nice. Yuing smiled and asked Yu Xiaowei to sit down. She looked at her clothes and said carefully, who's she? Is she the classmate who bumped into you? No, she helped me up, Yu Xiaowei said concisely. However, Yu Xiaowei hesitated and added, they didn't do it on purpose. Mom, don't be angry, okay? They've already apologized. Okay, Mom understands. It's fine as long as you're all fine. Yuing hugged her daughter and her voice became cheerful. She smiled and said, come on, take off your clothes and go take a shower. Mom will study it tonight and see how to fix your clothes to make them look better. She tried to create a relaxed and happy atmosphere in the house. Some time ago, she handed her manuscript to Sahara Publishing. Whether it was her editor, Wen Xiefeng, or the other chief and deputy chief editors, they all gave her high praise. Now that the manuscript was in the process of being published, although Yuing was still a little uncertain and didn't dare to resign before she had an income, she was already listed as an official author under Sahara Publishing. Naturally, she also enjoyed some of the benefits. When Xiefeng knew about her family's situation and applied to the publishing house to allow Yuing to use the publishing house's medical resources, such as consulting the publishing house's contracted psychiatrist. Because Yu Xiaowei only had a serious introverted personality and didn't have the more troublesome autism, the psychiatrist gave Yuing a lot of psychological counseling advice. One of them was to improve the atmosphere of her life and maintain a positive attitude. Under the influence of her mother's smile, Yu Xiaowei's mood was a little happy and she couldn't help but smile. Little lazy bum, wake up. Didn't you say that you were going to your deskmate's house today? You have to wake up early because your dad still has to go to work. Early on Saturday morning, Lu Xiaoyu was woken up by her mother. Of course, after washing up, Lu Xiaoyu had regained her energy. Thinking about going to Xishi's house to play, she was so happy that she couldn't even sit still during breakfast. Xiaoyu, show me the address, Lu Kong said casually to Lu Xiaoyu as he put on his police uniform and buttoned it up in front of the mirror. Why didn't you prepare earlier? What if you don't know the way? Lu Xiaoyu's mother nagged as she walked past. Hee, I'm not bragging, but there's really no place in Xianxia that I don't know. After all these years of being on duty, I've been to almost every street. Lu Kong boasted. Lu Xiaoyu took out a notebook from her small bag and found the address slip that Xishi had given her. Of course, it was written by Yang Yi. He had even left his phone number so that they could contact each other when they arrived at the entrance of the villa area. Lu Kong took it and read as he read, Tingshan District. Your classmate lives in Tingshan District? That's a bit far. She actually came all the way to Wuhu District to study. But soon, he frowned in confusion. New North Road, Hingy Grand Mansion. This place sounds familiar. Wait, this seems to be a villa area. Hingy Grand Mansion? Isn't it the villa area in the mountains? Lu Xiaoyu's mother was helping Lu Xiaoyu tie her hair. When she heard that, she looked over in surprise. Not long after, Lu Kong drove his on-duty police car and sent Lu Xiaoyu to the outskirts of the villa area. Everything in front of him confirmed his previous guess. Although it was wrong to use a police car for private purposes, there were no clear rules in this world that forbade private use of a police car. Just like in Yang Yi's previous life, when the management wasn't strict enough, Lu Kong drove a police car to pick up children. It couldn't be considered a violation of the rules. In fact, it was just following the trend. Little Yu, does your deskmate really live here? What does your family do? Lu Kong looked at the heavily guarded villa area and clicked his tongue. Just the gate and the tower where the security guards were stationed looked like a fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack. I don't know, but Xishi said that Xianxia also lives here. Lu Xiaoyu looked out of the car window curiously. Lu Kang's car was parked on the side of the road. He took out his phone and was about to dial the number on the note when two security guards walked over. They gently knocked on the window of the driver's seat and asked Lu Kong what was going on. If it was an ordinary car parked outside the villa area, they wouldn't do anything. At most, they would make a record. After all, their task was to manage the safety of the villa area. However, since Lu Kong was driving a police car, the security guard captain had to bring someone over to check if anything had happened. On the one hand, it was to avoid conflict with the police. On the other hand, if there was an emergency, they could also take countermeasures. It's not official business. We are friends of one of your residents. We were invited here to have fun. I'm calling him now, Lu Kang explained. He knew that the people who lived here were either rich or powerful. As a small policeman, he didn't have the capital to have a conflict with them. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Lu Kang's call was quickly connected, and it was a strange man's voice. After a while, the security guard captain who came to investigate also received a series of instructions in his headset. His attitude suddenly changed from strict to respectful. After you drive in, go straight and turn right at the third intersection. He also described the driving route to Lu Kang in detail. I don't know if you understand? If you still don't know how to get there, we can show you the way. Oh, no, I understand. Lu Kang quickly waved his hand. After all, the security guard just asked a simple routine question and didn't show a very arrogant attitude. However, there was a difference in his attitude before and after. Lu Kang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He also had to face such a situation. He used to have a different attitude to others. She. He sighed as he drove. His daughter in the back seat shouted excitedly. At this time, Lu Kang saw a tall man holding a little girl's hand in front of the courtyard of a villa to welcome them. Out of curiosity, he looked at the man a few more times as he stopped the car. She. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't wait to jump out. She happily hugged She. Hey, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. She jumped up and down with her friends. Hello, Uncle Yang. Lu Xiaoyu had a good upbringing. She didn't forget to greet Yang Yi. Yang Yi always went to pick up Shi early, so Lu Xiaoyu had seen Yang Yi at school. Hello, Is this your father? Yang Yi smiled gently and took the initiative to greet her. Hello, I'm Shi's father. Before Yang Yi could introduce himself, Lu Kang had already recognized him. Lu Kang said excitedly, I know, you're Yang Yi. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by Lu Kang's reaction. He nodded slightly and smiled. Yes. I didn't expect it to be you. I'm from the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau's Traffic Police Brigade. My name is Lu Kang. Last time, when the Extreme Challenge was recording the show in Binhai District, we arranged for people to help maintain traffic order. I just happened to see you. Lu Kang couldn't help but reveal his relationship with Yang Yi. Lu Xiaoyu and Shi looked at them curiously. Lu Xiaoyu was still a little confused. She didn't know why her father was so excited. Thank you for your support of our work. Yang Yi smiled and shook hands with Lu Kang. But today, I'm Shi's father, so please don't be offended. After Lu Kang heard Yang Yi's words, the pressure in his heart suddenly disappeared. His brain finally started working again. That's right, this isn't just a celebrity. He's also the father of his daughter's deskmate. Sorry, I got a little excited just now. Lu Kang calmed down a little and smiled. I'll have to trouble you to take care of you today. I have to go to work later. I understand. Police work is very hard. It's not troublesome for me. I'm very happy that you can come over to play with Shi. She's usually quite bored at home on weekends. You don't have to worry about you. She won't go hungry in our house. Yang Yi joked and closed the distance between them. I know. Lu Kang relaxed and smiled. Among celebrities, you're famous for your cooking skills. You're Shi's chef. You is in for a treat today. Lu Xiaoyu, who was standing at the side, finally heard the clues. She whispered to Shi, it seems like my father knows your father. I'll tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone. Shi also moved closer to Lu Xiaoyu's ear and whispered. My papa and mom are both celebrities, so a lot of people know about them. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu didn't have much of an idea about celebrities. Not long after Lu Kang sent Lu Xiaoyu home, he also left. He came out early today, but he still had to go to work. Lu Xiaoyu arrived early because Lu Kang had to go to work. The other children were probably still dawdling at home. However, it didn't matter. Shi and Lu Xiaoyu could also have fun. At first, Lu Xiaoyu was a little shy. This is little fishy, right? Mo Fei greeted her with a smile. The little girl was stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Murphy's face as if she was surprised. This super beautiful auntie was Xixi's mother? Murphy couldn't help but shake her head and smile when she saw the little girl staring at her in a daze. She took out a handful of biscuits and candy from the table next to her and stuffed them into Lu Xiaoyu's hands. She said softly, "Little fishy, don't be nervous. Treat this as your own home and have fun." Xixi pulled her shy deskmate aside and couldn't wait to introduce him to her. "Little fishy, look, this is my little brother. I told you about him before. Also, his name is Tong Tong." Lu Xiaoyu finally moved her gaze and looked at Tong Tong, who was sitting on the ground and looking at her curiously. Perhaps it was because of her age, Lu Xiaoyu was not as nervous when she looked at Tong Tong. She turned her head and looked at Tong Tong while whispering to Xixi. "Hee, if it's a little brother, of course it's a boy," Xixi said cheerfully. The two little girls didn't know what they were talking about, but in a short while they surrounded Little Pie and chatted animatedly. "Big sister." Tong Tong finally got impatient. He crawled over to her and said, "Big sister." The little guy showed very high athletic ability. He quickly crawled in front of Xixi and climbed up by himself using the fortress pillow. "Wow, Xixi, your little brother is amazing," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Xixi patted Tong Tong's head and said with a smile, "He's even better. Let me show you." Xixi grabbed a big pillow from the sofa and put Tong Tong into the fortress. Tong Tong immediately understood and jumped on the pillow. The next scene was even more exciting. Puppy, who was lying on top of the big pillow, stuck out his butt again and struggled to get up. He stepped on the pillow weakly. Although he was swaying and was in danger of falling down at any time, the little guy still grabbed the edge of the fortress and steadied himself. With a certain height support, the small swanee was able to lift one of its legs and climb up the fortress, hanging its whole body on the top. "Hee, look, isn't he very powerful?" Cece jumped left and right at the side, giggling. "That's right." Lu Xiaoyu watched Little Rascal's performance with great interest and couldn't help but nod her head. However, at this moment, a yellow figure suddenly jumped out and scared Lu Xiaoyu. "Ah!" Lu Xiaoyu hid behind Xixi in a panic. However, at this moment, she saw that it was a big yellow dog. Its target wasn't her or Xixi. It stood up high and pressed its two front paws on Tong Tong, who was still riding on the fortress. It whimpered, but no one knew what it was saying. Anyway, it sounded anxious. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. This is steamed bun. Steamed bun is super nice." Xixi enthusiastically introduced steamed bun to Lu Xiaoyu. Steamed bun was very smart. He knew that his master built this fortress to protect the little one. Therefore, when he saw Tong Tong trying to escape, he anxiously ran over to stop him. While he was trying to stop Tong Tong, he heard his little master talking to the customer about him. He couldn't help but turn his head, wagged his tail, and stuck his tongue out at the customer. However, Tong Tong giggled and wanted to flip out again. Steamed bun could only whimper softly, turn his head, and push him back in. "Sigh, dogs are busy too." Tong Tong was pushed back and fell on the pillow. However, he wasn't discouraged and flipped over again. At this time, Murphy walked over and asked Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu to drink the strawberry yogurt that Xianxia had made for them. At the same time, she took out the pillow that Xixi had put in. Tong Tong's escape plan was foiled once again. Fortunately, Murphy also carried him out and took him to play outside. "I thought big dogs were very fierce, but your steamed bun is very cute." Lu Xiaoyu gulped down half of the large cup of yogurt. The sweet and sour taste was very good. She licked the white fur on her lips as she spoke to Xixi. After steamed bun saw that Tong Tong was safe, he began to circle around the customer. He wagged his tail and sniffed Lu Xiaoyu's heels. Lu Xiaoyu reached out to touch him, and he even licked her back. This made Lu Xiaoyu happy and scared at the same time. Of course, this was also steamed bun trying to familiarize himself with the customer's habits. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu also began to like this guy who didn't have a cute face, but had a cute heart. Yes, steamed bun is very fun. She liked to drink all the yogurt in one breath before burping in response to her little friend. She thought of something and jumped down from the stool. She ran to the kitchen and came back with 2 clean spoons. She handed one to Lu Xiaoyu and held the other for herself. She demonstrated to Lu Xiaoyu, also, dig out the strawberries and eat them. Strawberries are super delicious. Of course, they were delicious. Xianxia had just gone to the market to buy fresh strawberries this morning. Every one of them was plump and red, and naturally tasted delicious. However, it was the first time that Lu Xiaoyu used a spoon to dig out the fruit in the cup. She was a little clumsy and seemed to have used too much strength. The spoonful of milk and strawberry pulp spilled onto her clothes. "Aya!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. She turned her head and looked over. The warm-hearted little girl immediately jumped up from the chair, but she didn't know what to do. She could only raise her voice and shout, "Mom! Papa! What's wrong?" Murphy, who had just walked out with Tong Tong, came back. Little Fishy dirted her clothes. She pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and shouted. Murphy handed Tong Tong to Xianxia, who had rushed over after hearing the news. She pulled out a tissue and gently smiled at Lu Xiaoyu, who was panicking. "It's okay. Auntie will help you wipe it." Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu had dirted her coat. Murphy decided to help Lu Xiaoyu wash the sweet-smelling yogurt stain. She also brought Xishi's coat and let Lu Xiaoyu put it on first. "Don't worry. Auntie will put it in the washing machine and dry it outside. Today's weather is very good. It'll be dry by the afternoon." Murphy comforted Lu Xiaoyu. In fact, Lu Xiaoyu was only worried that she would be blamed by her father for dirtying her clothes. After the problem was solved, she recovered her happy smile. "You're wearing my clothes, so we can be considered sisters." Cece pointed at the coat on Lu Xiaoyu's body and started to play with her, beaming with joy. At this time, there were no adults in the living room. Murphy had gone to wash Lu Xiaoyu's clothes. Xianxia was busy in the kitchen making baked biscuits. Only Xishi, Lu Xiaoyu, and Tong Tong, who was playing with toys in the fortress, were left in the living room. Xishi looked at her brother and rolled her eyes. She pulled Lu Xiaoyu's hand and whispered, "Little Fishy, let me show you something." When they arrived at Xishi's house, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if she had walked into the Grand View Garden. She had never seen such a big house before. Especially when Lu Xiaoyu followed Xishi and Xishi's mother upstairs to change into Xishi's coat. The luxurious master bedroom, the spacious walk-in closet, and the tall toy display cabinet dazzled the young lady. Now that Xishi said that she wanted to show her something, Lu Xiaoyu thought that she was talking about the colorful dolls. "What is it? Is it fun?" Lu Xiaoyu followed Xishi's cheerful footsteps and asked excitedly. "Hee, it's not fun. That's not what I meant. You can't play with it." Xishi felt that Lu Xiaoyu's words were wrong. She grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's arm embarrassedly and twisted it as she laughed. Lu Xiaoyu was confused. She followed Cece curiously, and the two girls went into the fortress. Tong Tong opened his mouth slightly and looked at his two sisters who were like gods descending from the sky with a puzzled expression. However, after a while, a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought that his sisters wanted to play with him. Tong Tong really liked playing with his sisters. "Sister." Tong Tong innocently stretched out his little hand. In his hand was the little forklift that he had been playing with earlier. It seemed that he wanted to share his toy with his sisters. Lu Xiaoyu happily took it and said, "Xishi, give me the toy that your brother gave him." However, before Cece could respond, little Momo crawled towards her again and waved at Lu Xiaoyu anxiously with awe sounds. "I haven't even warmed it up yet." "Are we going back now?" Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to hand it over. Tong Tong then hugged his little forklift and looked at the young lady with a smile. He was in a good mood. At such a young age, he actually knew how to tease his elder sister. However, at this time, Xishi did not care about this small interlude. She sat down in front of Tong Tong and got straight to the point. The little girl tugged at her brother's pants. Coincidentally, Tong Tong wasn't wearing diapers. Although she didn't know the reason, it saved Xishi a lot of trouble. She wouldn't think too much about it. "Little you come and see." Xishi saw the content that she wanted to share with her friends, so she happily turned her head and called out to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu was extremely curious. She felt that Xishi must have discovered something magical since she was being so mysterious. She leaned over and peeked her head over. Tong Tong had no idea what was going on. He only felt two furry heads pressing against his chest. It was the same feeling he had when he played with Xiao Guai, Xiao Hui, and Dodo. He narrowed his eyes and laughed happily. Only two small voices could be heard discussing eagerly. Shishi, what are you looking at? Look at my brother's place. Hey, it looks like a little bug. Hee hee, it's not a little bug. It's where my brother pees. Huh? It's magical, isn't it? My papa said that boys and girls are different. She showed off her knowledge. Is that so? It's really magical. Right? I'll show it to you. I haven't told anyone else yet. She, can I play with it? There were rustling sounds as if someone had reached out a small hand. No. Fortunately, she stopped her in time. My papa said that I can't touch where boys pee. Is that so? Yes. My papa also said that I can't let anyone touch or look at girls pee. The same goes for boys. Okay, the two little girls chatted endlessly. Tong Tong was a little impatient. Moreover, a few strands of Lu Xiaoyu's hair floated up from her head, tickling his chin. The little guy raised his chubby little hand and pressed Lu Xiaoyu's head. Ouch! Lu Xiaoyu and she cried out at the same time. They both covered their heads and raised their heads. After bending over for so long, the two little girls' faces were a little red and their hair was a little messy. They looked very cute. She complained, little you were, why did you hit my head? I didn't hit you. It was your brother. He pushed my head. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her forehead. It didn't hurt that much. She was happy. It's all your brother's fault. She wasn't angry. She giggled and reached out to rub Tong Tong's head. Tong Tong seemed to be very happy after the prank. He sat there with his eyes curved into crescents and smiled. Lu Xiaoyu didn't follow Shishi's example and rubbed Tong Tong's head. Instead, she made a face at Tong Tong. Shishi's interest was piqued. She followed Lu Xiaoyu and made a face at her brother. Tong Tong liked to imitate. He tried to imitate them and tried to make faces. However, the little guy couldn't control his facial expression. He couldn't keep one eye open and the other closed. Therefore, Shishi and Lu Xiaoyu found it amusing to see Tong Tong's frown. His eyes were tightly closed, and his little face was wrinkled. Murphy finished setting up the washing machine and came out of the bathroom. When she passed by the living room, she saw Shishi and Lu Xiaoyu sitting in front of Tong Tong. The two girls burst into laughter. Murphy saw the whole scene. She smiled gently and shook her head as she went to find Yang Yi. What's wrong? Are Shishi and her classmates having fun? Yang Yi asked with a smile when he saw Murphy enter the kitchen. He was fiddling with the mold with gloves on. They're having fun. They can't stop laughing. Murphy laughed. And you don't know. Shishi even took the initiative to bring her classmates to play with Momo. Really? Don't they find Tong Tong boring? Yang Yi asked in surprise. I don't know. I also think it's amazing. But it's good. The older sister likes to play with the younger brother, so she won't bully him. Mo Fei was a little touched and said, the two children have a very close family relationship. I hope to see this the most. Murphy didn't know that while she was feeling touched, Shishi and Lu Xiaoyu had already jumped out of the fortress. The two girls didn't continue to make funny faces with Tong Tong. Just now, Lu Xiaoyu said that she was interested in Shishi's dolls, so Shishi took her upstairs to see them. Let me tell you. I saw a very big giraffe in Australia. But it wasn't a real giraffe. It was also a doll, but it was as big as a real giraffe. On the stairs, Shishi excitedly gestured with Lu Xiaoyu. But my papa didn't buy it for me. He said we couldn't get it back. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with regret. She also wanted to know what a giraffe doll that looked like a real giraffe looked like. Sister Qing, you taught music and dance at Huijia Primary School. Have you taught this dance before? In a tea house in Rivertown's Binhai district, Xia Suqing was drinking tea and chatting with a few of her best friends. Suddenly, one of her best friends grabbed her hand and started recommending the dance enthusiastically. Xia Suqing leaned over and glanced at the other party's phone. On the screen, there were two girls in hot pants dancing the Seve shuffle dance. However, Xiaosuqing was just an ordinary music teacher. Because she had learned folk dance in art school, she was arranged to take dance classes. However, she wasn't a dance fanatic. She didn't know how to dance in her free time and didn't pay attention to the hot topics on the internet. After watching it, Xiaosuqing shook her head. No, I haven't seen this dance before. What's it called again? You haven't heard of it? This dance is so popular now. Do you know Yang Huan and Guozi? Xiaosuqing shook her head. Her other two best friends were still fighting over the phone to watch it. Then you're so special. After being ridiculed by her best friend, Xiaosuqing realized that the dance was made popular by the two variety show hosts. No way. I think I've seen this dance before. It became popular overseas last month. At this moment, one of her best friends finally chimed in. I think it was a girl from our country who was the first to dance. My boyfriend, Danny, even asked me if this girl was a celebrity in our country. Xiaosuqing's best friend was very bold. She found a handsome Spanish guy in Shanghai to be her boyfriend. However, their relationship lasted for half a year. Because Danny returned to China, their relationship ended. The gossipy women changed the topic. They were curious and eager to talk about Danny. In the evening, Xiaosuqing returned home. There was one good thing about being single, and that was freedom. She took a comfortable bath to get rid of the tiredness accumulated from shopping with her best friend. Then, she went to the kitchen and took out a small cucumber, a few small tomatoes, lettuce, dragon fruit, strawberries, bananas, and so on from the fridge. Because I happened to meet you, leaving behind footprints is beautiful. Xiaosuqing hummed as she washed and cut the fruits and vegetables. She placed them in a large white glass bowl and poured yogurt over them. She stirred them briefly before carrying them back to the living room. Although she didn't need to lose weight, it was important for a woman to maintain her figure. Xiaosuqing usually ate such a simple diet meal in the evening. It was nutritious and delicious. Xiaosuqing put the glass bowl on the coffee table and turned on the TV to see if there were any interesting programs. After changing a few channels, Xiaosuqing couldn't help but stop. The television was playing an indoor variety show, and a few guests were dancing with the host. Of course, the program had been recorded half a month ago. They had wanted to attract a lot of attention before the dance became popular in the country. However, they did not expect that Yang Huan and Guozi would lead the way and steal the limelight that originally belonged to them before their program was broadcast. Of course, on TV, the host from half a month ago was seriously introducing the origin of this dance. Yang Yi? Xiaosuqing had just eaten a few mouthfuls of her yogurt salad when she heard the host's introduction. She couldn't help but stop eating. His daughter was the first to dance? Xiaosuqing remembered what her best friend had said. The first person to dance this dance and win the global popularity was a little Chinese girl. Although Xiaosuqing was past the age of chasing celebrities, she really liked Yang Yi and Murphy's songs. Therefore, the host's introduction stimulated her interest. Xiaosuqing put down the glass bowl and picked up her phone to do some research. The internet was very convenient. It didn't take long for her to find the video of Xixi dancing on the Prada talk show. Xixi's dance was still inferior to the dance of the girl in hot pants that her best friend had shown Xiaosuqing. This was not only because Xixi didn't have the hot figure and attractiveness of an adult girl, but also because Xixi was too young. Her coordination was not as good as other people's. However, Xiaosuqing's focus was not on these. She was so surprised that she forgot to close her mouth. She held a piece of banana with a toothpick in the air, but she also forgot to eat it. This child, isn't it that? Xiaosuqing patted her head in frustration. The name was at the tip of her tongue, but she forgot it. Fortunately, the video had a title. Xiaosuqing connected it with her memory. Yes, it's Xianxia. Xiaosuqing recognized Xixi and knew that she was a student in her dance interest class. There were many students in the dance interest class. Even though Xiaosuqing was only in charge of teaching the younger children, there were still hundreds of children in her class who had signed up to learn dance. Even so, Xiaosuqing still had a deep impression of Xixi. Xixi was beautiful and slim. She was a good material for learning to dance. This was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that Cici was one of the best among the 100 or so lower grade children who were learning to dance. As a teacher, of course, she liked smart and studious students. Xiaosuqing was no exception. So she's Yangyi and Murphy's child. I heard that there were celebrities' children among the students who entered this year. Reporters blocked the door, but the school covered up the news. I didn't expect her to be in my class. Xiaosuqing sighed. However, looking at the video of Xixi's dance, Xiaosuqing had a good idea. I can't tell anyone about this. In December, the school will hold an art competition. This is my trump card. It was late at night. In Wuhu district, at Lu Xiaoyu's house, Mama Lu called out to Lu Xiaoyu, who was sitting in front of the TV. Little fish, why aren't you writing in your diary? You're going to sleep after writing. After being called several times, Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly got up from the sofa. She pouted and complained, Xixi doesn't even need to write in her diary. Don't talk about Xixi all day. She's so smart. She can get 3 full marks. Are you as smart as her? Can you get a full mark? Mama Lu said mercilessly. Lu Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but in the end, she shook her head helplessly. That's right. We're just a clumsy bird that flies early. Hard work makes up for it. Mama Lu's tone softened and she said gently, besides, you went to Xixi's house today. There must be a lot of interesting things. Don't you want to write them down? But I want to watch TV. Although Lu Xiaoyu complained, she obediently walked back to her room and took out the thick notebook that her father had specially prepared for her to write in. Lu Xiaoyu was similar to Yang Luoqi. Their parents liked to arrange for their children to go to tutoring classes in advance so that they could learn elementary school content in advance. Although Lu Xiaoyu still didn't get full marks in her exams, if she was tested on content that she hadn't learned before, her score might be higher than Xixi's. For example, in Chinese class, Xixi was still obediently learning pinyin and strokes from the teacher. However, Lu Xiaoyu could already write a lot of words. Writing in a diary was also a kind of exercise. Going to Xixi's house to play, she didn't know how to write Xixi's name. Mama Lu was right. Not only did Lu Xiaoyu have a lot of fun at Xixi's house today, but she also learned a lot of new things. After she started writing in her diary, Lu Xiaoyu concentrated on recalling. October 4th, Saturday, the weather is fine. Today, I went to Cici's house to play. Cici's house is very big and beautiful. However, Lan Xian's house is even bigger than mine. I like to go to their house to play. Cici has a big long Jinlu, she wrote it wrong, toy in her brother's room. It's so big, I like it very much. However, Cici said that hers is not big, and there are bigger ones. Lu Xiaoyu was talking about the large plush dolls that Xixi had prepared for Tong Tong's room. Those were all made by Yang Yi after he came back from Australia and bought a toy factory. Of course, the most important thing was to make those fairy tale-like accessories and sell them on the Sahara online mall. However, Yang Yi didn't forget his promise to Xixi. He made many large plush dolls for her, including a giraffe. However, because the warehouse at home wasn't as big as other people's, the giraffe plush doll had shrunk a lot. I have a lot of friends today, and I even got to know Cici's dog. It's called Bao Bao. I'm so happy. The first grade girl's diary wasn't long. There were only a few lines of words, and there wasn't even any substantial content. However, after she finished writing, Lu Xiaoyu was very satisfied. She felt that she had recorded all the happy memories of today in these few lines of words. It seems like something is missing? But it doesn't matter. Xixi had a lot of fun with her friends on Saturday. They went from Yang Yi's villa to Lan Xian's villa, and their laughter filled the entire villa area. However, happy times were always short-lived. On Sunday, Xixi was bored again. Because her parents were busy recording songs, she could only follow them to the studio. Moreover, she had to take care of her little brother. Auntie Xiaowan and Sister Ai are taking care of my little brother. Xixi said unhappily. Papa, can I go in and play with you? This is a job, not a game. Mo Fei said seriously. Tong Tong was restricted from entering the recording studio by Murphy because he was too noisy. At this time, the baby was at the important stage of babbling and learning to speak. Of course, Tong Tong could not speak a lot. He could only use some common titles and simple words such as no and give. However, this did not prevent Tong Tong from trying to express his emotions. When he couldn't express himself, he would make a lot of noises, and his voice was extremely loud. Compared with Lan Qin's loud voice, it was not inferior. Mo Fei was usually very happy, thinking that little Wan Wan was the successor of her good voice. What was more interesting was that not only could Tong Tong chat with the adults and talk to himself, he could also chat happily with the cats and dogs at home. When Steamed Bun played with him, he would imitate Steamed Bun and bark. When Little Guai was bored, he flipped through Tong Tong's sign. When Little Guai was willing to play with him, Tong Tong would happily imitate him and bark. Although he was not very good at it, it could be seen that he was trying his best to bark. Of course, Little Guai would look at him with disdain, as if he was looking at an idiot. However, Tong Tong was still noisy. If they left him in the recording studio, even if he did not go into the soundproof room, he would still scream non-stop when he saw his parents. Xianxia and Murphy would not be able to concentrate on their work, he could only ask Mo Xiaowan to take care of him outside. Fortunately, Tong Tong would not stick to his parents when he was playing with friends. Xianxia patted Xixi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Well, let's do it this way. If you can take good care of your brother in the morning, Dad will allow you to go inside in the afternoon and observe Mom's work, okay? Of course, you have to be quiet. You can't talk and disturb your mother." Xixi pouted, thought for a moment, and said, "But I can also be inside now. I won't talk." Xianxia did not believe that Xixi would be able to hold herself back from talking. Even the promise he made before was just a reward to encourage Xixi to accompany her brother and reduce the burden on their parents. However, Xianxia did not expect that Xixi would be so smart to be able to catch his flaw. Not now. Little brother is playing outside by himself and is a little scared. He needs you to accompany him. Xixi, you have already grown up. You can also help Mom and Dad with some things. Xianxia said gently, "Are you willing to help Mom and Dad?" "I am willing." Xixi hesitated for a moment, then twisted her waist and said reluctantly, "Then help Mom and Dad take care of Mommy. If you can take good care of your brother, Dad can take some time out in the afternoon to teach you how to use the keyboard to make music, okay?" Xianxia used a different method to reward her. "Is it inside?" Xixi's eyes lit up. She felt that the equipment was very fun, but her father did not allow her to touch it. "Of course." Xianxia nodded. He would follow up on Murphy's recording work in the morning, and in the afternoon, he could basically hand it over to Jining Ming, and he could go to another recording studio to play with Cici. At that time, he could even bring little Momo in. "Okay then. I will play with my brother." Xixi readily agreed this time. While Xianxia and Murphy were busy in the recording studio, at the scene of Shanghai TV station's Music Power Ranking program, more than 10 singers who released new songs in October were nervously preparing backstage. Such a ranking program was broadcasted live. Such fierce competition was also a test of the singers' live singing skills. It was clear at a glance who sang well and who sang badly. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the backstage entrance. The singers all turned their heads to look. The person who came was Xianxia. Xianxia released his first pure Mandarin album in October. Since he had officially entered the Chinese music industry, he naturally had to participate in the ranking programs of the major TV stations to gain more exposure and honor for his songs. For this Mandarin album, Xianxia and Tianxiang Records were not allowed to fail. Even if Xianxia was a heavenly king in Harbor City and one of the famous coaches of China's The Voice, he still had to put down his pride and give it his all. He had to strive for a dazzling result on his debut album. But Xianxia's arrival, in the eyes of this group of singers, was no doubt a giant crocodile breaking into a fish pond. It was not to say that there were no top singers in the Chinese music industry who could compete with Xianxia. On the contrary, there were quite a number of S-list singers in the Chinese music industry. There were even some whose singing skills were not inferior to Xianxia's. Take Murphy for example. Although she was the weakest and least experienced among these singers, if they were to really compare, her singing skills were definitely comparable to Xianxia's. Not to mention Xianxia, who was a hidden master who did not give himself any results, But among the singers who released their new songs or albums in October, among those who were able to come to the Chinese Music Power Chart today, there was really no one who had the confidence to beat Xianxia. However, although Xianxia's arrival caused a commotion and discussion, he did not make a big show of it. Xianxia only brought along his 2 assistants. He even smiled and greeted the staff and singers along the way. "Eason, you're so unkind. You're already a coach, yet you're still here to compete with us small singers." A coquettish laughter sounded abruptly from the side. It was Li Man. In the end, she still chose to release her new album in advance. She did not want to delay it again and again, but she also did not dare to go head-to-head with Murphy, who had Yang Yi's protection. In the end, she braced herself and went head-to-head with Xianxia. Of course, she chose to compete with Xianxia because she had prepared a backup plan. But this backup plan was not to be used today. Li Man tried to avoid Xianxia to participate in the chart show. But she did not expect Xianxia to have the time to come to Shanghai for the chart show when he was recording China's Voice in Beijing. Now, Li Man's heart was particularly unhappy, and even a little angry, but her face was still piled with a kind smile. Everything showed that she was just joking with Xianxia, and also trying to use her beauty to get closer to Xianxia. Li Man would not go around making enemies. She was best at putting on a show. If she could numb her opponent, that would be the best. After entering the industry, every singer is actually the same. There is no distinction between big and small. Xianxia said modestly in his Mandarin, which was still very common even though he had been trained. "And every time I release a new song, it's a challenge. I also hope to win the recognition of the audience through the show and prove my strength." "Haha, Eason, you're too humble. Your ability is obvious to everyone. No matter what song you sing, it will be very good. Why do you still need to prove yourself?" Li Man smiled. Of course. It's my first time participating in a chart show in China. I don't have much experience, so I'm still a newcomer. I hope everyone can give me more advice." Xianxia said seriously, "Oh right, I haven't asked yet. How should I address you?" Li Man's smile froze. It was already too much to say that he was a newbie. Li Man couldn't imagine that Xianxia didn't know her. Was she already past her prime? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Li Man was still one step away from becoming a song queen, her fame was still maintained at the forefront of the first-line singers through variety shows and various kinds of hype in the past 2 years. Ordinary singers had to respectfully call her Sister Man when they saw her. How could Xianxia ignore her? Li Man's smile was a little stiff. Xianxia was very innocent. He was actually a very pure singer. He didn't watch variety shows at all. At most, he would participate in variety shows and he would temporarily look for information to make up for it, not to mention the variety shows in the mainland. Wasn't it normal that he didn't know Li Man? What's more, Li Man's songs were very ordinary. There was nothing special about her singing. Xianxia had no reason to pay attention to her. But he was still very modest. He thought that Li Man was an ordinary star in the mainland. Since she took the initiative to greet him, Xianxia was still very willing to communicate with her to understand the mainland music industry and the hidden rules of this chart show. Asking her name was just a polite way of doing things. After all, Li Man was still shrewd. She chuckled, pretended not to care, and introduced herself to Xianxia. She chatted with Xianxia for a while. When she saw that Xianxia was ready to put on makeup and wait for the stage, she hurriedly asked, "Eason, can you tell me which song you're going to play today?" This wasn't a secret. Xianxia answered sincerely, "Because my schedule is tight, I can't participate in all the chart shows for the whole month. I can only choose a few songs to play. Today's song is also the theme song of my album, 10 Years. More than half an hour later, Li Man, who had finished singing her new song, returned to the lounge. She didn't want to squeeze with the other singers to watch the show, but she still couldn't help but ask her assistant to turn on the TV in the lounge. She wanted to see her opponent, especially Xianxia's performance. Not long after, the host introduced Xianxia, who was the finale of today's show. Today, Xianxia will bring us his new song, 10 Years, which was created by Yang Yi and has the same name as the album. Yang Yi again, Although Li Manman already knew that this song was written by Yang Yi, when she heard the name from the host's mouth, her eyes suddenly became bitter, as if Yang Yi owed her hundreds of millions. Xianxia's appearance triggered a tsunami of cheers from the audience. After all, it was Xianxia. Even if he was a singer from Harbor City, his popularity in the mainland still made Li Manman jealous. The accompaniment of 10 years was a simple and gentle piano piece. The pure sound of the piano strings rang out, and the sad yet clear melody quickly silenced the lively scene. How could they bear to tarnish such a song with noise? If those 2 words weren't trembling, I wouldn't have realized how uncomfortable I felt. No matter how I said it, it's just a breakup. Xianxia's voice rang out. His unique voice was like an old friend whispering into one's ear, tugging at one's heartstrings. Not to mention the audience at the scene, even Li Manman, who was sitting in front of the TV, couldn't help but close her eyes, as if she was going to be healed by such a song. If there are no requirements for tomorrow, holding hands is like traveling. The rhyme of this song was just right. It was not very deliberate, and the transition was very soft, but it could give people an impulse to sing along. This kind of narration was really not difficult, the catchy lyrics, sad and beautiful melody. For this song, Li Manman couldn't think of a reason why it wasn't popular. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me, we were still the same, accompanying a stranger, walking through the streets that we gradually became familiar with. 10 years later, we are friends, we can still greet each other, but that kind of gentleness can no longer find a reason to hug. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. Xianxia's singing of this chorus made people's scalp tingle. There wasn't a high pitch, and it didn't seem difficult to sing. However, any professional singer could tell that the difficult part was to not raise the pitch. The difficult part was to sing like Xianxia, who was able to sing with ease and to express the sadness to the fullest, yet with just the right amount of time. This was one of the major characteristics of Xianxia's singing. There weren't too many complicated techniques, but it was good at moving people with emotions. Li Manman, this opponent, at this moment, couldn't help but be stunned as she listened. This song is not that good. Li Manman's heart was very unwilling to resist, but her charming eyes couldn't help but mist. Why did she have a feeling of wanting to cry? Why did she think of that person again? 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me. What Li Manman thought of was her first love. It was the only feeling in her life that she had seriously treated. That was when they were in high school. At that time, she was still very simple, and she met him who was equally simple. Although they weren't in the same class, the 2 of them unexpectedly bumped into each other. He was very gentle to her, and the time they spent together was very beautiful. Unfortunately, Li Manman was fancied by her previous agency and went to the capital to be a trainee, so she chose to break up with them. At that time, Li Manman was ruthless. For the sake of her dream, she was ruthless to herself and to others. How is he now? A good person like him should have found someone who loves him again, right? Perhaps, he has already married and had a child. Li Manman secretly thought. After leaving her hometown, Li Manman never contacted him again. She also didn't inquire about him from her classmates. For 10 years, Li Manman thought of him for the first time. After all, first love was a louse that couldn't be removed from the heart. It was the most beautiful existence in her memory. Li Manman couldn't deny that after so many years, this relationship was still the most beautiful, not to mention, her feelings were completely out of her control, and it was difficult to talk about it. If I was willing to go back to the past, would he still accept me? Li Manman couldn't help but think. But soon, she gently smiled bitterly. She couldn't go back to the past, not to mention that he wasn't with someone else now. Li Manman wasn't the same as before. Her vision was a lot higher, and he wasn't a handsome guy. Compared to those little fresh meat in the entertainment circle, he was a bit too old-fashioned. Her thoughts were pulled a little far away. When Li Manman came back to her senses, Xianxia had just finished singing, and the audience under the stage began to cheer again. Li Manman kicked away the topic of love, and her eyes became cold again. She looked at the TV and saw that Xianxia was receiving more enthusiastic feedback than her own. Her heart was helpless and unwilling. This competition, I'll let you win. But I'll get back at you. Li Manman gnashed her teeth and thought. When they returned to the Phoebe studio, the conference room next to the recording studio had been emptied out. Only a sofa and 2 small tables were left. The room had been meticulously decorated and had become a qualified resting room for mother and baby. After all, this was Xianxia and Murphy's studio. They could do whatever they wanted. Since it was Sunday, most of the staff did not have to go to work. Only a few public relations department staff were on duty. Since they had nothing important to do, they came to play with Xixi and Tong Tong. A few uncles and aunties came one after another and left a lot of snacks for Xixi. I like to eat little biscuits, little biscuits. Little biscuits, fragrant and delicious, one bite at a time, one bite at a time. Xixi hummed a song she made up as she tore open a bag of colorful soft candies. She had just eaten the biscuits and now she was singing new lyrics. I also like to eat little sweets, little biscuits, little sweets. Are delicious too, soft and delicious. Xiaoai and Imo Shaoan looked at each other and snickered. They continued to quietly watch Xixi's performance. As Cici sang, she was about to use her slender little fingers to pinch a light pink soft candy and stuff it into her mouth. However, she seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and looked at her younger brother who was looking at her eagerly from the side. Tong Tong did not know if he was attracted by his sister's singing or the way she was happily munching on the snacks. He stared at his sister in a daze and did not blink for a long time. Xixi took good care of her little brother. When she saw Tong Tong staring at her, she reached out her hand and shook the soft candy that she was about to stuff into her mouth. She asked, "Little brother, do you want to eat this?" Little Momo could understand such simple words, and even if he didn't understand, he could analyze it from his sister's actions. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his little hands happily. His body shook on the ground, and he cried out in a childish voice, "Here, here." Xixi reached out her hand but was stopped halfway by Xiaoai. Xiaoai stopped her and said, "Xixi, you can't give this to your brother. He won't eat it. He will choke." Xixi blinked her big eyes. She hesitated for a moment before she retracted her hand and said, "Okay, I'll eat it myself." Tong Tong's gaze moved from his sister's hand to her mouth. The soft candy was right in front of him, but his sister ate it. Tong was about to drool when he suddenly became anxious. How could he not be anxious when the duck in his mouth flew away? Even more infuriating was when Tong Tong saw that his sister was not satisfied after eating one soft candy. She picked up another one, pinched it, and stuffed it into her mouth. As she chewed, she muttered, "It's delicious. It's super delicious. It's soft, bouncy, and sweet." Xixi was just expressing her emotions. However, to Tong Tong, this was tantamount to a critical hit. Little Paiwan pouted and was about to cry from being wronged. Xiaoai and Imo Shaoan hurriedly comforted him. Tong Tong really burst into tears. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He was so sad that he staggered and pointed at his sister as though he was complaining that his sister did not give him anything good to eat. Xixi saw her brother crying and quickly explained, "It's not that I don't want to give you anything. You can't eat it. How about I give you some biscuits?" She picked out the best biscuits from the pile of snacks left by her uncles and aunties. She was going to tear them open and give them to Tong Tong, but she was stopped by Xiaoai. "You can't give him any biscuits either. Then what can little brother eat?" Xixi asked in confusion. Before Xiaoai could answer, she already had an answer. Xixi remembered how her parents usually coaxed her brother. She said, "Sister Xiaoai, give little brother some milk. He won't cry if he drinks milk." Xixi's method worked. After a while, they finally coaxed Tong Tong with milk. "He's so easy to coax." Xiaoai muttered to Imo Shaoan. "It seems that mommy will also be a foodie in the future. She cries for food and stops crying for food." Imo Shaoan giggled at her. "You can't talk about my brother like that." Xixi jumped up and protested. Okay, I won't talk about him." Xiaoai waved her hand happily. Without her uncles and aunties coming to visit, Xixi felt a little bored. She decided to play with her brother for a while. The little girl took out some toys that she put in the studio and sat beside Tong Tong excitedly. "Little brother, let's play house, okay?" Do. Tong Tong pouted his little mouth and mumbled something excitedly. Cici took it that he agreed. She happily set up the toy table and placed a small teacup on it. There was also a teapot on the ground beside it. Here, here. Tong Tong was interested in the plastic teapot. He shouted and reached for the teapot. However, Cece was one step ahead of him. She took the small teapot and handed him a small umbrella with a long handle. She said, "Brother, you are a guest, and I am Papa. You said that you would come to my house as a guest." Little Swan and I was not picky. He grabbed the umbrella with both hands and fiddled with it with interest. Then, he made a series of sounds to his sister. "Okay, you can come to my house. Come at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm at home. Moreover, I've already brewed the tea." Cece actually continued to hold the teapot and cheerfully said, "Sister, yeah woo." Tong Tong did not know what she was talking about. Anyway, he felt that his sister was talking to him, so he responded excitedly. "Don't call me sister. You have to call me Shishi." "Oh, it doesn't matter. You are a guest, so you have to knock on the door first." Shishi reached out and grabbed Tong Tong's little hand. She raised it and shook it a little before letting go. "Okay, please come in." Shishi made up her own scene and made an inviting gesture. Tong Tong was very cooperative. He continued to wave the umbrella and talk with his sister. "It was raining when you came. It must be very cold. My tea is ready. Let me pour a cup for you." She picked up the small teapot and poured tea into the teacup. Then she handed the teacup to Tong Tong. Little Minghui grabbed the teacup in one hand and the umbrella in the other. It twisted and turned excitedly, and finally both of its hands were raised high in the air. "Cheers. I'll drink with you too." Cece seemed to have understood her brother's meaning. She also picked up the other teacup and raised it with a big smile. Xiaoai and Mo Xiaowan watched the entire process with their mouths agape. Finally, they looked at each other as the two little guys cried out excitedly. "Do you understand what they are talking about?" Mo Xiaowan asked. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I can understand what Cece is saying, but Mommy, I don't know what he's saying at all." Xiaoai smiled bitterly. Mo Xiaowan interrupted Shishi and asked, "Shishi, do you understand what Mommy is talking about?" Shishi giggled and said, "I know. My brother said that it's too good. He said that I like your tea very much." "Is that so?" Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai felt like their intelligence had been hit. Tong Tong was a little unhappy that his sister's attention was taken away. He anxiously shouted, "Sister, Luluya, my brother said that he wants to play with me." Shishi translated seriously. "We know that. You guys play." Mo Xiaowan smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Halfway through, Xianxia came out of the bathroom and took a look at Shishi and Tong Tong. Xianxia did not expect to see Shishi and Tong Tong playing in full swing. Did Murphy say yesterday that Shishi is starting to play with her brother? Xianxia thought to himself. Shishi also saw her father. However, this time, before her father could speak, Shishi ran over happily and pushed her father out. She said, "Papa, I don't want to play with you. I want to play with my brother." Xianxia was pushed out by his daughter with a confused look on his face. He returned to the recording studio in confusion. Shishi said that she wants to play with her brother more. She doesn't need to go to the recording studio in the afternoon. Xianxia said to Murphy, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Isn't that good? She can accompany her brother and not disturb our work." Murphy was happy. At this moment, Shishi was also happy. "Great, my brother is willing to play house with me." She did not know that her brother was so interesting. Not only could he play with her, but he could also be manipulated by her. Tong Tong could even make her wear a small flower hat and clip Shishi's hair clip to dress up as a baby girl, such a cooperative playmate who could communicate smoothly. Where could she find another one? On Monday, Shishi went to school. As soon as she sat down, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't wait to say to Shishi, "Shishi, you're so amazing. I didn't even know." Shishi blinked her eyes in confusion. "What are you talking about?" In the past, I only told my dad and mom that your grades were very good. Then, yesterday, my mom showed me and said that you were very amazing. You even acted in a movie and could dance very well." Lu Xiaoyu tried hard to organize her words. However, with her limited vocabulary, it was still difficult to describe the surprise and admiration she felt when she watched Xishi's videos. Xishi frowned, tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "But, I told you all about it." "Really? When?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with some surprise. "Really?" Xishi nodded firmly and said, It was the second day after we came to school. I told you that I could act in movies, dance, sing, and draw. You also said that I was very amazing." Shishi's excellent memory was reflected at this moment. This matter did happen, but Lu Xiaoyu completely forgot about it that day. She only remembered that she made an interesting new friend. Lu Xiaoyu pouted, "Okay, then I don't remember. But I think you're very amazing. In the movie you acted in, you didn't like to talk." Lu Xiaoyu didn't take the matter that she forgot to heart. She excitedly continued to chat with Xishi, "But you didn't like to talk. My mom also asked me if you didn't like to talk." Hee hee. Xishi also smiled at her deskmate. Hee hee, because it's a movie, my papa said that Wang Mai doesn't like to talk. By the way, Sister Xiaowei doesn't like to talk either. Shishi's train of thought went astray. The silent Sister Xiaowei popped up in her mind, and she immediately understood where her sense of familiarity came from. It was also because of this similar experience that Shishi felt like she could understand this Sister Xiaowei, and she became more and more interested in her. Who's Sister Xiaowei? Lu Xiaoyu was confused. Do you still act in movies? No, not really. I also acted in a movie. Xianxia, Chi-Chi, and I. When you went to my house to play, the others all acted in a movie together. However, it was very, very short. As Cece spoke, she returned to the main topic. You've all acted in movies before? Lu Xiaoyu was envious. Yes. Shishi nodded. But Xianxia doesn't like to act in movies. I also want to have fun like you. I also want to act in movies with you. Lu Xiaoyu said enviously. Her parents didn't teach her to say this. Lu Xiaoyu just felt that her good friends all went to act in movies, but she didn't follow. She always felt like she was left behind. Do you also like to act in movies? She didn't think so thoroughly. She was kind and started from her own thoughts. She said to Lu Xiaoyu with concern, I also like to act in movies, but my papa hasn't acted in movies for a long time, so I can't act in movies with him. She thought that she could only play with her father. But my papa should still act in movies. Next time, if there's a chance next time, I'll ask my papa and ask him to let you act in movies too. She said enthusiastically. Okay then. Shishi, you're so nice. Lu Xiaoyu said happily, but I actually want to ask, can I still go to your house to play next time? Your house is super fun. This was the question that Lu Xiaoyu had been holding back for the whole weekend. The so-called wanting to act in movies was just a temporary idea. Maybe she would forget about it in the afternoon. Of course you can. She smiled and said, I like to play with you. I like you. Chi-Chi, Xiaoyu, and Chen Shiyun all come to my house to play. It's very fun. Hey, why isn't Xianxia here? Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. She's my neighbor. We often play together, but you rarely come here. She explained. Oh right. I forgot, hee hee. The two little girls looked at each other again and laughed. She still had a lot to say. For example, she now liked to play house with her brother. There were too many interesting things that she could share with Lu Xiaoyu. But the morning reading class was about to start, so she could only regretfully wait until she was free. After several rounds of chart hits, the song 10 Years reached the top of the new best-selling song list without any accident. The speed of its climb to the top was a bit shocking, but it was not unexpected. After all, the singer who sang this song was Xianxia, and this song was written by Yang Yi. It received a lot of attention from the first day of its release. Although this was the first time that Xianxia had hit the best-selling music list in the mainland, his strength was obvious to all. It was only a matter of time before he reached the top. This news naturally grabbed the headlines of many entertainment media. The dragon crossing the river is not simple. Xianxia, the god of songs in Hong Kong, reached the top in the mainland. Xianxia, my question is not whether I can get the first place, but how long can I stay at the top? Xianxia's 10 years, countless frustrated people cry. Lin Qitian praises Xianxia's new song. 10 years is the best song of the year. The media not only exclaimed and praised, but in these headlines, there was also an undercurrent, stirring up some sensitive nerves: the decline of mainland musicians. Hong Kong artist Xianxia is lonely and seeking failure. This is not a mistake. Xianxia sounds the horn for Hong Kong artists to enter the Chinese music industry. There is no way out for Hong Kong music. The four gods of songs in Hong Kong have fled. Of course, these reports were not able to cause too much of a storm for the time being, but there was indeed a storm brewing silently. Now, the public was more concerned about the critics' evaluation of the song. Interestingly, almost most of the critics gave Xianxia high marks, but their evaluation of the song was mixed. Some felt that the song was written with sincere feelings, the melody was beautiful and simple, and it was a rare high-quality song. Some felt that the song was ordinary and lacked high-pitched changes in the melody, but Xianxia's perfect interpretation made the song amazing. The music review of the well-known music critic, Li Shijian, received the most spread and likes. He recognized the song very much and even put forward the point that we should combine the lyrics and the singer's skills to evaluate a song, not separate them. However, after praising 10 years in the beginning, Li Shijian said in the end, I like the song 10 years very much, but I don't think it is the best song of the year. In Xianxia's own album, there are many excellent works, such as teacher Yan Changjiang's Passerby, and another song written by Yang Yi for Xianxia, Red Rose. These songs are not necessarily worse than 10 years. Li Shijian's words were obviously a refutation of Lin Qitian and Xianxia's mutual commercial praise. Especially Red Rose, the lyrics of this song have a special appeal that makes people's hearts throb, and it also uses a lot of complicated phrasing skills. We will talk about these in detail in the next music review. But just comparing these two songs, it's hard for me to say which one I like better. Moreover, don't forget, in November, Murphy has a new album to release. This album is also made by the music genius Yang Yi himself. There are 12 songs competing with 10 years. It's too hasty to say that 10 years is the best song of the year. Regardless of whether he refuted Lin Qitian or not, looking at his music review, it can be seen that Li Shijian has become Yang Yi's hardcore fan. There was a dance class on Tuesday afternoon. She carried her little dancing shoes and walked briskly to the Student Art Center for class. After greeting a few familiar friends, she and Yang Luoqi gathered together. The two girls whispered to each other as they changed their shoes. At this time, Xianxia, the teacher of the lower grade dance class, walked in. Hello, teacher. There were still many polite children who greeted her one after another. Hello, change your shoes first and put your things away. There's no rush. Class hasn't started yet. Xianxia comforted the nervous children. She looked around and found Xixi in the crowd. Yangxi, please come out with the teacher for a moment. Xianxia smiled and waved at Xixi. The teacher is calling me. Xixi and Yang Luoqi looked at each other in surprise and quickly followed the teacher's footsteps. Xianxia brought Xixi to her office. At this time, there were no teachers left in the office. They either went to class or had already gone back early. Therefore, Xianxia had no scruples. She smiled and said, Yangxi, the teacher didn't know that you had learned to dance before, and you danced very well. No wonder your comprehension was so high when you learned folk dance from the teacher. Xixi looked at her in confusion. She didn't know what the teacher wanted to say. The teacher only saw the video of you dancing this dance this weekend. Xianxia danced the basic steps of the Seve shuffle dance on the spot. Xixi understood this time. She smiled shyly at the teacher. Hee, teacher Xia, I danced it. Xianxia didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point and said, Yangxi, since you can dance so well, our school will have a dance competition in December. Can the teacher sign you up? Competition? Xixi's gaze shifted back from a piece of art at the side. She had accidentally spaced out just now and asked in a daze. Yes, it's a competition where all the kids in school who like to dance compete together. Of course, it's also divided into lower grades and upper grades. You'll compete with your classmates from the first, second, and third grades to see who can dance the best. Xiaosuqing smiled as she continued, if you agree, I'm prepared to combine the dance that you performed on the video with the folk dance that we're learning and rearrange it before submitting it to the competition. This time, Xi listened carefully and understood what the teacher meant. A dancing competition? Xi asked in surprise. Teacher Xia, will there be a great prize? Xi was not a competitive child. However, she was still very interested in competitions because her concept of competitions was limited to the handicraft competition she had participated in during the parent-child activities in kindergarten. She always felt that there was a possibility of winning a prize by participating in a competition. Xi was not a collector of rankings. She only liked to collect prizes. Even if it was just a little red flower, it would be fine. Yes, if you win, there will be a prize. Xiaosuqing nodded and said hesitantly. Xiaosuqing found it hard to say because she remembered that the prizes for the first, second, third, and even the winner's prizes were all notebooks of different specifications. At most, the top 3 would get a certificate as a souvenir. Okay then. I want to participate, I want a prize. Xi replied energetically. Xiaosuqing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Xi was willing to participate in the competition and she signed up as Xi's instructor. If Xi got a good result, she, as the dance teacher, would also benefit from it. Although Xiaosuqing was indeed a little selfish, she was not selfish. She just wanted to get a good result so that she could get a higher bonus at the end of the year. If she could get a higher salary, that would be great. After returning home, Murphy heard Yang Yi relay Xi's words and asked in surprise, "You're going to participate in the school's dance competition?" Xi had just jumped onto the sofa to play with her brother. When she heard her mother's question, she was leaning her head against the back of the sofa and kicking her little feet on the soft sofa. She held her belly and stuck out her little butt. After a while, she rolled over and looked at her mother with her fluffy hair. She smiled and said, "Yes. My baby is also participating in the competition." Murphy walked over and hugged Xi intimately. She kissed her on the forehead and said with some emotion, "Time flies. When I was young, I also participated in the competition. It feels like it was only yesterday and now it's your turn." Mom also participated in the competition? Xi asked curiously. Yes, about the same as you. Mom was still in the United States at that time. When she was young, she participated in many competitions, such as dancing, singing, and playing the violin. She even appeared on TV because of it, but it was only on a small local TV station. Murphy smiled. Mom is so amazing. Xi looked at her mother in surprise. Mom, do you have a lot of awards? Not a lot, I just put a cabinet in your grandpa's house. Murphy said proudly, I forgot to show it to you when I went back last time. I want a lot of awards too. Xi was envious. It doesn't matter if you don't get an award. The competition is about participation. Xi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yang Yi walked over and glanced at Murphy. He said in a reproachful tone, Mom, don't mislead Xi. What's the point of participating in so many competitions? Murphy didn't care about Yang Yi's reproach. She even winked at Xi and whispered in Xi's ear, Papa is unhappy. I'll show it to you when we go to Grandpa's house next time. Okay. Cece's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. By the way, Xi, when is your competition? Murphy asked with interest. Mom is going to watch and cheer for you. Murphy even waved her fist, which made Xi excited. Teacher Xia said that it's December, but I don't know when. Xi recalled and said, I'll ask the teacher tomorrow. There was a dance class tomorrow. December? Murphy hesitated. She would be busy in December because she would release a new album at the end of November. December was the intensive promotion period. However, Murphy saw Xi's expectant eyes. She touched her head and said with a smile, Well, Mom will go. You go and ask the teacher first to confirm when the competition is. Mom asked Aunt Xiaowan to arrange the time so that we can watch your competition on this day. Okay. Mom and Papa will come to watch my competition. Xi danced with joy. Dad will definitely go. You can rest assured. Although Yang didn't want Shishi to participate in too many competitions, he still wanted to watch his daughter's competition. At this time, he solemnly promised. The next time Shishi saw Yu Xiaowei was on a Friday afternoon, 2 weeks later. She and Lan Xian went to a reading class. Teacher Lai, who taught them reading class, brought Yu Xiaowei to the classroom. Teacher Lai introduced Yu Xiaowei. When she said that Yu Xiaowei was one of the best students in the 3rd grade and that she won 2nd place in the recitation competition last semester, she and many of the 1st grade children exclaimed in admiration of this senior sister. Most of the children who came to the reading class were serious about their studies. How could the naughty children sit down obediently to read? She's really amazing. She couldn't help but violate the rules and whispered to Lan Xian. What's so amazing about her? She can get 2nd place without saying anything. If I go up, I can definitely get 1st place. Lan Xian said confidently. But. She wanted to refute, but she found that she didn't know how to refute. It seems like Lan Xian made a lot of sense, however, very quickly, Teacher Lai encouraged Yu Xiaowei to perform a poem recitation for everyone. The word reading, if you break it down, the first word is to read, which means to look with your eyes, and the second word is to read, which means to read with your mouth. Teacher Lai also talked about a lot of principles. The ancients said that if a book is read 100 times, its meaning will be revealed. Now, many children can't recognize many words and can't understand the meaning of complex sentences. But it doesn't matter. Follow me and read it out loud. Read it a few times and you will naturally understand its meaning. You will also be able to recognize more words. Although this was a bit far-fetched, it wasn't without reason. In the reading class now, the teacher still led the children to read aloud. They couldn't let the 1st grade children who didn't know how to read too complicated books, right? Under the gaze of the junior brothers and sisters, Yu Xiaowei didn't appear to be nervous. However, her gaze was a bit downcast. She glanced at her shoes and didn't look at the other children. She didn't show any intention of joining in. After Teacher Lai's encouragement, Yu Xiaowei finally opened her mouth and read, "The reeds are green, the white dew is frost. The so-called love is on the other side of the water." The Book of Songs, Yu Xiaowei's recitation was not bad. When she was reciting, she seemed to have temporarily come out of a lonely world. Not only was her voice full of emotion, but she was also like an old pedant, slightly shaking her head as she recited. Although Yu Xiaowei recited the poem very smoothly, in reality, she had only followed the recitation teacher and memorized it by rote. She was only using it for the competition. She did not have the ability to write the entire poem from memory. Then again, this poem was something that even adults could recite without thinking, much less children. If they were really asked to write it down from memory, it was likely that a large number of them would be at a loss. But even so, Yu Xiaowei's rhythmic recitation, her bright voice, and her complex poem still managed to intimidate these inexperienced 1st graders. It was as if someone had suddenly started talking about the 8 trigrams in front of us, who were illiterate. Amazing. This time, not only she, but even Lan Xian could not help but sigh. Her round eyes were wide open as she looked at Yu Xiaowei on stage. Lan Xian seemed to be in disbelief that the person reciting the poem in front of her was the weak girl that she had knocked down previously. This serious recitation of the poem was still very loud. But why was it that when she was reciting, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, making it almost impossible to feel her presence? However, after the poem was recited, Yu Xiaowei returned to her previous sluggish state. Her 2 small hands were intertwined in front of her as her head drooped. She did not know what to do next. This was the Yu Xiaowei that Lan Xian knew. However, Shi's attention was not on this. She had been listening to Yu Xiaowei reciting the poem seriously. Although she could not understand it, she could still feel the beauty of the poem. When it was recited, the rhythm was just like a beautiful song with a beautiful melody. Xian, do you know what Sister Xiaowei is reciting? She could not help but whisper again. But it was obvious that she could not get an answer from Lan Xian. Lan Xian's perplexed eyes had already explained everything. What made Shi unbearable was that Teacher Lai did not explain the meaning of the poem to them. She let Yu Xiaowei sit in the empty seat below and join the other juniors for a 1st grade reading class. Was the poem that student Yu Xiaowei recited nice? That's right. When we read out articles, we should also learn from her. We should not read for the sake of reading. We should add some emotional content to it. This way, it will be easier for us to understand the meaning of these articles. Alright. Next, please turn to page 38. Today, we will read this modern poem together. Teacher Lai continued with her class, but she sat in her seat. She was tormented by her own curiosity, as if 100 claws were scratching her heart. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She liked this poem when she heard it, but the teacher did not tell her the meaning. If other children did not understand, then they did not understand and did not mind. But she was different. In the past, at home, her father would patiently answer all her questions. Her thirst for knowledge would always be satisfied. Now that it was no longer the case, of course she felt uncomfortable. Asking the teacher might be a good choice, but she had to listen to the class obediently and not interrupt the teacher's class. This was against the class discipline. When school started, Teacher Li had told her and the other students about the primary school rules. With great difficulty, she waited until the class ended. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but still mustered her courage and walked up to ask the teacher. You want to know the meaning of the poem that Yu Xiaowei recited? Teacher Lai was a little surprised and a little embarrassed as she asked. Actually, at this moment, Teacher Lai was a little guilty. Without any preparation, she really could not recite the meaning of the poem. She might not even be able to recite the whole poem. That's right. Xishi's big eyes were filled with urgent expectation. Luckily, Teacher Lai had her ways. She patted Xishi's shoulder and said gently, You're still young and don't understand classical Chinese. It's useless for me to tell you now. In the future, when you learn more words than these, you'll be able to understand the meaning of this poem. After saying that, Teacher Lai called the children out of school. This reason seemed to contradict her previous theory of emphasizing on studying more, but she could not find any fault with it. The little girl's eyes revealed a disappointed expression. But when she turned around, she saw Lan Xian and Yu Xiaowei who was beside Lan Xian. That's right. There's also Sister Xiaowei. She suddenly became happy. In her heart, the senior big sister must know a lot of things. Lan Xian originally didn't like Yu Xiaowei very much, but when she was in class just now, she became very interested in Yu Xiaowei. How can a person who doesn't like to talk be able to study so well? Thus, after class, Lan Xian, who was preparing to go home with Xishi, followed Xishi to the podium. She turned her head in boredom and saw Yu Xiaowei sitting quietly on the side, tidying up her stationery. Her eyes immediately lit up. Lan Xian was still the same as before. She leaned over and asked eagerly, Sister Xiaowei, how can you study so well? Have you practiced it before? This kind of enthusiasm scared Yu Xiaowei. When she heard Lan Xian's loud voice, she couldn't help but shrink back. She looked at the other person with some surprise and fear. However, Lan Xian's enthusiastic eyes, chubby figure, and cute face were obviously not lethal. Yu Xiaowei's fear gradually disappeared. She was returning from the teacher's office, disappointed. When she walked over, Lan Xian pouted and complained to her, Sister Xiaowei isn't talking again. She's ignoring me. Why? Xian, what did you say to Sister Xiaowei? She asked curiously. I just asked her if she had practiced before. Lan Xian mumbled, I think she's very good at studying. She turned to look at Yu Xiaowei, then looked at Lan Xian. The little girl thought hard and finally found a reason. She said to Lan Xian, then, Xian, you haven't introduced yourself yet, right? Why should I introduce myself? Lan Xian asked in confusion. Because, if you don't introduce yourself, how can Sister Xiaowei recognize you? She might not even remember you. She said matter-of-factly. Yu Xiaowei's gaze shifted from Lan Xian's face to Xishi's face. Looking at Xishi's passionate expression, she seemed a little hesitant. Sister Xiaowei, my name is Xishi, and my name is Xianxia, but you can call me Xishi, and she is Lan Xian. You can also call her Xian. We even knocked you down before. Do you still remember? Xishi introduced enthusiastically. Yu Xiaowei was not very willing to make new friends. She subconsciously wanted to avoid them. However, looking at Xishi's cute smiling face, she felt embarrassed. I'll remember that. Yu Xiaowei nodded gently. She moved her body and got up from her seat. She tugged at the hem of her clothes that was hidden under her school uniform jacket. There was an even more beautiful peony flower embroidered on it. She could not help but say, "It's mended here." Lan Xian jumped a step and shouted excitedly, "I remember it too. I even tore your clothes." "Wow, there's also a flower on your clothes." Xishi looked for her clothes and said regretfully, "But I'm not wearing any clothes with flowers on them today." Then, Xishi stretched out her neck to study the flowers on Yu Xiaowei's clothes enviously. She even exclaimed, "Sister Xiaowei, the flowers on your clothes are so beautiful. They're even more beautiful than mine." Xishi's approach made Yu Xiaowei a little uncomfortable. She was used to keeping a distance from others. However, Xishi's praise made her unable to help but feel happy. "This was made by my mom." Yu Xiaowei puffed out her small chest and whispered. "Your mom is amazing," Xishi said. Lan Xian also echoed from the side. Because of a flower, Yu Xiaowei finally got closer to Xishi. At least, she was not as unwilling to talk as before. Although she was still a little wary and didn't talk much. "Sister Xiaowei, just now Xian asked you if you practiced reading." Xishi had a good memory and did not forget about Lan Xian. Lan Xian had forgotten about it herself. At this moment, she nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, yes. I asked. I took a recitation class. The teacher taught me." Yu Xiaowei answered simply. "I see. Now it's my turn to ask questions." Xishi said excitedly, "Sister Xiaowei, what you recited just now was what you recited in class. What did it mean?" "I thought it was very good, but I didn't understand." In fact, Yu Xiaowei refused to continue answering questions in her heart. She was not a question-answering machine and did not want to talk too much. However, when she saw Xishi's big watery eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse. The teacher said that the poem was written a long time ago. At that time, people still used classical Chinese. Then, I didn't understand the meaning. I will understand it in the future. Yu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and said it. "You're already in the 3rd grade. You still don't understand?" Lan Xian asked. Yu Xiaowei shook her head and said, "The teacher said that I will learn it when I grow up. Then, I will understand its meaning." Yu Xiaowei was different from Xishi. She did not have a strong desire for knowledge. Moreover, she was not the kind of child who liked to ask questions. She would only listen to what the teacher said. "Well, Sister Xiaowei, you don't even know." Xishi was a little regretful. "I'm sorry." Yu Xiaowei felt guilty for not being able to help. "Don't say sorry." "Hee hee." Xishi took the initiative to take Yu Xiaowei's hand and said with a smile, "Just now, Teacher Lai also said the same thing to me. He said that I will understand when I grow up." Yu Xiaowei was flattered when Sisi held her hand. She didn't know what to do with Sisi's enthusiasm. Therefore, Yu Xiaowei stood there in a daze, looking down at her hand that was held by Xishi. Xishi said in a clear voice, "However, I can ask my papa. My papa knows a lot of things. He must know what it means. After I ask my papa, I will tell Sister Xiaowei what you mean." When Yu Xiaowei heard Shishi's words, she could not help but raise her head and look at Xishi. She saw the sincerity in Shishi's eyes and did not know how to respond. "Aya, who cares what it means?" Lan Xian shouted, "It's so boring." Lan Xian was not interested in understanding the meaning of the poem. Although it sounded good, it was also very profound. Miss Lan already felt that it was very tiring to listen to classes and study. How could she have time to care about other things? "No, my papa said that if you don't understand, you have to ask. You can't pretend to understand." Xishi put down Yu Xiaowei's hand and turned to Lan Xian and said seriously. "Okay then, you tell Sister Xiaowei. However, you don't know Sister Xiaowei. Where are you going to find her?" Lan Xian was quite smart in some aspects. "Right, Sister Xiaowei, where do you go to class?" Xishi said. "Xian and I are both in the 1st grade class 3. Yu Xiaowei was influenced by Shishi and Lan Xian's positive emotions and blurted out, "I am in the 3rd grade class 6, she really said a lot today." Usually, when she interacted with her classmates, she did not say so much for 3 days. Yu Xiaowei didn't know how she got out of school. She was a little dizzy from Shishi and Lan Xian's incessant chatter. However, her mood was unprecedentedly good. How could she describe this feeling? It was as if a tightly shut window had been quietly opened by a small crack. The spring breeze outside the window was cool and refreshing, with a sweet floral scent. Yu Xiaowei definitely couldn't figure it out. However, when her footsteps stopped, she realized that her mother wasn't bringing her to the bus stop. Yu Xiaowei turned her head and looked at her mother in confusion. Yuing also turned her head and looked at her with a smile. She said, "Xiaowei, look, Mom bought a car." In front of her, a cream-colored lady's motorcycle was parked by the side of the road. It was brand new, as if the metal frame of the rearview mirror was shiny. The motorcycle wasn't big. After all, it was a lady's motorcycle. It was petite and cute, which was very likable. Yu Xiaowei's face revealed a trace of surprise. She walked forward 2 steps gently, then turned her head and looked at her mother. It seemed that she still couldn't believe it. "Yes, this is our car." Yu Ying's tone had a trace of pride. "This morning, Mom and your grandma went to buy it. We don't have to squeeze in the bus anymore." Yu Ying was indeed a little rich now. The first volume of her Little Bubu's Adventure picture book had been printed and sold to major bookstores and Sahara Online Mall for sale. Of course, she was just as the editor Wen Xiefeng said earlier. She wasn't as lucky as Tang Nai. When her work was released, the publishing house didn't arrange any press conference for her. However, the story of Little Bubu's Adventure was indeed much more exciting than I Have a Dream. After a week of marketing, Little Bubu's Adventure quietly squeezed into the top 20 children's book sales chart of Sahara Online Mall. This was definitely an excellent result for a newcomer's new work with no experience. With this level of sales, Wen Xiefeng told Yuing that her monthly income would be about 600,000. This was only the income from Sahara Online Mall. When she heard the news yesterday, Yuing couldn't believe her ears. Her dream had just started, and she had already exceeded her expectations. One had to know that her initial desire was to earn a few $100,000 or even a few $1 million from a single book. But now, it seemed that her book, this series of picture books, a total of 4 books, would bring her more than a few $1 million in profit. Yuing didn't dare to think about it any further. She was afraid that it was just a bubble that would burst with a single poke. Of course, the settlement of the publishing house was also once a month. Yu Ying's first month's income and how much she would receive after tax would only be known next month. However, she could still use her previous savings to buy a means of transportation for her family. It could also be considered as a reward for her hard work for so long. By the way, Yuing was still working at the restaurant. Although she had officially resigned, she still had to finish it this month. Not to mention that her 1 month's salary was not even a fraction of the money she earned in the Sahara Online Mall. Yuing was afraid of being poor. Even if she made a lot of money, she would not be reluctant to give up a small amount, let alone her 1 month's salary. Besides, she also wanted to finish it well. She had to hand over to the new lobby manager and not delay the operation of the restaurant. After all, the previous owner and staff of the restaurant were really good to her. Yuing saw her daughter's surprised look and smiled. She unlocked the door and got on the car. Then, she patted the seat in front of her and asked Yu Xiaowei to get on the car. She also intimately put on the helmet for her. Yuing specially bought a children's motorcycle helmet for Yu Xiaowei. It was bright yellow and had the pattern of Yu Xiaowei's favorite cat on it. Pink was also good, but Yuing felt that bright yellow was brighter and could give people a positive influence. "Do you like it?" Yuing asked with a smile as she buttoned the helmet for her daughter. "I like it very much." Yu Xiaowei's head was buckled in the helmet as she replied in a muffled voice. Yuing was a little surprised. She didn't expect her daughter to speak outside. She thought that Yu Xiaowei nodding was already good enough. Of course, Yuing didn't think too much about it. She was just happy for her daughter's response. "That's good. Our life will get better and better in the future." Yuing happily hugged her daughter's body and said softly. Bargaining Meal, by Lu. At this moment, in Yang Yi's car, She was trying hard to recite the poem that Yu Xiaowei had recited earlier. However, even if she had a good memory, she couldn't remember things that she didn't understand. Lan Xian sat next to her and also tried hard to correct Shi's mistakes. It's not bargaining, it's jia jia, it's jia jia Shi, he, jia jia Shi. Lan Xian had a particularly deep impression of the second paragraph. The reeds are luxuriant, because those two words sounded more like Shi's name. What are you reciting? How can there be a poem like Jia Jia Shi? Murphy was also sitting in the car. Today, she recorded the song late. Listening to the description of the two little guys, she couldn't help but laugh. It's Xian's fault. I remember that it's bargaining Shi, not Shi. Shi also sat there and was very happy. Dad, do you know what it is? Murphy patted the seat in front of her. Yang Yi drove the car. He also didn't understand. The ancient poems in this world were very different from those in his previous life. Yang Yi had read some of them, but they were far less impressive than those in his previous life. Therefore, he couldn't be sure which one this poem was. Shi, can you recite more? The information given now is too little. Yang Yi said. For words in a sentence, Yang Yi felt that this poem was a little strange. Could it be the Book of Songs? Yang Yi knew that among the 4-word poems, the Book of Songs was the most. However, it might not necessarily be the Book of Songs, because in Yang Yi's previous life, before the Tang dynasty, there were many 4-word poems, such as Cao Cao's short song line, Only Du Kong Can Solve My Worries. Azure Collar, My Heart Is Long. Although the turtle lives long, the old steed is still in the saddle, but the ambition is still 1,000 miles away. And some folk songs. After hearing her father's question, she stopped playing with Lan Xian and seriously thought about it. I don't know, it seems that Sister Xiaowei has recited. Wei Yi, who. She didn't know how to pronounce the last 2 words. Because Yu Xiaowei recited 3 words, on the side of water, and on the plum of water, recited 4, she was completely confused. However, she had already given Yang Yi enough information. Yang Yi listened to Shi's recitation and came to a realization. He laughed, I know, the so-called my beloved is on the side of water. The complete version should be, the reeds are green, and the dew is frost. The so-called my beloved is on the side of water. Right? She heard the familiar phrase and happily answered, The little girl saw that her father had finally solved this difficult problem and was so excited that she danced with joy. There are many more. Lan Xian replied with a serious expression. I was wondering what it was. Just now, you were talking about each family and bargaining, so it's the reeds. Murphy laughed, I know this poem too. With that, Murphy recited the poem in its entirety. Under Shi's surprised and worshipful gaze, Murphy, who stole the limelight, said proudly, Your mom is still very good, she used to recite a lot of poems with your grandfather. Although Yang Yi didn't know anything at the beginning, his education of Shi was still considered pretty good. While he did everything himself, he was also good at learning. He combined various educational concepts to encourage Shi to be more tolerant in learning and experiencing the splendor of different cultures. This kind of education method could be said to be very modern, however, it wasn't without its shortcomings. For example, his education of Shi rarely involved traditional Chinese culture. Other children could recite poems at the age of 3. For example, Nan Zhaoyu. Although this little boy was shy, he could definitely be called a top student when it came to poetry and painting. However, even though she could speak many foreign languages fluently, she couldn't recite many ancient poems. It wasn't that Yang Yi discriminated against traditional Chinese culture. There were many reasons for Shi's situation. On the one hand, Yang Yi didn't have a deep understanding of this world's traditional Chinese culture. Even if the development of the culture was similar, first poetry, then lyrics, then music, and finally 100 schools of thought. Yang Yi almost couldn't recognize the works after the 3 kingdoms. He didn't even have the competence to understand them, so how could he use them to teach Shi? Of course, this reason didn't have a deep impact. The deeper impact was discovered by Yang Yi in his research of many modern educational concepts. Many educational experts believed that it wasn't advisable to let children recite ancient poems at such a young age. Especially before the age of 3 or 4, this was because reciting poems didn't have any benefits for children at this stage. They were too young and couldn't understand the beauty of these poems. On the contrary, if it were children other than Xianxia, their memory wouldn't be good enough. They could only imitate and memorize by rote. This kind of forced memorization would cause a certain degree of damage to their brains. Furthermore, forcing children at this age to do things they didn't like to do would also cause them to have a conflicted mentality. Even if they could recite some poems, it would be with impatience. Over time, they would form an impression that they hated poems. In the future, when they could understand poems, they might not be willing to learn them. In addition, don't assume that children at this stage have a good memory and can memorize many poems. In the future, they will understand the beauty of these poems. When children reached the age of 4, their memories would be reshuffled. Very few children could still remember things that happened before they were 4 years old, even for Xianxia, who had a good memory. Her memories before she was 4 years old had gradually become blurry. It was also because of these reasons that Xianxia forgot to train Xianxia in this aspect. That's right, he really forgot. This was because Xianxia was already 6 years old. No matter what, she had developed a part of her ability to understand. She had reached the age where she could recite poems. Now, through the rearview mirror, Xianxia saw Xianxia excitedly asking her mother to recite poems from the Book of Songs. That was when he suddenly remembered. It was time to teach Xianxia something unique to the Chinese. In addition, Xianxia also remembered that because of the old man's reprimand, he had stopped letting Xianxia learn martial arts for 2 years. Xianxia had already started learning to dance. There was no reason why she couldn't learn martial arts. While Xianxia's imagination was running wild, Murphy was proudly showing off some simple poems that she remembered to Xianxia. Xianxia admired and said happily, "Mom, you're so awesome." But, the poem that Sister Xiaowei is reciting, what does it mean? This was what Xianxia couldn't forget. What does it mean? The meaning is very simple. It's very good. Murphy seemed to be stuck and couldn't say it. That's right. Everyone knew the gist of this poem. There's a girl you like on the other side of the water. But if you really asked Murphy to summarize the gist of it, Murphy realized that she only knew half of it. Not to mention translating it. What is a reed? Murphy didn't know what to say. Xianxia, can you tell your daughter the meaning of this poem? Murphy could only ask Xianxia for help, ashamed. This is complicated to explain. You have to explain it word by word and then understand the whole sentence. Xianxia came to his senses. He smiled and said, "Xianxia, I'll talk to you about it when we get home, okay?" "Sure." Xianxia smiled sweetly. She didn't care, but she still cared about her little friend. But Xianxia can't hear it. "I want to go home for dinner." "Xianxia, you can just tell Sister Xiaowei." Xianxia was still not interested. "Hey, is this Sister Xiaowei the one you met last time?" Murphy was curious. "Yes, our teacher asked Sister Xiaowei to read to us today. She's a nice person and speaks well." Xianxia and Xianxia said at the same time. "I remember you said last time that she didn't like to talk." Xianxia smiled. "She did." Xianxia cried. "She spoke later." Xianxia also nodded seriously. If she didn't speak, Xianxia didn't like to be friends with her. Now it was much better. Although it was Friday night and there were still 2 days off tomorrow, Xianxia still asked Xianxia to finish her homework first. After dinner, when they came back from a walk, his small sinology class slowly began. There was no need for too complicated equipment. Xianxia only took out a large whiteboard from the storage room, took a whiteboard pen, and started the class for Xianxia in the living room. Her father's class was always very interesting. Xianxia didn't get bored. She sat in front of the small desk where she did her homework early and happily watched her father write down the poem Wind of Qin, Reeds and Mountains on the whiteboard. Murphy didn't like classes, but she wanted Tong Tong to be influenced by sinology. She hugged Tong Tong and sat on the sofa near Xianxia. However, Tong Tong couldn't sit still. He wanted to crawl outside. Unfortunately, how could he escape from his mother's 5 fingers? This poem comes from the Book of Songs, which is the earliest collection of poems in our country. Its poems were all created more than 2,000 years ago and were written by many unknown authors. It can be said that it has a very long history. Xianxia briefly introduced its history. A very long time ago? She thought of the fairy tales her father told her. Is it even longer than Sun Wukong? It can't be compared, but it's all in ancient times. Xianxia said with a smile. When it came to the meaning of the poem, Xianxia first drew a bunch of reeds and a pool of water behind them on the whiteboard with a whiteboard pen. It had to be said that Xianxia's simple brush painting skills had been trained by telling stories to Cici over the past few years, and he had reached the point of perfection. With just a few strokes, he had painted the reeds with both form and spirit. Xianxia means reeds that haven't grown yet. This is a type of grass that grows by the river or in the swamps. When they grow up, their ears will have hair that is as soft as the tail of a steamed bun. Xianxia tried his best to make it more vivid so that it would be easier for Cici to accept. Actually, these few lines, Xianxia green, Xianxia green, Xianxia green, Xianxia green, Xianxia green, all express the same meaning. Green, luxuriant, and green are all words that ancient people used to describe reeds, grasses, or the rice that your grandfather planted. These are all words that ancient people used to describe reeds, grasses, or the rice that your grandfather planted. Xianxia smiled and underlined the 3 lines of the poem. I see. She muttered to herself. She was very engrossed in listening to the poem. Her eyes were also fixed on the blackboard, the poem, or the painting that her father had drawn. Perhaps, in her mind, a beautiful picture had already taken shape and was slowly unfolding. After Xianxia's interpretation of the ancient poem, she quickly understood the meaning of the poem, the wind of Qin reeds and mountains. Isn't it just difficult to find someone you like? Of course, Ci's understanding of like was still on the level of friends. It was just like how she felt that Yu Xiaowei was very interesting, a powerful and easy to talk to friend. Xianxia didn't analyze the deeper meaning of the ancient poem too deeply. He felt that she hadn't reached the stage where she could completely understand it, so he wanted to use another level to maintain Ci's interest in ancient poems. Therefore, when Murphy thought that he had finished speaking and was about to put down Tong Tong, who was already rebelling, Xianxia smiled and said, actually, this poem also has a song. Using the poem as the framework, you can also sing it. Wow. Really? She was like a little fangirl. She held her small hands and looked at her father with admiration. How does my father know everything? He's really too amazing. Really? This poem can be sung? Murphy looked at Xianxia in surprise. Of course. Xianxia enjoyed being stared at by the 2 women he loved the most. Naturally, he couldn't help but want to show off his skills. There was a small problem, there was no piano at home, because they had to make room for Tong Tong's castle to play in, and because Xianxia and Murphy spent most of their time in the studio, there was a performance-level piano in the studio, so they didn't buy a piano at home. They didn't like upright pianos. But this wasn't a problem for Xianxia. He gestured to Cici and Murphy to wait for a while, then ran up to the 3rd floor and took down the electronic piano from the small studio. It's not a piano. The sound quality is a bit worse. Xianxia looked up and smiled. The electronic piano wasn't without its benefits. For example, it could adjust the volume. After the soothing prelude, Xianxia turned down the accompaniment of the electronic piano and began to sing. Lush green grass, boundless white fog. Note 1, Xianxia was imitating Li Jian's singing style. His voice might be lower than Teresa Ting's, and it didn't have the sweet beauty of a female voice, but the melodious tone made people feel as if they were in the same place. It was as if there was really a reed field filled with white fog in front of him. What was even more amazing was that Xianxia was imitating the way he used his emotions to control the tone of his voice. Sometimes the high pitch, sometimes the low pitch, it gave people a sense of beauty that was similar to poetry. Maybe Cici didn't feel it that deeply. But when Mo-Fei heard the first sentence, she couldn't help but close her eyes and raise her slender left hand as if she was following the rhythm. Her ears were very picky. She could clearly hear the changes in Xianxia's breath when he was singing. It was also because of this that Xianxia used his endless breath to easily control the weak part of the first few lines of the song. He didn't stop singing halfway. But it was also because of this switch between strong and weak tones that the poetic scrolls slowly opened up in her mind along with the song. I'm willing to go with the flow, looking for her direction, but I vaguely see, Xianxi's string of glissando was so beautiful. Murphy's body trembled slightly, as if there was a surge of energy, as if she wanted to hum along with him. She's in the middle of the water. The pronunciation of the next line was so special that Murphy couldn't help but open her eyes. She wanted to understand how Xianxia could infuse the word middle with such inspiration. Of course, the lyrics had already been sung. Murphy looked at Xianxi's eyes, and there was only an unconcealable love left. The following repetition lost some of its freshness. Only the interaction between Xianxia and Xixi's head was left. Murphy didn't close her eyes again. She calmed down and enjoyed the gentle beauty of the song. There's a beauty on the other side of the water. The last line was supposed to have a little bit of a return after the high notes, and even a sense of emptiness that gradually drifted away. But Xianxia forgot to sing it. After all, he was singing in front of his family. He was eager to get the praise of his daughter and wife, so he ended it a little sloppily. How is it? Xianxia released the keys and asked with a smile, how is it? When the sound of the electronic piano ended, Xianxia released the keys and withdrew his hands. It's good. She couldn't wait any longer. She clapped her little hands and called out crisply. She looked at her father with big sparkling eyes, as if there were little stars in them that were about to jump out. Haha. Xianxia raised his eyebrows at his daughter and laughed happily. She sat in her seat and didn't jump up and down for a while. But she also learned from her father and squinted her eyes, giggling nonstop. It's really good. Murphy also sighed with emotion. I'm thinking, in the past, did the ancients also sing with this kind of rhythm? It's so beautiful, it has a very strong ancient feeling. I'm not sure if the ancients also sang like this. Xianxia smiled at Murphy. But, this song is indeed an ancient song. And, in fact, I'm not the best at singing this song. Its tune is more suitable for a female voice. Wasn't that right? Even though Li Jian's cover was a classic, even though Ting Lijun only sang a cover, her version was definitely the best. One must know that in 1980, she released a record with the same title. Not only was it a platinum record, but it was also recognized by fans as the one with the best singing. The original singer, Gao Lingfeng, later said on a variety show that after listening to Deng's version, she even forgot that she was the original singer. When she remembered, she felt ashamed that her singing was really bad. Is it really suitable for a female voice? It's really, but I haven't tried it yet. Murphy was surprised at first, then she fell into a state of deep thought. When you have time, you should practice this song too. Xianxia encouraged. Of course, Murphy's voice was very different from Deng's. Xianxia didn't think that Murphy could sing with the same feeling as Deng's. Moreover, Murphy also had her own understanding of the song. Xianxia was looking forward to Murphy's version. He didn't know if it could surpass the classic. I want to sing too. She didn't want to be left out, so she raised her small hand. Xianxia and Murphy looked at each other and laughed. You can sing if you want. Dad can teach you to sing now. Didn't you say that you wanted to tell the meaning of this poem to Sister Xiaowei? Maybe it'll be more interesting if you sing it to her. Xianxia said. Dad just said it casually, but Xixi's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? The little girl could even draw inferences. She counted with her fingers and said happily, I can also sing it to Xianxia. Because she thinks that Sister Xiaowei's singing is good, I can sing very well too. Xianxia was teaching Xixi how to sing on the water side at home. It was quite fun teaching her. Xixi did not have her father's long breaths, nor had she learned how to breathe properly, so she had a hard time singing the first few lines. Looking at her, Xianxia seemed to have seen a video from his previous life. There was also a 4-year-old girl looking at the music player on her laptop, trying her best to sing along to All Living Things. Note 1, it was the same for Xixi. For Heva, Beauty, Xixi, who had not learned to sing bel canto, had to rely on herself to raise her voice. As she sang towards the end, her voice became weaker and weaker, until it felt like her voice was breaking. What should have been a smooth transition to Beauty, Xixi paused for a moment before she sang it out breathlessly. Although judging from the angle of singing, Xixi's singing was too ordinary. Xixi's voice was sweet. The way he enunciated and panted made him sound like a child who had yet to grow up. Moreover, she was good-looking. Even if she sang badly, she was still very cute. So cute that it made one's heart ache and want to hug her. Murphy also felt that her daughter's singing was very cute. She took out her phone and happily took a video of Xixi. She was going to let Xianxia upload it to micro-broadcasting tonight. After the blind auditions and the difficult wild card revival in the first few episodes, China's Voice was finally divided into 4 coach teams. The new episode that was broadcast tonight also ushered in the highly anticipated coach assessment battle. The first coach team to determine the top 4 was Luo Jian's team. The students under his team had already learned under him and the famous Taiwanese musician Li Xian for a period of time. This time, they would be going through a cruel elimination battle where only 4 out of 14 would be chosen. From this episode onwards, the most attractive coach selection mode was no longer used. Instead, it was going to be a more intense arena challenge. Of course, switching modes was not necessarily a bad thing. Playing the same trick over and over again would easily cause the audience to feel tired. It was similar to playing a dungeon or changing maps in a game. Only by maintaining enough freshness would a show be able to stay popular from the beginning to the end. The mode had changed, but the intensity had increased. Therefore, the audience was still having a good time watching tonight. What surprised them the most was that Su Lu was one of the 4 finalists in Luo Jian's team. Before the competition, many media outlets had actively analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of this mentor assessment battle. Among them, Su Lu was one of the contestants who was not favored. As long as the media wanted to criticize someone, there were naturally many reasons they could find. For example, Su Lu's identity as a bar and nightclub singer, as well as her photo of a red-haired tomboy, had been dug up by the media. They said that she came from an unorthodox background and lacked singing skills. Moreover, the hoarseness of her voice was also due to the nightclub environment. The lack of a high pitch was also a major flaw. It was difficult for such a singer to go far on such a formal stage. For many reasons, some of the audience who were easily influenced by the news had the illusion that Su Lu was the weakest in Luo Jian's team. They might have been influenced by her appearance, but they had completely forgotten that during the blind selection, Su Lu had received the coach's 4th job promotion. However, this night's show made all the audience and media who had looked down on Su Lu dumbfounded. It should be known that Su Lu had fought her way to the top 4 without any coach's help. She could not enter the second round. She had also fought 2 rounds consecutively and advanced through the cruel competition. What made the audience shut their mouths was the strength that Su Lu had shown in the competition. She had completely relied on her strength to fight her way out of the encirclement step by step. There was really no harm if there was no comparison. Su Lu's opponent in the first round was Zhao Yueying, who had the nickname of Big Voice. The song they sang together was Murphy's Listen to the Sea. Normally, this high-pitched song was the strong point of Big Voice. However, Zhao Yueying's performance in this song was somewhat unsatisfactory. Although she tried very hard to show her loud and wild voice, Su Lu was unmoved. She seemed to be singing solo and had been maintaining her own rhythm. Through the change of tone and the adjustment of breath, she sang Listen to the Sea with her unique charm. Even if she did not use a high pitch, she still sounded good. Compared with Su Lu, Zhao Yueying was more like an unorthodox singer. In fact, in the competition with Su Lu, she had been led away by her own voice several times. In the beginning, she continued to be as low as Su Lu, but in the end, she had to force herself to raise her voice. Even the audience could tell that she was forcing herself to sing. In this round, the strength gap was obvious. Su Lu had gained Luo Jian's approval without any accident. If they only looked at this round of the competition, perhaps many of the audience would think that Su Lu had an unfair advantage. They would not be convinced by her promotion as they were later. However, in the second round of the competition, the audience's view of Su Lu was refreshed. This time, Su Lu's opponent was very strong. Xianxia, a professional singer who had graduated from an orthodox music academy and had debuted in an unknown group. He was also a failed professional singer. Xianxia was the first to go on stage. The song he sang was Xianxi's Just Happened to Meet You. This was a song that Xianxia used to show off his skills in the music industry of this world. There were countless people who liked this song, but there were only a few who could sing it well in a KTV. Of course, Wang Yanjie dared to choose this song because he had put in a lot of effort in his singing. He had also received guidance from Luo Jian and Li Xian. Wang Yanjie's singing did not break. Although he had a hard time singing in falsetto, he still managed to complete the transition and won the applause of many of the audience. In the main song, Wang Yanjie sang with his own characteristics. He used a slightly hoarse voice and sang with deep feelings. Whether or not the mentors were putting on a show, they still listened to this part with their heads swaying, as if they were very intoxicated. However, when Sulu went on stage, she did not sing the song written by Yang Yi. Instead, she changed to a more famous Chinese song in this world, Cassette. This song was a high-pitched song and had a strong rock style. It was a strong contrast to Sulu's own lyrical singing style. When the subtitles came out, the audience thought that Sulu was going to sing other people's songs in her own style again, however, she didn't. This time, Sulu really followed the original version of the song. She honestly sang in a rock and roll style, and honestly sang a hoarse high note. Her skills shocked everyone and completely overturned the audience's impression of her. This high-pitched voice was still a little different from the high-pitched voice of the previous Listen to the Sea singer. However, for Sulu's performance, this was definitely a breakthrough performance. On the TV screen, Sulu had transformed from a well-behaved tomboy into a rock and roll tomboy. Her singing was full of emotion and sparks flew everywhere. Not only the audience, but even the other 3 coaches who had chosen her were stunned by her performance. Although their comments were still praising both sides, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they still favored Sulu's performance more. Wang Yanjie sang well, but in the ears of the picky mentors, there were still many problems with his falsetto. Sulu, among my students, is the one who has improved the fastest in the past 2 months. In the final comment, Luo Jian finally showed his trump card proudly and formally introduced Sulu to the other mentors. It turned out that in the past 2 months of training, Sulu had improved very quickly. She was like a sponge, trying to absorb the nutrients that the mentors imparted to her. Although Sulu did not like to sing high-pitched voices and Luo Jian was not good at it, Luo Jian's good friend, Li Xian, who was invited by Luo Jian, was a female singer with a wider range. Under her guidance, Sulu's singing had improved by leaps and bounds. Sulu's voice was a little hoarse. Indeed, she did not have the talent to become a high-pitched singer, but her skills could make up for some of her shortcomings. She could sing to a certain extent, and even if she changed her style, she could sing with a rock sound. Cassette had become her secret weapon to show off her high-pitched voice. Even if she did not use high-pitched and rock and roll skills, with Sulu's current strength, in Luo Jian's team, perhaps only Yuan Yike, who was selected by Luo Jian to enter the top 4 directly, could match her. The audience who had watched the whole process would not question Sulu's advancement. They could only say that Wang Yanjie did not complain about his loss. Luo Jian, don't be complacent. Between Sulu and Yuan Yike, who will be the champion of the mentors team, it will be a headache for you. Sulu's singing is so good. It's really surprising. A bar singer can also be so good? Why are the singers in the bars I go to not as good as the KTV Mike Hogg? I don't know which management company Sulu will sign with. Whether she wins the championship or not, I am optimistic about her future. Her potential is too great. Her improvement in the past 2 months is really amazing. Yang Yi, sign her. It's so rare to have a female singer with such good singing skills. Moreover, she likes to sing your songs. The audience on the internet were amazed by Sulu's improvement and strength. They started to urge Yang Yi to sign Sulu. However, they did not know that Sulu had already signed with a good management company under the recommendation of her mentor. Moreover, they did not know that Yang Yi would not sign a second female singer other than Murphy. Yang Huan is not a singer. What they did not know was that Yang Yi did not care who in Luo Jian's team would advance. On the weekend, at the coffee shop at the corner of the street, he and a group of friends were comforting 1,000 Miles Chuanshu, who had been eliminated. China's Voice was originally a recorded broadcast. Even though Qianli Chuanshu's Lin Shi Tian battle team's assessment would only be broadcasted in November, this match had already been recorded. Qianli Chuanshu won the first round of PK, but lost in the second round of PK. How did you lose? Brother Xiaoshu, I think you guys sang really well. Yang Huan went to the front and asked curiously. In terms of voice, we can't compare to Gahan. He's still very strong. Teacher Lin's evaluation was that his voice was thick, full of tension and vitality. You guys know Chuan's and my voice. What we lack is the vitality that can infect the audience, Lu Xiaoshu said regretfully. Could it be a problem with the song that the coach chose for you? You guys sang Carefree Sigh? Why didn't you choose a folk song? Your voices are more suitable for folk songs, Guozi asked with a frown. He sat beside Ding Xiang. After the two of them confirmed their relationship quickly warmed up. Although Ding Xiang was embarrassed to show off their love in front of everyone, they still maintained their inseparable relationship without holding hands or kissing. Their every move revealed their tacit understanding. Carefree Sigh is not a problem. This song is suitable for them too, Yang Yi said. He was the one who gave this song to Murphy, so he naturally had the right to speak. He knew that with Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan's voices, they would have an advantage in singing this song. However, Qianli Chuanshu's loss was not unjustified. Among this batch of students, their voices could only be considered as above average. It had to be said that in this world where the entertainment industry was extremely developed, there was an endless supply of excellent singers. There were also quite a number of singers with good voices that had been buried. Therefore, in this batch of students, there were quite a number of singers with voices like Su Lu and Yuan Yike, who could be said to have attracted the attention of countless talent agencies once they were discovered. Guhan was one of the outstanding talents in Lin Shitian's team. Qianli Chuanshu's singing and voice were still a level higher than his opponent in the first round. However, compared to Guhan in the second round, it was hard to tell who was better in singing. Lin Shitian could only choose based on voice. Guhan's voice was better than Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan's, and was more suitable for stage singing. For the final victory, Lin Shitian's choice was naturally biased. After losing the competition, Lu Xiaoshu was still okay and only felt regretful. However, Miao Chuan was a little sad. This kid was a little straightforward. When he participated in the competition, he carried a lot of burden. After losing, he felt that he had let down Yang Yi's expectations of him. In reality, this expectation did not exist. Yang made it clear that he did not think that Qianli Chuanshu and Miao Chuan would be able to win the competition. After a few rounds, Yang Yi could see the difference's voice and the other contestants. So, he did not think that they would win the championship. So why would he have expectations? But Miao Chuan felt that Yang Yi was just trying to lighten their burden. Thinking too much, he felt that even if he and Lu Xiaoshu did not win the championship, they should at least get a good ranking to be worthy of Yang Yi's cultivation. However, they stopped in the top 32. Miao Chuan felt that this result was too embarrassing for Yang Yi. After returning home, he locked himself in his room. It was also today that Yang Yi called them out. Miao Chuan walked out of the dormitory gloomily. Yang Yi smiled and patted Miao Chuan and Lu Xiaoshu's shoulders. He comforted them. I asked the program crew. Different judges have different standards. For example, Xianxia has higher requirements for the contestants singing. Lin Qitian might be more inclined toward stage performance. It's not that your voices are worse than Guhan's. Of course, this was just to comfort them. There was still a difference. But no matter what, don't belittle yourselves. Your strengths are folk singing and songwriting. This is something that Guhan is far from you. It's just that in this competition, you did not perform to your full potential, Yang Yi said. Miao Chuan raised his head and looked at Yang Yi in a daze. At this time, Sugar Cube came over with a pot of freshly ground coffee. She poured coffee for everyone. When she poured coffee for Murphy and Yang Yi, she did not say anything. She was afraid of disturbing the boss and lady boss. Of course, pouring coffee for others was the same. She was trying her best to be invisible. However, she gave Miao Chuan special treatment. She took Miao Chuan's cup and poured it. Then, with a slightly red face, she handed it over and whispered, "Brother Chuan, your coffee." However, Miao Chuan did not look at her. He just looked down at the coffee cup, nodded and said thank you. Then, he looked at Yang Yi with full attention. Straight men are so generous. Murphy caught a glimpse, but she did not say anything. She hid this gossip and was going to tell Yang Yi when they went back. Your development track is different from Guhan's. On one hand, you are on the path of composing and singing. On the other hand, you will return to folk songs in the future, because this is the field you like, Yang Yi continued. Lu Xiaoxu nodded and said, yes, although teacher Lin Qitian has taught us a lot of other types of music, we still prefer folk songs. So your audience is different. You don't need to compare yourselves with Gahan, Yang Yi said. I think Brother Yang's words are very reasonable. Everyone has their own path. Just walk your own path and work hard towards your dreams. Guozi gave his own example. Just like me and Geng Sha. Back then, I met Geng Sha at the Beijing Film and Television Base. Now, he is a very famous actor and has acted in many important movies. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger, but I am not discouraged. I think I have my own path as an actor, and I will work hard to become better. Guozi and Geng Sha's relationship was very good. This was no secret. When Geng Sha and Yang Yi went to participate in the Limit Challenge, his relationship with Guozi was dug up by the all-pervasive reporters. The audience all over the country knew that when Geng Sha was still playing extras, he was working hard in the direction of Guozi, who had already started to act as a special agent. But now, Geng Sha was several streets ahead of Guozi on the road of acting. So, the media often used the two of them as examples and lamented Geng Sha's sudden rise. However, Guozi and Geng Sha's relationship was as good as ever. It's just that you don't take up too many roles. After all, Geng Sha doesn't have to go to school. Ding Xiang comforted Guozi. If you want to act and are not picky, there are still many who would like to invite you to be the male lead. No, it's better to have some principles, Guozi said seriously. Always acting in lousy shows, the losses outweigh the gains. The two of them started to whisper to each other. That's true. Yang Yi continued to talk to Miao Chuan and Lu Xiaoxiu. Moreover, China's voice is just a stage. Even if you win, it's only a temporary honor. It's not that easy to continue in the entertainment industry and become an A-list singer. Who knows, maybe in a few years, the champion will disappear from the crowd. What Yang Yi said was his understanding of the show in his previous life. Many contestants who were popular for a while had disappeared without a trace. There were not many who could become famous. Of course, this was related to the decline of the music industry in his previous life. This world might be very different. However, Yang Yi was not wrong. China's voice was just a stage. After the commotion, the singers themselves or their management companies had to continue to work hard. China's voice could give grassroots singers a chance to become famous, but it could not guarantee them an iron rice bowl. However, such a statement from Yang Yi, the show's designer, was still a little shocking. If Yin Yangfeng were here and heard Yang Yi's words, he would definitely run over to cover Yang Yi's mouth in fear that the reporters would eavesdrop. Such a truth was like a bolt from the blue to the contestants and the audience. Miao Chuan could not help but ask, the champion can't become a celebrity? Then why are they fighting so hard for the championship? This is like martial arts. Isn't there an old saying? The master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. No one in this world can continue to be successful just by winning the championship. Even Xianxia needs to release albums continuously and release new works to maintain his current results, Yang Yi said. I understand, Brother Yang. We've lost this time, but it's okay. We'll continue to work hard and catch up to them one day. There'll be a chance to succeed. Lu Xiaoxiu said seriously. There will be. Yang Yi smiled. Of course there will be. Qianli Chuanshu and the rest had 3 decent folk songs. Yang Yi would write 2 more for them and invite a few more from outside songwriters. There was no reason for such a record not to be popular. The video of Xixi learning to sing in the water from her father was roughly edited by Yang Yi and uploaded by Murphy to microbroadcasting. In just 2 days, it was crazily reposted hundreds of thousands of times. The number of reposts was a little beyond Murphy's imagination. She was not an idol, and her fans were not young people who liked to repost and comment crazily. In addition, she had not appeared on camera for a year. Usually, she would occasionally post some photos of her life or her children. If there were a few thousand reposts, it would be considered a popular microbroadcasting post, but she did not expect that this time, the video she posted of Xixi would receive hundreds of thousands of reposts. Even the phrase she sings in the water had become a hot topic on microbroadcasting. Xianxia did not let anyone adjust the data backstage. Such a situation could only happen because she, who was singing in the video, was really too cute, not good, but cute. Looking at the popular comments below from ordinary fans, one could see the clues. Oh my god, why is she so cute? When you sing, especially when you pout, this old lady's maiden heart is about to melt. Ha ha ha, seeing she sing until her voice breaks, I can't help but laugh out loud. No one will hit me, right? Under the popular comment above, many people said, I'm laughing with you, but I still have to hit you. How dare you laugh at our she? She sings so seriously. I love how she looks when she's serious. She's so handsome and cute. This song is very nice. Didn't you notice that the lyrics were adapted from the famous poem Reeds and Mountains in the Book of Songs? Xianxia sings very well, but it's a pity that he only taught her. It's intermittent and incomplete. Upstairs, didn't you see Murphy's post? Everyone said that because she was very interested in this poem in school, Xianxia taught her how to read this poem at home. At the same time, Xianxia improvised the lyrics and even sang it. Although she's singing isn't as good as her father's, I still like to hear her sing. Her soft and cute voice is so beautiful. That's right. We're here for she. She's so young, but her pronunciation is so clear. Her singing is already very good, okay? Let me explain. Xianxia's family is relatively lax when it comes to educating their children. They didn't teach she how to sing or practice her voice from a young age. Instead, they let she learn what she is interested in. Therefore, she's singing was the purest form of a child singing. Those children who have been learning singing since they were young can indeed sing well, but they are not as natural and moving as she. Let's be honest. She's voice is nice, but her singing standards are slightly poor. But it doesn't matter. We're here for she. It's rare to see she's new video. I'm so satisfied. My she, why didn't you inherit your mother and father's singing talent? But even if you sing off-key, I still like it. Who asked you to be so cute? These popular comments basically reflected the same principle. Appearance was justice, even if she's singing had many flaws. In front of her delicate and pretty little face, the netizens could always overlook those small flaws. Instead, they liked this so-called contrast cuteness. Of course, it wasn't that no netizens complained. Just like the last comment above, even if they complained, they couldn't bear to use harsh words. Other than the netizens and fans' comments, many celebrities also reposted and replied. For example, Xianxia, who had a good relationship with Xianxia and Murphy, praised under Murphy's micro-broadcast. It's only been a few months since we last met, and she has grown up a lot. After entering primary school, she seems to have become a big girl. Xianxia's reply was only reposted by Murphy and commented. Thank you on behalf of she, Auntie Luo, for your praise. Xin sis, when are you free? You're welcome to visit Jiangqing. She misses you so much. Of course, although this micro-broadcast wasn't as popular as the original micro-broadcast, there were still many fans who teased Murphy. Sister Goddess is still so straightforward. When replying to friends, treat them the same way you treat your guests. Be polite. It's normal. Murphy wasn't good at socializing in the past, but I heard that she's very nice in private. She's not cold at all. I was lucky enough to attend Murphy's first fan meeting when she was pregnant. You don't know how cute Murphy was at that time. She was nervous in front of us fans. But she's really nice and willing to communicate with us. Now that Xianxia is still young, it's understandable that Murphy doesn't attend as many business events as before. Murphy, hurry up and make a comeback. We can't wait. I promise to buy the album at the end of November. Other than Xianxia's reply, there were also some celebrities' reposts and comments below the original micro-broadcast. However, Murphy wasn't familiar with them, so she didn't reply to them one by one. Especially those celebrities who wanted to ride on the hot topics and curry favor with her, Murphy simply ignored them. For example, Jiangsu, a movie actor with an 8-year-old son, saw how cute she was and left a comment below. Wow, Murphy and Xianxia's daughter is so beautiful. Even I want to find an in-law for my now. Needless to say, he was surrounded by a group of die-hard fans of Xianxia, who had come under the influence of his father-in-law, Yang Yi's micro-broadcast. They wanted to kill Xianxia. Who wants to marry you? Who are you? Xianxia has 10 million soldiers under her protection. How dare a small-time celebrity like you have less than 1 million fans want to marry Xianxia? Tell me, how do you want to die? 10 million was definitely an exaggeration. Forget about the little brat. A fine young man like me is still single for Xianxia. Someone joked and was beaten to death by the fans. Even some of the gossip media who joined in the fun were scolded badly by the fans. Their news, such as Yang Yi and Murphy's daughter is too cute, Jiangsu wants to marry her. The commotion was just a celebration of the netizens. They followed the limelight and flattered Xianxia. However, the person involved, Xianxia, was completely unaware of this. Yang Yi and Murphy were very good at keeping the public opinion out of Xianxia's sight. When Xianxia went back to school on Monday, she was still talking about the song she had learned over the weekend. She couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to ask Xiaowei, who was in grade 3 class 6, to explain it to her. Huijia Primary School had 4 classes in the morning. However, there was a 20-minute break between the second and third classes for the children who had studied for 2 classes to relax. There were also many senior children who went to the playground to play basketball and table tennis to exercise their bodies. Xianxia made an appointment with Xianxia. They were going to look for Yu Xiaowei together during this break. However, as soon as the math teacher, Lu Xianxian, announced the end of class, Lu Xiaoyu sent out an invitation. Xianxia, do you want to go to the restroom? Let's go together. No matter when it was, whether it was school or work, boys liked to be independent and girls liked to be in groups. Even when going to the restroom, they had to hold hands and line up together. Lu Xiaoyu and Xianxia were no exception. They often went to the restroom together after class. However, this time, Xianxia had something else to do. She looked at Lu Xiaoyu awkwardly. Huh? But I want to go to grade 3 to look for Xiaowei. Xiaowei? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and said, is it the Xiaowei who is good at studying? I want to go too. After collectively going to the bathroom, Xianxia and Lu Xiaoyu followed Xianxia and walked together to the teaching building where the 3rd grade was located. Along the way, the 3 little girls chattered excitedly, as if they were not looking for someone, but going to a mysterious place to explore. I don't have a new one either. My papa didn't buy me a new little Firebird baby. Last week, I went to the coffee shop with papa to play. Xianxia chatted with her little friends, but her lively big eyes were rolling around, curiously sizing up her brothers and sisters who were 2 grades higher than her. Obviously, the senior students were taller than their classmates, but compared to Xianxia, the gap was not obvious. Xianxia was tall, and Yu Xiaowei was only a little taller than her. Some of the 3rd grade boys who matured later were not even as tall as Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia was an exception. Xianxia and Lu Xiaoyu were more like rookies in the 1st grade. As they walked in the corridor, the boys who were playing around couldn't help but take a few glances at them. A few bored boys who were holding the stair railings or chatting while riding the stair railings also looked at them in unison, as if they were very curious about why Xianxia and the others were here. Cici felt that their gazes fell on her face more often than not. This feeling was not wrong. Who asked Xianxia to be so good-looking? Xianxia had 2 cute ponytails today, and her forehead was covered with soft bangs. Below was a beautiful face with delicate skin, and her eyes were like 2 black gems. Her skin was white and her lips were red even without makeup. She was loved by everyone on the internet, and flowers bloomed when they saw her. With such an appearance, how could she not attract the attention of these little boys? Although the little boys at this age had not yet reached the age of first awakening of love, everyone loved beauty. When they saw a beautiful little girl, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at her due to her natural attraction. This made Xianxia a little shy, and she muttered in her heart, why aren't they looking at Xian Air and little fishy? Why are they looking at me? As mentioned earlier, Huijia Primary School was not only strict with the entrance exam, but also strict with the selection of students. Furthermore, the school's discipline was also very strict. Fights and bullying between students were strictly prohibited. Generally, if they were caught, their parents would be called in for a light punishment, And if they were caught with a heavy punishment, they would be expelled. Therefore, Xianxia had been in elementary school for more than a month now. Although she had seen her classmates quarrel and spar, it was only talk. It had never evolved to the point of physical violence. Moreover, whenever a quarrel broke out, the diligent acting class monitor, Chao Roland, would run to the teacher. However, the three obedient children, Xianxia, Lan Xian, and Lu Xiaoyu, were frightened by the playfulness of the older big brothers. These shrimp-like little boys were each more reckless than the other, shouting and chasing each other like idiots. Even if they were just fooling around, it was still like fighting. It was a little scary to see them together. As a matter of fact, a little boy who had been watching them for a long time suddenly jumped in front of them when they were holding hands and looking for the third grade's class 6. "Hey, what are you doing?" This little boy with a quack-fooching hairstyle, thick on both sides, 4-6 parting, shaped like a mushroom, shouted with his hands on his waist. Actually, he just wanted to ask. If it was possible, he wanted to show off his charm as a big brother and help these cute girls. However, little boys at this age did not know what was appropriate. As soon as he jumped out, he was like a bandit who blocked the road and robbed them. He proudly raised his head and spoke in a rude voice, which gave Xianxia and the other two little girls a fright. Lan Xian subconsciously shrank behind Xianxia. Lu Xiaoyu was not much better. She nervously hugged Xianxia's arm. It seemed that the two of them regarded Xianxia as their backer. We are looking for someone," Xianxia stammered. She also looked at the other party with some fear. However, she immediately changed her words. "No, we are not looking for someone. I can't tell you. My papa said that I can't talk to bad people." The little boy with quack-fooching hairstyle was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? How did I become a bad person? I'm not a bad person," the little boy shouted in a bad mood. "My papa said that all bad people say that they are not bad people." Xianxia pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice. "Oh, I'm really not a bad person." The little boy was flustered and exasperated. He did not know how to explain himself. "I'm Zhou Zhilong from class 2. I'm not a bad person. If you don't believe me, you can ask others." However, how could the little boys who were watching the show give him face? They laughed and said, "Zhou Zhilong is a bad person. A super bad person." The little boy named Zhou Zhilong was ashamed and angry. He did not know what to do. In the stalemate, Lan Xian finally plucked up the courage to come out. She pouted and shouted in a loud voice, "You can't bully us. Otherwise, I'll tell your teacher and ask your father to beat you up." Lan Xian, on the other hand, had learned a few of Chao Roland's well-tested moves from her usual observations. Zhou Zhilong pursed his lips. He felt wronged and helpless. He could only run away with his tail between his legs. Xianxia and the others did not know the truth. Seeing the senior who scared them run away, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Air is still the best. She only said one sentence and the big bad guy ran away by himself. Xianxia went up to the 3rd floor with her friends. She was not stingy with her praise. "Yes. Xian Air is the best." Lu Xiaoyu followed Xianxia's words. Lan Xian was proud. She walked beside Xianxia with her head held high. She seemed to have forgotten the fact that she was hiding at the back in the beginning. After a few twists and turns, Xianxia and the others finally found the classroom of the 3rd grade class 6. "Sister, hello, we're looking for Sister Xiaowei," Xianxia said to the girl at the door obediently. "Sister Xiaowei? Who are you talking about?" The girl was friendly, but she could not understand. "Her name is Yu Xiaowei. We all call her Sister Xiaowei. We're all good friends of hers." "Wait, Xiaoyu is not. She hasn't met Sister Xiaowei yet. But I'll introduce her to her," Xianxia said sweetly. Her brain worked very quickly and she said a lot of things. "Oh. Yu Xiaowei. You're her friends? Yu Xiaowei has good friends?" The girl came to a sudden realization. However, she quickly sized up Xianxia and the others with a somewhat surprised expression. Yu Xiaowei was the girl with the strangest personality in their class. She did not talk and had no friends. Naturally, no one was willing to sit with her. Coincidentally, the 3rd grade class 6 had an odd number of students. Therefore, when Yu Xiaowei sat alone, she did not fit in with the class. It was as if she had jumped out of the three realms and was not part of the five elements, therefore, the girl almost did not remember this name. That's right. Cece didn't doubt him and answered seriously. Okay, I'll call her out. The girl was still very friendly and said straightforwardly. Yu Xiaowei could be considered as an invisible person in the class. Her seat was in the fourth row near the wall. During the break between classes, she would just sit there quietly and read a book or do the homework that the teacher gave her in advance. She turned a deaf ear to the students in the class who were chasing and playing around. She even turned a deaf ear to the noise around her. Today was the same. During recess, Yu Xiaowei went to the bathroom alone. After she came back, she quietly read the language textbook and silently recited the passage that the teacher asked her to memorize. Take a look at the steep stone steps. The chains on the sides of the stone steps seem to have come from the heavens. It makes one shudder. While muttering softly, Yu Xiaowei copied the unfamiliar words that she had just learned from the lesson on a piece of draft paper. Steep, chain, tremble. Yu Xiaowei's handwriting was neatly written in the square. It was obvious that she had carefully transcribed each stroke of the handwriting. Chan tremble. Yu Xiaowei was engrossed in studying when a clear voice suddenly rang in her ears. Yu Xiaowei. If it was anything else, Yu Xiaowei wouldn't have paid attention. However, the other party was calling her name. Yu Xiaowei reacted and turned her head to look at the person in confusion. The person who called her was the science class representative, Lu Shu. She was a very warm-hearted girl. Lu Shu saw Yu Xiaowei looking over and said, Yu Xiaowei, there are a few people outside looking for you. They are first-grade girls. Yu Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. Two figures that she had a deep impression of appeared in her mind. Was it them? The answer came quickly because Lu Shu pointed outside the door. Yu Xiaowei turned her head and saw Xixi, Lan Xian, and another little girl that she had never seen before. They were curiously looking around. Xixi's eyes met with Yu Xiaowei's and she immediately revealed a happy smile. She even reached out and waved at her. Yu Xiaowei didn't expect that Xixi and the others would come looking for her. Now that she saw them, she panicked a little, because last Friday night, she had dreamt of Xixi and Lan Xian, two talkative girls, but that was just a nightmare. In Yu Xiaowei's dream, Xixi and Lan Xian talked a lot in front of her. But for some reason, Yu Xiaowei didn't know what to say. Maybe it was because she couldn't hear what Xixi and Lan Xian were talking about in her dream. Later, because she did not respond, Xixi and Lan Xian were extremely disappointed and turned to leave. Yu Xiaowei didn't know how to persuade him to stay. In the end, she was so sad that she cried in her dreams. After waking up, she couldn't remember anything. Yu Xiaowei only remembered the disappointed expressions of Xixi and Lan Xian. Now, when Yu Xiaowei saw Xixi's happy expression, her mood was very complicated. It was so complicated that she couldn't understand it herself. She was a little panicked and even wanted to run away. Maintaining interpersonal relationships was too complicated for an introverted girl like her, therefore, when Xixi saw Yu Xiaowei stand up from her seat but stay in the same place, she felt very strange. She frowned and muttered to Lan Xian and the others, Hey, why didn't Sister Xiaowei come out? Maybe it was because she saw Xixi frown. Yu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment. But she still walked out from her seat and walked toward Xixi. Thank you. She lowered her head. When she passed by Lu Shu, who came over to call her, she even said thank you softly. This made Lu Shu open her mouth in surprise. It seemed that after being classmates for more than 2 years, this was the first time she heard Yu Xiaowei talk to her. This was actually an illusion. Yu Xiaowei rarely talked to her classmates, but it wasn't that she never talked to them. Sister Xiaowei, you finally came out. After Yu Xiaowei came out, she was immediately surrounded by Xixi and Lan Xian with smiles on their faces. Xixi even enthusiastically introduced her deskmate to her. This is my deskmate, Little Fishy. But she was originally called Lu Xiaoyu. Sister, you can also call me Little Fishy. My friends and my parents all call me Little Fishy. Lu Xiaoyu was probably infected by Xixi. She liked to list a lot of things that could be omitted when she spoke. Yu Xiaowei was introduced to a new friend in this way. She was a little overwhelmed. Usually, when faced with such a situation, she would only use silence to hide her panic. But Yu Xiaowei thought of Xi's disappointed expression in her dream. Hello. Yu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and said softly as a greeting. I'm almost suffocated to death. Sister Xiaowei has to wait for so long to say a word. Lan Xian's loud voice rang out. She was so anxious that she almost stomped her feet. I'm sorry. Yu Xiaowei lowered her head in shame. Why do I have to apologize? Lan Xian was baffled by this. Sister Xiaowei's words are really funny. Xi has told me about you many times. Lu Xiaoyu also chimed in. After a while of talking, Xi finally had time to talk to Yu Xiaowei about serious matters. Sister Xiaowei, this time we are here to tell you the meaning of your poem. Let me tell you, I can even recite it. Xi puffed out her small chest and looked at Yu Xiaowei eagerly. Her eyes seemed to be saying, quickly test me. I can really recite it, however, Yu Xiaowei couldn't understand Xi's eyes and didn't know how to cooperate. She also looked at Xi eagerly, waiting for Xi to explain the meaning to her. Luckily, without Yu Xiaowei, Lan Xian wasn't interested. Wasn't there still Lu Xiaoyu who loved to join in the fun? Lu Xiaoyu clapped her small hands and said happily, Xi, what are you talking about? Can I have a listen? Of course. Cici was overjoyed. Giggling, she began to recite the poem in her clear and sweet voice. The reeds are green, and the white dew is frost. Xi's recitation relied on her strong memory. Her father talked to her for a whole night and Xi memorized it. However, her recitation didn't have any skills. However, what was interesting was that when Yu Xiaowei listened to Xi reciting the poem, she couldn't help but recite it in a low voice, tracing back the reeds. The road is long and difficult. The two girls recited at the same time. As they recited, they looked at each other. Xi's smiling eyes curved. Yu Xiaowei seemed to be infected by her happy mood and couldn't help but show a happy expression. Reciting alone was lonely. Yu Xiaowei liked the feeling of reciting with Xi. So amazing. Lu Xiaoyu looked at them in surprise and didn't forget to support them. I think big sister Xiaowei is better. She's really good at studying. Lan Xian murmured. After Xi finished reciting, she nodded and said, Sister Xiaowei is better. Sister Xiaowei, can I learn from you? Can you teach me how to recite it? Yu Xiaowei was a little dizzy now. Her mood was like the fields in early spring, especially cheerful and comfortable. At this moment, she didn't remain silent. She nodded and whispered, yes. The girls chattered for a while. Xi even sang a song to Yu Xiaowei and explained the meaning of the poem. When it was close to class, they left reluctantly. Sister Xiaowei, next time when we are free, we will come and play with you. Xi brought her friends and said to Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei had a happy smile on her face. Although she didn't show much excitement, she still clenched her small fists and nodded gently. They didn't leave disappointed. Yu Xiaowei stared blankly at the backs of Xi and the others who were talking and laughing as they went downstairs. Her heart was filled with joy. It felt good to have friends. They didn't despise her just because she didn't know how to speak. Yu Xiaowei didn't know that on the way back, Xi and the others were also talking about her. So a senior sister is also willing to play with us. Lu Xiaoyu said. That's right. I told you, Sister Xiaowei is a good person. Xi said while jumping up and down. She was the happiest. The performance that she wanted to do was satisfied. But she still doesn't speak much. Lan Xian wasn't interested in the poem, so she saw it more clearly. A lot. Sister Xiaowei said a lot of things. Lu Xiaoyu said, still unsatisfied. She was confused. She mixed up Yu Xiaowei's recitation of the poem with Xi and the others' words. Sister Xiaowei speaks more than before. In the future, she will also speak more. Xi didn't take it to heart. She swung her two ponytails and said happily. In late October, Xianxia, who was making great strides in the mainland's music industry, encountered a very troublesome public opinion crisis. Furthermore, this crisis of public opinion had even led to many disputes between mainland music fans and Hong Kong music fans. There were even small-scale arguments on the internet. At first, it was just a report that had been brewing for a long time, Xianxia is exposed as arrogant. Does the god of Harbor City think he can act like a big shot in the mainland? In this report, the reporter revealed that many mainland singers reacted to Xianxia acting like a big shot during the recording of the show. He also cited several examples that were confirmed by the TV station staff. For example, when Xianxia participated in the music power ranking in Shanghai, Li Manman greeted him in a friendly manner, but he said arrogantly, "Who are you?" For example, when Xianxia recorded a variety show at Xiangnan TV station, several singers asked him for advice, but he walked away directly and didn't give them a good face. Even worse, no one knew who bribed a contestant from Xianxia's team who had been eliminated in the mentors assessment battle to complain to the reporter, saying that Xianxia was biased and gave him too little guidance, which caused him to lose the competition. As soon as this news was exposed, it caused an uproar in public opinion. After all, Xianxia was an artist from Harbor City. His entry into the mainland's music industry was a big threat to other singers and music companies in the mainland, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury. Even if they didn't let their own artists come forward, they would ask some of their good friends to fabricate some negative material about Xianxia, and take the opportunity to expose it, thoroughly stirring up this muddy water. Xianxia Records didn't have a public relations department. They held a press conference at the first opportunity, and jointly with several TV stations or program groups to clarify to the public. They even announced that they would pursue legal liability for defamation. This time, the report was indeed splashing dirty water. Xianxia's character was still passable. The other contestants and his team even spontaneously clarified for their mentor on micro-broadcasting, and angrily rebuked the contestant who had been eliminated, "Where's your conscience?" But Xianxia Records' public relations ability in the mainland was not strong enough. After all, they had officially entered the mainland this year, and many aspects were still in a state of acclimatization. While they were still trying to clarify the report, the direction of public opinion had already changed. This time, it was a lot of record companies in the mainland that added fuel to the fire. They hired a large number of internet water army to guide the netizens on micro-broadcasting to point their swords at the music industry in Harbor City. They ridiculed the music industry in Harbor City, saying that even a famous singer like Xianxia came to the mainland to make a living. They also scolded the singers in Harbor City for being too arrogant, saying that they couldn't make a living in their own country, so they came to the mainland to put on airs. It had to be said that if this public opinion did not involve Xianxia, and if it was not too extreme, then it would not be wrong. After all, many artists from Harbor City were arrogant and even looked down on the artists from the mainland. After all, they had enjoyed the highest honor in the past. In the past, Harbor City's entertainment industry was the most dazzling pearl in Asia. News of people acting like big shots was not uncommon, therefore, after such a trend of public opinion was formed, it was no longer something that Xianxia Records could reverse. Many netizens were incited by the internet water army and followed the trend to scold Hong Kong and Taiwan artists. At the same time, the entertainment media in Harbor City was not happy. Harbor City's music industry, and even the entertainment industry in Harbor City, was not wrong. This was also a fact that they knew in their hearts. But they were not willing to admit it. They could say it in private, but they could not let others say it. In the end, the public opinion caused a big conflict and scolding war between the mainland and the netizens. Fortunately, at the national level, they would not allow such a disharmonious situation to continue. In fact, it would even further intensify the conflict. Some relevant departments intervened, and the media first ceased their activities. Then, with the guidance of public opinion on Weibo, the conflict gradually subsided. However, Xianxia was still a little anxious. This public opinion had a great impact on him. First, at the end of October, the sales of his 10 Years album decreased greatly. The sales of 10 Years and Red Rose even fell out of the top 50 of the new best-selling songs chart. The total sales were still a little short of the standard of a platinum album, but without this, Xianxia was destined to not be able to get the honor of a platinum album during the new album's protection period. Moreover, if his image in the mainland continued to deteriorate, he really did not know when he would reach the standard. Secondly, Xianxia was not well liked in Harbor City's music industry. Originally, when he entered the mainland's Mandarin music industry, Xianxia Records tried to keep a low profile in Harbor City and almost did not promote this album. After all, Xianxia did not release a Cantonese album but a Mandarin album, which would still cause a lot of controversy. But after this incident, Tianxiang Records could no longer keep a low profile. No matter how big their business was, they could not stop so many Harbor City media from criticizing Xianxia. Eason, is the mainland's music industry so good? Didn't you say that you love Harbor City and will never leave it? I'm so disappointed. Eason's new album does not have a single Cantonese song. Have you completely abandoned your Harbor City fans? There were even some old-school Harbor City artists who denounced Xianxia on TV programs, saying that he was a deserter who did not consider how to save Harbor City's music industry. He actually took the lead to run away before Harbor City's music industry collapsed. The building was about to collapse, and everyone was in danger. Choosing to develop in the mainland, Xianxia did not do anything wrong. There were even many Harbor City artists who had the same idea, not to mention, they used to be very envious of Xianxia for being able to join a popular show like China's The Voice. But now that Xianxia was facing a crisis of public opinion, they would not come out to support Xianxia. They would only remain silent and even secretly rejoice. What was the point of scolding? After the scolding, would Harbor City's music industry return to its peak? That was impossible. Those who should run would still run away. But with Xianxia taking the blame, the amount of scolding they would receive would definitely be much less. In the end, Tianxiang Records and Xianxia chose not to respond. They avoided the limelight and waited for the wave of public opinion to subside. Of course, Xianxia's work for the next few months still needed to be adjusted. There was no way around the loss of some endorsements. However, Xianxia's nationwide concert tour from January next year did not change the dates. The tickets for the first concert in Beijing were sold out despite the crisis of public opinion. There were still quite a lot of people who understood the situation. Even in the mainland, those who scolded Xianxia were mostly keyboard warriors online. Xianxia did not have many fans. Those fans who liked to listen to Xianxia's singing could also understand what kind of person Xianxia was, not to mention anything else. As long as one seriously watched China's The Voice, they would have seen Xianxia's patient comments. Whether it was a singer from his own team, or even a singer who did not get chosen in the blind auditions, Xianxia would give his comments and suggestions to help him improve. The audience even joked that Xianxia was an honest and straightforward man. There were some bitter words that others did not like to hear, but he still said them. Under Xianxia's microblog, his fans were also trying their best to explain and clarify the situation to those who came over to watch the show or those who came over to scold him. This made Xianxia very touched. This matter did not seem to have anything to do with Yang Yi. Xianxia's Tianxiang Records was bigger than Yang Yi's, so he could not help much. But using this matter, LVU made a breakthrough discovery. Hello, is this President Mo? I'm Xiao LV. Yes, Zhuozai. Let me tell you, I found the person you asked me to look for. LVU called Mo Xiaowan and asked her out for a chat. Not long after Yang Yi arrived in the United States during the summer vacation, some netizens appeared in China who used the beating up reporters incident to maliciously smear Yang Yi and Mo Fei's reputation. Mo Xiaowan asked LVU to help investigate the source behind the scenes. Note 1, however, because the other party did not make a move and did not reveal any flaws, LVU's investigation had not been able to make progress. Yesterday, Xiaolu asked me out and gave me a document. After Mo Xiaowan came back, she reported to Yang Yi. He found out that the person who discredited Xianxia, the first report that said Xianxia was arrogant, was the same group of people who discredited you before. How do you know it's the same group of people? Yang Yi asked with interest. LVU has a relationship with the financier behind it, so he can confirm this. Mo Xiaowan smiled mysteriously and said, guess who did it? Who? Yang Yi was helpless. Don't keep me in suspense. If I could guess it, why would I wait until now to tell me? It's Chuhan Management Company who paid for it, but it's Li Manman who went against us. Chuhan Management Company is her backer. Mo Xiaowan said. Li Manman? Yang Yi was a little surprised. Isn't she the artist who was framed in that report? For this reason, Li Manman also clarified for Xianxia on her micro-broadcasting, saying that Xianxia was not unreasonable and casually condemned the person who distorted the facts. Of course, Li Manman was not so kind. In the end, she seemed to be very friendly and teased him, saying that Xianxia really did not know her, a small star, and carefully asked her name. She estimated that this paragraph was misunderstood. Obviously, this clarification micro-broadcasting did not have the effect of clarifying. Later, Li Manman's fans crazily fought for their idol. Who are you, Xianxia? You don't even know our Li Manman, aren't you too arrogant? Mo Xiaowan told Yang Yi that people could also sing a double act. This time, Li Manman exposed a flaw. After Lu Yu found out that the financier behind the water army was Chu Han's management company, he didn't stop immediately. Instead, he found the member of Xianxia's team who was bribed. Since this person could betray Xianxia for money, he could also betray the person behind him for money. However, the person who bribed him wasn't some mysterious person, but Li Manman's manager, Yiqi. When Lu Yu investigated Yiqi, he naturally found out that it was Li Manman's idea. When Yang Yi and Mo Xiaowan heard this, they both lamented Li Manman's carelessness. But they didn't know that a lot of Li Manman's things were arranged through Yiqi. She didn't have many people she could trust. Although Yiqi wasn't as close to her as she appeared to be, Yiqi was tied to Li Manman's boat. They were bound together for good or ill. In comparison, Yiqi was more trustworthy. Why does she want to defame Xianxia? Yang Yi asked with a frown. Because she also released a song in October. Mo Xiaowan used her mobile phone to search for the current bestseller list of new songs and showed it to Yang Yi. Because Xianxia was affected by public opinion, Red Rose, which originally stayed in the first place, and 10 Years, which dropped to the third place, all fell out of the top. Now, Li Manman's song was ranked first. It turned out to be the case. Although not all the biggest beneficiaries were necessarily the behind-the-scenes manipulators, it was obvious that with so much evidence pointing to Li Manman couldn't escape her relationship. Later, Mo Xiaowan analyzed why Li Manman had been targeting Yang Yi before. She relayed these words to Lu Yu. As a gossip broadcaster, Lu Yu was best at connecting the past news to dig out deeper stories. When you hadn't exposed her identity, Li Manman and Murphy were on the music show together. She was originally in the center position, but in the end, Murphy stole the limelight with a song, Coming Across the Ocean to See You. Later, she asked you for a song, but you didn't respond. Mo Xiaowan said. Yang Yi also remembered this, but whether it was at that time or now, Yang Yi didn't put Li Manman, who didn't sing well, in his eyes. What's more, she wasn't related to him, so naturally, he wouldn't write a song for her. It was worth mentioning that this matter was also brought up by Lu Yu. 2 years ago, Li Manman participated in a variety show and talked about it. Later, my sister released an album, and it happened to collide with Li Manman. The news was all about my sister. Li Manman's dream of a platinum album was shattered. It is estimated that she officially hated you at that time. Lu Yu's judgment was not completely accurate, but it wasn't far off. What happened later was more complicated. For example, she and Dozun imitated you and Murphy. They also wanted to be a model couple. Lu Yu always thought that she and Dozun were just a couple on the surface. They just got a certificate and put on a show in front of the media. In fact, there was no relationship between husband and wife. Mo Xiaowan said to Yang Yi. She paid a lot of price, but the fans didn't buy it. I know about this. At that time, there were rumors about Dozun's marriage. Many fans went to my micro-broadcasting and asked me to be a good man and not a scumbag. I don't know what's going on. Yang Yi smiled. That's it. I don't know if it's true or not, but it was obvious that they were putting on a show. In the beginning, there were people who praised them. Later, her fans began to dislike Dozun. This model couple was left unsettled. I don't know if they divorced. Mo Xiaowan said. Not only that, Mo Xiaowan also gave Yang Yi examples of Li Manman racking her brains to imitate Murphy and take advantage of Yang Yi and Murphy's popularity, such as following the trend, singing military songs, participating in variety shows. Mo Xiaowan didn't know that Li Manman didn't participate in the variety show to follow Yang Yi's trend at all. Li Manman accepted Yiqi's suggestion and changed her strategy. She didn't want to do the model couple gimmick. She wanted to earn a lot of popularity through the program High Energy Challenge and release a new album. It could be said that the preparation for High Energy Challenge and the Limit Challenge were carried out almost at the same time. But who would have thought that the energy that erupted from the Limit Challenge was so heaven-defying that the veteran outdoor reality show High Energy Challenge was suppressed to the point that not many people watched it. Li Manman's efforts were once again, indirectly, wasted because of Yang Yi. He was simply her nemesis. How could the proud and arrogant Li Manman not bear a grudge against Yang Yi and Murphy? Of course, regardless of whether LVU's speculation was accurate or not, Li Manman could already be identified as the mastermind behind Yang Yi's defamation. As for how to deal with it now, Mo Xiaowan had to listen to Yang Yi's opinion. After Yang Yi heard it, he touched his chin and pondered. He definitely had to deal with it. Yang Yi had now integrated into the life of an ordinary person and no longer sought revenge for the smallest grievance. But this didn't mean that he was weak and could be bullied. Yang Yi couldn't turn a blind eye to such a fly that buzzed in his ear whenever something happened. He couldn't be like Tang Sanzang. He couldn't be bullied all the time and still be tolerant of others. To beat a snake, you have to hit its weak spot. Either hit its weak spot or don't beat the grass and alert the snake. If we don't get rid of her once and for all, there may be more trouble in the future. Yang Yi said to Mo Xiaowan. Let LVU continue to help collect information on this Li Manman. Provide him with funds and keep an eye on Li Manman. If there isn't any decisive material, we will hold back and be on guard against her. If we can find out, give it to Tianxiang Records. I guess President who hates this Li Manman more than we do. Although Li Manman was troublesome, Yang Yi didn't care too much about it. After handing it over to others to deal with, he put her behind his mind. He was really tired of this kind of scheming life. He just wanted to live his own comfortable life. However, this weekend, which was November 1st, he had to go on a business trip for a few days. Previously, Lan Caocai had helped him obtain the lease of the training island. It could be said that the land reserve of the amusement park had reached the standard. But this wasn't the time to celebrate. They had to bid non-stop and invite the top international design team to do a complete planning and design for the amusement park. It wasn't that the domestic design team wasn't good enough. Now, the domestic design team had a very good level, but it had to be said that many of the core technologies of large buildings and special-shaped buildings were still in the hands of foreign design companies. So, many times, the domestic design team couldn't compete with the top international design companies in the design of large buildings and special-shaped buildings. With the drawings, they could arrange the construction team of Lan Caocai Company and even hire the top technical team to cooperate with them to carry out the first phase of construction. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The design of this amusement park could be said to be the most important issue. Even for a mere drawing, Yang Yi might have to pay tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of design fees to the design team. In this matter, Yang Yi couldn't be a hands-off shopkeeper. Before the bidding, he had to go to the site with the technical staff of Lan Caocai Real Estate Company to survey the site. Yang Yi himself had to first have a number of the approximate scale, standards, and requirements. He had to explain clearly to the design team that came to bid. Therefore, Yang Yi had to go to Jinling City's Wuqing County with Lan Caocai for a business trip for a week. Although Jinling City and Jiangqing City were both part of Jiangnan Province, he couldn't spend a few hours every day going back and forth to Jiangqing City. In other words, this week, Xi and Murphy had to live without Yang Yi at home. Murphy was fine. Tong Tong was almost a year old now. Although he was still naughty, he was not as naughty as when he was just born. At that time, Murphy could not take care of him alone. Yang Yi also asked Ding Xiang to move in with them for a week. He asked her to help cook, pick up Xi, accompany Murphy, and take care of Tong Tong. Letting Ding Xiang be a nanny was indeed a bit of a waste of talent, but Yang Yi and Murphy trusted Ding Xiang and knew that Ding Xiang knew how to take care of people. As for Ding Xiang, she was especially happy to help Yang Yi and Murphy. Of course, Ding Xiang was not Yang Yi. Tong Tong and Xi would stick to Yang Yi and Murphy, but not Ding Xiang. Therefore, when Yang Yi was not by her side, Murphy had to face the challenge of taking care of the two children. Murphy was not sure whether she could safely get through this difficult week. The bigger problem now was Xi. The little girl was unhappy when she heard that her father was going on a business trip for a week. She wanted to go with her father. Xianxia and Murphy were chatting in the bedroom while packing their luggage. Xianxia walked in with her little frog suitcase. She didn't even put down the lever. "Papa, can I go with you?" Xianxia looked at her father eagerly. "You want to go with me? But you still have to go to school." "What should I do?" Xianxia waved his hand and said to Xianxia with a smile. Murphy took Xianxia's little frog suitcase. She didn't expect it to be filled with things. When she opened it, she found that Xianxia had stuffed some of her clothes in it. The little girl also brought some of her favorite dresses. "I don't want to go to school. I want to play with Papa." Xianxia pouted slightly. She leaned against the bed and was bashful, unwilling to let go. "Papa is not going to play. Papa has a job, and it's very hard. It's not fun to go to a very desolate construction site to inspect it." Xianxia explained. To be honest, Xianxia wanted to take Xianxia with him. If it were 2 years ago, when he saw Xianxia relying on him, he might have asked for leave from Xianxia's class teacher and taken Xianxia with him on a business trip. The world was big, but his daughter was the most important. How could he not satisfy his daughter's request to follow him? How could he let down his daughter who relied on him? But now Xianxia had made progress. At least, he could think about problems like a normal person. Not to mention that Xianxia was going to school, so she couldn't ask for leave casually. After careful analysis, he could see that it was harmful for Xianxia to follow him to the construction site or the desolate island to play. I'm not afraid, because I have Papa by my side." Xianxia hesitated for a moment. She pouted and said stubbornly. After hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but grin. However, he didn't agree. He still persuaded her, "It's not a matter of whether you're afraid or not. The place Papa is going to is similar to the place where Grandpa and Grandma live. It may be even more desolate. It's very cold now. If you follow Papa around, your face will be wrinkled by the cold wind. It won't look good." For this reason, Xianxia specially took out his mobile phone and found 2 pictures of women riding to the border. He showed them to Xianxia. One was fresh, and the other was unkempt. The contrast was sharp. This trick was indeed effective on Xianxia. The young lady who loved to look pretty started to hesitate. "Will I really become ugly?" Xianxia looked at her father suspiciously. "Yes, Papa won't lie to you. When you get up in the morning, you see how strong the wind is outside. Right?" Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia grabbed the hem of her clothes. While pinching it, she pouted and said, but I'll miss Papa." "Papa, can you not go?" "I don't want to go to the amusement park. I don't want Papa to become ugly." Murphy listened to the conversation between Xianxia and Xianxia. She felt that it was warm and interesting. She happily interjected and said, "If Papa becomes ugly like in the pictures, will you still want Papa?" "I want Papa. I will always love Papa. But I don't want him to become ugly. If Papa doesn't go, Papa won't become ugly." She became anxious. She quickly raised her voice to express her feelings for her father. "Papa is a man. Men are different from women. Feel it yourself. Is Papa's skin thicker than Mama's? Mama's is softer?" Xianxia smiled. When he saw Xianxia nodding, he continued, "So Papa isn't afraid of being blown by the wind. Look at Xianxia's father. He went so many times and didn't become ugly, right?" Xianxia blinked and said, "Uncle Lon became fat." You don't have to worry about that. Papa won't become fat." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were having a good conversation, but he was messed up by Xianxia. It wasn't easy for him to find the right words. "Anyway, you don't have to worry about Papa becoming ugly. But Papa can't bear to take you to the cold wind. You see, Uncle Lon didn't take Xianxia and her mother to the amusement park, right?" Xianxia thought for a while, then nodded hesitantly. "Just for a week." Xianxia rubbed Xianxia's head and said softly, "Papa will be back for a week. You and Mama stay at home. Sister Ding Xiang will drive you and Xianxia to and from school. You are responsible for counting down. After a week, Papa will be back." Xianxia was still a little reluctant to leave. She hugged her father's leg and mumbled, "I will miss Papa a lot." "Papa will miss you too." Yang Yi squatted down and hugged the little girl's soft body. He said softly, "When you finish your homework in the evening, Papa will video call you and ask you about today's situation, okay? A week will pass in the blink of an eye. Then I want to see if Papa became ugly." "Papa can't become ugly." She hugged her father's neck and shook her little butt in his arms. She was very dependent on him. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't understand Shishi's brain circuit. Why did she think of this again? However, Shishi finally accepted Yang Yi's arrangement. Early in the morning, it was drizzling outside the window. The sound of dripping could be heard from the balcony. It sounded like an annoying tune, foreshadowing the beginning of a troublesome day. Murphy did not sleep in. In fact, there were not many mothers with babies at home who could sleep soundly until they woke up naturally. Even though Yang Yi usually helped take care of the babies, Tong Tong woke up early in the morning. He needed to be coaxed and fed. Yang Yi could not help with this, so Murphy had to wake up early every day. When she woke up, Murphy subconsciously touched the side of her body. Although Yang Yi usually woke up earlier than her, the blanket beside her still retained his body temperature. However, today, when she reached out her hand, all she felt was a cool patch. Murphy suddenly remembered that Yang Yi and Lance Hao Kai had taken a car to Jinling City last night. "Hey, I really miss you." Mo Fei suddenly remembered the fourth song in the album that Yang Yi prepared for her. It was a sad love song like an autumn tune, and it seemed to be very suitable for the situation. Now outside the window, it's starting to rain again. My eyes are dry, and I feel like crying. I don't know where you are now. Of course, when Murphy softly hummed the last line in her mind, she shook her head and sobered up. Of course, she knew where Yang Yi was. Last night, after Yang Yi arrived at the hotel, he had a video call with her and she. Mom, he. Mo Fei didn't have time to think too much. In the crib next to her, little babe had already woken up. He didn't cry and just sat in the bed to play. When he saw his mother get up, he stood up excitedly, clapping his hands and laughing happily. Tong Tong had grown up a little. Not only could he stand up without support, but he could also walk upright. Although he could not walk very steadily, walking had become his favorite sport. "Come, let mommy hug you." Murphy got off the bed and took the little guy out of the crib with a smile. She rubbed her head against him, which made Tong Tong burst into laughter. The weather was a little cold, so Murphy helped Tong Tong put on his clothes before she carried him to the room next door to wake Shishi up. It was Monday, so Shishi had to wash her face, brush her teeth, have breakfast, and then go to school. Fortunately, Shishi could squeeze her own toothpaste and wring her own towel. Murphy only needed to wake up the sleeping girl and rush her to the bathroom. "Where's Papa?" Early in the morning, Cece was still in a daze. She squeezed her sleepy eyes, scratched her fluffy hair, and mumbled a question. "Papa just went on a business trip yesterday. Have you forgotten?" Murphy laughed as she hugged Tong Tong and stood aside. Little Momo rolled her eyes and looked at her sister. She opened her mouth and imitated her words vividly. "Where's Papa? Where's Papa too? Why didn't you guys talk about Mom? Is Mom not as good as Papa?" Murphy joked with a smile as she intimately scratched Tong Tong's delicate nose with her finger. "Where's Papa?" Little Momo, on the other hand, was against this sentence. While calling out, she anxiously pointed at Cece to her mother, as if to say, "This is what elder sister said." After washing her face, she woke up. She remembered that her father was not at home. She felt a little regretful and reluctant, but she did not continue to pester her mother for her father. After all, her father had only left for a day. Today's breakfast was prepared by Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang came to Brother Yang's house to help, and she worked very hard to take care of Murphy and the two children, so she got up early and made a very rich breakfast. Western-style fried eggs, grilled sausages, ham, French toast, coffee, and Chinese freshly ground soy milk, lean meat porridge, cold noodles, and even a plate of fragrant golden egg fried rice were all placed on the table. When Murphy and Shishi came down, they were shocked to see the breakfast on the table. "Ding Xiang, why did you make so much breakfast? How can we eat all of it?" "Sister Fei, I don't know what you like to eat, so I prepared some of everything." Ding Xiang rubbed her hands in embarrassment as she put a plate of fruit salad on the table. It's a little too much. In fact, our family is not that picky. Basically, we eat whatever Xiangyi cooks. Murphy smiled as she patted the somewhat straightforward girl and said, "Don't go through so much trouble next time, and it's a bit of a waste if we can't finish it." Xiangyi's family was not thrifty, but they were not wasteful either. Xiangyi and Murphy had always consciously cultivated the children's concept of not being extravagant and wasteful. "Okay, I'll pay attention next time." Ding Xiang said embarrassedly, "I can't compare to brother Xiangyi's cooking skills, and I'm worried that you won't like the food I cook." "How can that be? You've done it very well." "It must be delicious," Murphy praised with a smile. "Xiaogua is benefiting from being with you." These words made Ding Xiang's face turn red, and she raised her head in embarrassment. Of course, when she heard Murphy's words, she also felt a little happy in her heart. After all, she usually felt very inferior and felt that she was not worthy of Guozi, who had a strong background. With such a big table of breakfast, Murphy still felt that it was a bit of a waste, so she simply called Lan Xian and Wu Jingjing over to eat breakfast together. "It's delicious." Lan Xian was not polite at all. She ate heartily and even shouted out praises. "Then, do you think it's better, this or my papa's?" What Cici liked was the liveliness of having breakfast with her friends. She quickly ate her fill and sat down on her seat, giggling. This question was somewhat difficult to answer. Lan Xian, who usually did not like to use her brain, was in a dilemma. She still felt that the food made by Uncle Xiangyi was delicious, but the breakfast made by Sister Ding Xiang was also not bad. If she told the truth, would Sister Ding Xiang be unhappy? She had just picked up a very delicious grilled sausage for herself. After a complicated calculation in Lan Xian's mind, she finally said with difficulty, "Now, Sister Ding Xiang's food is delicious, but your father may be able to make it better. Anyway, Uncle Xiangyi was not here now. But I think my papa's food is better." She still missed her father. Listening to the two little girls' naive words, Murphy and Wu Jingjing both convulsed with laughter. Murphy even said to Wu Jingjing, "Your daughter is amazing. Her mouth is too sweet, and she offends no one. Haha, she is a foodie. She likes whoever gives her delicious food." Wu Jingjing covered her mouth and laughed. As they talked and laughed, the breakfast was a little long. Murphy did not have a sense of time, but she reacted by herself. The little girl had just gone to the living room to pack her small school bag. When she saw the time on the electronic clock on the TV, she ran back to the dining room in a panic. "Mom. Mom. Oh no, I'm going to be late." "Ah?" Murphy looked at her watch. It was true. 9 minutes had passed, and the Huijia primary school started at 8 o'clock. There were less than 15 minutes left. It was definitely not enough time for Shishi to go to school from Tingshan district to Wuhu district. Murphy did not know. She also panicked. "Xian, don't eat. You have to go to school as soon as possible. Ding Xiang, go and drive the car here. Sister Jing, have you packed Xian's school bag?" After a while of chaos, Shishi and Xian got on the car at 7:57. Murphy stayed to clean the table. Ding Xiang would come back to take her to the studio later. "Oh, no, Shishi's hair has not been tied up for her. I haven't prepared an umbrella for her." Murphy was cleaning the table. Suddenly, she thought of this and stomped her feet in annoyance. Murphy felt that she was not a good mother. Besides blaming herself, she also began to miss Xiangyi. Usually, Xiangyi was the one who arranged all these things for her properly. Now, Xiangyi had left for less than a day, but Murphy began to feel that many things were in a mess. Of course, Mofei's life was not too bad in the past. It was just that unknowingly, after getting married, she could no longer live without this man in her life. "Honey, when will you come back?" Murphy looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and thought to herself. The morning reading class had already begun. Li Rulin held her textbook and walked around the class, supervising the students in the class as they read the text aloud. However, her gaze drifted back from time to time and fell on Shishi's empty seat. Lan Xian's seat was also empty. The two little girls in the class had not arrived at school today. She did not know if they were late or if they were absent from school for some reason. Could it be that something happened at home? Li Rulan thought worriedly. Xianxia usually comes very early. She doesn't seem like someone who would be late. Of course, Li Rulan was leading the morning reading class now. She had to wait until she was free before she called Xianxia and Lan Xian's families to ask about their situation. However, not long after, Lu Xuanxuan's figure flashed by the door and waved for her to come out. Li Rulan was a little surprised. She arranged for her language class representative to continue to lead everyone to study before she hurriedly walked out. When Li Rulan came out, she finally saw Xianxia and Lan Xian with their heads lowered. In addition, there was a plain-clothed woman standing beside Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian explained to Li Rulan, "I was at the school gate just now and saw that they were late and were stopped at the gate. I thought that you weren't free now, so I helped bring them back." This is Xianxia's father's assistant. The morning reading class was done in shifts by several teachers. Lu Xianxian didn't have any arrangements today, so she came a little late. When Li Rulan saw Xianxia and Lan Xian, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine if they were late, but nothing happened. Everything was fine. Moreover, when she saw the pitiful appearance of these two little girls with their heads lowered in shame, she also felt a little funny in her heart. They were really obedient girls. They didn't even need to be taught that it was wrong to be late. At this moment, the woman standing with Lu Xianxian said, "Hello, Teacher Li. I'm Brother Yangyi's assistant. You can call me Ding Xiang. Brother Yang is on a business trip, so I've been picking them up this week." Ding Xiang handed over her business card so that Li Rulan could contact her more conveniently. She explained with embarrassment, "Xianxia and Lan Xian were late today. Actually, it was my fault. I didn't know what time they were going to school, nor did I calculate the distance. Please don't blame the children. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I promise I won't let them be late again next time. It was Murphy's fault. The main responsibility was Murphy's." However, Ding Xiang felt that she hadn't done well enough and hadn't prepared well enough. Li Rulan had a good impression of Ding Xiang. It was drizzling outside today, and although Cici and Lan Xian were a little disheveled, the two girls were not drenched by the rain. On the other hand, Ding Xiang's shoulders and hair were wet even though she was holding an umbrella. It turns out that Mr. Yang went on a business trip. This lateness is pardonable. Just pay attention next time. Li Rulan smiled. She turned her head and patted Xianxia and Lan Xian's shoulders gently. She said softly, "You two go back to the classroom first and follow the morning reading." Of course, this lateness could be forgiven, but forgiven didn't mean that there would be no punishment. According to the class rules set by Li Rulan, children who were less than half an hour late had to go to the teacher's office after school to receive education and stay in class. Whatever time was delayed, they had to make up for it after school. Don't think that such a punishment was a bit too strict. Making such a rule was to let those children who liked to be late establish a correct sense of time. Although Xianxia was very obedient and Li Rulan didn't believe that Xianxia would be late often, since the rule had been set, it had to be strictly enforced. There couldn't be double standards. Otherwise, how could this rule and Li Rulan's management convince the public? Seeing that Xianxia and Lan Xian had entered the classroom, Li Rulan had a simple chat with Ding Xiang. She told her about the rule and also mentioned some of the school's requirements for parents to pick up their children so that Ding Xiang could pay attention to it. On the other hand, Xianxia and Lan Xian entered the class dejectedly. Lan Xian was a little better. She lowered her little head, but her eyes were darting around. When she saw that Teacher Li didn't follow them, she immediately raised her head, and the guilty look she had just now was swept away. But for Xianxia, she really felt sorry in her heart. How could she be late? Being late was equivalent to doing something wrong. The little girl blamed herself so much that she forgot to say goodbye to Sister Ding Xiang and apologize to the teacher. Just now, she kept her head down, afraid that the teacher would scold her. When Cici returned to her seat, Lu Xiaoyu, who was pretending to be reading a book, actually couldn't hold herself back any longer. She glanced outside the door, turned her little head, and said excitedly in a low voice, "Cici, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come to school today. I'm late. My mom didn't look at the time and my papa isn't at home." She pouted and complained to her desk mate. Lu Xiaoyu's attention fell on the uncle who could cook delicious food. She asked curiously, "Your father isn't at home? Where did he go?" "My papa is on a business trip. He's with Xian's papa." She said. Lu Xiaoyu knew that Lan Xian's father would be on a business trip. When she went to Xi's house to play last time, she also went to Lan Xian's house. At that time, Lan Caokai was not at home. "Oh, my father doesn't seem to be on a business trip. But sometimes he goes to work at night." Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head and thought for a while. Lu Kong was a traffic policeman, so he didn't have many opportunities to go on a business trip. Of course, it was still during the morning reading class, so Xi and Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to talk too much. After Xi sat down, she took out her Chinese textbook and read seriously with the class representative. Lu Xiaoyu's energy wasn't as focused as Xi's. While she was mindlessly reading along, her eyes darted left and right. Soon, she found something new. "Hey, Xi, your hair is so messy. Didn't you tie it up?" Lu Xiaoyu whispered again. Xi did come a little late. While Lu Xiaoyu was talking, the bell for the end of the morning reading class rang. The children all dropped their textbooks with relief. The naughty boys even jumped up and shouted with their good friends. Almost in an instant, the classroom changed from the neat and orderly reading sound to a mess of talking and noise. Xi heard Lu Xiaoyu's question. At this time, she also noticed the problem. She grabbed her hair in surprise. It was really messy. If it were other girls, such as Lan Xian, she could casually grab her hair and the day would pass easily. However, Xi couldn't do that. Her hair was too long and thick. If she didn't tie it up, it would look as if she had just taken a shower and dried her hair. It would be messy and ugly. "What should I do?" Xi asked her deskmate for help. "My mom forgot to tie my hair." "It's okay, I still have a headband." Lu Xiaoyu enthusiastically opened her pencil case and took out two thick headbands. She said, "Look, there's a strawberry one and a small apple one. Which one do you like? I'll tie it up for you." "Hee, little you're so nice." Xi's worry turned into joy. She smiled sweetly and picked the headband with a small strawberry pendant. Tying hair was a necessary skill for a girl, although Xi's hair was tied by her father or mother, and Xi also knew how to tie her hair. The little girl's hair was a little long. She did need help. Xi turned her back to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu skillfully gathered Xi's hair and tied it into a ball. Then, she put the headband on, folded it, and tied the hair again. Just like that, a simple ponytail was done. Don't think it was simple. It was already very good for a 6-year-old girl to be able to do this. Lu Xiaoyu didn't know how to do complicated hair. "You've become prettier." Lu Xiaoyu looked very satisfied. She patted Xi's back and said to Xi. Xi grabbed her hair. The little girl's hair was soft and long. She could pull the ponytail to the front of her body. She wasn't picky. She turned her head and smiled happily with her friends. "Papa." In the evening, Yang Yi, who had finished his social activities, returned to the hotel and picked up his phone. Xi's sweet voice came from the receiver, and the corners of his mouth curled up. At first, the phone screen was a little dark, but soon, under her mother's guidance, Xi moved her finger away from the camera, and her cute little face appeared on it. "Papa, I see you." "Can you see me?" Xi cried out happily. The software she used was WeChat, which was currently in internal testing. It was the second time that Xi had used its video chat function. She had used it once yesterday, so she was not very familiar with it. "I see you. If you move your phone to the side, I can't see Mom." Yang Yi smiled and waved his palm in front of the phone camera, indicating Xi's direction. "But I want to talk to Papa." "Papa, you didn't even talk to me, so you want to talk to Mom." Xi let go of her hand. Murphy must have put the phone on the shelf, so the picture was a little shaky. Only Xi's complaining voice could be heard. Before Yang Yi could answer, Murphy's dissatisfied voice was heard. "Hey, Yang Yi, are you the only one chatting with your papa? I haven't seen my husband for a day. Am I not allowed to chat with him?" The picture was fixed. Yang Yi saw Murphy and Xi poking and pointing at each other and giggling nonstop. They were just joking. She seemed to have grasped her mother's weakness of being jealous. After saying that, she even made a face at her mother. How could Murphy not tickle her? After they were done, Xianxia shook his head and said with concern with a smile, Mom said that she accidentally made you late today. After you arrived at school, did the teacher say anything? At noon, Murphy couldn't help but call Xianxia and tell him about it. Papa, let me tell you, Xianxia and I almost couldn't go to school. She felt that this experience was very fresh and described it to her father excitedly. Ah? What's going on? Because Sister Ding Xiang drove, we arrived at school late. The security guard didn't let us in and asked us to write our names so that our homeroom teacher could come and pick us up. But the math teacher saw us later and took us in. She said, Papa, isn't it very dangerous? On the screen, she was still looking at her father eagerly, as if she was waiting for his response. Xianxia had thought that it was some big problem. After hearing this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He first nodded cooperatively, then asked, Did Teacher Li punish you after that? I heard from Mom that the teacher told Sister Ding Xiang that you had to stay in class in the afternoon, right? Yes, but it was very fun. Xianxia and I went to play with the teacher. The math teacher also sang with us. Teacher Li also gave us delicious biscuits. She suddenly thought of something. She jumped down from the chair, left a string of words, and ran away. Papa, wait a minute. Murphy sat in the middle of the chair, so that she could hold Tong Tong and occupy Xianxia's screen together. She went to get something for you. When she came back at night, she hid it, saying that she was afraid that the steamed buns would steal it. Murphy laughed. She didn't even want to give it to me. You've worked hard to take care of 2 children. Xianxia's voice became gentle. He looked at Murphy in the camera, who might have just taken a shower and whose hair was still a little wet. He sighed with emotion. I think it will rain in Jiang City in the next 2 days. You should pay more attention to keeping warm. I remember. I will let Xi wear an extra sweater tomorrow. I forgot to bring her an umbrella today. Fortunately, there is one in Ding Xiang's car. Murphy said with self-blame. I said pay attention to keeping warm. When I'm not at home, you are the pillar of the family now. You can't catch a cold. Xianxia laughed. Murphy pursed her lips and said in a low voice, Why do you sound so sad? I feel very sad when you are not at home. I miss you when I wake up in the morning. Now you say that I am the pillar of the family. I don't want to be the pillar of the family. Xianxia was speechless and moved. He was speechless because Murphy thought too much, and moved because Murphy's voice reflected her dependence on him. He could only comfort her. I will be back in a few days. Don't be sad. I am not far away from you. If you really can't do it, you can take Momo here by car. Or I can go back when I am free. No, I'm just saying. Don't be so tired. You can come back when you are done. Murphy did not want Xianxia to be tired, so she quickly shook her head. I will take good care of the children. When you were not here, I raised Xi alone for 4 years. She is not so delicate. The 2 of them chatted sweetly. Xi had already run back. She quickly took back her position and excitedly showed the biscuits in her hand. Papa, look, I brought back Teacher Li's biscuits. When you come back, I will give them to you, okay? She said sweetly. That's it. She is willing to leave it for Papa. Mom doesn't want it. Murphy was jealous. I will give it to Mom too. There are 2 biscuits. But I have to wait for Papa to come back. She twisted and turned in the camera and said embarrassedly. Papa doesn't need it. You and Mom can eat it. Teacher gave it to you. Why don't you eat it? Xianxia was moved. Yes, teacher gave us a lot. Xianxia and I both ate it. Then I said to Teacher Li that this biscuit is so delicious. Can I take one and give one to Papa? She held the biscuit. She tilted her head and recalled the conversation at that time. Then Teacher Li agreed. She did not wait for her father to answer. She happily complained to him. Papa, Xianxia also took it, but she didn't take it home. She opened it in the car and ate it. For some reason, Xianxia imagined Xian looking at the biscuit in Xixi's hand after eating it. Xixi could only shrink to the side in fear. Xianxia laughed. Then let's not tell your Uncle Lan about this biscuit. Otherwise, he will go back and ask Xian, where are the biscuits you left for Dad? It was eaten by Xian. After Xixi finished speaking, she also giggled with her father. After talking a lot about Xixi's experience in school, Xixi asked her father about today's experience with great interest. Dad mainly followed some experts today and drove around the construction site. Then we took a boat to an island to have a look. These places are very desolate now. Many of the buildings have not been lived in for a long time. Especially on the island, there are some historical sites. Today, we just took a rough look. In the next few days, we will continue to inspect the site and have meetings to study. Xianxia said concisely. Papa also took a boat. Xixi was confused. In the end, she only caught this information and said enviously. Xianxi's video call lasted for a long time. After Xixi finished talking, Murphy also spoke. Xixi was just talking to her father happily, but Murphy simply missed Xianxia. Even in the end, she was just listening to Xianxia repeat what happened today. Her face was filled with a happy smile, as if Xianxia was right beside her and she couldn't bear to let him go. However, there was a small episode in the middle. Xianxia was talking to Murphy when he suddenly saw her turn her head and look to the side. Xianxia only heard Murphy's exclamation. Xixi. Didn't I tell you to go back to your room to sleep? Why are you here again? Murphy's exclamation and shyness were a bit like when she was still a middle school student who was secretly dating Xianxia but was caught by her parents. Soon, Xixi's clear voice came from the phone. Yes, I have already started to sleep. But I haven't told Papa that I miss him very much. Murphy threw Xianxia aside and argued with Xixi. But you have already said goodbye to your Papa. Why did you come here to tell him that you miss him very much? Wow, these words sounded full of jealousy. Xixi was not afraid of her mother. Her voice was very serious as she said, because if I tell Papa, he will come back early. I really miss him. Soon, Murphy couldn't stop the little girl in pajamas from squeezing over. Xixi pouted her small mouth, leaned in front of the camera, and said to Xianxia pitifully, Papa, if you don't sleep with me, I will be very scared. The video call lasted from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. In the end, Murphy had to change Tong Tong's diaper, so she reluctantly turned off the video call function of WeChat. His phone was burning hot. Xianxia lightly shook his head. The battery was a little low, but Xianxia still had to make a phone call. If he was any later, Yangqing would have to sleep. After all, there were few entertainment activities in the countryside, and people generally went to bed early and woke up early. What's more, Yangqing's wife had given birth to a chubby son for him. It had only been a few months since then, and it was the time for him to toss and turn. But Xianxia still had things to tell Yangqing. After the call was connected, Xianxia simply exchanged a few words with Yangqing. He didn't have much to say to Yangqing, so he quickly cut to the chase and said, Qing, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, arrange a time to accompany Dad to the city. Take the train to Jinling City in Jiangnan, not Jiangqing. What is it? This is indeed a big matter, and I have to make the decision. Don't worry about it for now. Come with me, and I'll tell you the details when we get there. It's not convenient to talk over the phone now. After all, he was a man with a child. Yangqing still hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still agreed. I have no problem here, but will Dad agree to come over? Previously, when I went to Jiangqing, I persuaded him for a long time. Xianxia smiled gently and said, Don't worry. Just tell him that it's about Jinling City's Wuqing County, and he'll know what's going on. He'll agree. Yangqing didn't ask any more questions. In the end, after listening to Yangyi's complete arrangements, he hung up the phone. Phew. Xianxia plugged his slightly hot phone into the charging cable and placed it on the table. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Today, he was in Wuqing County with Lan Cao Kai and the experts from his company. Xianxia didn't just look at the abandoned buildings, study the landscape, and the distance to the training island. He also observed carefully. Other than the county leaders sent by Wuchang County to accompany them and some policemen in charge of protecting the safety of the investors, there was no one in their team or around them. There wasn't even a crowd of onlookers. After all, the land here was indeed deserted. The people who had been relocated in the past had all bought the buildings in the county's development zone. No one was willing to stay in such a desolate place. Tonight, before the gathering, Yang Yi, who was socializing with Lan Cao Kai, took some time to investigate the Yang family's ancestral hall. It was overgrown with weeds, and there was only a dilapidated building left. The door was tightly shut, so there couldn't be anything suspicious. Yang Yi guessed that the few spies that Yang Chonggue had seen back then had already been withdrawn. After all, it had been decades. Even in Japan, these files had been sealed. There weren't many people who knew about it. Who would waste a lot of money to plant spies in a place with no intelligence value? Therefore, Yang Yi felt that it was time to lay his cards on the table with his father. Besides, he also needed his father's opinion on how to deal with the ancestral hall here. With his father's opinion, he could then come up with an excuse and pass it on to the experts here, asking them to formulate the corresponding requirements for the designers. Yang Yi went to Jinling City. In River City, he still had some work to arrange. Yun Yangfeng came to the building of Tianmei Entertainment today. He was looking for Zhu Jia because there was a new arrangement for the show, the Limit Challenge. Manager Yun, take a look at the other artists here. See if there's anyone suitable for your show. For example, we've just launched an idol group this year. They're all beautiful girls. Why don't you pick one? Isn't China's Voice still lacking a female host? There's only one male host. How boring. Niao Miling welcomed Yun Yangfeng warmly. Yun Yangfeng was naturally not bewitched. He smiled as he played Tai Chi with Niao Miling. Whatever tricks Niao Miling threw at him, he easily countered them. However, it was still very annoying. Fortunately, Zhu Jia hurriedly rushed over from his villa after knowing about it. In June, after the Limit Challenge's recording, Zhu Jia's work became much easier. He was not like the others who still had to film and go to school. Other than continuing to support the show called Star and Star's Fate with Dong Wei and Shui Linglong at Magic City TV station, he basically had no other work. However, Zhu Jia preferred such a rhythm. He would be busy for a period of time and rest for a period of time. This young master, if she made him work around the clock, he would probably get tired of it. Of course, during this period, Tianmei Entertainment still arranged a few concerts for him. There were a few songs Yang Yi had given him, including the song Life in Full Bloom that he had collaborated with everyone. Zhu Jia's concerts were quite impressive. Of course, Zhu Jia still missed the days when he was filming The Ultimate Challenge. Although he was playing dumb, he still had a great time recording the show with these good brothers, facing the challenges of the production team together, and traveling around the country together. Therefore, when Zhu Jia saw Yun Yangfeng, he said happily, "Manager Yun, why are you here? Are you going to start recording the Limit Challenge again?" Yun Yangfeng waved his hand and said with a smile, "The second season will have to wait at least until January next year." "I understand, we have to avoid China's Voice. Manager Yun, I've been following this show for every episode," Zhu Jia said with a smile. Yun Yangfeng had come to look for Zhu Jia mainly because he wanted to arrange for Zhu Jia to record a promotional song for the second season of the Limit Challenge. It was only the recording of the song now. When everyone gathered to prepare for the recording of the show, he would also let everyone shoot a music video together. A song written by Big Brother Yang? Zhu Jia was pleasantly surprised. He had not received any news from Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly receiving such favor, he felt tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. "Yes, this song is called Fly Away. However, you have to change your singing style. Director Yang said that you have to use your original singing style. Your hoarse voice is not suitable for this song." Yun Yangfeng relayed Yang Yi's request. "No problem, I will definitely sing well," Zhu Jia said happily. Originally, Xi and the others wanted to play with Yu Xiaowei during the break. However, it had to be organized by Xi before the children ran to the third-grade classroom to look for Sister Xiaowei. Xi still had many friends. It was impossible for her to look for Yu Xiaowei every day. Moreover, with Yu Xiaowei's introverted personality, she was far from being able to take the initiative. Therefore, they often only met a few times a week. However, last week, Xixi discovered a very coincidental thing. Their first grade class 3 and sister Xiaowei's third grade class 6 had their PE class on Tuesday at the same time. Now, they had another opportunity to gather together and play. Today happened to be Tuesday. During the PE class, teacher Lu Dashan taught the children half of the class how to run and left the other half to allow the children to play freely. It was the same for Yu Xiaowei's class. The PE teacher clapped his hands and dismissed the students so that they could play on their own. Normally, Yu Xiaowei would sit alone on the stone bench under the shade of a tree in a daze. However, today, she was quickly called over by Xixi, who was playing on the same field as her. Xixi enthusiastically pulled Yu Xiaowei to participate in the girls' jumping rope game. At first, the two girls who didn't know Yu Xiaowei protested. They felt that Yu Xiaowei was a senior and was taller than them. It was unfair for her to participate. However, Xixi stood her ground. With the support of Lan Xian and Lu Xiaoyu, the minority obeyed the majority. Thus, Yu Xiaowei still participated. However, when Yu Xiaowei showed her clumsy jumping rope skills, after all, she rarely exercised, the two girls who were playing with her no longer had any objections. She was such a weak elder sister. She was no threat at all. She would lose in an instant. She could even be a wooden stake to pull the rope. How could they have any objections? Jumping rope was not like jumping rope. The difficulty of jumping rope increased with the height of the rope. The few little girls used all their strength and took turns jumping up and down. Winning or losing was important, but before it was his turn, or when he was at the two ends, the girls couldn't stay idle and chatted. Xixi's papa is not at home, and neither is Lan Xian's papa. Lu Xiaoyu and Yu Xiaowei were pulling the rubber band in front of the stake. She excitedly told Yu Xiaowei this new news. Unknowingly, Lu Xiaoyu's accent had been distorted by Xixi. Fortunately, Lan Xian, who was standing aside and waiting for Xixi, heard the difference. She shouted loudly, "My daddy is not papa. My daddy is Xixi's daddy." That's right. Why, Xixi, do you call your father papa? Lu Xiaoyu and Yu Xiaowei pulled the rubber band from their legs to their buttocks and asked curiously. Xixi was jumping rope. The little girl was tall and had long legs. Moreover, she had good jumping ability. She was the best at this game among the girls. She turned her body sideways and jumped forward forcefully. She turned her body in the air and landed steadily in the middle of two parallel rubber bands. Then, the little girl's two long legs jumped up again and landed gently. Her feet were now straddling two rubber bands. Then, Xixi stood sideways with her hind legs hooked on the rubber band. She jumped again and landed with her hind legs in the middle of the rubber band and her front legs outside. She didn't stop there. The little girl's legs outside, with her knees as the axis, turned lightly and stepped into the middle of the rubber band. At waist height, the rubber band started to become difficult. Lan Xian and Yu Xiaowei couldn't jump over it. Lu Xiaoyu also often made mistakes here. Xixi was also struggling. The little girl's ponytail swung back and forth. She was originally very focused on jumping, but now that she heard Lu Xiaoyu's question, she was anxious to answer. In her anxiety, she didn't jump well. When she landed, one of her legs was outside the rope. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xixi make a mistake, the girls who were watching by the side couldn't help but laugh. Next, next. Lan Xian shouted excitedly. She was the next one. She had been waiting for Xixi to make a mistake. It was interesting. Lan Xian didn't like sports, but jumping rope was one of the few games she liked to play. Although she couldn't jump well, the strange thing was that the more she failed, the braver she became. The worse she jumped, the more she liked to jump. Unfortunately, Lan Xian's enthusiasm was limited to this game. After Xixi gave up her position, she panted slightly and answered Lu Xiaoyu's question, because we all call it that. My mom also calls it that, and then my brother also calls it that. A girl next to her interrupted, I saw on TV that some people also call it that. My dad said that they are from Taiwan. The people there all talk like Xixi. It's very funny. There are also people who call it daddy. Hee hee, my mommy is from Baodao. She smiled sweetly and said to the girl, but my grandfather is abroad. I haven't been to Taiwan. The children chatted, and soon the topic returned to Xianxia and Lan Xian's fathers. Xianxia, why did your father and Lan Xian's father go on a business trip together? A girl asked curiously. Because they are going to build a big house. Xian's father is building a big house. Xianxia gestured with her hands and said seriously, my father and Xian's father are going to build a big house together. No, they are going to build a very fun house. There are a lot of games in it. Wow. Lu Xiaoyu was envious. Xianxia, can I go and play? Before they could talk much, Lan Xian had already failed. She reluctantly came out of the jumping rope and gave it to a girl behind her. At this moment, Lan Xian also joined the conversation. She waved her hand and said, you can't play now. It will take a long time to build. And it's not called a big house. My dad calls it an amusement park. Yes, an amusement park. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. An amusement park is even more fun. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes became bright. My father will take me to the amusement park during the holidays. My father will go there too. We have been to the amusement park in Shanghai. Xiaoxi said, not to be outdone. I have been there too. My father is the best. He took me to many amusement parks by plane. Lan Xian said. In the end, only Yu Xiaowei remained silent. Cici was very considerate and knew how to take care of this little sister who rarely spoke. She turned her little head and said with concern, Sister Xiaowei, did your papa also take you to the amusement park to play? Which amusement park do you like? Yu Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were a little lonely. After a while, she whispered, I don't have a father. He doesn't want me and my mother anymore. As if she had something to tell her good friend, Yu Xiaowei spoke a lot of words in this sentence. But Xianxia and other friends were dumbfounded. What? The weather was not very good these days. Even if it did not rain, it was a little gloomy. The weather on Tuesday was like this. Although the sun was not seen in the morning, it was not raining yet, so Xianxia and the others could still have their PE class outdoors. However, as if it had sensed Yu Xiaowei's sad mood, raindrops slowly fell from the sky. At first, it was very small and slow. Puff. A small raindrop fell from the sky and got into Lan Xian's hair. Lan Xian raised her head in confusion and looked around blankly. No one was playing a prank. At this time, the PE teacher, Lu Dashan, waved his arms and said to the children in a hoarse voice, come on, let's go back to the gymnasium. It's going to rain outside. The children all over the mountains and plains were like the minions of bandits. They shouted, screamed, and shouted strangely. In a burst of laughter, they ran into the gymnasium from all directions. Before long, the raindrops became a curtain of rain, continuously floating outside the gymnasium. Lu Dashan still had to count the number of children in case any children were left outside. However, he soon found that not only did the number of students in his class not decrease, but there was one more. Hey, which class are you in? Lu Dashan looked at Yu Xiaowei in surprise and asked. As a teacher, he was very competent and could recognize the only one who was not in his class. Afraid that her teacher would be worried, Lu Dashan took Yu Xiaowei back to her class and reported to her teacher. Only then was Yu Xiaowei allowed to continue playing with Xianxia and the others. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaowei. We shouldn't have told you about Papa. Xianxia said to Yu Xiaowei guiltily. Just now, she realized what Yu Xiaowei had said before. It was reasonable to say that Xianxia should not be so mature and know how to apologize. However, when Xianxia was in kindergarten, she had a classmate named Ding Ling. She was also from a single-parent family and lost her mother when she was very young. When Xianxia's classmates went to visit Yang Yi's company, Yang Yi asked Xianxia to apologize to Ding Ling because Xianxia mentioned that Ding Ling didn't have a mother. Later, Yang Yi explained to Xianxia why he did this. Why apologize? Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat puzzled. Xianxia repeated her father's words. It's because Sister Xiaowei is upset. What we said made Sister Xiaowei upset, so we have to apologize. Little you also have to apologize because you also said it. My papa said that I can't mention other people's sad things. Lu Xiaoyu followed suit and apologized to Yu Xiaowei as well. Yu Xiaowei actually didn't blame these little friends. She quickly waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to apologize. However, before she could say anything, Xixi had already hugged her. Yu Xiaowei was a little unaccustomed to such intimate contact. In the past, she didn't even talk to other girls much, let alone hold hands or flirt with other girls. Usually, only her mother and grandmother could hug her. At this moment, Yu Xiaowei was a little overwhelmed by Xixi's hug. She stood there in a daze. Sister Xiaowei, it's okay. You still have us. We're your good friends. Xixi hugged Yu Xiaowei with her thin arms and said very seriously. Yes, we're your good friends. Lu Xiaoyu liked to follow Xixi. At this moment, she also imitated Xixi and hugged Yu Xiaowei. One wasn't enough. There were already two of them. Xian was also a kind little girl. When Xixi first went to kindergarten, she was very shy. It was her enthusiasm that allowed Xixi to get rid of her loneliness and have her first good friend. Therefore, when she saw the situation, she also hugged her with interest. However, Xian's tonnage was a little big, and she even had a run-up. Like a cannonball, she pounced forward, causing Xixi, who was at the outermost circle, to cry out, I'm going to fall, I'm going to fall. The hug alliance was broken up by Xian's attack. However, the few girls still found it interesting and giggled continuously. Even Yu Xiaowei, who was in low spirits just now, couldn't help but be infected by Xixi and the rest's laughter, and a smile appeared on her face. Without her father's problem, no one could help Yu Xiaowei solve it. However, with friends accompanying her through the sad times, wasn't that very satisfying? Yu Xiaowei, who had lived a poor life since she was young, still knew how to be content with what she had. When night fell, Yu Xiaowei was also brought home by her grandmother. Yuing still had to finish this month's work, so she dragged her tired body and came back at 9 p.m. Mom. Yu Xiaowei gave her mother a hug, just like how Xixi hugged her back then. Actually, there were some things that she didn't say, but her mother could understand. She was concerned about her mother. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa warmly, looking at each other and smiling softly. Yu Xiaowei was also smiling. Her smile was a little faint and a little embarrassed, but it seemed that she was in a good mood. Mom isn't tired. Now is the time for the handover of work. I'll be busy for the last month. In the future, Mom will have time to accompany you. Yuing gently rubbed Yu Xiaowei's head and smiled. Yu Xiaowei had heard this many times, but she still liked it. Thinking that her mother could pick her up every day in the future, and that she could play with her on the weekends like the other children's mothers, Yu Xiaowei felt very happy. Her grandmother watched from the side and smiled at Yuing. She's very happy today. When I picked her up at school, she was secretly smiling. I don't know what she's happy about. Yuing smiled slightly and put her hand on Yu Xiaowei's shoulder. She smiled and said, what else can it be? It's Tuesday today. It should be her good friends from the first grade who came to play with her again, right? Yu Xiaowei was taciturn to others, but she would tell her mother everything. Therefore, Yuing knew that Yu Xiaowei had a few good friends from the lower grades. Regarding this matter, Yuing agreed with both hands and feet, not to mention having good friends from the lower grades. Yuing felt that as long as Yu Xiaowei was willing to make good friends and gradually walk out of her introverted and autistic little world, this was a good thing. Yu Xiaowei was still a little reserved. She gently shook her mother's arm and then burrowed her head into her mother's embrace. Only then did she smile silently and nod gently. Mommy thinks that your friends are pretty good. They treat you very well too. Didn't you bring back a bag of handmade nougat made by Cece's father last time? Didn't you say that your friend called Cece brought you a bag of handmade nougat? Yuing smiled and said, Mom finally figured out what to give you as a return gift to them these few days. It was worth mentioning that although Xixi's name was very consistent with Yu Xiaowei's favorite book, Xixi's bedtime stories, whether it was Yuing or Yu Xiaowei, they just thought that it was a coincidence. They didn't even delve into how Xixi's name was written. Who would have thought that those legendary characters were living right beside him? However, Xixi's name also gave Yuing an inspiration. She smiled and took a few copies of the first episode of the Little Bubba's Adventure picture book from the bookshelf next to her. Currently, only the first episode was listed. This was the sample book given to her by the publisher. You can give these books written by Mom as gifts. Ewing said softly, if they like to read them, you can tell them that when my mom's new book is out, I will give them new ones. When she said this, Ewing still had a little vanity in her heart. Who didn't want to see their works praised? What's more, Ewing also wanted Yu Xiaowei to be proud of having such a writer mother. Yu Xiaowei happily took the book and nodded her head vigorously. As expected by Yang Yi, after Yang Qing mentioned Wuqing County to Yang Chongguei, Yang Chongguei couldn't sit still and rushed to the city to take the train the next day. But even so, they only arrived at Jinling City on Wednesday morning. Yang Yi borrowed an off-road vehicle from Lance Haokai Company and went to the city to pick up Yang Chongguei and Yang Qing. At the station, Yang Chongguei and Yang Yi had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. Although Yang Qing was very curious, he wasn't someone who liked to ask questions endlessly. He was silent all the way until Yang Yi drove the car to the hotel they were temporarily staying at in Jinling City. It was late at night, and it was too troublesome to go to Wuqing County at this time. Yang Yi wanted to let his 70-year-old father rest for a while. But after checking into the hotel, the old man's face immediately darkened. He took out the umbrella that he always carried and swung it at Yang Yi. Yang Yi hurriedly blocked it. Although he could feel that the old man didn't use much strength, he could still sense the extraordinariness of this large black umbrella the moment they touched. All the ribs of the umbrella were hard and heavy. They were all made of metal, and it wasn't the aluminum alloy that was easy to break like ordinary umbrellas. Yang Yi couldn't tell what metal it was at the moment, but he believed that if Yang Chongguei used his strength, even a tree trunk as thick as an arm would be broken. At the same time, the umbrella wasn't damaged at all. Yang Yi nimbly dodged and even had the time to think about the material of the umbrella. Yang Qing hurriedly came up to mediate. Dad, let's talk things out. What talk? Do you know where Tai Zi brought us? Yang Chongguei angrily rebuked. I don't know. Yang Qing honestly shook his head. For so many years, I didn't dare to come back. It wasn't that I was afraid, but I was worried that I would bring disaster to you children and your mother. I told him about this, but he still insisted on going to the mountain despite knowing that there was a tiger. Yang Chongguei was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Dad, sit down first. Calm down. Even though I don't know what kind of danger you're talking about, but Big Brother isn't a reckless person. He'll definitely consider everything before making a decision. Let's listen to his explanation. Yang Qing advised earnestly. Listening to Yang Qing speak in an orderly manner, Yang Yi looked at his younger brother in surprise. In the past, Yang Qing was not so eloquent. However, if he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. Yang Yi's previous attention was on the old man. At this moment, he only saw Yang Qing's clothes. Although it wasn't like the city people who wore suits and leather shoes, it was also neat and tidy. Gray sweater on the outside, the shirt collar, the shirt collar, the shirt, the buttons neatly buttoned up pants, and khaki-colored casual pants with a black leather belt. He was no longer the boorish man who used to work with a hoe and didn't care about his image. How should he put it? The current Yang Qing looked like a diligent, steady, and dignified village official. It seemed that in the past 2 years, Yang Yi had him take charge of the village's road construction project, mainly auditing the money, as well as organizing the village to set up a specialized modern agricultural machinery rental company. Yang Qing, who had been trained, had improved a lot. Of course, Yang Qing's improvement in taste couldn't be separated from the care of his wife, Xianxia. This was not a big deal. Yang Yi waited for Yang Qing to appease Yang Chongguei before he smiled and explained to Yang Chongguei, Dad, you don't have to worry. It's not like you don't know my skill level. Compared to you, it can only be higher and not lower. *T. When I was young, I ran amok in the 4 seas and was invincible in southern China. When Yang Chongguei heard this, he immediately blew his top and bragged. He knew that his son was indeed very strong. But a son was a son. How could he say that he was stronger than his father? Even if he was a dragon, he would still have to obediently lie down and call him father. Good. You are even stronger. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, what I mean is that my skill isn't bad either. Plus, I used to be in that kind of army. What kind of situation have I not seen before? Since I dared to let you come here, I must have checked and confirmed that there were no ambushes. After confirming that everything was safe, I made this decision. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yang Chonggui spat out in ancient Chinese. He still wanted to reprimand Yang Yi for his recklessness. No matter what, you can't let your guard down. You are now the same as me. You have a family and a family. You are not a lone hero who can ignore everything. Yang Yi, who was listening at the side, was confused. Luckily, Yang Yi waited for Yang Chonggui to calm down before telling Yang Qing about the real heritage of the Yang family. Of course, this heritage was a historical heritage. The ancestors sold their family property and mobilized troops to save the country. The Yang family didn't have much property left for the descendants, so don't think about having any big treasures. We are the descendants of the Yang family army? After listening, Yang Qing felt that it was a little unbelievable. He stared at Yang Yi with wide eyes, then looked at Yang Chonggui for help, hoping to get some confirmation from him. Yang Chonggui nodded lightly. I have my reasons for not letting you know about this for so many years. Since your big brother said it, and we are here, you should listen to him. Why don't I let you come back to Wuchang County? Just like Yang Yi in the past, Yang Qing almost knelt down to listen to Yang Yi's story of how Yang Chonggui wreaked havoc in Japan. However, Yang Qing wasn't as calm as Yang Yi. His blood boiled as he listened. Not only did he look at Yang Chonggui with admiration, he also said with some grief and indignation, Dad, do you still have any enemies? I am also willing to help you end them. As expected of the Yang family's seed, as expected of Yang Chonggui's son. Yang Qing also had a hot-blooded and chivalrous spirit. Unfortunately, there was no room for him to show off. Yang Chonggui slapped Yang Qing back onto the sofa and snorted proudly. Do I need a junior like you to do it? I never leave my enemies alive. Of course, after reminiscing about the past, Yang Qing and Yang Chonggui asked the most important question. Why did Yang Yi call them here? Yang Yi smiled slightly and took out a map of Jinling City from the bag beside him. This was a very ordinary tourist map, but after it was spread out, one could clearly see the various counties and districts of Jinling City, the tourist attractions, the mountains and rivers, and even every road was clearly depicted. This is Wuchang County. Yang Yi pointed to a large area in the east, then his finger gently drew a circle on the land around Soldier Training Island. Now, this piece of land is ours. Ours? What do you mean? Yang Qing was confused. Why did he feel that the area his big brother's finger drew seemed to be bigger than their village? After coming into contact with more engineering drawings, Yang Qing could also understand the scale on the map. It's ours. It means that I bought this large piece of land. Yang Yi looked at Yang Chonggui, who was deep in thought, and said, Dad, this includes our Yang family ancestral hall. Yang Yi didn't tell Lance Hao Kai about his relationship with the historical Yang family army. However, Lance Hao Kai wasn't a fool. When he was discussing with Yang Yi about this piece of land, he had already suspected this. Now that he knew that Yang Chonggui was coming, this guess was basically answered. However, Lance Hao Kai wasn't a fool. He was also a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. Since Yang Yi didn't intend to tell him about this, Lance Hao Kai simply pretended not to know. Of course, when he asked Lance Hao Kai for the car yesterday, Yang Yi also knew that Lance Hao Kai would be able to guess some of it. However, both of them still tacitly avoided this topic. Of course, since Yang Chonggui was here, Lance Hao Kai still had to receive and pay a visit to the old man. After dawn, Yang Yi drove Yang Chonggui and the others to Wu County town. Lance Hao Kai had already arranged lunch. Don't worry, there won't be anyone else accompanying me. It's just me. Uncle Yang came from his hometown, so I have to treat him to a meal. Lance Hao Kai said to Yang Yi with a smile. Keeping a low profile, Yang Yi was very satisfied with Lance Hao Kai's arrangement. Also, in the afternoon, I'll send the survey team to the city to retrieve the blueprints. If you have anything else to do here, feel free to arrange it. Lance Hao Kai also helped Yang Yi send away the company's experts to create space for Yang Yi and the others' private matters. Yang Yi smiled at Lance Hao Kai and didn't say much. He patted his shoulder and simply thanked him, thanks. In the afternoon, Yang Yi, Yang Chonggui, and Yang Qing appeared outside the tightly shut Yang family ancestral hall. These few days, the weather in Jiangnan was not very good. It was gloomy. Although it was not raining in Wuqing County, looking at the sky, it felt like it would rain at any time. The Yang family's ancestral hall was already in ruins. It was said that the candlesticks, incense burners, and other ironware that could be sold for money had all been stolen. The door lock had also been changed several times. Of course, after there was nothing left to steal, even thieves were too lazy to come here. The door lock was rusty and the path by the door was overgrown with grass. Behind the Yang family's ancestral hall was an unfinished building. It was only 5 stories tall before it was abandoned by the developer. Obviously, when the land was developed in the future, this unfinished building would still have to be demolished. Yang Qing also noticed this problem. He looked up and said to Yang Yi, "Brother, when the time comes to demolish this building, you must be careful. If it falls, this place will be gone too." Yang Yi smiled and nodded. He naturally noticed this matter, but the key now was not the problem of this unfinished building. Yang Yi's attention was focused on Yang Chonggue, who was deep in thought. Yang Chonggue had not returned here for decades. After having a child and a wife, Yang Chonggue was no longer the fearless hero he used to be. Revisiting old places, Yang Chonggue must have a lot of emotions in his heart. However, the old man controlled himself well. After all, so many years had passed, what could he not figure out? He only stayed in his memories for a short while, then looked up and nodded at Yang Yi. Yang Yi took out 2 iron wires and gently tapped on the door lock. Although it was rusty and strenuous, because Yang Yi had opened it once before, he still opened the door with ease. Walking into the ancestral hall and closing the door with a creak, there was a feeling of time travel. The interior of the ancestral hall was completely decorated in ancient times. Even the murals in the middle courtyard were simple paintings of people using cold weapons to fight hundreds of years ago. Here, the murals are of our Yang family army, generations of people fighting by the sea to defeat the Japanese. Yang Chonggue saw that Yang Yi and Yang Qing's attention was on the murals, so he opened his mouth to explain. In the entire Yang family ancestral hall, too many things had been stolen. What was left were murals and carvings that could not be taken away, which were left on the walls and pillars. Yang Chonggue did not feel indignant. When he secretly took a few ancestral tablets and fled Jiangnan, he was mentally prepared to accept the destruction of the ancestral hall. But the ending was not bad. Only some property was stolen. Most importantly, the Yang family ancestral hall was back in their hands. Of course, the problem now was how Yang Chonggue wanted to deal with the old site of the Yang family ancestral hall. Should he renovate it, or, that afternoon, Yang Chonggue lit a few red candles that he had specially bought in front of the empty altar and performed a simple worship ceremony. Then he brought Yang Yi and Yang Qing, the 2 brothers, to sit on the stone steps outside the inner hall and chat. Fortunately, although the weather was gloomy, it did not rain. In this mysterious atmosphere, Yang Chonggue seemed to be talking in his sleep. He told Yang Yi and Yang Qing about the grand occasion of the ancestral hall, the hardships he had suffered in the ancestral hall, and many stories that had almost faded from his memory. Yang Yi and Yang Qing only listened quietly. They did not interrupt, nor did they make any comments. It was a bit like they had returned to the past, when Yang Chonggue had taught them martial arts. Time passed very quickly. In the evening, the sky was almost dark. The candlelight in the inner hall flickered. Although there was still a part of it, it felt like it would be blown out by the whistling cold wind. Yang Chonggue also reached the final conclusion. He smiled gently. Tai Zi brought back our old Yang family's things. This is something that I did not expect. Tai Zi, when we go back, I will tell our ancestors about this merit of yours. Yang Yi opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Yang Chonggue waved his hand. People always have to look forward. The old man's rough face and big bell-like eyes were shining with the light of wisdom at this moment. Times are changing, and dynasties have also changed several times. How can the location of our old Yang family ancestral hall not change forever? As long as this inheritance can continue, it doesn't matter where our ancestral hall is located. Yang Qing was a bit surprised. Dad, you mean that we don't want our old ancestral hall? Then wouldn't brother's efforts be in vain? Yes, we can't take it. Yang Chonggue said meaningfully, if we leave this place, it can be considered as a memory. But it's still the same as before. It's not suitable for us to carry out large-scale construction and restore the ancestral hall. The main thing was to consider the issue of safety. Yang Chonggui did not think that there would be any benefits to letting others know that their old Yang family had returned. Taizi's efforts will not be in vain. At that time, I had considered moving the other things here back to the village. Now that you have money, you can move the ancestral hall to a bigger place. Yang Chonggui's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. At that time, he could only take away a small part of the things. Many side ancestors' memorial tablets were left behind. It had to be said that this had always been his regret. This is not a problem. When the construction starts, there will be countless trucks driving in and out of here every day. When the time comes, I will arrange a car to remove the murals, sculptures, and memorial tablets in the inner hall. Yang Yi nodded lightly. Then what about here? Yang Qing asked in confusion. Here. Yang Chonggui also had his own ideas. I can find the carpenters and stonemasons in the village to build another one according to this appearance and have someone send it back. The fake can be passed off as the real thing. Yang Yi understood his father's thoughts. He wanted to move the real ancestral hall away, but leave the fake ancestral hall in Jiangnan. This was no different from a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Dad, because President Lan's side had an agreement with the government, it means that we also have the responsibility to protect the cultural relics. Yang Yi smiled and said, in that case, I will let President Lan use this as an excuse to renovate the surrounding environment. Even though we want to move the real ancestral hall back to Anqing, this is still a place that symbolizes the glory of our old Yang family. If we simply clean it up, it won't be easy for others to see through it. It can also be well protected. In the future, when Shishi, Qinchin, and Qingzi's children grow up, we can also bring them here to have a look and prove the greatness of their ancestors. Yang Chonggui weighed the safety issues and nodded solemnly, saying, simple is fine. Yang Yi was not at home, so time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Early in the morning, Murphy's hurried voice could be heard in the villa. Hurry up. After breakfast, go and drink a glass of water. Have you brought an umbrella? It's not raining, but I have an umbrella in my bag. It's best to be prepared. Today is the reading class. Have you put the materials the teacher asked you to read in your bag? After a few days of experience, Mo Fei also gradually found the right state of mind. She could not only arrange Cece's work and rest, but also supervise Cece's homework. She also didn't let Cece be late again. However, no matter how well Murphy did, she could not replace Yang Yi's position in Shishi's heart. There was a song that was very well sung, Missing You, day after day. Shishi was the same. It was already the 5th day that her father was not at home. She missed her father more and more deeply every day. Her emotions were also more and more depressed. When she woke up early in the morning, the little girl was dispirited. She pouted and did not want to talk. Her face, which originally had some baby fat, seemed to have slimmed down a little. Perhaps the little girl missed her father too much. Seeing this, Murphy felt a little sad. She squatted down, opened her arms, and said softly, "Come here and hug Mom. Don't be sad. Papa will be back soon." Last night, when you had a video call with him, didn't he promise you that he would be back in 2 days? Cece still understood the logic, but she just missed her father. Therefore, although she hugged her mother, she still looked unhappy when she got into Sister Ding Xiang's car. Ding Xiang comforted her as she drove, but it did not have any effect. No one could persuade her about this matter. Although she was in a bad mood, the weather was good today. The sky of Rivertown had been gloomy for a few days. Today, it finally cleared up. The sun hung lazily in the sky. It was not as dazzling as it was in the summer, but the bright and clean appearance of the world gave people a more positive impression than the cloudy weather. Perhaps it was because of the sun, or perhaps it was because she saw many smiling classmates at school, but Shishi's mood improved a little. Of course, if Lu Xiaoyu didn't touch the pot that didn't boil, everything would develop in a good direction. Lu Xiaoyu came a little later. She came in just as the bell rang for the morning reading class. However, the lively Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to sit obediently in her seat and wait for the teacher's instructions. She took out her textbook from her bag and put it in the drawer. Then, she turned her head and asked with concern, "Shishi, is your father back?" When this question came out, Xixi's smiling face became gloomy again. The little girl pursed her lips and said with a little grievance, "Not yet." The last syllable was a little long, reflecting Xixi's helpless mood. "Okay, I forgot. Your father said that he won't be back until next week." Lu Xiaoyu patted her head. Although Lu Xiaoyu's question was a little inappropriate, she opened Xixi's mouth. Xixi really wanted to find someone to talk about how much she missed her father. "Little you said that I miss Papa very much. What should I do?" Xixi asked. "Then you can wait for him to come back and see him." Lu Xiaoyu thought about it and gave an answer that she thought was right. Compared to Xixi, Lu Xiaoyu didn't rely on her father as much. Her father was very busy with work. Sometimes, he needed to socialize. Most of the time, he wasn't at home. Even if he was at home, he would cross his legs and watch football games in front of the TV. How could Lu Kong be like Yang Yi, who did his best to accompany his child as she grew up? When Xixi heard this, she was unhappy. "I said that I miss him very much. I don't want to wait for my papa to come back. I want to see him now." The little girl pouted her small mouth. When she said this, she was a little angry. "But if you cry and ask your father to come back, he will spank you," Lu Xiaoyu said worriedly. Xixi shook her head vigorously. "My papa won't spank me." Lu Xiaoyu was a little distressed. She found that she was different from Xixi. No matter what she said, it was useless. The morning reading class soon began. The teacher rescued Lu Xiaoyu. When the class was over, Lan Xian also came over. Lu Xiaoyu told Xixi's problem to Lan Xian, hoping that she could come up with some ideas. Speaking of which, besides Xixi, the person that Lu Xiaoyu admired the most was Lan Xian, although Lan Xian was usually lazy, didn't like to exercise, and didn't do well in exams. In Lu Xiaoyu's opinion, Lan Xian had extraordinary wisdom. She could always come up with magical ideas. She could also take out snacks from the desk, drawer, and hat pocket. Anyway, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't think of places to eat. "This is easy." Lan Xian waved her hand casually and said, "Xixi, you can tell your father that you are sick, and then he will come back to see you." She was afraid that Xixi wouldn't believe her, so she gave an example. "I often do this. Doesn't my father always go on business trips? I lied to him that I have a cold and that I miss you very much. Then he suddenly flew back. He flew back by plane. But if your father finds out that you have a cold, won't he beat you?" Lu Xiaoyu reached out to cover her little butt and looked at Lan Xian worriedly. "No. My father will take me to play." "Well, sometimes he will take me to play. Sometimes he will buy me a lot of delicious food, and then I will let him go to work." Lan Xian opened her hands and gestured that there were a lot of delicious food. At this moment, there seemed to be a familiar background music. "We are different. Everyone has a different situation." Xixi widened her eyes and looked at Lan Xian in surprise. She didn't know that there was such a thing. The little girl was a little moved. However, Lu Xiaoyu's next words made Xixi hesitate. "But my father will say that I can't pester him. His work is very important. I can't disturb my father's work." Lu Xiaoyu was a righteous little girl. This time, Lan Xian was at her wit's end. Should I ask my father to come back? Xixi spent most of the day in a dilemma. Her mood only improved when she went to the library with Lan Xian in the afternoon for reading class. "Xixi, Xian, these books are for you." Yu Xiaowei was waiting in front of the first grade reading class early, holding a few books in her hands. Yu Xiaowei looked a little nervous. This was the first time she gave something to her good friend. The little girl was very nervous. She was afraid that if she gave something away, others wouldn't accept it. Yu Xiaowei was very nervous. She was so nervous that she couldn't even speak properly. She just said, "These books are for you." She didn't say why and just stuffed the books over. After stuffing the books over, Yu Xiaowei looked at Xixi and Lan Xian eagerly, waiting for their reactions. Fortunately, Xixi and Lan Xian didn't care. They were happy to receive gifts. "Sister Xiaowei, I love reading books." Xixi excitedly took the books. "Wow. It's a book with beautiful patterns." Lan Xian exclaimed when she saw the colorful patterns on the cover. Yu Xiaowei saw that both of her friends liked the books, and her mood brightened up. She smiled and explained, "This is a book written by my mother. There are 3 books. Well, one is for Little Fishy. I'll give it to Little Fishy. I'm her deskmate." Xishi was happy. Her melancholy from missing her father seemed to have disappeared. At least at this time, she was still the energetic little girl. Lan Xian was more supportive. She asked curiously, "Your mother can write books too?" Yu Xiaowei didn't notice the word too. She just looked a little proud. It was rare for her to have such a strong desire to speak. "Yes, my mother can tell stories." If Yuing saw her daughter being proud of her, she would feel very happy. Xishi's father can tell stories too. The stories he tells are very good. You can ask Xishi to tell you. She learned how to tell stories from her father. Lan Xian helped Xishi. Xishi looked at Lan Xian happily as she flipped through the picture book in her hands. She was a little embarrassed to praise herself. Lan Xian introduced to Yu Xiaowei seriously. "Xishi's father can also write books. My mother told me that Xishi's father wrote a lot of books." Lan Xian and Yu Xiaowei were talking. Xishi looked at a few pages. The more she looked, the more familiar she was. Finally, she said in surprise, "Hey, I've read this book before. My papa bought Xiaobubu's story for me. I read it with my papa." In the end, Xishi was a little depressed. She missed her father. Yu Xiaowei looked at Xishi with some confusion. She couldn't understand Xi's meaning. "You've read this book?" Lan Xian asked. With her friends, she didn't continue to miss her father. She said seriously, "Yes. Sister Xiaowei's, this book, your mom's? Then your mom is so awesome. I love Little Bubu's book. However, my papa said that I can't run away from home like Little Bubu." Yu Xiaowei understood now. Xishi had indeed read this book. However, after Yu Xiaowei nodded, she became nervous again. Xishi had already read it. Would she still want her book? Xishi's next reaction made Yu Xiaowei feel relieved. Xishi was still happily stuffing the book into her school bag. She said longingly, "I'm going to take this book home and show it to my papa. He doesn't know that Sister Xiaowei's mom wrote Little Bubu's book." For Xishi, how could she refuse a gift from Sister Xiaowei? Yu Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know what to say. She could only imitate the words her mother taught her and whispered, "Xian, Xishi, if you like it, I can buy it for you when the second book is published in the future. You don't have to buy it." "Okay. Oh right, tell your mom to hurry up, because I really want to know where else Little Bubu went to explore." Xishi's eyes lit up. After Lan Xian was interrupted, she couldn't continue the topic of bragging about Xishi's father. Xishi and the others also didn't continue the conversation, because their respective reading classes were about to start soon. After Yu Xiaowei said goodbye to Xishi and Lan Xian, she also hurried to her classroom. Xishi returned home in the evening. After happily telling her mother about the new things that had happened today, she started to do her homework. The little girl's mood became sad again, because she remembered that her father hadn't urged her to do her homework for a long time. When it was time for dinner, Xishi also looked gloomy. In fact, Ding Xiang's cooking was quite delicious. In order to cater to Xishi's taste, Ding Xiang had called Yang Yi to ask for advice. She even strictly followed Yang Yi's recipe, including what ingredients to put and how much to put in. However, Xishi still felt that it didn't taste like this, as if something was missing. Maybe it was because it wasn't her father's cooking. The little girl ate a few mouthfuls, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She grabbed her chopsticks and played with them for a long time, but she didn't touch them again. "Come on, Mom will feed you." Emofei was also a little exhausted. On one side, she had to take care of little Wan, catch the restless little guy and feed him supplementary food, and on the other side, she also had to take care of Cici, who was becoming more and more uncooperative in the past 2 days. Therefore, as soon as she put down little Wan's bowl, before she had time to eat, she picked up Cici's bowl again. "Oh." Xishi shook her head, pouted, and said, "I don't want to eat anymore." "You didn't eat enough. What if you're hungry tonight?" Murphy asked with a frown. Xishi jumped down from the chair, dodged the spoon that her mother handed to her, and said stubbornly, "I'm not hungry." After saying that, she ran away. As if sensing that his little master was in a bad mood, Steamed Bun got up from the ground next to him, looked at Xixi's back, then looked at his mistress, and turned to follow her. "Sister Fei, it's all my fault. Maybe the dishes I made weren't to Xixi's taste." Ding Xiang was at a loss. She sat aside and blamed herself. Why would Murphy blame her? She sighed softly and said, "It's not your fault. She just misses her father." However, she couldn't not eat. Murphy was worried. She ate 2 mouthfuls of food and went to the living room to check on Xixi's situation. The little girl curled up on the sofa and watched TV. Her head was pillowed on Steamed Bun's back, and her little hand was scratching Steamed Bun's head out of boredom. She didn't notice her mother's arrival. She took Steamed Bun as her confidant and whispered, "Steamed Bun, did you miss Papa?" Murphy looked at Xixi's appearance, pondered for a while, and quietly left without saying anything. The video call with her father in the evening was the happiest time of the day for Xixi. At this moment, Xixi seemed to have thrown all the negative emotions aside. "Papa, I miss you so much." Xixi held the phone and said sweetly, a charming smile blooming on her little face. "Really? Mom told me that you missed Dad so much that you didn't eat properly today, right?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. Xixi was worried that her father would scold her for not eating, so she quickly shook her little head and said, "It's not that I didn't eat. I'm full." "I don't think you're full. Dad saw that you've lost weight," Yang Yi said with a smile. Xixi didn't notice that the environment in her father's camera was more chaotic. It seemed to be a restaurant, which was different from when her father talked to her quietly in the hotel. But what difference did it make? Xixi was already very happy that she could talk to her father. She didn't care about the environment around her father. The little girl looked at her father's face happily and tried her best to talk for a long time. It was only when her eyelids began to droop that her mother snatched the phone away. She went back to bed in a daze and covered herself with the quilt to sleep. Xixi was very happy in her dream. She dreamed that her father came back and took her to the amusement park to play. She just didn't know if she would have to face the cruel reality after waking up. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the warm and fragrant bedroom. On the large pink bed, there was a little princess curled up in her bed. She clenched her small fists as if she was holding on to something. In her sleep, she even revealed a faint smile. This was like a beautiful painting that was specially drawn. The girl's face was also like an exquisite work of art. She had beautiful eyebrows and was as delicate as carved jade. She was fresh and cute. Even her long eyelashes seemed to have been drawn with a dark color brush, making people unable to put them down. The sun was about to hit her but her mother still hadn't come to wake her up, of course, because it was the weekend, she could sleep a little later. However, the little girl didn't seem to be able to sleep in because she heard the door lock click. The energetic Bao Bao pulled on the handle and pushed open the large bedroom door with his hind legs. Steamed Bun was very excited. He jumped onto the bed and then used his 2 front feet to step on Xixi's arm and shake it. Woof, woof. Steamed Bun's noise woke Xixi up. The fluffy-haired little girl sat up in a daze. She stared blankly for a while before she realized that she had just woken up. "Hey! Steamed Bun, you're a bad guy." Xixi's voice was soft. She rebuked Steamed Bun, who had already jumped off the bed and was wagging his tail on the ground. The sleepy little girl pouted her small mouth and said unhappily, "I already dreamed of Papa. You made my Papa disappear." Steamed Bun didn't understand. He only knew that he was wagging his tail on the ground. However, this guy was a little too excited today. He restlessly paced back and forth on the ground as if he wanted Xixi to hurry up and come down. "Steamed Bun, you have to pay for my Papa." The little girl was very resentful. She kept muttering as she climbed down from the bed. She staggered into the bathroom to use the toilet, wash her face and brush her teeth. After Cece finished washing up, she even used a comb to comb her messy hair that had just woken up. The little girl's hair was already very long and thick. It was like a waterfall that spilled behind her. Since she had just woken up, she didn't have her parents to help her take care of her hair. She had to comb her hair in front of the mirror, but she couldn't make her hair look good. After she regained her energy, she actually felt a little strange. She didn't know why the second floor was so quiet today. For the past few days, her mother would wait for her to wash up and comb her hair before going downstairs to have breakfast together. Where did Mom go? Xianxia followed the steamed stuffed bun down the stairs, one step at a time. But just as they turned the corner of the stairs, Xianxia, with her sharp ears, vaguely heard her mother's laughter, and her father's voice. "Papa?" The little girl blinked her big eyes in confusion. She thought she was still dreaming, but when she walked down the stairs and looked in the direction of the sound, she saw a scene that she couldn't believe. It was just like 6 days ago. Her tall and big father, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen. The familiar smell of her father's breakfast drifted into Xianxia's little nose, hooking the little girl's hungry stomach. She didn't eat much for dinner last night. At this moment, Xianxia really felt like she was dreaming. Of course, there was a difference. Usually, her father would be cooking breakfast alone in the kitchen, but today, there was someone hanging on him. Murphy missed Xianxia no less than Xianxia did. But she was a mother, an adult, and had to be strong, so she didn't show it in front of Xianxia. When Xianxia returned home, she handed her son to Xiang to take care of. She was almost like a koala, happily hanging on to Xianxia. Therefore, what Xianxia saw was her mother wrapping her arms around her father's waist, and the two of them were sweetly together. The transparent glass door of the kitchen was closed, and the sound of the stove and the kitchen hood could be heard. Xianxia and Murphy were so focused on their sweet love that they didn't notice Xianxia coming down from upstairs. Xianxia was still talking and laughing, picking up a piece of scrambled egg with his chopsticks and feeding it to Murphy. It was as greasy as it could get. Xianxia blinked her big eyes for a long time before she came back to her senses. It was as if a light flashed through the little girl's mind, and she understood. This wasn't a dream. Daddy was really back. She was extremely excited and aggrieved. The little girl pursed her lips and ran over. Under the surprised gazes of her father and mother, she opened the kitchen door and plunged her head into her father's arms. "Xianxia, you're up?" When Xianxia heard the noise, he hurriedly turned off the fire, turned around, tore off his apron, and bent down to catch his daughter. Everything was done in one smooth motion. Xianxia picked up Xianxia from the ground. The little girl hugged her father's neck and snuggled into his arms. Although she didn't cry, her little mouth pouted, as if she was unhappy and wanted to be comforted. Murphy, who was beside her, stretched out her finger and scratched the little girl's face. She said in amusement, "What's wrong? Haven't you always wanted Papa to come back? Why are you unhappy to see Papa now?" Xianxia didn't want to. She felt that her mother was bullying her. She turned her little head, buried her face in her father's arms, and whimpered as if to protest to her father. After a long while, Xianxia was happy, but she didn't want to show it. She pouted her little mouth and said sweetly to her father, "Why are you back? You didn't tell me." "Haha, didn't Papa want to give you a surprise?" Xianxia held Xianxia's little but with one hand and held her firmly in front of him. He gently combed Xianxia's hair with the other hand and said with a smile, "Your mother called me at noon yesterday and said that you missed Papa very much. Then she called me last night and said that you didn't want to eat, so Papa rushed back overnight." "Really?" Xianxia was like a little fangirl. She held her little hands in front of her body and stared at her father's face with her big eyes. "Yes, didn't Papa have a video call with you last night?" Xianxia smiled. "At that time, Papa was already on the road. In order to continue the video call with you, Papa specially found a roadside restaurant." So that was the case. No wonder the background of Xianxia's video call last night was so messy. However, Xianxia wouldn't think too much about this. When the little girl heard that her father had rushed back for her, she felt sweet in her heart. She had long forgotten to think and complain. She smiled happily, and her eyes seemed to be blooming with brilliance. "Papa was thinking that after making breakfast, I would go upstairs to wake you up. I didn't expect you to get up on your own," Xianxia said softly. Xianxia pointed outside. Steamed bun was not allowed to enter the kitchen and was obediently staying in the dining room. She smiled and said, "It was steamed bun who woke me up. It was all steamed bun's fault. If it hadn't woken her up, it would have been her father who woke her up. Hee hee, hee hee." At the breakfast table, Xishi kept laughing. Perhaps influenced by her, Tong Tong, who didn't know why her sister was laughing, also danced and laughed. It was as if everyone was having fun eating breakfast. However, this was not the case. Xishi was laughing because her father was back today. The little girl was in a very good mood, and she was much less likely to laugh. Whether it was Xianxia telling them some interesting things about the construction site or Murphy talking about how she felt about taking care of 2 children these days, she was happy to listen. Was it so funny? Murphy couldn't help laughing. She asked Xishi with a smile, "Didn't I just say that you were a naughty little monkey? I asked you to go to sleep, but you sneaked back." Xishi made a face at her mother and then looked at her father. She was smiling happily, as if with her father around, everything became happy. Xianxia actually took time to come back. Today, the experts had to sort out Xianxia's requirements and do a simulation evaluation. Basically, Xianxia had nothing to do, so he rushed back overnight. He planned to go back to Jinling City after sleeping with Xishi tonight. If everything went well, he would be busy for the whole day tomorrow. Basically, he only needed to provide opinions and reviews remotely, and he didn't need to go to the site to investigate. When Xishi heard that her father had to go on a business trip tomorrow, she was not sad because it was only one day. She could close her eyes and open them, and her father would be back. What was there to be afraid of? "Papa, look, this is my homework. I've finished it." Since her father was back, Xishi had to work hard to show her obedient appearance and let her father praise her more. After breakfast, she brought her father to her desk, took out her textbooks and homework from her small school bag, and handed them to her father for inspection. Xianxia didn't have to check. Murphy had already signed it, but Xishi looked at him expectantly. She wanted him to see that she was doing her homework seriously. Xianxia opened it and looked at it. "Very good. You finished your homework, but you still have to write seriously. It's a little sloppy." Xianxia commented, "When Papa comes back, I'll teach you calligraphy." Xishi still wanted to show off in front of her father. She opened the textbook excitedly, pointed to the articles on it, and said, "Papa, we taught these lessons. Let me read them to you. The sea, blue, wide and round. The beach, yellow, long and soft." The little girl's voice was clear and pleasant. Although she hadn't learned to read with emotion, she imitated the tone of the teacher. Her cadence was still very good. Xianxia wasn't perfunctory. Since he was accompanying Cici to review her homework, he listened very carefully. During the process, he even interrupted her. "This part is wrong. It's not wide and round, it's wide and far. Round means round like this ball, and far means distance, referring to the distance." After reading several texts, Xishi still wanted to continue. She took out 2 identical books from her school bag. "The Adventures of Little Bubu?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. At first, he thought that Xishi had taken the extracurricular books at home to school, which was not allowed by Xianxia. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to blame her. He wanted to listen to what Xishi had to say first. Xishi forgot to tell her father about it yesterday. At this time, she was full of interest and wanted to introduce it to her father. "This was given to me by Sister Xiaowei. This is mine. This is the one I want to give to Xiaoyu." Sister Xiaowei, of course, Xianxia knew this name. However, he was a little surprised. Why would Sister Xiaowei give books to her friends? "Papa, you don't know." Xishi shook her small hand and said excitedly, "This book was written by Sister Xiaowei's mom." Then I told Sister Xiaowei that I had read the book written by her mom and liked Little Buba very much. Then, Sister Xiaowei was also very happy. She said that if there were new books, she would give them to us. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. At this moment, he understood. It turned out that it was such a coincidence that Sister Xiaowei's mother was the author of this book. "Your friend's mother is called Yuing, right?" Xianxia smiled and asked. Xianxia didn't have an impression of Yuing. When he was in a meeting with Manager Liu, he accidentally met the woman. Xianxia had long forgotten about her. Moreover, there were countless authors who contributed to the foundation. How could he remember a passerby? The reason why he could call out Yuying's name was that Manager Liu told him that this month, a dark horse appeared in the Sahara publishing house. The Adventures of Little Bubu appeared on the bestseller list of children's books in less than 2 weeks. Although it was far from being comparable to Yang Yi's story collections, it had achieved the best results among the published works supported by the foundation so far. The author's name was Ying. Therefore, Yang Yi had an impression of her. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, I don't know the name of Sister Xiaowei's mom, but I know that Sister Xiaowei's name is Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei? Oh, yes, you also told Dad on Tuesday that Yu Xiaowei doesn't have a father. Yang Yi understood something. Yes. Because I am Sister Xiaowei's super good friend, Sister Xiaowei gave these books to us. She didn't have any shrewdness and smiled innocently. Yang Yi thought a little too much. After all, Ying was separated from him by the foundation. However, from Shi's performance and the words of Sister Xiaowei that she relayed, Yang Yi knew that Ying and Yu Xiaowei probably didn't know Shi's identity. Moreover, Yu Xiaowei was also an introverted and autistic poor child. Yang Yi just thought about it and shook his head. He didn't think about it with a suspicious attitude. Maybe she was just being kind, and his random suspicions might hurt this introverted girl. Besides, even if they knew his identity, so what? Ying had already made a name for herself with her own efforts. She could be considered an author with small achievements. Yang Yi felt that she had no reason to cling to him. Like Shi's other friends, Yang Luoqi, Qin Shiyun, Nan Zhaoyu, and even Shi's deskmate, Lu Xiaoyu, who came to play at home some time ago. How could the parents of those children not know his identity? However, in order to maintain the purity of their children's friendship, the communication between the parents generally concealed the gap between their identities tacitly. Papa, I want Sister Xiaowei to come to our house to play, and Xiaoyu also said that she likes to come to our house to play. Can we invite them to play again? Shi looked at her father expectantly. Yang Yi rubbed Shi's little head and said with a smile, of course, when Papa comes back next week, you can arrange for them to come over on the weekend. Yeah, that's great. Shi jumped up happily. The filming for The Shawshank Redemption was completed in September. After Guozi finished filming, he went back to school to attend classes. Of course, he also talked to Ding Xiang about their relationship. However, Guozi was not in a hurry to accept new movie contracts. Although his popularity had increased because of the Limit Challenge and the video of the Seve dance, many film companies still sent him scripts and invited him to audition. Guozi did not attend the audition, not because he was arrogant, but because he was waiting. He was waiting for Du Yuanlei, who was still learning editing from director Wu Yian, to come back. The role of the mouse in the upcoming drama Yu Zue had already been reserved for Guozi. Of course, in order to play this role well, Guozi also used his connections in the police station to help him hire a master who knew how to cheat to teach him how to play cards. Now that Du Yuanlei was back, she could not stay idle. She immediately set up her own crew. Most of the crew was still the same, including her exclusive cameraman Wang Chao, lighting designer Zhu Liang, makeup artist Long Ni, and so on. However, because this was no longer a student production, Du Yuanlei also hired some experienced professionals. Some of them were even seconded from the Limit Challenge crew, such as the stage supervisor, sound engineer, prop artist, costume artist, and so on. It must be mentioned that after the first season of the Limit Challenge ended, although most of the crew were transferred to the crew of China's Voice, there was still a difference between a reality show and an indoor music variety show. Many of them were temporarily idle. China Star Productions Foundation was still a little worse than other production companies and television stations. They did not have many programs, so everyone was too busy to take a break. It was good to have a break, but if the break lasted for a few months, it was easy to get into trouble. At the end of September, China Star Production experienced a turbulence. A total of 7 cameramen and executive directors were poached by their peers. One of the executive directors and 2 cameramen went to Xianxia Production. It was said that they had already joined the filming of The Travel Challenge. Although China Star Productions did not lack cinematographers and executive directors, they were also constantly recruiting people. As long as the main directors and scriptwriters were not poached, China Star Productions would not be hurt. However, after the poaching incident, Yang Yi and Yunyan Feng, as well as a few executives of Zhongxing Productions and a few directors, had a meeting to come up with a strategy to prevent such a situation from happening again. On one hand, Yang Yi had spent a lot of money to sign non-competition agreements with the key figures in the company. On the other hand, he had also asked Yun Yangfeng to arrange for the employees who were still on vacation to be loaned to familiar TV stations to do outsourced work. The company's commission was very small and was only used for daily operations. The remaining profit that was not taken was also considered some benefits for them. There was no need to talk about these unpleasant things for the time being. It was better to return to the set of Du Yuanlei's Remaining Sin. While Du Yuanlei was preparing for the filming of this TV series, she had also begun a nationwide casting call. Many roles, including the main character, Remaining Sin, were still available. 2 years ago, when they were filming Fairy Tale and The Fugitive, both Du Yuanlei and Yang Yi were still unknown in the film and television industry. Du Yuanlei had to rack her brains to find suitable actors. Some actors had even rejected the invitation to audition because they looked down on her. If it were not for the fact that Du Yuanlei was highly valued by some teachers in the film school of River City's Media University and had invited some actors with good acting skills to support her and even taught Jiang Lei, the old man would have rolled up his sleeves and entered the scene personally. The filming of The Fugitive might not have gone so smoothly. Now, the situation was completely different. Du Yuanlei was considered a director who had entered the 100 million box office club. Many small-time actors who wanted to be famous would not dare to look down on her. Even if some actors who were already famous and some management companies who had a lot of resources in their hands might still look down on Du Yuanlei, they could not ignore Yang Yi, who stood behind this TV series. Yuzue was written by Yang Yi after all. Yang Yi could be said to be the most bug-like existence in the entertainment industry in recent years. As long as someone was related to him, whether they acted in his movies, sang his songs, or appeared on his shows, everyone's popularity would skyrocket. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Yi's works were all successful. Fairy Tale was the ancestor of micromovies. Despite the proliferation of micromovie competitions in recent years and the endless number of good works, it was still the benchmark of micromovies. Countless film schools and teachers could not avoid this micromovie that was similar to a music video when it came to micromovies. The Fugitive had made a name for itself during the off-season and had also earned hundreds of millions in the box office. Its unique and humorous plot had won unanimous praise from the audience. Soldier's Assault was broadcast at the beginning of the year and its results did not need to be detailed. Until October, no TV series had broken its ratings record. Obviously, it was almost guaranteed to be the best TV series of the year. Even if it had not been broadcast yet, Drawing Sword, which was the big show to start the new year next year, had become popular even before it was broadcast. Countless fans of Soldier were now eagerly waiting for the series. With so many successful works as a foundation, Yang Yi's new TV series project as the screenwriter naturally received strong attention from the industry from the beginning. As soon as Du Yuanlei's news was released, she received countless audition requests. Du Yuanlei and the crew were so busy dealing with these requests that their heads were spinning. They hadn't even officially arranged for the actors to come to the audition yet. That evening, Du Yuanlei, who had been tired all day, decided to have a cup of coffee to relax. Therefore, she went to a familiar coffee shop on the corner of the street. Ding Xiang was not at the coffee shop. She had gone to train with Guozi, leaving Yang Huan alone. Yang Huan did not plan to be alone in the room. She went down to the coffee shop and chatted with Sugar Cube, who was on duty. Yang Huan was also quite familiar with Du Yuanlei. When she was admitted to the film school, she had also received acting training from Du Yuanlei and some of her seniors. The two lonely people chatted, and Du Yuanlei even gossiped about the relationship between Guozi and Ding Xiang. Guozi had pursued Du Yuanlei before, but that had been a long time ago. Moreover, in Du Yuanlei's opinion, she was much older than Guozi. Now that she thought about it, she did not take it to heart. She only thought that Guozi was too young and did not consider the problem maturely. However, as Du Yuanlei chatted with Yang Huan, she looked at Yang Huan and suddenly had a thought. Yang Huan was skilled in martial arts. Du Yuanlei's mind was filled with the various characters and their plot in Yuzue for the past few days. When she saw Yang Huan, Du Yuanlei thought of Lin Yujing, the policewoman of the narcotics unit, who had a complicated emotional entanglement with Yuzue. Many actresses had submitted their resumes for the role of the female lead, hoping to audition for it. However, Du Yuanlei had seen their resumes, including some of their videos, and realized that most of them were just flowery and impractical. Each and every one of them was delicate. How could they play the role of this shrewish and skilled policewoman well? Yang Huan was different. She knew martial arts, which was her advantage. In the limit challenge, Yang Huan was very shrewish, not delicate at all, which was very similar to Lin Yujing. Moreover, Yang Huan was tall and slender, and her looks were passable. In the end, Du Yuanlei looked meaningfully at Yang Huan's bulging chest. Well, the size is not bad. It should be enough if you stuff it with something. Du Yuanlei suddenly became silent, and Yang Huan also noticed that Du Yuanlei was sizing her up. Yang Huan was creeped out by Du Yuanlei's last look. She pulled her coat and asked curiously, "Sister Du, why are you looking at me like that?" Du Yuanlei smiled and did not explain her behavior. Instead, she said directly, Huan, are you interested in auditioning for a role in my crew? Let's see if you are suitable for the role. A new week began when she was woken up from her bed by her father. Yang Yi did not disappoint Shishi. On Monday morning, he appeared by her bedside and intimately pinched the nose of the little girl who was acting coquettishly and refused to get up. Only then did Shishi giggle, turn over, and climb out of bed. The morning was happy. When Shishi arrived at school, she was still full of positive energy. She hummed a song and tidied up her textbooks on her desk. Today, Lu Xiaoyu also came early. She almost followed behind Shishi. Seeing that her little friend was back to her usual lively self, she was also very happy. The tear-stained Shishi was pitiful, but in the end, it was more comfortable to get along with a sunny and smiling little girl. Lu Xiaoyu took the book from Sister Xiaowei that Shishi gave her. However, she was not that interested in books. She stuffed it into the drawer and chatted with Shishi about the interesting things that happened during the weekend. Your father came back on Saturday? Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Yes. When I woke up in the morning, I saw my papa making breakfast for me. Shishi's little face was brimming with a happy smile. Then did you tell your father that you caught a cold? Lu Xiaoyu asked with her eyes shining. Lu Xiaoyu still remembered the things that they discussed last week. Lan Xian's suggestion really subverted her way of thinking. No. My papa came back by himself. Shishi shook her head and said, I don't want to lie to papa and say that I caught a cold. Okay then. Lu Xiaoyu actually felt a little disappointed and regretful. Speaking of this, Shishi suddenly remembered what her father said to her on Saturday. She happily said to Lu Xiaoyu, Little you let me tell you, my papa said that this week, you can come to our house to play. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. That's right. I also want to invite Sister Xiaowei and the others, Shishi said as she tapped her fingers. Great. We can go to Shishi's house to play again. Lu Xiaoyu happily danced in her seat. On Wednesday night, Guozi went home. It was mainly because his brother, who was an official in the countryside, rarely came back to the city for business. Guo Jingyan, who was Guozi's father, had no other plans, so the family gathered together for dinner. At the dinner table, it was mainly Guo Jingyan who asked his eldest son about some government affairs. He had the intention of testing him and also had the intention of giving him pointers. Guozi, on the other hand, was trying his best to be invisible so that they wouldn't point their spears at him as they chatted. Although the Guo family had given up on interfering with Guozi's development in the entertainment industry, they still hoped that Guozi would walk on the right path. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Guozi saw that there was nothing else for him to do, so he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Guo Jingyan glanced over and said, Z, don't be in a hurry to go back to school. Come here, I have something to ask you. As expected of a mayor, Guo Jingyan's loud voice revealed a sense of majesty, not allowing Guozi to resist. Guozi had no choice but to sit down obediently. His brother didn't speak again. After pouring tea for them, he sat down and listened quietly. His calm sitting posture made him look like a second Guo Jingyan. Guo Jingyan wasn't in a hurry to speak. He picked up the teacup and blew on the tea leaves floating on it. After taking a sip, he slowly looked over and said, I heard that you are now helping your friend, Yang Yi, To find connections with the Public Security Bureau to prepare to film a police and robbers TV series? Hearing his father ask this question, Guozi couldn't help but straighten his back and tense his face. Guo Jingyan had a background of arresting corrupt officials. His previous reputation was well known in Jiangnan province. However, he chose to develop horizontally and finally became the mayor from the executive deputy mayor. However, Guozi knew that his father was most against his family members being like those corrupt officials' families, abusing their power for personal gain. Therefore, he quickly explained, "I'm not trying to pull connections, Dad. It's like this. We are filming this TV series, so we need some support for the venue and costumes. We also need some professional guidance. Therefore, the crew wants to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau of Jiangqing. Moreover, this cooperation is not one-sided. For example, the rental of the venue and the hiring of consultants, the crew will pay for it. I'm just helping them to build a bridge." Guo Jingyan knew about this situation. Since he asked this question, someone must have reported it to him in advance. He nodded noncommittally and changed the topic. He said, "Tell me about your friend, Yang Yi. What kind of person is he?" Guozi sat upright. He vaguely felt that this was a test, so he didn't dare to mess around. He seriously described Yang Yi to his father and even picked out many things about Yang Yi's relationship with the government. For example, Yang Yi was the spokesperson of the Southwest Military Region. For example, Yang Yi had a deep relationship with the leaders of the Jiangnan Military Region. 2 of his TV series were filmed in the Jiangnan Military Region. Of course, there were many social and even national awards. Although Yang Yi didn't pay much attention to them and almost never attended the awards ceremony, he did receive many personal awards. These were all received by Mo Shaowan and placed in the studio. According to what little brother said, this Yang Yi is really a legendary person. Guozi's brother said to Guo Jingyan with a smile. "Brother Yang is too awesome. You will never know how amazing he is. Every once in a while, he can surprise people." Guozi boasted. "This Sunday night, ask him out for dinner. I want to meet him." Guo Jingyan finally revealed his intention to call Guozi over. "Ah?" Guozi was a little surprised. "Dad, why do you want to meet Brother Yang?" He became alert. He was a little worried about his father's intentions. For example, Guozi felt that his father might want to rope in Brother Yang to change his mind. Guo Jingyan glanced at the panicking Guozi and sighed in his heart. He doesn't have the demeanor of a general. However, he didn't want to waste time with Guozi. He said straightforwardly, "I want to talk to him about 2 things. First, Jiangnan TV station came looking for me. They hope that Yang Yi can increase their cooperation with them. There was no wall that didn't have a crack in the government." Guozi was Guo Jingyan's son. Although this matter wasn't spread in the entertainment industry, it wasn't a secret among the higher-ups of Jiangnan. This was also why they hoped to contact Yang Yi through Guo Jingyan. What cooperation? Start a program at Jiangnan TV station? Guozi was a little surprised. Now, Yang Yi's variety program had become a hot steamed bun in the eyes of the major TV stations. Shanghai TV station and Beijing TV station were the winners this year. Other TV stations were also secretly in contact with China Star Productions, hoping that there would be a new program broadcast there next time. Guozi didn't find it strange that Jiangnan TV station had such thoughts. However, looking for Guo Jingyan for help was a little like using a butcher's knife to kill a pig. The deputy director of Jiangnan TV station is a classmate of mine from university. Guo Jingyan briefly mentioned. Guozi didn't have any more questions. On the other hand, Guo Jingyan also softened his tone. "I also want to see what kind of person your boss is. You stubbornly want to develop in the entertainment industry. In any case, the family has to give you some support." In other words, was he going to show off his muscles and support Guozi? Guozi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he couldn't go against his father's request. While he agreed, his mind was spinning crazily. It seemed like this was a very precious opportunity. "Brother Yang, I have a small favor to ask of you." On Thursday morning, at the Phoebe studio in Tingshan district, Guozi sneaked into the recording studio, approached Yang Yi, and carefully looked at Yang Yi. Murphy, who had just finished recording a song and was still discussing with Yang Yi, laughed. Oh, Xiaogua, why did you come to the company? Aren't you going to watch a movie with Ding Xiang today? Last week, Ding Xiang had been helping to take care of Murphy and pick up Xixi at the villa because of Yang Yi's request. This week, Ding Xiang could finally go back. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Murphy felt that these two, who were in love, should be eager to find time to date. Why would they come to the company so eagerly? Hey, don't mention it. Didn't Sister Huan say that Director Du invited her to audition for the role of Lin Yujing? She could have just read the script by herself, but Sister Ding Xiang insisted on staying to help her analyze the plot. Speaking of this, Guozi was a little depressed. Of course, Guozi was just complaining. He still supported Ding Xiang. After all, Ding Xiang was warm-hearted, which was one of the reasons why Guozi liked Ding Xiang. With Guozi's relationship with Yang Yi, there was no need to beat around the bush. He directly stated his request. Big brother Yang, it's like this. Although my father wants to treat you to a meal, can I, please be a little thick-skinned and bring Sister Fei, the two children, Sister Shaowan, and Sister Huan along? This guy even used the word please so politely. Your father invited me to dinner, why would I make such a big fuss? Yang Yi felt very strange. Murphy looked at Guozi with a strange expression. This was the rhythm of a family dinner. Well, Guozi scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, if so many of you go, can't you bring Sister Ding Xiang too? It turned out that he had an ulterior motive. You want your parents to meet Ding Xiang in advance? Or do you want us to support you? Can you introduce Ding Xiang as your girlfriend during dinner? After all, Murphy was a woman. She was more meticulous and immediately thought of the key point. No, it's not time to lay our cards on the table yet. Guozi hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm just warming up to let them know about Sister Ding Xiang. By the way, when you introduce her, please praise Sister Ding Xiang. There was no need to exaggerate. Just tell the truth. That is, I want to use your words to let them know how virtuous Sister Ding Xiang is and how good she is at taking care of people. Guozi wanted to let Ding Xiang leave a good impression in front of his family before he laid his cards on the table in the future. It was better to lay the foundation than to introduce her abruptly in the future. While Yang Yi was still in a state of sudden realization, Murphy was already discussing with Guozi with great interest. Then, what identity do you want Ding Xiang to follow us as? Is it just your manager? Or maybe I can have some other identities? What do you mean? Guozi didn't understand. For example, she can also be Yang Yi's sister. Or my sister. Murphy laughed. Ah? You can't fake it. If you make it up, the consequences will be more serious in the future. Guozi had a headache. It's not fake. This is what Yang Yi said himself. He wants Ding Xiang to be his godsister. Ding Xiang has no roots in Jiangnan. We are afraid that she will be bullied by you, so we want to be her backer. Ding Xiang is such a good girl. If you dare to treat her badly. Murphy waved her fist fiercely. However, her fist was not threatening. Murphy is right. Yang Yi nodded. His simple words were full of threats. Guozi was speechless. Sister Ding Xiang is so good to me. Why would I bully her? In TV dramas, young masters often abandon women. Murphy said. I'm not a young master. I'm just an ordinary person. Guozi struggled to say. Of course, they were just joking. Yang Yi and the others knew what kind of person Guozi was. Now, the main point was to discuss Guozi's plan of building one path in the open while hiding another in the dark. Let's not introduce Sister Ding Xiang like that. It's better to keep her identity simple, Guozi said. Okay. Yang Yi nodded. Murphy thought more. Huan shouldn't go. She might cause misunderstandings. What if Guozi's family took a fancy to Yang Huan? Of course, this was unlikely to happen. Others might think that the Yang family was trying to curry favor with the Guo family. After all, the Guo family was more powerful. It was better to have a young female lead in this kind of situation. Fewer misunderstandings would not mess up Guozi's plan. Yang Yi nodded and looked serious. Huan can't go. At this moment, Yang Huan, who was trying hard to memorize her lines, sneezed. Ding Xiang, who was checking her lines, was anxious. Why did you sneeze? Did you catch a cold? Why did you catch a cold at such a critical moment? In the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of the second class rang. The children packed up their small bags and prepared to go to the training class. Xianxia also grabbed her textbooks and stuffed them into her bag. Of course, Xianxia cherished the cleanliness of her books. Her books were neatly stacked in her bag. It had been 2 months, but the book cover that her father gave her was still intact. However, the little girl's movements were lighter than usual. She was very excited because she was going to take a drawing class later. Xianxia liked drawing very much, especially now that the teacher was not teaching pencil drawing or crayon drawing, but watercolor drawing that required paint and water. Whether it was the mixing of paint or the rustling of the brush on the paper, Xianxia found it very interesting. However, when Xianxia picked up her small bag and her drawing kit and was about to leave, she saw her homeroom teacher, Ms. Li Rulin, walk in. Xianxia blinked curiously and watched as Ms. Li walked to Lan Xian's seat. Lan Xian, I'm sorry. I have to take up some of your time. Xianxia was close and could hear the conversation between Ms. Li and Lan Xian. Are your parents at home this Saturday afternoon? Lan Xian answered. Obediently, my father is not at home. My mother is at home. It's good that your mother is at home. It's like this. I want to visit your home. The scheduled time is this Saturday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so please let your mother know. I will also leave a message for your mother on the phone. If there's any inconvenience, please let me know in advance. Let's change the time, okay? Li Rulin smiled and patted Lan Xian's back. After the teacher finished speaking, she left. Lan Xian was still a little confused. What just happened? Xianxia listened to the whole process. The little girl's eyes darted around, but she did not have time to say anything. She rushed to her drawing class first. Xianxia also had drawing lessons when she was in kindergarten. However, at that time, the teachers mainly focused on guiding her interest and didn't deliberately teach her some drawing skills. Yang Yi also didn't teach her. However, when she was in primary school, the teachers who taught her drawing lessons were much more professional, just like those art students who majored in drawing in movies. The classroom where Xianxia and the others learned watercolor painting was also a small movable table. They would then form a circle, and in the middle of the circle, there would be flowers and plants that the teacher had brought over for them to draw. When they first started learning, the teacher would teach them how to use pencils to draw sketches, how to mix paints, and how to choose watercolor brushes with round ends, flat ends, or different sizes to color. After they had a certain foundation, the teacher would also teach them how to compose a drawing, how to use shadows or transitional colors to reflect rich tones and more. Of course, in terms of techniques, the teacher would also briefly introduce them to different brushstrokes such as dry brushstrokes, wet brushstrokes, hook brushstrokes, sweep brushstrokes, and pause brushstrokes. These were only explained in real life. After learning for 2 months, Xianxia could be considered a beginner watercolor painter. Although she couldn't combine many different types of techniques to draw, the flowers and plants she drew were the most similar among the students in the class. At least, she had the correct outline. Moreover, Xianxia was very sensitive to colors. Even if it was the same red color, Xianxia could always find a way to match it with other colors that looked better. If it was the rapid improvement in drawing, it might be because she had seen too much of her father's pencil drawings when she was young and had accumulated a foundation. However, the feeling for colors was completely innate to Xianxia. Even the teacher praised her endlessly for this little talent. Today, Xianxia's hyacinth pot of flowers was praised by the teacher. The teacher only praised 3 students. One is Jiang Lin, another is Wu Liang, and the last one is me. I'm the only one from the 1st grade. Xianxia had already told her father in the car. When she got home, she couldn't wait to take out her watercolor painting and ask her mother for praise. There are students from other grades in your class? Murphy was a little surprised. Aren't they also divided into classes according to their grades? Yang Yi smiled and explained, it's not the same. Their painting class is only divided into 3 classes. They are divided according to their learning situation. There's an introductory class, an advancement class, and an advanced class. Of course, the entry class started from scratch. For example, Xianxia was in the entry class, and the advanced class was after the entry class. The advanced class was a little special. The teachers would guide the children who had a certain painting foundation and teach them traditional Chinese painting or oil painting. Generally speaking, the teachers of the advanced class would select some gifted children from the advanced class and invite them to continue their in-depth studies. It was not open to other children to apply. Therefore, regardless of the age of the child, when they first signed up for the painting class, the teacher would arrange them into an introductory class or an advanced class based on their painting skills. After listening to her father's explanation, Xianxia nodded her little head and said seriously, "There's a 6th grade big brother in our class. But his painting is not as good as mine." Murphy took Xiaxia's painting and praised, "It's really not bad. The blue petals and brown stems, as well as the green leaves. The contrast is very clear." Xianxia had not seen it in the car, so he went over to take a look. To be honest, Xiaxia's painting was only at the introductory level. If he wanted to find fault, he could not find too many. For example, the strokes were not smooth enough, the petals were crooked, the stems were not straight, and the leaves were thin while the other was fat. The proportions were uneven. Xiaxia's best colors also had many flaws. For example, the color of the petals she painted was the same. She did not use any overlaying or brightening techniques. However, looking at Xiaxia's age, Xianxia felt that she had already painted very well. At least, Xiaxia's painting was closer to the real thing, unlike other children's painting where all the flowers were big and round. Moreover, perhaps the little girl's brush strength was different. It looked like the same blue petals, but there were some changes in the depth. It looked like it was real. "It's really good. Moreover, there are so many classmates, but the teacher still praised you. This shows that you are still working hard to learn. Continue to work hard." Xianxia rubbed Xiaxia's little head and smiled. After receiving her father's praise, Xiaxia was even more happy, like a little penguin. She swayed left and right and even threw herself on the sofa next to her mother, asking her mother to help her put away the painting. Murphy had a habit of recording Xiaxia's growth. In addition to the routine photos, she kept every painting of Xiaxia's painting class in a large folder. Xianxia was about to prepare dinner, but Xiaxia suddenly remembered something that she forgot to mention in the car. "Papa, let me tell you." The little girl ran over and took her father's hand. She looked up and said, "Today, I heard everything. Teacher Lee said that she was going to Xianxia's house to play." "Ah? Go to Xianxia's house to play?" Xianxia was a little surprised. "Yes, Teacher Lee said that Xianxia's papa and mom were not at home on Saturday. I was going to your house, and then Xianxia said that her mom was at home, so Teacher Lee said that she would go to Xianxia's house to play." Xiaxia vividly imitated the conversation between Li Rulin and Lan Xian. Of course, she also added some of her own understanding. In the end, she pouted and said unhappily, "Teacher didn't even go to my house to play, that's right. Why would Teacher Lee suddenly want to go to Xianxia's house?" Xianxia, who had never been to school in his previous life, and who had never been to school in this life, was also confused for a moment. Murphy, who knew that Xiaxia misunderstood something, could not help but snicker. She did not intend to expose them yet. She quietly watched how Xianxia and Xiaxia would discuss this matter. "Yes, my grades are better than Xianxia's. Teacher Lee doesn't even come to my house to play." Xiaxia said unhappily, "Teacher Lee is very nice. She will mend my clothes and teach us how to sing." "Papa, I also want Teacher Lee to come to our house to play." "What's the problem?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Xianxia's house is also here. Let's talk to Xianxia's mother. If Teacher Lee comes, let her tell us. We can invite her to come and sit with us. Can we?" Xiaxia looked at her father expectantly with her big eyes shining. "What's the problem?" "Yes, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. Last time, Teacher Lee helped you mend your clothes. We haven't thanked her yet. This time, we have to thank her in person." Xianxia smiled. Murphy was stunned. She did not expect that the father and daughter would do such a thing. If Teacher Lee did not come to visit, others would be happy. You want to invite her halfway. However, when Murphy heard this, she did not want to reveal the truth. She suddenly thought that it would be good to let the head teacher come to their house. She could ask about Xixi's situation at school, and also ask for advice on how to cooperate with the teacher better to educate the child. At this moment, Xixi was thinking wildly. On Saturday, little Yu Sister Xiaowei, Qiqi, Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu will all come to my house to play. They must not know that Teacher Li will also come to our house to play. Yes, don't tell them first. Give them a surprise. Murphy said while holding back her laughter. Hee, okay. Xixi said with joy. Saturday arrived very quickly. In an old neighborhood in Wuhu district, Yu Xiaowei woke up very early. After eating breakfast made by her mother, she sat quietly in the living room and watched her mother walk around to pack things. Today, she had an appointment with her good friend, Xixi, to go to her house to play. So, although Yu Xiaowei said that she was sitting quietly, her mood was not calm at all. From her uncontrollable smile, from the anticipation in her eyes, and from the slight movement of her knees, one could see the joy in the little girl's heart. Yuing was worried that her daughter would go to her friend's house alone, so she also took a day off today. Although she had to work until the end of the month, the new lobby manager who replaced her could basically take over her job very skillfully. So, for her daughter's sake, it didn't matter if she took a day off. The boss was very tolerant of her. But then again, accompanying her daughter to her friend's house to play was the first time Yuing got on a sedan chair. In the past, Yu Xiaowei didn't have many friends, and Yuing was busy making a living, so she basically didn't have much time to socialize. So, Yuing was a little nervous. As she packed things, she muttered, "Did we bring too many things? Let's not bring these, just bring a bag. But we need to bring a thicker coat for you. I don't know if you'll be cold when you come back tonight." Yuing didn't know the rules of Jiangqing, but according to the customs of her hometown, she couldn't go to other people's house empty-handed, so, Yuing took out the box of apples that she bought last night, turned to look at her daughter, and said, "Xiaowei, do you think it's okay for Mom to bring a box of apples over?" Of course, this box of apples couldn't be considered a lot. It was the size of an ordinary milk box, and probably could only hold a dozen apples. However, compared to going to the market to buy apples and carrying them there in plastic bags, this gift box of apples looked much more presentable. Yu Xiaowei looked at her mother in confusion. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. This kind of question was still a little too difficult for her. But Yu Xiaowei felt that the box of apples her mother carried was already very beautiful. The apples that her family usually ate were not so exquisite. At this time, Yu Ying's phone rang. Yu Ying's phone was a flip phone, and the screen was very small. She did not even look at the caller ID and answered the call directly. A magnetic male voice came from the receiver. "Hello, is this Ms. Yuing?" Yuing frowned slightly. She felt that this voice was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. "Yes, and you are?" "It's like this. I'm the father of your daughter's friend. I even texted you yesterday to confirm the address. Aren't we a little early? Xixi has been pestering me since a long time ago. She asked me to pick you and your daughter up so that you can come to our house to play." On the other end of the phone, there was a clear and cheerful voice. "Sister Xiaowei, I'm Xixi. I'm outside your house." Indeed, Xixi had promised Yu Xiaowei that her father would come to pick her up. However, this matter started when Xixi invited Yu Xiaowei to her house to play. At that time, Yu Xiaowei was a little embarrassed, but that was because Yu Xiaowei had never been to a friend's house, so she was a little overwhelmed. However, Lu Xiaoyu next to her thought differently. She said that she saw Yu Xiaowei's mother driving a motorcycle. Lu Xiaoyu didn't distinguish between an electric motorcycle and a motorcycle, to pick up Yu Xiaowei yesterday. Xixi's house was too far away. Yu Xiaowei must have been unable to go to Xixi's house because she didn't have a car at home. Therefore, the enthusiastic Xixi said that she could let her father pick up Yu Xiaowei. There was no need to elaborate on the following process. Now, Yang Yi had already driven Xixi to the community where Yu Xiaowei lived. "It's really too much trouble for you. I don't know how to thank you. It's not early now. We have packed our things. We'll come out now. It'll be quick." Yuing replied with a smile as she sighed in her heart that her daughter had made a good friend who was warm and hospitable. After putting down the phone, Yuing called out to Yu Xiaowei, who had already stood up expectantly, "Let's go." your classmate is outside. We can't let others wait for too long. Mom, I'll help you. Yu Xiaowei took 2 steps forward, held her mother's hand, and whispered. Thank you. Can you help me with this coat? Soon, they walked to the entrance of the community. However, there were people and cars coming and going outside. It was impossible to find Xishi's father's car in such a short time. After all, Wuhu district was not as sparsely populated as Tingshan district. Every inch of land here was worth its weight in gold. There were people setting up stalls on the sidewalk. Yuing let go of Yu Xiaowei's hand. She took out her phone from her bag with one hand and prepared to call the number just now. However, at this moment, a tall and sturdy off-road vehicle on the opposite side of the road rolled down the rear window. A cute little head popped out and waved at them excitedly. Sister Xiaowei, we're here. We're here. Yu Xiaowei reacted quickly. When she saw Xishi, a happy smile appeared on her face. She then pulled her mother's arm, who hadn't noticed yet, and said, Over there, Mom. Xishi is over there. Yuing looked up. When she saw Xishi for the first time, she couldn't help but praise her in her heart. What a beautiful girl, wasn't that right? Cici was already very pretty to begin with. In addition, her father had made her a hair braid of the same style, a beautiful dress, and that bright smile of hers. Even Yuing was stunned by her beauty. Yuing came from Sichuan province, which was full of beauties. Although she came from a rural area, this didn't stop her from having a pretty face. This was also why she could find a local in Shanghai to marry. Why she, a single mother working in Jiangqing, could become a lobby manager early. Yu Xiaowei wasn't bad either. Of course, she hadn't grown up yet. Also, due to her family's conditions, her dressing was a little old-fashioned. She looked like an ordinary little girl. However, no matter what, Yuing felt that she and her daughter paled in comparison to this little girl named Xishi. She was a princess. They probably couldn't even be considered Cinderella, right? Of course, this was just a little bit of emotion from Yuing being shocked by Xishi's beauty. Yuing was still very grateful to this girl who had gradually made her daughter become a little more cheerful. She led Yu Xiaowei to the big car. When they got closer, Yuing recognized the brand of the car. Valiant? Yuing was a little surprised. She wasn't a car fan and couldn't recognize the model of the car. However, she still knew the brand of the car. Sometimes, some rich guests would drive luxury cars to their restaurant to eat. As the lobby manager, Yuing was certainly not short-sighted. She knew that this brand of car would cost at least a few $100,000. The more expensive ones could even cost millions. The window of the driver's seat was lowered at this time. Previously, Yang was worried that he would be recognized and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Yuing and Yu Xiaowei approached, he lowered the window and prepared to ask Yuing and Yu Xiaowei to get in the car. The car window rolled down, and the moment Yuing saw Yang Yi's face, she stopped abruptly. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked at Yang Yi in disbelief. She was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. Ms. Yu. Hey, watch the car carefully. Yuing didn't pay attention to Yang Yi's greeting. Fortunately, there were people coming and going on the road. The traffic was congested, and the speed was as slow as a tortoise. She stopped abruptly, and there wasn't a big problem. Moreover, Yuing was only in a daze. Immediately, her mother's responsibility woke her up, and she quickly pulled Yu Xiaowei over. However, her heart exploded like fireworks. This is Yang Yi? Yes, it's Yang Yi. How could it be him? Yuing was very familiar with Yang Yi's appearance. One must know that Yang Yi was her idol. Although she wasn't a fan, Yang Yi's development trajectory of coming out of the city and marrying a rich and beautiful woman was too inspiring. Yuing used Yang Yi's success to motivate herself, and she worked hard to write every word well. However, at this time, Yu Ying's brain was still in a state of shutdown. She got into the car dizzily, and she even foolishly sat in the back seat with her daughter. Fortunately, Yang Yi's car was relatively large. The three of them sat in the back, and it wasn't crowded at all. She was able to sit with Yu Xiaowei, and she immediately held Sister Xiaowei's hand and giggled. You, how are you, Yang Yi? Yuing finally couldn't help but ask. At this moment, she was really a bit like a fan who saw her idol. She was very excited. I'm Xishi's father. Yang Yi smiled, and said as he started the Humvee. In fact, Yang Yi had already recognized Ying. Before, he just couldn't match the person with the name, but when he saw Ying, his super memory showed its effect. However, Yang Yi didn't intend to mention the incident of bumping into Ying. After all, the other party's daughter was here. It was better not to embarrass her, but who knew that Ying would bring it up herself? She patted her head and said in annoyance, "Right, Xishi's bedtime story. I was wondering why the name Xishi sounded so familiar." Yang Yi, I'm also a writer. I've applied for your fund to support children's writers before. Oh right, I've also met you before. It was in April this year. At that time, I was very embarrassed. I went to your publishing house to submit a manuscript. Halfway through, I was looking for the washroom and accidentally saw you and manager Lu talking. Oh. Yang Yi had no choice but to play along and show an expression of sudden realization. So it's you. I remember now, but you're doing well now. You've written The Adventures of Little Bubba. Manager Lu told me that your book is selling very well and has great potential. Besides, Xishi likes your work very much. Because Yu Xiaowei was not familiar with Yang Yi, she was too embarrassed to speak loudly. So, before Xishi could start chatting with her, they found that the two adults had started talking first. Xishi blinked her eyes. After listening to her father, she giggled and said shyly, "Yes, I like Little Bubba very much. It's just that, it's too little. There's no more after it. The artist behind it is still drawing. It will be published as soon as possible." Ying quickly explained. Being praised by Xishi, Ying was actually a little flattered. She couldn't help but praise Xishi and her father. She gently put her hand on her daughter's shoulder and said, "Xiaowei, didn't you like Xishi's bedtime story very much? These fairy tales were written by Xishi's father, and the Xishi in them refers to your good friend." Yu Xiaowei turned to look at Xishi in surprise. She couldn't help but whisper, "Really?" "Yes, my papa wrote a lot of books." Xishi opened her small hands and said proudly. The shock in Yu Xiaowei's heart made her speechless for a long time. The little girl found it hard to imagine that the little girl Xishi, whom she had always envied, who had her father to accompany her and tell her stories, was actually her good friend. However, Yang Yi and Xishi didn't show a superior attitude. There was no need to mention Cici. The little girl didn't take this matter seriously at all. She threw this topic aside lightly and couldn't wait to introduce to Yu Xiaowei the preparations she had made for her good friend at home. "Sister Xiaowei, I have a dog and 3 cats at home. When the time comes, I'll bring you along to play with them, okay? They're very cute, and I also have." Yang Yi didn't think of himself as a great person. When he talked to Ying, he also kept emphasizing that he was Xishi's father. Today's protagonists were the children, so Yang Yi kept a low profile. Ying didn't expect Yang Yi to be so approachable in real life. You know, Yang Yi's majesty left an indelible impression on her. Of course, it was also because Yang Yi and Lu Benji's seriousness that she was scared, so she mistakenly thought that Yang Yi was very scary. After the change of impression, Ying also changed the honorifics according to Yang Yi's request. She simply called Yang Yi Yu instead of Yu. The Humvee drove steadily on the city roads, making people forget about its speed. Soon, the Hummer drove back to the villa area where Yang Yi's house was located. Seeing the villas with wide courtyards passing by in front of her, Ying felt that her eyes weren't enough to take in everything, although she was already mentally prepared when she saw Yang Yi. When she saw these villas now, she couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "He's really rich, living in such a luxurious house." The thoughts of adults were more complicated, but the world of children was much simpler. At this time, Xishi and Yu Xiaowei were huddled together. The two girls leaned against the car window and looked out. Xishi excitedly pointed at a big villa that they had just passed by and said to Yu Xiaowei, "This is Xianxia's house. When we reach my house, I'll call Xianxia and ask her to come over to play." However, Xishi underestimated Lan Xian's patience. When they arrived, Lan Xian was already in her courtyard, sitting on the swing and swinging around. This little foodie came early because she smelled the delicious food. "Xianxia. Look who's here." Xishi screamed and excitedly got out of the car with Yu Xiaowei. The few girls quickly gathered together and laughed happily. When Ying got out of the car, she was still a little confused. She felt like Cinderella who had broken into a royal garden. She had never seen such a beautiful courtyard before. The sun was shining brightly today, and the whole courtyard was warm. It was as if there was no place to stay in the cold of late autumn and early winter. It was still a lush green lawn with some winter flowers blooming around it. It was as if spring had already arrived here. Yu Ying's eyes looked around and finally fell on the beautiful and dignified woman that Yang Yi was walking towards. When the car drove over, the beautiful woman was slightly bent over, taking care of a baby who was staggering on the grass. Of course, when the car stopped, she straightened up and looked at Yang Yi with a smile. Yu Ying couldn't help but sigh, she's really beautiful. She was tall, slender, beautiful, and her skin was smooth and supple. All of these qualities could be found on the other party. Yu Ying subconsciously compared herself to the other party, and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Of course, she knew that she couldn't be compared to a superstar, she should be Murphy, right? The slightly plump lady behind her, is she Yang Yi's nanny? How could a rich family not have a few nannies? In addition, Wu Jingjing didn't dress luxuriously at home, so it was reasonable for Yu Ying to mistakenly think that she was Yang Yi's nanny. Fortunately, Yu Ying didn't try to verify it. When Murphy enthusiastically introduced Wu Jingjing to her, Yu Ying was surprised to find out that this nanny was the mistress of another more luxurious villa, a rich man's wife. Yu Ying was ashamed, but she also felt lucky. She secretly felt that she was lucky that she didn't talk too much. Otherwise, she would have really embarrassed herself and offended people. However, what made Yu Ying a little touched was that Murphy, a big star, didn't put on airs, and neither did Wu Jingjing. They were just like ordinary mothers, chatting with her enthusiastically. Tell us about the book Little Bubba's Adventure that you wrote. Where did the inspiration for this book come from? Murphy was afraid that Yu Ying would be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to talk to her. Yes, Mother Yu, thank you for the book. Although Xianxia didn't read it much, I, as an adult, accompanied her to read it. I enjoyed reading it myself. Haha. Wu Jingjing said to Yu Ying with a smile. Yu Ying suddenly felt that writing this book was extremely correct, because this was the only achievement that she could take out now. Of course, they still had to chat normally. In addition to talking about her book, they also talked about children and some topics that women were interested in, such as cosmetics, clothes, and so on. Needless to say, although Yu Ying was a bit down and out before, she worked in a big hotel, welcoming and sending people off. She was also responsible for maintaining the relationship with important guests. She had a lot of contact with those rich guests, so she could talk about any topic. Even if it was expensive cosmetics, she could still talk about it. Of course, Murphy and the others also knew about the situation of Yu Ying's family. They didn't have a car, and they had to be picked up by Yang Yi. They talked more about some topics in life. Gradually, Yu Ying's mentality calmed down, and she finally returned to her role as a child's mother. She enthusiastically discussed the children's education with them. With a new friend coming over, she naturally had to show her room first. Come up quickly, my room is on the second floor. She excitedly climbed up the stairs and turned her head to say to Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei reluctantly let go of Steamed Bun's ears. When she came over today, her attention was mostly attracted by these cute pets. What was interesting was that the three big fat cats, Xiao Gray, Xiao Guai, and Dodo, did not show any displeasure to the guests today. Yu Xiaowei's melancholy attracted them. When she summoned them, the three of them jumped down from the cat tree and surrounded Yu Xiaowei. Xiao Guai even let Yu Xiaowei hug it. Of course, they did not play with Yu Xiaowei. This important task was given to Steamed Bun, who was very happy to see his little master's new friend. Steamed Bun jumped up and down around Yu Xiaowei. Sometimes, he would come over to sniff Yu Xiaowei's scent. Sometimes, Yu Xiaowei would reach out to him, and Steamed Bun would naughtily hide behind Xi. Fortunately, Xi pulled this naughty guy out. Yu Xiaowei pressed her whole body on Steamed Bun, rubbing his face and rubbing his ears. She felt that Steamed Bun was very cute, like Xi. She also laughed heartily. It was rare that she did not restrain herself. Now, Yu Xiaowei followed Xi and Lan Xian upstairs. She did not forget to look back at Steamed Bun and ask him to come up and play with her. However, she was still dazzled by Xi's room, and she forgot about steamed bun for a moment. It's so big. Yu Xiaowei looked around enviously and murmured softly. It was really big, bigger than her own house. However, it was not only because it was big, but also because it was inside that attracted Yu Xiaowei the most. Soon, she saw the bookshelf that took up an entire wall. On it were Xixi dolls and a dazzling array of children's books. Why was it a dazzling array? Because Xixi did not have a lot of books. However, Xixi did not like her books to be arranged vertically like the books in the bookstore. She placed books horizontally in every compartment so that she could see the book cover at a glance. This way, each compartment could only hold 2 to 3 books. Naturally, it was a dazzling array. It was very spectacular. However, at this time, Lan Xian said vaguely, Xixi books are not big. Mine are big. As soon as Lan Xian came up, she opened a cupboard and took out a big jar from inside. She opened it and took out a few pieces of nougat. These nougats were made by Yang Yi personally when Lu Xiaoyu came last time. He prepared a lot of ingredients, so there was still a lot left. Yang Yi put them in the jar. Originally, Yang Yi wanted to leave them for Xixi to eat by herself or entertain other children who came to play at home. However, Xixi was not interested. She liked cakes more. On the other hand, Lan Xian firmly remembered this place. Every time she came, she would take them herself. She was not courteous to Xixi at all. She was not greedy. She only took a few pieces each time, as if she wanted to make a long-term profit. However, this could not stop Lan Xian from coming often. Now, there was not much nougat left in the jar. Most of the ones that had been eaten had gone into Lan Xian's stomach. Lan Xian tore open the candy wrapper and ate one candy. Then, she chewed on it and spoke at the same time. Her speech was naturally unclear. Xian, what are you saying? Xixi and Yu Xiaowei looked over in confusion. Lan Xian did not have the intention to repeat herself. She threw the candy wrapper into the trash can with her left hand and stretched out her right hand. There were 2 pieces of nougat lying quietly in her chubby little palm. She did not need to say anything. Xixi and Yu Xiaowei knew that she was asking them to eat. It was good to share, but something seemed wrong. Xixi did not think so much. She happily took it and stuffed one into Yu Xiaowei's hand. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Xian." The candy was just a small episode. Yu Xiaowei was more interested in Xixi's children's books. She looked at the colorful covers enviously. She felt that her eyes were not enough. Xixi. Yu Xiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled Xixi's hand and pointed to the bookshelf. Xixi saw that the books that Yu Xiaowei pointed to were the storybooks that her father wrote for her. They were Xixi's bedtime stories 1, 2, 3, and so on. She smiled and said, "These were written by my papa." Yu Xiaowei nodded vigorously. She was a little envious and wanted to confide in her. "My mother bought them too. I like them very much." Xixi's interest was aroused. She asked happily, "Sister Xiaowei, do you like Sister Elsa? I'll show you. I have Sister Elsa and Sister Anna." Without waiting for Xiaowei's reply, Xixi enthusiastically tiptoed and grabbed 2 dolls from the bookshelf. Then, she hugged them with all her might and ran back with her little butt bouncing up and down. The 2 dolls that Xixi was holding were specially made by the toy factory that Yang Yi bought. They were made according to the character design of the Frozen animated movie that was about to be completed. Currently, Xixi was the only one in the world who had these 2 dolls. Of course, these 2 dolls, as well as the other dolls, were also prepared by Yang Yi to be mass-produced. When Frozen was released, they would be sold nationwide at the same time. "Look, this is Sister Elsa, and this is Sister Anna." Xixi asked Yu Xiaowei to sit on her big bed. Each of them held 1 doll and played happily. And what about Lan Xian? There was no need to worry about Lan Xian. She had already regarded Xixi's home as her own. She went to pick a doll, jumped onto the big bed, and excitedly joined the battle between Xixi and the others. In fact, Yu Xiaowei just wanted to take a look at Xixi's books. She was still a little girl who liked to read quietly. But which girl didn't like dolls? In the past, Yuing didn't have much money to buy dolls for her, so this interest was suppressed. Now that she was with Xixi, Yu Xiaowei also played with the dolls with great interest. The door wasn't closed, so their laughter could be heard from afar. Today was supposed to be a happy day. When Xianxia came out with 2 plates of cut fruit for the guests, he didn't expect to see Murphy wiping her tears. Of course, nothing happened. Murphy was just sitting with the guests. She was chatting with Wu Jingjing and Yu Ying. However, the topic of their conversation gradually shifted to Yu Ying's predicament. Under the care of her 2 new friends, Yu Ying finally found someone to talk to. She talked about her life as a single mother in the past few years. Although Yu Ying didn't talk very emotionally and didn't criticize her ex-husband, she simply lamented that she was busy with work and didn't have time to accompany her children, causing Yu Xiaowei to be introverted to the point of being a little autistic. Yu Ying also talked about the improvement of her life and her gratitude to Xixi for helping Yu Xiaowei out of her autistic state. However, Murphy didn't listen much. When she listened to the beginning, she thought of her previous difficulties and suddenly felt very fortunate. At least she only had a bad start. Later on, she was lucky to meet a worthy man. If it weren't for such a change, she was afraid that her situation would be the same as Yu Ying's. The most important thing was, would Xixi also become depressed and autistic like Yu Xiaowei? Murphy didn't dare to imagine the consequences. However, when such a thought appeared, Murphy felt uncomfortable in her heart. This was why Xianxia came out and saw Murphy wiping her tears. However, Xianxia couldn't get involved in the world of women. He just comforted her a few words and was urged to leave and not disturb the chat of their mother group. Let's go and see how the children are doing now. I think Xiaowei should be more cheerful if she plays with Xixi, Wu Jingjing suggested. So, the 3 mothers went upstairs together to look for the little ones in the bedroom. Before they got close, a burst of cheerful laughter came from Xixi's bedroom. Murphy and Yu Ying looked at each other and smiled. With Mo Fei taking the lead, they gently knocked on the bedroom door, and the 3 mothers walked in one by one. On Xixi big bed, the 4 girls all turned to look at him. Other than Xixi, Lan Xian, and Yu Xiaowei, there was also Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu also came early today, but just like last time, her father went to work after dropping her off. The 4 cute little girls were each holding a doll. There were 1 or 2 spare dolls in front of them. They sat in a circle, and Xixi's tableware and toys were placed in the middle. It was obvious that they were playing house. Ah! Seeing the mothers come in, Lan Xian shouted loudly, as if she had been caught doing something bad. Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu were fine at first, but when they heard Lan Xian's strange screams, they couldn't help but laugh and scream. Mom can't disturb us. Xixi smiled with her eyes curved. Yu Xiaowei was a little more reserved and didn't have the nerve to laugh out loud, but she also couldn't hide her smile, and her cheeks were blushing. Seeing this scene, the mothers were relieved. Murphy put a fruit plate that Xianxia had brought over on a small round table in Xixi's room. She smiled and said, Mom won't disturb you. Eat some fruit when you're tired. But remember to throw the fruit peels in the garbage bin and wash your hands. Yu Ying also smiled and walked over. She helped her daughter tidy up her hair and said to her gently, have fun. Have fun with your friends. Mommy is chatting with Cece's mother downstairs. Don't worry. After the group of mothers went out, the door wasn't closed. They heard the voices of the little ones at the stairs again, as if they were discussing a playbook. Wu Jingjing smiled and said, if you're free on weekends, bring the children to play. Murphy's and my families are more casual, and it's not bad for the children to have playmates. Look at how happy she is. She didn't dare to smile when she first came. Indeed, she's relaxed and cheerful now. This is what I want to see in my dreams. Yu Ying said with emotion. That's right. If you haven't finished your homework, bring your homework over and do it together. The 3 children study together and urge each other to make progress. And I also want Xiaowei to guide Xian Air. Her grades are getting worse and worse, and she's not willing to do her homework. She's been procrastinating. Wu Jingjing took the opportunity to say. This was her purpose. Just now, Wu Jingjing heard from Yu Ying that Yu Xiaowei's grades were good. She said that Yu Xiaowei would consciously finish her homework every day and read quietly by herself. She didn't need her mother's supervision. Of course, it was also because Yu Ying didn't have time. Her child was so well behaved and her grades were so good. Wu Jingjing didn't know how envious she was. Li Ruolin arrived a little earlier. At 2:40 p.m., she arrived at the Hengi Luxury Villa district. Because someone had told the security office to check Li Rulan's identity, the security office quickly drove Li Rulan to Lan Xian's villa with an electric car and sent her to Lan Xian's villa. When she entered Lan Xian's villa, Li Rulan couldn't help but be shocked. She had been a teacher at Huijia Primary School for several years. She had visited countless families, and many of them were rich people. After all, Huijia Primary School was an aristocratic primary school. It was reasonable to say that Li Rulan, who had seen many families living in villas, wouldn't be surprised. However, Lan Xian's villa was indeed luxurious. There were several garages, a huge thermostatic swimming pool, surrounded by shrubs and flowers like a garden, and a villa decorated with gold and jade like a palace. At this moment, Li Rulan realized that the little fat girl who usually didn't show off in school actually had such a good family background. "Teacher Li, hello, hello." A fat man came out of the house with a smile. He greeted Li Rulan. "I'm Lan Xian's father, Lan Caokai." Yes, he was Lan Caokai, however, didn't he say that he was on a business trip? Why was he here? Li Rulan was also a little surprised and asked this question curiously. "Yes, I had something to do, but teacher, you are coming to visit my home." This is the first time that Xian Heir has a teacher coming to visit her home. As her father, I had to put things aside, so I rushed back at noon. Lan Caokai said with a smile. Wu Jingjing, who was next to him, smiled and reminded him, "Don't sit outside, invite teacher to sit in the house." "Yes, yes. Sit in the house, the wind is quite strong outside." Lan Caokai quickly invited Li Rulan to sit in the living room. He also personally made tea for Li Rulan. "Sorry to trouble you, I'll do it myself," Li Rulan said politely. At this time, Wu Jingjing also called Lan Xian over. Just now, she called Lan Xian, who was playing happily back, but the little girl was unwilling. Now, she was angrily pouting, sullenly greeted the teacher, and didn't want to talk anymore. "Why is Lan Xian unhappy today?" Li Rulan pulled Lan Xian over and asked with a smile. "It's nothing, it's just that she's playing with Xi. Didn't you come over, teacher?" Her mother called her back, and she threw a tantrum. Lan Caokai explained with a smile, "Oh right, Xi is Xianxia from your class. Her father said that after we finish talking later, he would like to invite you to their house." "Xianxia? Her house is here too?" Li Rulan was surprised at first, but she quickly patted her head and smiled. "I'm sorry, I forgot. Xianxia and Lan Xian often play together, and Lan Xian often takes Xianxia's father's car home, so it's normal for you to live in the same neighborhood." Yeah, Xi and Lan Xian grew up together, and the two children have a good relationship. Since Xi's father picks up the children, let's let Xian Heir come too. The two children go to and from school together and have a companion. Wu Jingjing smiled and said, "Teacher Li, you should have heard about Xi's father and mother. They have a close relationship with our family. I've seen Mr. Yang before. He's very approachable, which surprised me a little. But today is the first time I've seen Father Lan, and it seems like he's usually very busy with business," Li Rulan said. "Haha, to be honest, compared to Yang Yi, I'm more like a celebrity when I'm busy. He and his wife are the most family-oriented celebrities I've ever seen." Lan Caokai laughed heartily and said, "When Lan Xian started school, I was also on a business trip, so I let her mother accompany me to report. But now, this is Teacher Li's first home visit, so I have to receive her no matter what. It's also a good opportunity to find out what this mischievous troublemaker has done in school." When Lan Xian heard this, she twisted her mouth unhappily and pouted, making a sound of protest. "It's not like that. Our teacher's home visit is not only to reflect on the problem, but also to communicate with the parents about the child's situation, both good and bad. Of course, the most important thing is to help the child grow up." Li Rulan was very good at talking. She smiled and patted Lan Xian's shoulder, saying, "Lan Xian, if you want to go to Yangxi's house to play, you can go. It's okay. Today, the teacher wants to talk to your parents." Lan Xian's eyes lit up, and she stopped pouting. She asked happily, "Really?" "Yes, Father Lan, look." Li Rulan gave Lan Caokai and Wu Jingjing a look. In fact, some things were more convenient to say when the children were not around. Li Rulan was also worried that she would be too straightforward and make the children resist. Seeing this, Lan Caokai nodded in agreement. Just as he nodded, Lan Xian jumped down from the sofa excitedly and ran out without looking back. Xixi's house was still the most fun. There were teachers here. It was too depressing. A poem once said, in October, the leaves fall in autumn, and the people on the road are desolate. The small bridge and the flowing water are far away, and the heartbroken person is Xiao Lan. It was talking about a chubby little girl who was running on a deserted path on a cool autumn afternoon. This was the most serious run she had ever run since she was born, but she was very determined and never looked back. Even though she was out of breath, she never thought of stopping to rest. At this moment, she was the chubby version of Usain Bolt, the cute version of Forrest Gump, and the gray wolf who never gave up. Huff huff, huff huff. Lan Xian finally arrived at Xixi's house and eagerly returned to her friends. Of course, she was still very tired. When she came back, she was so tired that she collapsed on the grass and gasped for breath. Xixi and the others didn't continue to play in the house because there were more and more people. It was more open to play in the yard. Moreover, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly. It was a good time for outdoor activities. When Lan Xian came back, Xixi and the others were playing the game of eagle and chicken. They were so happy that no one noticed Lan Xian who had sneaked in. In this round, Qin Shiyun was in charge of catching the chicken, and Nan Zhaoyu was in charge of being the mother hen. Qin Shiyun was so aggressive that Nan Zhaoyu was a little scared. He still had the courage and desire to protect as a boy, so he tried his best to open his arms and stop Qin Shiyun. Of course, the girls behind him were much more powerful than him. They all giggled and hugged the waist of the girls in front of them, dodging quickly. Qin Shiyun couldn't find any loopholes to break through. Suddenly, she found a chicken that had fallen on the ground. She jumped up excitedly and held Lan Xian. But soon, she found that she was happy too early. Hey, Xian Air is back! Qin Shiyun shouted. Only then did her friends see Lan Xian, who was still out of breath. By the way, Xian Air, why are you back? Lu Xiaoyu scratched her head and poked her head out from behind Xixi. She asked curiously, didn't the homeroom teacher go to your house? Yes, yes. Could it be that teacher has already gone back? Xixi was a little anxious. Teacher hasn't come to my house yet. Lan Xian also wanted to answer the question, but she was so tired that she couldn't speak. After a long while, she panted and said concisely, no, it's still there, but the teacher agreed for me to come and play. Hearing Lan Xian say that the teacher was still here, Xixi breathed a sigh of relief and recovered her smile. In fact, Lan Xian was usually happy to talk about her feelings, but she was still gasping for breath and didn't want to talk much. After a while, when Lan Xian had rested enough, she couldn't wait to join her friends in the game. How could she have the time to chat? Okay. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lan Xian pitifully. She knew the power of the teacher's home visit, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she excitedly called out to everyone, let's continue playing. Qin Shiyun, you didn't catch anyone just now, but catching Xian Air doesn't count. Qin Shiyun didn't deny it. She rolled up her sleeves and shouted energetically, I will catch you guys. Come on. On the other hand, at Lan Xian's house, Li Rulan was discussing Lan Xian's learning problems with Lan Zhoukai and Wu Jingjing. Just as Wu Jingjing said to Yu Ying, Lan Xian's grades had indeed regressed. In the last few tests, Lan Xian's grades had dropped from 80 to 70. Li Rulan came to visit because of this. Of course, Li Rulan didn't come here to push the blame onto the parents. She described some of Lan Xian's problems in more detail. For example, she was absent-minded in class, cut corners on homework, and didn't seriously complete the task of memorizing the text that the teacher asked her to do. In addition, Li Rulan also conveyed the feedback from Mr. Lu Dashan, who was in the physical education class. Lan Xian doesn't like to participate in sports. You should know that Lan Xian is a little fat. If she doesn't exercise and lose weight, it will be a big burden on her body in the future. It will also affect her academic life in the future. Lan Caokai and Wu Jingjing kept nodding. Lan Xiaokai even frowned and said, yes, Mr. Li is right. It's just that Xian is a little difficult to discipline. If we scold her a little more, she will be in a bad mood for a few days. If we hit her, her mother will stop me. You can't hit or scold a child. Li Rulan quickly waved her hand and said, hitting and scolding a child is not a good way to educate a child. On the contrary, it is easy to make the child have a rebellious mentality. Actually, I think Lan Xian is a very good child. Whether it is IQ or personality, she is a very good child. Li Rulan said calmly to Lan Xiaokai and Wu Jingjing, it's just that you may need to cooperate with us outside of class. Give your child more patience and use some clever methods to cultivate her concentration. I am a little busy with work. Usually, her mother is at home taking care of the child. Mr. Li, if you have any suggestions, just tell her. Lan Xiaokai patted Wu Jingjing's knee and said, yes, I will definitely cooperate. But Mr. Li, to tell you the truth, Xian, this child, has a serious procrastination problem. She finished her homework as soon as she came back, but she procrastinated. One moment, she said that she wanted to eat, and the next moment, she said that she wanted to watch TV. She procrastinated until she was about to go to bed at night and still didn't finish her homework. Wu Jingjing complained to the teacher. In fact, most children don't like to do homework and like to procrastinate. But in the face of these situations, we parents should be more skillful in dealing with them. Li Rulan smiled and said, let me give you an example. There is a boy in our class named Wang Lele. His situation is similar to Lan Xian's. His father told him that if he didn't finish his homework, he couldn't watch TV. So in order to watch TV, he worked hard every day to finish his homework first. But every child's situation is different. Lan Xian is a girl. Maybe you need to be gentler in order to prevent her from having a rebellious attitude. Li Rulan said, you can do this. When the child comes back, you can do something with her first. Li Rulan took out her notebook and gestured as she said, ask her, what homework does she have for language today? What homework does she have for math? What homework does she have for English? Write them down one by one on white paper and compare the amount of homework for each subject. At this time, you have to do a sequence. We parents have to take the initiative and help her organize her thoughts. Start from the simplest homework that has the least amount of homework and is the easiest to complete. This is because the child will feel a sense of accomplishment after completing a part of the homework. This way, she will be more motivated to do the next part of the homework. But at this time or before the 3rd grade, I still suggest that you take time out to accompany the child to do her homework. Li Rulan said, you don't have to watch her write every word, but you need to be by her side. When you are with her, you can knit sweaters or do some work that is very quiet. But you can't play with your phone. We parents have to set an example. In addition to these, Li Rulan also talked about a lot of motivational tips. These were all experiences that she learned from books, from other teachers, and from some successful parents. Just as Li Rulan said, she came to the home visit to help the child grow up, not to call on the parents and teachers to play a double team for the child. After more than an hour of detailed discussion, Li Rulan patiently analyzed and gave suggestions. Lan Xiaokai and Wu Jingjing benefited a lot. Although Lan Xiaokai was a billionaire and had a high status, at this moment, he was just an ordinary father. How could a parent not care about their child? Lan Xiaokai was also very worried about Lan Xian's studies, so when he heard that the teacher was visiting, he rushed back without hesitation. What was worth being happy about was that he didn't come back in vain. The teacher's home visit really gave him a lot of inspiration. Just as Li Rulan was about to leave and Lan Xiaokai invited her to stay for dinner, Xianxia came to cut in. For steamed bun, today was a wonderful and happy day, because many children came to the house to play with him. 1, 2, 3, go. Only to hear Xixi's delicate shout, followed by a string of pleasant laughter, a small frisbee flew out. Woof! Steamed bun excitedly jumped out. While the frisbee was still flying in the air, he suddenly jumped and turned his head to catch it in his mouth. It has to be said that steamed bun, this mongrel in people's eyes, was very talented in sports. Usually, Xianxia and Xixi often threw frisbees to him, and steamed bun rarely missed a frisbee. However, because he was a dog of a rich family, steamed bun was not chained to a corner like his mother and other seniors, and eventually became numb. He ate and drank well from a young age, and also received love and freedom, so he was able to maintain his spirituality. I want to play too, I want to play too. Everyone wanted to play with Steamed Bun. When Steamed Bun ran back wagging his tail, the little guys couldn't wait to fight for the frisbee in his mouth. You have to line up. In the crowd, Xiaowei was so excited that her face was bright red. While she was talking, she also tried to squeeze to the first place. Hee, Sister Xiaowei said you have to line up, you can't fight. She also didn't stay idle. She was overjoyed in the crowd, but she was maintaining order. At this time, Yang Yi's voice sounded from the side, Shi, look who's here. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Teacher Li Rulin, who she had been thinking about day and night, standing next to her father, smiling and waving at her. Teacher Li. Shi's excited shout finally attracted the attention of the other children. Lan Xian was the first to turn her head. Seeing Teacher Li standing behind her, she couldn't help but tremble, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. What the hell? Isn't Teacher Li at home? Didn't I escape from Teacher Li's evil clutches and run over to Shi's place to play? Why is she still haunting me? Lu Xiaoyu also stopped fighting. When she turned her head to look, her eyes widened. What's going on? Why is teacher here? Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to mess around anymore. She quickly put away her hand and smile and stood nervously to the side, not daring to move at all. It was as if she had suddenly turned from a mischievous little girl into an obedient girl. It was worth mentioning that Li Rulin was also Yang Luoqi's language teacher. When Yang Luoqi saw Li Rulin, she hurriedly and obediently greeted the teacher. The other children were still fine. They didn't know each other, so they weren't that scared. Yu Xiaowei took advantage of the chaos to snatch the frisbee. She carefully looked at the others and happily hugged the frisbee in her arms. Li Rulin's appearance was definitely a wet blanket. The children all shrank back and didn't dare to make any noise. Naturally, they couldn't play. Fortunately, Li Rulin understood the children's psychological state. She smiled and patted Shi's little head. Then, she went into the room with Yang Yi and Murphy to talk, leaving the outdoor space for the children. She pouted her little mouth and returned to the children's group. She was a little unhappy because Teacher Li didn't let her follow. Teacher said to let me play with you guys. I want to take teacher to see my painting. She treated the teacher as a friend and wanted to show her work. However, it was the teacher's home visit time, so the children needed to stay away. After the teacher left, Lu Xiaoyu and Lan Xian both let out a big sigh of relief. Just now, they didn't dare to breathe loudly for fear of being scolded by the teacher. Why did Teacher Li come back to your house? Is Teacher Li also coming to your house for a home visit? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Chen Shiyun and Yang Luoqi also looked at Shi eagerly, hoping to get an explanation. No. Teacher is going to Xian'er's house. She didn't have such a consciousness. She even proudly said, then, I asked Papa to let teacher come to our house to play. Ah? Why do you want teacher to come to your house? Lu Xiaoyu felt that it was a little inconceivable. If teacher comes to Shi's house, does that mean he won't go to my house? Lan Xian had another thought. Her eyes lit up as she said. He. She finally said the true thoughts in her heart. She wanted the teacher to come to her house to play, so she took the initiative to invite the teacher. Aya, Shi, don't call the teacher to come to your house. After Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she didn't think it was funny at all. She even worriedly said, if teacher comes, your father and mother will be angry. Then they won't let you watch TV or play. Lan Xian didn't care. She didn't know that this would be her fate for a period of time in the future. Why? She asked in confusion. Because when teacher comes to our house, it's to complain. It's just like how Chao Ruolin always complained to the teacher about who fought with whom. Lu Xiaoyu said. Chao Ruolin was the acting class monitor for a month. She was diligent and responsible, but the little girl loved to complain too much and offended many of her classmates. Now Lu Xiaoyu and the others also deeply abhorred the word complain. She was fine. She didn't fight with others, nor did she quarrel with others. She also did her homework on time. She didn't get complained about, so her attitude toward Chao Ruolin was still friendly. But this didn't mean that she felt that complaining was good. After Lu Xiaoyu was once punished to stand, she, who empathized with her, also understood the horror of this word. Ah? Then the teacher didn't come to play? She was shocked. How could she come to play? Lu Xiaoyu bitterly said, every time the teacher came to my house, I would be beaten by my father. Although it was an experience in kindergarten, Lu Xiaoyu still remembered it deeply. She still couldn't believe it. She turned her head and looked around, only to see her other friends nodding in agreement and looking at her with pity. It was as if she was going to be beaten by her father. My papa won't beat me. She was a little lacking in confidence. Little you just said that your father won't let you watch TV. Nanjiaoyu kindly reminded her. She pouted dejectedly. Only now did she understand the real purpose of the teacher's home visit. She was already regretting it. Why did I let the teacher come to my house as a guest, in fact? Lu Xiaoyu and the others were right. Li Ruolin, who was warmly invited by Yang Yi, was a little flattered. Originally, she didn't think that she had any big problems that needed to be told to her parents, but since the parents invited her so sincerely, Li Ruolin felt that she had to bring out something substantial. Therefore, Li Ruolin racked her brains, thinking about what she didn't do well in school and what she still needed to improve. Xianxia is a very obedient and smart child. Every teacher has reflected that they all like her very much. Especially the math teacher, Teacher Liu. She often tells me that Xianxia is a math genius. In the test papers, Xianxia's additional questions are often completed, and she can even do it correctly. This means that Xianxia's math thinking has already exceeded the level of her current age. This is very rare. Li Ruolin praised Shi first. However, many teachers have also reflected to me that sometimes Xianxia will whisper to her deskmate in class and talk about some topics that have nothing to do with the class. The phenomenon of whispering. According to my observation, Xianxia used to be very serious in class, but in the past month, her attention has started to become less focused, which is why she likes to whisper. Li Ruolin said seriously, this situation isn't serious because many children in the class like to talk in class. They talk more than Xianxia, but I think that you parents and as teachers still need to pay attention to this problem. If we let it go, the children's grades will decline, and it will be even more difficult to correct in the future. Yang Yi frowned, and his expression began to become serious. He didn't know that she had such a problem in school. Murphy felt that it was very normal. She patted Yang Yi's arm and said angrily, "See, you usually encourage her to talk more, but now she's whispering in class." Putting Shi's situation aside, Yu Ying, who lived further away, took Lu Xiaoyu's father's car with Yu Xiaowei and took the lead to leave and go home. Yang Yi and Murphy invited them to stay for dinner and said that they would drive them home after dinner. However, Yu Ying felt that she had already troubled Yang Yi's family enough today. In fact, they even had lunch at the Yang family's house. Now, they even had to have Yang Yi send them back for dinner. Yu Ying felt really bad about it. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoyu's father came to pick up Lu Xiaoyu. Although they didn't live in the same place, at least they were in the same direction. Lu Xiaoyu could send them back on the way, so Yu Ying and Yu Xiaowei followed Lu Xiaoyu and her father back home. Back home, Yu Ying helped her mother prepare dinner while secretly sighing in her heart. Now, she wasn't sighing about how comfortable life was for rich people. Instead, she was sighing about her luck. Not to mention Yu Xiaowei, Yu Ying herself felt that she had benefited a lot today. Following her daughter, she broadened her horizons and got to know a group of enthusiastic parents. While chatting with Murphy, Wu Jingjing, and Wu Yu and other parents who came with their children, Yu Ying suddenly realized that she used to be so lonely. If she wasn't an adult and had a job before, she might have become autistic like Yu Xiaowei. Of course, Yu Ying also gained a lot of positive energy from these parents. She gradually understood that she should also have some social interactions outside of work and family. For example, getting to know these parents and talking to them about some of the children's problems was much more interesting than staying at home alone. In addition, listening to the conversation between Chen Shiyun's father and Nan Zhaoyu's father, Yu Ying also broadened her thinking on financial management. Yu Ying estimated that this month's royalties would be enough to buy a house in Wuhu district for investment. These were all brought to her by her daughter. While Ewing was happy, her eyes were full of love as she looked at her daughter who was sitting quietly in the living room and reading a book. However, Ewing didn't know that Yu Xiaowei, who was reading, was a little distracted. During lunch, Yu Xiaowei finally mustered up her courage and gently pulled on her mother's sleeve. She whispered, "Mom, can I make a small request of you?" "What request?" Ewing asked casually. "Well." Yu Xiaowei was a little unsure. She paused and said, "I like Xishi's dog very much. Can we get a dog too?" Ewing finally took it seriously. She looked at her daughter in surprise. In the end, she saw a look of anticipation in her daughter's pitiful little eyes. Ewing fell silent. She still hadn't recovered from her previous state of poverty, so when she heard Yu Xiaowei's idea, Ewing subconsciously rejected it. One had to know that for a family like theirs in the past, raising cats and dogs was tantamount to raising another child. It would definitely add a lot of burden to Ewing or her mother. At this time, Ewing's mother said, "Child, do you want to raise a puppy?" She accidentally spoke with the accent of her hometown. However, the old woman quickly remembered that her daughter had been telling her to speak Mandarin to avoid affecting Yu Xiaowei's accent. Ewing was worried that Yu Xiaowei's Mandarin wouldn't be standard and would be looked down upon, so she quickly changed it back. "Raising a puppy, isn't this troublesome for your mother?" Ewing quickly saw that Yu Xiaowei's eyes dimmed, and a disappointed expression appeared on her face. "It's not troublesome." Ewing blurted out. Yu Xiaowei looked at her mother in a daze. Could it be that things had turned around? Ewing smiled and said, "Our family is different now. We're more financially comfortable, so it's still possible to raise a puppy. Since you like it, Xiaowei, I'll fulfill your wish this time. Tomorrow, we'll go to the flower and bird market and buy one back." Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up again. Although she wasn't as excited as she was still surprised. She didn't know what Teacher Li and her parents talked about. Anyway, they had been chatting for the whole afternoon. Li Rulin even spent more time at the Yang family's house than at Lan Xian's house. She realized that nothing seemed to have happened, so she simply put down the worries in her heart and played with her friends for the whole day. Yang didn't affect Xishi's mood. At night, the little girl was still in high spirits. She happily told her parents about the fun she had with her friends. Yang and Murphy didn't take out the negative material that Li Rulin had given them to dampen the little girl's spirits. However, what would come would still come. The next day, when she was still happily eating breakfast, she saw that her father had moved a big whiteboard from somewhere and hung it on the wall of the dining room. The original painting on the wall had been removed at some point. Of course, she didn't care where the painting went. She was more curious about what her father was writing mysteriously on the whiteboard. "Papa, what are you doing?" She looked at it for a long time and found that she didn't understand a lot of words. She couldn't help but put down the soy milk in her hand and asked curiously. Yang finished writing the last few strokes, put down the whiteboard pen, and said to Xi with a smile, "This is a little game that Dad wants to play with you." "Game? Look." Yang pointed to the words on the blackboard and smiled, "This is the conversion formula. If you finish your homework seriously before eating when you get home, you will get a gold coin as a reward." "Gold coin?" Xi looked at her father in confusion. Yang took a box from the ground and took out a gold coin from it and showed it to Xi. There was nothing special about it. It was the kind of game coins that could be used to play claw games in the game hall. Yang asked someone to help get a batch of them last night. With this gold coin, you can buy time to watch TV with Dad. For example, 1 gold coin can buy you an hour of TV. Yang said with a smile. Xi was not stupid. She tilted her head and said doubtfully, but I can watch TV. Since she could watch TV, why would she buy time to watch TV with Dad? Yang said with a smile, "In fact, the principle is the same. Didn't Dad ask you to finish your homework before you can watch TV? Now that you've finished your homework, your hard work can earn you a gold coin. Similarly, you can also watch TV for an hour." She still felt that something was wrong. At this time, the words that Lu Xiaoyu said yesterday, which left a deep impression on her, once again appeared in Xishi's mind. "When teacher comes, your dad and mom will be angry. Then they won't let you watch TV and won't let you play." Suddenly, Xi became anxious. She said sadly, "Oh, you can't do that." "Dad, did Teacher Lee complain?" "Little you said that if Teacher Lee comes to visit, Dad and Mom won't let me watch TV. Teacher Lee is really bad. I'm very obedient. Why won't you let me watch TV?" Before Dad could explain, the little girl began to sob. Her tears were not fake. She really felt sad. At this moment, it was as if thousands of thoughts flashed through the little girl's mind. There was also a kind of sadness that her trust was betrayed. "I don't want to. I don't like Teacher Lee anymore. I don't want her to play at home." She pursed her little mouth. She looked like a pear blossom in tears. In fact, Yang Yi had already considered Xi's feelings. In order not to arouse Xi's suspicions, he didn't even mention it yesterday. However, he didn't expect his daughter to be so extraordinary. Her IQ was so high that she could link the two things together. Seeing the little girl's aggrieved look, Yang Yi quickly came over and hugged her in his arms to comfort her. "Boo-hoo, I don't like Teacher Lee anymore." She hugged her father's neck with one hand and wiped her tears with the other. He was so kind to invite Teacher Lee to play at home. How could she complain? The students who complained were not welcomed in the class. Yang Yi quickly coaxed her. "How could that be? When did Teacher Lee complain?" "Teacher Lee came over and praised you to Dad." "Dad, I'll give you an example. Do you still remember the third unit test? After the test, you asked Teacher Lee a question and even took the initiative to say that you wanted to help Teacher Lee carry the test papers back." This wasn't Yang Yi fooling Xishi. Xishi had never told Yang Yi about this before. Maybe she forgot, or maybe she felt that it was rare and didn't talk about it usually. This was really what Li Rulan told Yang Yi and Murphy yesterday. Although Cici felt that Teacher Lee was very bad just now, she was still willing to believe in the good. When she heard her father's words, the little girl stopped crying. She just rubbed her eyes and said while sobbing, because the teacher still has a lot of homework. "I can't take it, so I want to help her." Xi's memory was still very good. She remembered clearly that Teacher Lee had marked the homework during the test and couldn't carry it back. However, the little girl was still angry. Her last sentence was still a little resentful. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Yes. Think about it. Why did Teacher Lee visit Xianxia's house but not ours? It must be because you did well in school, so Teacher Lee likes you. Also, aren't your grades ranked first in class? How can a teacher visit the home of the top student in class?" Her father's praise made Xishi feel a little better, but the little girl was not completely relieved. She pouted and said to her father, "But the teacher still came to our house." Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Shishi's little head. He said, "You just said that you invited the teacher to play at home. Look, the teacher still came and praised you. Oh right, there's one more thing. Teacher Lee also mentioned that during music class, didn't the teacher ask you to sing with your classmates? Later on, the music teacher even praised your singing and told Teacher Lee about it. Then, Teacher Lee passed it on to Dad. Li Rulan did praise Shishi a lot." Yang Yi could casually give a lot of examples, trying to create the illusion that Teacher Lee only praised Shishi and eliminate the bad impression that Shishi had just had. At this moment, Shishi finally believed that Teacher Lee came to praise her. The little girl remembered that she misunderstood Teacher Lee just now and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She hugged her father's neck with both hands and hid her face in her father's arms. She was too embarrassed to raise her head. "Are you still angry with Teacher Lee?" Yang Yi smiled and reached out to scratch Shishi's little face. "I'm not angry. Next time, I'll ask Teacher Lee to play at home." Shishi felt that her father was exposing her shortcomings. She twisted in her father's arms and pouted. But why doesn't Papa let me watch TV? Why don't you watch TV? Yang Yi quickly said, "You see, if you carefully finish your homework before dinner every day, you can get a reward of 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin can apply for an hour of TV for Mom and Dad. Is there any difference between this and usual? Usually, you have to finish your homework before dinner, and then we can go for a walk and watch cartoons from 7:30 to 8:30. After that, you have to take a bath. Then Papa will tell me a story, and then we will read a book together, and then we will sleep." She counted with her little fingers and continued. There were still teardrops on the little girl's tender face, making her look very pitiful. but now she didn't feel wronged, just confused. Yes, from 7:30 to 8:30, you have to watch TV for an hour, right? If you don't finish your homework, you have to continue to do it after you go for a walk. You can't watch TV. Isn't it the same? Xianxia wiped Xishi's tears and explained. Then why do I have to change it? Xishi was really smart and pointed out the key problem. Then you have to keep watching. Xianxia smiled, pointed to the whiteboard, and said to Xishi, you see, there are other ways to earn gold coins. For example, you can help Dad sweep the floor and get 1 gold coin. Or you can help Dad dry a bucket of clothes and get 1 gold coin. If you help Dad and Mom take care of your brother, according to the time, you can get 1 gold coin for 2 hours. Like last time, you can get 4 to 6 gold coins for helping Dad and Mom take care of your brother in the morning and afternoon. Shishi's eyes lit up, and she became interested. Then can I watch a lot of TV? Of course not. Watching too much TV is not good for your eyes. Xianxia didn't keep Xishi in suspense this time. He said, but there are other uses for gold coins. For example, you can spend 3 gold coins and tell Dad which doll I want, and Dad will buy it for me. Very good, with these 3 gold coins, Dad will buy it for you without hesitation. This is good. All of a sudden, Sisi was tickled. She clenched her little fists excitedly and asked her father, really? Can I really buy dolls? Xianxia smiled and said, yes, not only can you buy dolls, but you can also do other things with these gold coins. For example, if you want to go to the amusement park, 10 gold coins can be used as a voucher to go to the amusement park. Another example is when we go traveling during the holidays. You can spend 50 gold coins and tell Dad where you want to go, and Dad will immediately prepare to take you there. Shishi's eyes became bright with excitement. She restlessly twisted in her father's arms. Then I can buy a lot of dolls and go to many amusement parks to play, and I can also go to Lu Weisha's house to play. At this moment, the little girl's mind was filled with a house full of dolls. Just imagining it made her so happy that she was about to faint. Anything is fine. As long as you study hard, or be more diligent on the weekends and help Dad and Mom do some housework to the best of your ability, you can make your request to Dad, because this is the reward for your hard work. Xianxia smiled and said, this is a little suggestion from Teacher Li to Dad. It is to reward your hard work and stimulate your enthusiasm in visible ways so that you can become a good child that Teacher, Dad, and Mom will like more. At this moment, Shishi's mind was not on this. The little girl was in high spirits. She pulled her father's close to let him listen to her. Dad, can I have more gold coins? I got full marks on the exam, can I also be rewarded? I want to buy a lot of dolls. This little amount of gold coins was really not enough. The little girl felt that to realize her dream, she needed more gold coins. Hearing her words, Xianxia slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Xianxia knew what Xishi liked, so as long as he mentioned the reward, he knew that Xishi would be interested. However, Xianxia didn't want to add 100 points in the exam into the exchange condition, because although Xianxia was very happy that Xishi got full marks, he didn't want the exam to be a burden to Shishi's happy growth. Having said that, the reward method was taught by Teacher Li Rulin, and Li Rulin did say that the exam results could be used as the criteria for judging the reward. However, Xianxia still chose to do it freely, and added some content of helping her parents do housework. Helping her father do housework could improve Shishi's ability to take care of herself. Helping her mother take care of her younger brother could improve Shishi's sense of responsibility and improve the relationship between Xishi and her younger brother. There was also homework. This was to make Sisi study more consciously and reduce her dependence on her studies. It could be said that these programs were more inclined to quality education than exam-oriented education. Therefore, Xianxia prepared an answer to Shishi's request. You can't get a gold coin if you get full marks, but you can get other things. Look here, there's more. If you actively participate in the school's competitions and activities, as long as you participate bravely, you will be rewarded with a gold coin. If you win a prize, whether it's the first or second prize, as long as you win a prize, you will be rewarded with 5 gold coins. Interest classes were a major feature of Xianxia Primary School, and various small competitions that were extended from the interest classes were also a major feature of Xianxia Primary School. Xianxia set up such competition rewards to encourage Xishi to participate in some competitions bravely, so as to better develop her interests and hobbies. Of course, winning a prize was not the goal, but a small incentive. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have said that no matter what kind of prize she won, she would be rewarded with 5 gold coins. Shishi's brain worked very fast. After hearing her father's words, she immediately remembered that she would participate in a competition in December. Papa, then can I have a gold coin? Because I took part in the dancing competition. Xishi looked at her father with eager eyes. Xianxia was also very straightforward. He put Xishi down and bent down to take out a game coin from the box beside him. He gently placed it on Shishi's outstretched hand and smiled. That's right. Look, you got a gold coin. When you have 3 gold coins, you can ask Daddy for a doll. The little girl held the game coin in her tender little hand and happily swayed her little butt. She looked so happy that she looked like she was in a good mood. Alright, let's talk about the last item that can earn us gold coins. Xianxia said casually to Xishi. Dad gave it a nice name. It's called I'm a good student. I'm a good student? Xishi looked at her father in confusion. She didn't understand. What was so nice about this name? Yes. Dad has discussed it with Teacher Li. In the future, before school every day, take a card like this and go to Teacher Li. Xianxia handed Xishi a hard card with some words printed on it. In the middle was a line of big words. Is Xianxia a good student today? Then, there were 10 small words from Monday to Friday below, and 2 circles below them, respectively, said yes and no. Teacher Li will sign her name on this. How to judge whether she is a good student or not? If Xishi is very obedient today, listens seriously to the teacher's lecture, actively raises her hand to answer questions, and does not talk to other students during class, then, it means that today's Xishi is a good student. Teacher Li will sign her name on this yes. Xianxia said, if today's Shishi's performance is not good enough, such as being absent-minded during class, or talking to Xiaoyuer in class, which is disrespectful to the teacher, then she is not a good student. Teacher Li will sign her name on the no and remind you what you did not do well enough. You need to correct it tomorrow. If you correct it tomorrow, you can become a good student again. This project required Teacher Li's cooperation, but in fact, this was also proposed by Li Rulan. She also hoped to help the child improve. She could not push everything to the parents. However, Xianxia knew that Xishi was very sensitive now, so he hid the important things in ordinary conversations to prevent Xishi from thinking that it was the teacher who complained. To Xianxia's relief, Xishi did not have a strong reaction. She was still listening very seriously. In fact, Xishi was more concerned about how many gold coins she could receive as a reward if she obediently behaved as a good student. Xianxia did not disappoint Xishi. He quickly said, if Teacher Li signs 5 yes on this card after a week, then you will receive 3 gold coins as a reward. If you don't pay attention and accidentally misbehave in class, you still have a chance to correct it. In the next few days, you have to work hard to be a good student and be an obedient one. In other words, if you sign 4 yes, you can also receive 2 gold coins as a reward. After all, you are very obedient most of the time. However, if you are not obedient for 2 days and are not a good student, then you will not be able to receive the reward in this project this week. Xianxia held 2 gold coins in one hand and 3 gold coins in the other. He showed them to Xishi so that she could have a direct experience. The award was set up by Xianxia. He left room for Xishi to make mistakes. He would not deny Shishi's efforts for a whole week because of a small mistake. But Dad still believes that our Xishi has always been a good student. This little test will not stump Xishi. As long as Xishi is obedient, you can receive 3 gold coins every week, right? Xianxia said with a smile. When Xishi heard 3 gold coins, the image of a doll immediately popped up in her mind. The little girl immediately puffed out her small chest confidently and said, yes, I am a good student. In addition to explaining to Xishi, Xianxia also gave Xishi a small lockable treasure chest. This was also a product of the toy factory. The wooden treasure chest was as exquisite as a pirate's treasure chest. Of course, its purpose was to allow Xishi to save up the gold coins that she had worked so hard to earn. The little girl happily carried the small treasure chest with a gold coin in it upstairs and prepared to set it up in the bedroom. Xianxia watched from behind with a smile. However, Yang Yi seemed to be complacent a little too early. He had underestimated Xixi's ability. When it was close to noon, Yang Yi and Murphy were preparing to have dinner with Guizi's family tonight. Xixi, who had just gone to Lan Xian's house to play, hurriedly ran back. The little girl shouted, "Dad, it's not good. Xian air is too pitiful. Uncle Lan doesn't let her watch TV and doesn't let her eat." Xixi's scream was a bit exaggerated. When Yang Yi helped her talk to Lan Caokai, he found out that it was not the case at all. Lan Caokai didn't let Lan Xian watch TV because he asked Lan Xian to finish her homework first before she could watch TV. He didn't really want Lan Xian to be unable to watch TV because of the teacher's home visit. However, this new request, for Lan Xian, who had developed a procrastination disorder, was tantamount to blocking her from watching her favorite cartoons. Lan Xian and Xixi both liked to watch cartoons that were broadcast from 7:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. This was also what they talked about on the way to school every morning. In addition, Lan Caokai didn't let Lan Xian eat. It was just that since last night, Lan Caokai asked the nanny, Grandma Wu, to cook less meat and more vegetables to help Lan Xian lose weight. Poor Lan Xian rushed over to eat dinner, but when she saw that the table was full of vegetables that she didn't like, her face almost turned green. Therefore, Lan Xian didn't know how uncomfortable it was last night. Therefore, the little girl cried to her good friend today, which also caused Xixi's misunderstanding. After understanding, Yang Yi comforted Xixi while he also found a problem. In fact, Li Rulan also told Lan Caokai about the same method. However, it was unknown whether it was because Lan Caokai's attitude in educating Lan Xian was not good enough, or because Lan Xian and Xixi's characters were different. Lan Xian didn't accept Lan Caokai's arrangement. Instead, she threw a tantrum with Lan Caokai and stayed in her bedroom in a fit of pique, unwilling to communicate with her parents. "Papa, what do you think we should do? Xian air is crying." The kind Xixi still looked at her father worriedly. She felt that only her omnipotent father could persuade Lan Xian's father to not be angry with her little friend. Lan Xian looked really pitiful. Her face was a little chubby from crying. "Your Uncle Lan is still angry now. When he calms down and everyone calms down, we can help Xian air think of a way." Yang Yi smiled and touched Xixi's little head, saying, "Xian air is the same. She is still angry with her father. She won't listen to anything we say. But, Xian air doesn't have anything to eat. Papa, how about we let Xian air come to our house to eat?" She rolled her eyes. A good idea came up with a good idea. "How can there be no food? Did Xian air have breakfast?" Yang Yi asked. "Yes, but Xian air said that her papa didn't let her eat meat. She is so pitiful." Xixi blinked and said. Yang Yi knew that Lan Xian wouldn't starve herself. This little cunning girl, while eating and drinking, expressed her resistance to her father in a fit of pique. That was not enough. She also tried to persuade Xixi to come to Yang Yi's house to eat and drink, and open up a second granary during the war. However, seeing that Lan Xian was so persistent about eating, Yang Yi also had some ideas to help Lan Caokai perfect the strategy of disciplining Lan Xian. "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Yang Yi smiled and said to Xixi, "Today we are going to eat with your Uncle Guo's father. Xian air won't starve. Don't worry too much. However, you can call Xian air and comfort her. Tell her that Uncle Yang will help her talk to her father. Tell her not to be too anxious." Xixi nodded obediently. At this time, in Yu Ying's cozy little nest in Wuhu district, Yu Xiaowei was squatting beside the sofa happily, playing with a new member of the family. It was a little guy who looked like a doll in both size and appearance. It had a round face, 2 round black eyes, and a round wet black nose. It was as if every part of it was round. It was very cute. It was different from Xixi's Bao Bun. Bao Bun's ears were erect. Although Bao Bun was a sunny and mischievous guy, it was just like its ancestors. It always had its ears erect and kept alert. However, the one in front of Yu Xiaowei looked as if it was born to be pretty and cute. Its ears were always drooping and stuck close to its little head, making it look very pitiful. Its hair was naturally curly, and its hair was thicker than Bao Bun's. With its brown curly hair, it looked lazy and noble. Of course, it was also very comfortable to touch. that's right, the pet dog that Yuing brought back with Yu Xiaowei from the flower and bird market this morning was a little teddy. The little teddy was less than 3 months old and was still a puppy. Of course, even if it grew up, its size wouldn't be much bigger. Yuing had considered the problem of space in the house, so she bought a little teddy for Yu Xiaowei. However, Teddy was still very smart, although it wasn't very familiar with Yu Xiaowei. It seemed to realize that this girl would be its future owner. It turned its head and looked at Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei reached out her hand, and it didn't dodge. It even tried to touch it with its nose and sniff Yu Xiaowei's scent. However, it hadn't gotten used to Yu Xiaowei touching its head. When Yu Xiaowei touched it, it stuck out its small, pink tongue and licked Yu Xiaowei's palm. Aya! Yu Xiaowei felt that her palm was a little itchy, and she quickly retracted it in fear. When she realized that the little dog didn't have any intention of biting, Yu Xiaowei happily touched it again. In fact, Yu Xiaowei still had a little regret in her heart. This little teddy was really too petite. Yu Xiaowei didn't dare to press on its body. She rubbed the little guy's head like she was bullying Bao Bun. However, Yu Xiaowei still liked it. Very much. Just like how girls liked plush toys, this little teddy looked much cuter than Bao Bun. Xiaowei, what are you going to name it? Yuing asked casually as she sat on the sofa and carefully flipped through the teddy feeding and training manual that came with the pet shop. Name it? This was a big question. Yu Xiaowei hadn't thought about this question yet. At this moment, she put her little head on her knees and pondered. What should she name it? Should she call it Little Red? In Yu Xiaowei's eyes, this little teddy's fur was red, but the red was not that pure. She hadn't learned the word brown yet, however, the name Little Red didn't sound good. Yu Xiaowei quickly gave up the idea. Shishi's dog is called Bao Bun. Aya, I forgot to ask why Shishi calls her dog Bao Bun. Yu Xiaowei said to herself in her heart. She didn't have the habit of muttering. She just said to herself in her heart, maybe it's because Shishi likes to eat Bao Bun? Then I like to eat noodles. Oh, right, your hair is like noodles. Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Wasn't that right? Her family made dan dan noodles with red chili oil. For Yu Xiaowei, who grew up with her mother and grandmother and had the habit of eating spicy food, such noodles were delicious, and the innocent-looking little teddy in front of her, wasn't its fur the same as dan dan noodles? And it was also brownish red in color. Can I call you Noodles? Yu Xiaowei tried to reach out her small hand and touched the little teddy's head while asking in a low voice. Noodles? Yuing listened and was suddenly a little speechless. She felt that the name of her daughter's friend's dog, Bao Bun, was very strange. She didn't expect her daughter to want to name her dog Noodles, which was also strange. Of course, Yuing didn't want to interfere. In fact, she didn't care what the little dog's name was. The little teddy licked Yu Xiaowei's hand, just like before. Then I'll call you Noodles. Yu Xiaowei thought the little teddy agreed and said happily. Guo Jingyan was an important figure in Jiangqing and even Jiangnam province's political scene. Although Yang Yi had never met him, he would sometimes see him on TV when changing channels. However, Yang Yi wasn't afraid of Guo Jingyan because of his high status. Yang Yi didn't think of Guo Jingyan as a mayor at all. The nanny van that Yang Yi and the others drove to the banquet stopped in the hotel parking lot. When they got out of the car, Yang Yi saw that Mo Fei and the others looked a little serious. He chuckled and said, "That's just Xiaoguo's father." "What are you afraid of?" "It's exactly because he's Xiaoguo's father that we're a little worried," Murphy complained. "Are we worried about Ding Xiang?" Yang Yi turned around and saw Ding Xiang in the crowd. She was so nervous that she bit her lips so hard that they turned white. Of course, she couldn't respond to Yang Yi's conversation. Mo Xiaowan was more realistic. She was a little speechless. He's not just Xiaoguo's father. He's also the mayor of Jiangqing. He's such a high-ranking official. Shouldn't we pay attention to him? She was talking about Yang Yi and Murphy's casual dressing. She had nagged them countless times along the way, as if she felt that if they didn't wear evening gowns to the banquet, they would be rude to Guo Jingyan. Of course, Mo Xiaowan didn't dress up too fashionably. She positioned herself as a manager and always wore an office lady's outfit. She was serious and didn't lose her elegance. No matter how high-ranking an official he is, he's still Xiaoguo's father. "What are you afraid of?" Yang Yi turned to Ding Xiang and said with a smile, Ding Xiang, don't worry. If you can't solve the problem, we're here. With so many of us supporting you, you don't have to be afraid of their family and friends. We're your family and friends. Murphy hugged Tong Tong with one hand and Ding Xiang's shoulder with the other as she smiled intimately. I understand. Ding Xiang nodded gratefully. They didn't have to wait too long before Guozi hurriedly came down from the hotel to take them to the private room. Today, Guozi was also dressed casually as usual. However, looking at how busy he was sweating profusely. It was winter now. Sigh, it's a good thing that you're not dressed so formally. I forgot to remind you before. My dad hates those complicated formalities the most. It's more intimate to be simpler. Guozi said with a smile, it would be awkward if everyone wore thick clothes like at the awards ceremony. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry. Even if it's an award ceremony, we'll still dress like this. You've never attended an award ceremony, alright? Didn't they get the awards for your books and music? Mo Shaowan exposed him mercilessly. The elevator was filled with laughter, and the tense atmosphere seemed to have eased a little. Papa, why haven't we arrived yet? Cece, on the other hand, was independent of the constantly changing atmosphere. She pulled her father's hand and asked while looking around. We're almost there. Don't worry. Yang Yi said with a smile, remember to call me Grandpa Guo later. When no one was paying attention, Ding Xiang took out a tissue from her bag and quietly put it in Guozi's hand. She was thin-skinned, but she was too embarrassed to show it in front of everyone. However, Guozi, the thick-skinned guy, secretly hooked Ding Xiang's hand and put the tissue back. He turned around and winked at Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang glared at him angrily, feeling ashamed and annoyed. But after a while, she still couldn't do anything to Guozi. Thinking that they hadn't seen each other much in the past few days, and Guozi's pitiful eyes made her heart soften. Ding Xiang gently bit her lip, which was about to break. She spread out the tissue and reached out to wipe the sweat on Guozi's forehead. However, she only wiped it a little, and then she shyly withdrew her hand and put the tissue back in Guozi's hand. A group of people came to the private room of the hotel. Guozi's parents hadn't arrived yet, but there was a girl in the room who looked like a middle school student. Her face was round, similar to Guozi's, but maybe because she was a girl, she paid more attention to her figure. She didn't look fat at all. Before Guozi introduced her, she saw Murphy and Yang Yi and shouted excitedly, Murphy! Yang Yi! I finally see the real person of the superstar. Guozi knocked her head and said angrily, girls should be more reserved. If Dad sees you later, he'll scold you again. Guozi pulled the girl over and introduced her to Yang Yi and the others. Brother Yang, this is my sister, Guozian. She's in her second year of high school this year. She insisted on coming today and even asked for leave to not go to self-study at night. But don't be bewitched by her. I used to ask Sister Murphy for autographed albums for her, but I later found out that she sold them all to her classmates at high prices. She's a little profiteer. Guozian shouted, Guozi, how can you expose my shortcomings? How am I a profiteer? I was helping Murphy to increase her popularity among the young people. Wow, she even spoke clearly and logically. Looking at her quick-witted appearance, she was almost on par with Guozi. One could only sigh that the Guo family's genes were also extraordinary. But even though Guozi had a good relationship with his sister, he still had not revealed his relationship with Ding Xiang to Guozian. When he introduced Ding Xiang to Guozian, he still followed the rules and said that Ding Xiang was his manager. Why isn't Sister Yang Huan here today? I'm also her loyal fan. Guozian's attention was not on Ding Xiang. After she got to know Yang Yi and the others, she walked around them and asked curiously, it's not just me. All the girls in my class are especially fond of Sister Yang Huan. They're almost treating her as our role model. Since all the girls in your class are fond of Yang Huan, what about the boys? Mo Shaowan teased. Guozian shrugged and helplessly said, some of the boys like her, while some don't. They feel that Sister Yang Huan is too fierce. But I feel that she's more charming. Perhaps Guozian really worshipped Yang Huan. When she talked about Yang Huan, her eyes shone with excitement. She waved her arms uncontrollably, as if she wanted to learn martial arts like Yang Huan. She has something to do at school today, so she can't come. Yang Yi explained with a smile. At this moment, Yang Huan was in the room above the coffee shop. She slapped her pillow and complained, why did everyone go to eat and leave me alone? It's fine. I want to play with Xixi. Xixi, I'm also your fan. I love watching you dance. Guozian's thoughts were really jumpy. She jumped in front of Xixi and squatted down with a smile. Xixi wasn't familiar with Guozian. She was a little embarrassed as she leaned against her father's leg and blinked her eyes. Can I take a selfie with you? If I take it to school, many people will be jealous of me. Guozian took out her phone and asked politely. Xixi turned to look at her father. After her father nodded, she also nodded. Young girls like to make a V-hand gesture. Guozian also made a V-hand gesture. She pouted and took a selfie with Guozian. Xixi decided to talk to Guozian. Maybe it was because they had taken a selfie together and improved their relationship. Sister, do you go to school too? Xixi asked in a low voice. Yes, but I go to high school. I know you go to primary school, Guozian said with a smile. What's high school like? Xixi was full of curiosity. Do you need to do homework? Guozian sent the selfie to her class group and let them be jealous. Then she put her phone in her pocket and complained to Xixi, yes. We have a lot of homework, and it's very difficult. By the way, we have to study at night. That means we have to stay in school to study. I also have to stay in the dormitory. After dinner with you guys tonight, I have to go to school. I can only go home on weekends. Xixi opened her mouth in surprise as if she had heard something unbelievable. Ah? Is it that scary? Yes, you guys are much happier now. You don't have a lot of homework. The two of them had similar interests. They got together and chatted enthusiastically. Yang Yi saw that someone was chatting with Xixi and felt relieved. He focused on preparing to welcome Guozi's father. End of chapter 917. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.